Shen Ming has been reborn in his previous life. He was the scion of a prestigious family in Jingzhou. But his heart grew envious when his fiancée favored Lin Fan, leading to a bitter feud. Ultimately, he was slain by Lin Fan. Now, with a second chance at life, he is determined to make Lin Fan pay the price. Yet, he is perplexed as to why Lin Fan does not cast a glance at his fiancée, but instead gazes at him with burning intensity. Chapter 1. The Cost of Rebirth. Shen Ming has died, but he is alive once more. As he slowly opened his eyes, a blinding blue light flooded his vision. He blinked, adjusting to the sudden brightness, only to find himself in an entirely unfamiliar setting, a boundless blue virtual space. This realm was immensely vast, seemingly without limits, and before him floated a colossal panel, emanating a soft glow. Upon closer inspection, the panel clearly displayed several lines of text. Name: Shen Ming. Gender: male. Novel world: the Dragon King descends. The female CEO is actually my fiancée. Identity: eldest son of the Shen family in Jingzhou. Fate: villain. Cause of death: killed by the protagonist in a contest for opportunity. These words rendered him momentarily disoriented, as though he had traversed into a wholly different world. He instinctively touched his face, confirming that this was no mere dream. Had he not died? How could this be? He reached out to touch the panel, scrutinizing it closely. This world of fiction. A villain? His existence was not real, but rather a narrative? What a jest! He felt a wave of despair wash over him. He, Shen Ming, the pampered heir of the illustrious Shen family in Jingzhou, born with a silver spoon in his mouth. His starting point was the terminus for the impoverished. As a wealthy second generation, he had committed numerous misdeeds. But so what? His family would always shield him from the consequences. Xiaoming. In Jingzhou, you can stride confidently. If anyone dares to upset you, toss them into the sea to feed the sharks. He had always found such remarks peculiar. Now it dawned on him. The world of fiction disregarded the law. His clan was a villainous family destined to be obliterated by the protagonist, embodying the traits of extremism and self-interest. They possessed no conscience, only a relentless desire for gain, with an unwavering principle that anyone who offended them would face dire retribution. Such attributes were quintessential to a villainous lineage. Only thus could the public rejoice upon their downfall. The Jingzhou Shen family. That notorious clan, rumored to have been eradicated by the Dragon King, serves them right. Indeed, they treated us so poorly. You had the audacity to plead for mercy? How laughable. I say we should seize the moment. They have wronged us and the three major families, and they must be made to suffer. Countless voices echoed in his mind. No, it cannot be like this. Yet, what difference does it make? He recalled the scene vividly, as if it were etched in his memory. He stood within the ancient and solemn estate, his complexion pale as a specter, devoid of color. Lin Fan approached him slowly, each step exuding a chilling aura of oppression. With a slight smirk, Lin Fan revealed a tantalizingly sardonic expression, radiating an air of arrogance and allure. His voice, deep and magnetic, carried a hint of mockery. The illustrious young Master Shen has now fallen to such a pitiable state, truly a sight to behold. In the face of Lin Fan's scornful taunts, Shen Ming did not flinch. He clenched his teeth, suppressing his discomfort, straightened his spine, and met Lin Fan's gaze with unwavering defiance. Though his eyes dimmed, they still sparkled with a tenacity and resilience. Taking a deep breath, he spat a mouthful of blood at Lin Fan's feet. The crimson liquid splattered upon Lin Fan's crisp suit, soaking in and forming a shocking crimson bloom. He locked eyes with Lin Fan's clear, bright gaze and declared, "Everything I did was for my own reasons. In the game of kings, I may accept defeat, but I shall never beg for mercy." His words rang true and firm, showcasing his spirit and pride. However, Lin Fan seemed indifferent to his proclamation, even offering a derisive chuckle. Without warning, Lin Fan struck, delivering a swift blow that sent Shen Ming flying. Like a kite severed from its string, Shen Ming crashed to the ground, motionless. After reflecting on the past, he noticed a comment button on the panel. He pressed it. The villain has finally logged off. Wonderful, wonderful. I've always found that villain insufferable, more pretentious than the protagonist. I agree. But which of the wives do you prefer? I claim Su Shuer. It must be my beloved Lu Qingqing. Let's be realistic. Although both are stunning, our true queen Su Lingling is the fairest, and she is virtuous and wise. She is the one to marry. Indeed, otherwise, why did the villain desire to marry her? The protagonist and villain competing over a woman. This segment must have been penned by a female editor, right? Does it matter who wrote it, as long as it's enjoyable to read? That's true. Oh no, I've stumbled into a male-oriented novel. I think both the villain and protagonist are rather charming. The previous one is a male-oriented harem story, looking for a dual male lead. I concur. More and more women are reading male-oriented novels, claiming they're delightful, that I searched for it and almost vomited. What does that even mean? Look it up yourself. Shen Ming was equally curious about the meaning that he searched for it, and upon discovering the definition, he was horrified and swiftly closed the search box. What on earth were these women thinking? Yet, as he reflected on those comments, he began to associate them with Lin Fan. A wicked smile crept across Shen Ming's face. He devised a plan. If given another chance, he would pen tales of Lin Fan's romantic exploits. If so, he was quite eager to see Lin Fan's reaction upon discovering this. Ha ha ha. Perhaps it was this very thought that caused him to faint. Upon awakening once more, he found himself back at the age of 22. Today, he would confess his feelings to Su Lingling at the graduation ceremony. Indeed, she was the true love of the Dragon King Lin Fan. Note, the author is overwhelmed with schoolwork and has little time. There may be numerous typos. Kind readers, could you please point them out? I assure you they will be corrected. Chapter 2. The graduation ceremony. The summer breeze carried a hint of warmth, while the murmurs of discontent from classmates echoed in his ears. How delightful it was to return to one's 20s, the prime of life. Just as he was lost in contemplation, a subordinate rushed over, exclaiming, "Boss, the venue has been set up," Zhao Jia said with evident excitement. "Is it done so soon?" He was somewhat taken aback. "Didn't you say it should be finished within a day? We wanted to surprise Su Xiaohua." Zhao Jia looked puzzled. "Who said it was for Lingling?" Shen Ming retorted. Zhao Jia's mind momentarily faltered. If it wasn't for Su Xiaohua, then for whom was it intended? Were there even any girls in this school more beautiful than her? Yet, noticing his boss's expression, he sensed something was amiss. Had they made a mistake? They had labored through the night to prepare everything. Moreover, even if they wished to tidy up, it would take hours. They had only 20 minutes left before gathering at the playground. There simply wasn't enough time. However, Shen Ming seemed to have an epiphany, his face lighting up with enthusiasm. "No need to clean up. I've thought of a way to use it." Zhao Jia feigned confusion, but inwardly he was overjoyed. Although he was unclear about his boss's intentions, at least it would be put to good use, right? Their efforts wouldn't be in vain. Could it be? "Boss, have you taken a liking to someone else?" That would be splendid. Su Lingling exuded an air of aloofness, often ignoring their boss. At times, he felt an overwhelming urge to bind her and deliver her to Shen Ming's bed. Yet, Shen Ming remained the gentleman, insisting that she must willingly become his girlfriend. With no other options, they could only trail behind their boss like devoted followers. Nonetheless, Shen Ming upheld his gentlemanly demeanor, forbidding classmates or subordinates from discussing any negative news regarding Su Lingling. After all, as a prominent heir pursuing a girl, it was only natural that she would feel pressured. Winning her heart required strategic finesse. With his respect for her and the passage of time fostering deep affection, she would surely agree to his advances. However, no one anticipated the emergence of an obstacle, Cheng Yaojin. Indeed, it was Lin Fan. He held a marriage contract with the school beauty, which naturally brought them together. At first, Su Lingling regarded him with disdain, which gave Shen Ming a glimmer of hope. However, inexplicably, Su Lingling later expressed her affections for Lin Fan. When he learned of this, it felt as if the world had collapsed around him. This marked the beginning of their rivalry. In moments of reflection after his demise, he pondered what drew him to Su Lingling. Was it merely her beauty? Yet, he had encountered others more attractive than her and felt nothing. Why was his heart solely captivated by Su Lingling? This was indeed a perplexing conundrum. Eventually, after considerable introspection, he came to a profound realization. This was not the realm of reality, but rather a dramatic world akin to that of a novel. In this world, he assumes the role of the antagonist. while Su Lingling is the heroine. If he harbors no affection for the leading lady, how might he forge enmity with the male protagonist? After all, their paths rarely intersect. To facilitate the rapid growth of the male lead, a formidable foe is requisite to serve as an obstacle along his journey. Unfortunately, he is that ill-fated impediment. Shen Ming silently laments his predicament but feels utterly powerless. Although he finds himself within the realm of a novel, he possesses the resolve to alter his destiny. Whether protagonist or villain, he simply wishes to lead a good life. He can acknowledge any actions he has taken, including those that have wronged the hero, for they are indeed part of his past. Lin Fan may seek revenge. That is acceptable, and he shall engage in it wholeheartedly. You all will heed my instructions. Shen Ming addressed the students beside him. Zhao Jia responded affirmatively, indicating his understanding. He mused that creating an atmosphere during a confession was merely child's play for them. Time flew by, and in a mere 20 minutes, Shen Ming and his fellow students donned their academic robes, standing in neat formation. The sunlight bathed them, reflecting the vitality of youth and their aspirations for the future. One student, visibly astonished, inquired, "What is this arrangement?" The others turned to follow his gaze, noticing something pink nestled among the green plants in the flower bed. Upon closer inspection, they discovered it to be a love letter. The presence of a love letter in the flower bed hinted at youthful antics, or perhaps a secret admirer too shy to confess. Though it belonged to someone else, their curiosity was piqued. As they reached for the envelope, Zhao Jia and his entourage commanded them to desist. Aware of Zhao Jia's reputation, they hesitated and relinquished their hold on the letter, their minds already speculating about its owner. It appeared today would be a grand occasion for declarations of love. The anticipation of witnessing such drama thrilled them. However, another figure observed the scene with a cold smile. Having just descended from the mountains, he had come to fulfill the marriage pact arranged by his elders. Upon entering the campus, he had heard whispers of his fiancée being pursued by a certain Shen Ming. His emotions regarding his betrothed were rather muted, as he was primarily there to dissolve the engagement. A man should marry for love, and given her formidable nature, it was crucial that he wed someone he cherished. He firmly believed that with his own capabilities, he could win the heart of the woman he desired. Despite his indifference towards Su Lingling, she remained his nominal fiancée, and the matter transcended mere emotions. It was a question of pride. Thus, he planned to extricate her from Shen Ming's clutches and offer her some monetary compensation, allowing the marriage contract to be dismissed. With this resolution in mind, he made his way to the center of the gathering, where the ground was adorned with blossoms, and Shen Ming stood amidst the crowd, facing Su Lingling. Su Lingling seemed to have grown weary of this feeling, her cool voice tinged with a hint of frost. "Shen Ming, have I not told you? Do not entangle me further. Do not think that having a little wealth makes you remarkable." Shen Ming wore a facade of joviality, yet internally he roared with indignation. "Do you think I desire to be here? I am merely waiting for someone." In his previous life, Lin Fan had destroyed the meticulously arranged confession venue he had prepared, and they had exchanged blows. In this lifetime, he vowed not to repeat the same folly. However, how was he to articulate this? Chapter 3. The confession protagonist. At that moment, the barrage of comments appeared. "Haha, what a classic moment. The villain should just give up. The heroine could never harbor feelings for you. Not interested. Not interested 10086. What on earth is the upper floor not interested in? Who knows?" Young people today evade curses by asking, "What exactly are you not interested in?" He could not help but internally scoff. Nevertheless, Lin Fan would be arriving soon. Wu Tihi, he eagerly awaited, knowing that in his past life, he had met his demise at Lin Fan's hands. He dared not act recklessly. Is it not a tad beneath the stature of a true villain? I ask you, after having died once, would you not cherish your life even more? Answer me. Look into my eyes, call me. The primary concern now was how to preserve his life in such a situation. But time did not afford him the luxury of contemplation. An exhilarating melody erupted, heralding the arrival of the Dragon King. He looked up to see Lin Fan, clad in humble, worn shoes and a faded shirt, striding forward with an air of defiance, nonchalance, arrogance, and a hint of fury. This vivid tableau left him utterly astonished. Upon spotting him, Lin Fan approached with the confidence of a proud rooster, his words laced with provocation. Who do we have here? Ah, it is the heir of the prestigious Shen family. What a revelation that the affluent enjoy resorting to coercion. In this context, he ought to express his fury, but recalling his previous life, where he had raged and hurled insults, he could not help but facepalm. After all, he was a scion of a distinguished family. Yet the protagonist's aura had transformed him into a debauched ruffian. Alas, at that moment, his subordinates stepped forward. Zhao Jia, holding a bouquet of flowers, first offered them to someone nearby before stepping up to glare at the protagonist. What are you, a mere impoverished wretch from a backwater, daring to insult our young master? Are you tired of living? Shen Ming inwardly cursed. Brother, can I call you brother? Please don't bring me to ruin. At that moment, the campus belle, Su Lingling, also interjected. Shen Ming, do not pursue me any longer. I am betrothed. This is my fiancée. Upon hearing the term fiancée, Lin Fan's expression darkened considerably. He harbored no desire for an engagement, despite witnessing her beauty in person. She simply did not align with his preferences, and moreover, she could not compete with Shen Ming's striking looks. He was unapologetically captivated by appearances, and while Shen Ming had left him with a somewhat unfavorable impression, his visage was undeniably impeccable. The phrase dashing and graceful could very well have been coined for him. Yet, he refrained from displaying even a hint of amicability, opting instead to glare at him. Shen Ming mused, why does it seem that Lin Fan's glare is rather endearing? Surely, it must be an illusion. However, a sudden spark of inspiration ignited in his mind. It appeared that the plan he had conceived 20 minutes prior needed to be set into motion. At this moment, Lin Fan remained blissfully unaware of the impending developments, continuing to provoke Shen Ming. It seemed that the young master of a wealthy family enjoyed playing the role of a dog to others. This peculiar inclination truly broadened Lin's horizons. The bodyguard beside him could no longer contain himself and was on the verge of intervening to teach Lin a lesson. Yet at that instant, Shen Ming made his move. He took the flowers from his attendant's hands and strode purposefully toward Lin Fan's position. Lin Fan frowned, pondering Shen Ming's intentions. A glance at Su Lingling behind him brought clarity. He must be intending to present the flowers to her, and he was obstructing his path. How could he possibly think of gifting flowers to his betrothed? Resolutely, Lin positioned himself in front of Su Lingling. Her thoughts mirrored his, as she observed Shen Ming approaching with measured steps, and Lin standing defiantly in front of him, obstructing both the crowd and Shen Ming's line of sight. A ripple of emotion stirred within her. Perhaps having a fiancé was not such a terrible prospect after all. However, at that moment, Shen Ming halted before Lin Fan, a smile gracing his face, his tone markedly more buoyant than before. Lin Fan, I like you. I knew you would come today, and I prepared this for you. Lin Fan, Su Lingling, Zhao Jia, little attendant, the crowd. What had they just heard? Wasn't Shen Ming supposed to be enamored with Su Lingling? How could he publicly profess his feelings for Lin Fan? Lin Fan's mind momentarily short-circuited as he regarded Shen Ming with a complex gaze. The charming smirk that had adorned his lips faded, replaced by bewilderment, shock, and a hint of panic. He never anticipated being confessed to by a man. His mouth opened, his expression a tangled web of confusion. Zhao Jia, similarly perplexed, grappled with the situation. What was happening? He struggled to comprehend the unfolding events. Yet, if this was indeed someone the boss favored, then that made Lin Fan the sister-in-law. Thus, he stealthily approached the group of attendants, whispering a few words to them. In the next moment, they chorused loudly, "Sister-in-law, hello." Lin Fan's expression shattered further. A public declaration was one thing, but being referred to as sister-in-law was an outright acknowledgement of his position. He gazed at Shen Ming with dull eyes, who continued to look at him with a blend of affection and mirth. Internally, Shen Ming reveled in his triumph, laughing maniacally. If he could not defeat him, he would resort to magical tactics, especially since Lin Fan was astute enough to realize he was merely seeking an excuse. Lin Fan indeed contemplated this notion, yet he categorized it into a mere possibility of 12. Perhaps it was due to Shen Ming's exceptional acting skills that he momentarily failed to perceive the excuse being fabricated. Does he harbor feelings for me? This thought flitted through his mind, accompanied by the echoes of the younger brothers referring to him as Big Sister. He glanced once more at Shen Ming's visage. The young man appeared to be in his 20s, with a refreshing short hairstyle, delicate features, porcelain skin, and gently drooping eyelashes. Clad in a pristine bachelor's robe, exuding an air of innocence and vulnerability, he epitomized Lin Fan's ideal type. At this juncture, a tinge of regret stirred within him. How wonderful it would be if he were a woman. He could wait until the marriage contract was dissolved before pursuing him. He did not believe himself to be attracted to a man, even one who perfectly aligned with his aesthetic preferences. It is imperative to avoid conflating the timelines of his previous life with this one. Both characters are pure and untainted. The protagonist does not harbor feelings for Su Lingling, pursuing her solely due to her status as the second daughter of the Su family, one of the 4 great clans, rather than for power. The recipient, in his past life, had numerous women, yet he has not been reborn, and one must not confuse him with his former self. He experiences an instantaneous attraction to the protagonist, yet remains unaware of it. The protagonist, too, loves the recipient without realizing it. In their past life, they were merely arch-nemeses, devoid of affection, driven solely by a desire to clash. There may be instances of past life interjections. Gradually, the protagonist will distinguish the recipient from his former adversary, leading to a beautiful romance. In the recipient's previous existence, he held no affection for the protagonist, merely finding him aesthetically pleasing, with little else to express. In their past lives, Shen Ming, you slaughter my entire family. I shall ensure your demise. Early in the reincarnation, Shen Ming, let us see how you cope with this embarrassment. Later in the reincarnation, Shen Ming, clutching a blanket and sobbing, darling, please don't be like this. I want to come to bed. In the past, Lin Fan, I have countless concubines. Every villainous foe lies beneath my heel. Early in Shen Ming's reincarnation, Lin Fan, am I merely a source of entertainment for you? Yeah, I must admit, your visage is rather pleasing. Later in Shen Ming's reincarnation, Lin Fan, holding his waist, get out of my bed. Noticing his lingering desires, leave. The counterpart comes to observe how his other self fares in this world. He gazes at himself pinned against the wall by the antagonist, lost in profound contemplation. Chapter 4. The Shen family patriarch. Upon witnessing this scene, the barrage of comments erupted in confusion. Is this still the male-centric narrative I signed up for? Am I not witnessing the tale of the Dragon King's return, vanquishing a host of vile antagonists? Why is the villain confessing to the protagonist? The posterior is meant for more practical purposes. What's happening upstairs? How can the antagonist and protagonist be together? This is absurd. I am on the verge of laughter. A group of despondent straight men. I was introduced to this by a friend, having heard that the villain confessed to the protagonist, and I came specifically to see. Could it be that the writer has an infiltrator, transforming it into a dual male lead narrative? Please no. Why are both of them male? The audacity of this author to write a dual male protagonist in a male-oriented narrative is simply astounding. A chorus of flowers sent. Yet please do not entangle me in this. It is as if these netizens have consumed a printer. Shen Ming's thoughts were engulfed in confusion. Lin Fan, initially taken aback by the praise from his sister-in-law, has now reached a state of calm. Unlike other mindless protagonists, he refrained from uttering nonsensical lines and instead engaged in a rational discourse. I am unsure of when you became acquainted with me, but this is indeed our first meeting. My master is particularly strict with me. I have never been in a romantic relationship before the age of 18. I am here today due to my marriage contract. He rambled on, seemingly intent on making it clear that a union between them was impossible, at least for now. However, Shen Ming perceived this as a splendid opportunity. Clearly, his unconventional approach had allowed him to evade this predicament. Hence, he pondered if a bolder act could ensure his survival in the future. If so, then feigning a love-struck demeanor might not be such a bad idea. With a sincere expression, he declared, "It matters not that you do not harbor feelings for me. I do, however, cherish you. I happened to catch a glimpse of you once. Do you remember? At the age of 16, you accompanied your master down the mountain to practice medicine. You assisted him, clad in a white shirt, diligently treating patients with acupuncture. At that moment, I thought you were quite remarkable." As he spoke, A sense of triumph blossomed within him. Little did they know, he had perused the original text. This scene was reminiscent of another subplot featuring Lu Qing. Lu Qing had accompanied her father to procure rare medicinal herbs, which were discreetly delivered to this region, ideal for their growth, where she encountered Lin Fan practicing medicine. This very line was uttered by Lu Qing upon her first meeting with Lin Fan in the original narrative. My apologies for borrowing it. Lin Fan gazed at him in astonishment. Indeed, that year marked one of his many descents from the mountain in 18 years. The clarity with which Shen Ming articulated the timeline suggested they had indeed crossed paths before. It appeared that this individual had genuinely experienced an instant attraction. Lin Fan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Moments earlier, he had exchanged some provocative remarks with this person, only to be met with a confession. Oh dear. He chuckled awkwardly, his demeanor softening as he treated Shen Ming as a more familiar acquaintance. Scratching his head, he remarked, "Ah, so that's how it is. I commend you for remembering all these years. I merely came to take a glance at my fiancée. I shall be on my way shortly." A crowd gathered, eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama. Upon hearing that the moment was about to pass, they felt a pang of internal conflict. Please don't leave. I still wish to hear the gossip. But then, a scene unfolded that brought them joy. At the precise moment when Shen Ming turned, he grasped the wrist of his beloved. Ah, they're holding hands. I can't believe it. Master Shen is so bold in pursuing the one he fancies. I am overwhelmed. I must ship this couple. Meanwhile, the neglected Su Lingling remarked, "Isn't the spotlight meant to be on me? When did Shen Ming become gay? Goodness. Pursuing a man while still chasing after her. What a scoundrel." Even Lin Fan couldn't help but feel discontent. "So you fancy men, huh? Then you both should be together. I'm done with this." She glared at the two before turning away in a huff. Shen Ming exhaled a sigh of relief. Su Lingling, a woman of lofty aspirations, believed she could ascend to the pinnacle of this world without relying on marriage. Yet, even prodigies require substantial wealth to cultivate their talents. Hundreds of millions, if not billions, are necessary to forge impeccable teams of geniuses. One could only say that a flower nurtured in a greenhouse is oblivious to the perils outside. Except for Lin Fan, who stood as the protagonist of this world, the center of attention that everyone should revere. However, he rejected this notion. In his eyes, everyone was the hero of their own story, and he refused to accept the dictates of fate. He was determined to break free from the shackles of destiny. He lifted his face, dispelling the shadows from his eyes, revealing a smile as radiant as the sun. "Mr. Lin Fan, I eagerly await your response, but before that, may I come find you?" Regardless of the circumstances, he felt compelled to express his romantic inclinations. Lin Fan observed the hand that had been seized, his long fingers wrapped around Shen Ming's wrist, a warmth gradually rising between them. Ultimately, Lin Fan nodded. "Thank you then. I shall seek you out when time permits." Shen Ming did not linger. Departing under the protection of his entourage, Lin Fan, his mind in disarray, fled amidst the curious and gossiping gazes of the crowd. The graduation ceremony concluded with laughter and joy, yet as he stepped through the gates of the Shen residence, a heavy atmosphere enveloped him. "Kneel!" The voice of the clan elder boomed like thunder throughout the hall, his cane striking the ground with a sharp sound, echoing a harsh reprimand. Shen Ming's heart tightened. He knew he could not escape this reckoning. Slowly, he knelt, his knees meeting the hard floor with a faint thud. Shen Ming had always revered his teachers and respected his elders, never daring to show any sign of negligence towards their commands. Moreover, he was acutely aware that his actions had come to light, and he understood the consequences that awaited him upon his return. You are truly infuriating." The clan elder's voice quivered with rage. "Now the entire Jingzhou knows that I, from the Shen family, have a son who fancies a man, and one of unknown origin at that." The words of the clan elder pierced through Shen Ming's heart like a sharp blade. He lowered his head, avoiding the elder's gaze filled with disappointment and anger. Although he did not regret his actions, it was still disheartening to be regarded in such a manner by his family. Chapter 5. The reality of romantic delusions. Meanwhile, in another realm, those perusing this novel seemed to have a colossal question mark hovering above their heads. This narrative was fraught with numerous issues. While its beginning was relatively engaging, recounting the protagonist's childhood, the subsequent developments increasingly mirrored various cliched tropes found in other novels, devoid of originality. To make matters worse, the author appeared to have lost their creative fervor, having not updated in over 3 years. Consequently, the novel gradually faded from public consciousness, slipping from the minds of many. The conclusion that Shen Ming encountered was, in fact, akin to that of another formulaic tale. Due to the author's prolonged hiatus, the entire world experienced a glitch. However, this realm could not afford to stagnate, thus it gradually evolved into a trope-laden narrative. While many elements seemed excessively implausible, at least the world continued to turn. Overall, this conclusion was unreliable, and one could even assert it was quite dubious. Unexpectedly, however, the novel began updating again. This revelation detonated like a bombshell, startling the former readers back into action. Yet, upon eagerly reopening the novel, they discovered that the developments exceeded their comprehension, leaving them utterly bewildered. Goodness, has the author lost their mind? The antagonist is falling for the protagonist? Can the author provide an explanation? How did a perfectly good, male-centric harem story start to transform? Is the author merely chasing after profits, disregarding the established narrative? I will not tolerate this. Wait, a dual male protagonist? Transitioning from female-centric literature to finding dual male leads in male-centric literature? I cannot handle this. If the author wishes to shift to female-centric themes, please start a new story. Thank you. Actually, I find it acceptable. It used to be formulaic, but now it has become unconventional. I'm still somewhat intrigued. Please refrain from speaking, as it invites backlash. Nevertheless, discussions continued to swirl. What indeed were people engaging with? Reading this novel triggered NPC, note-taking emoji, reactions. Do not record everything. It could lead to your downfall. Perhaps the destruction of established norms was infuriating. Yet the introduction of new concepts sparked a glimmer of anticipation among some new readers. Regardless, this novel ascended to trending status. Even more astonishing was the author's response. The author stated, "There is nothing amiss with the progression of this story. Some matters delayed my updates in the past few years, and I apologize for that. Those who suggest alterations to the narrative need not hold their breath. I will not change a thing." As anticipated, this news successfully ascended to trending status, with some netizens vociferously demanding refunds while others sought to take advantage of the situation. Regardless, the matter has been firmly established. Many longtime fans deem this alteration of the narrative premise as unreliable. In a novel, the foundational elements should not be easily modified, lest the loss be more than just the readers. Additionally, the entire logical structure of the narrative is at stake. New readers, on the other hand, seem primarily interested in the spectacle, eager to witness just how obstinate the author can be. In the backyard of the Shen family, Shen Ming knelt upon the cobblestone path, ultimately realizing that one must be accountable for their own words. He knelt without a trace of resentment. Countless thoughts raced through his mind. There were myriad solutions available. For instance, if a subordinate of his harbored affection for a girl and wished to pursue her, he could have provided financial backing to create the perfect setting. He could have even claimed his affections lay elsewhere, not with Su Lingling, but with another young lady. He possessed an abundance of excuses. Yet he chose the most foolish of all. He confessed his feelings to Lin Fan, the protagonist of this world. In every conceivable way, he appeared to be among the more foolish individuals. This choice was not one he should have made, yet his resentment towards Lin Fan had reached a zenith, driving him to act recklessly. The scars from his previous life ran too deep. He could not help but harbor hatred for Lin Fan. This confession could be likened to a strategy that inflicted harm upon himself while attempting to strike at the enemy. And as this thought coursed through him, an unusual thrill surged within. It was exhilaration. He had actually contemplated this from the very beginning. If one cannot defeat them, they must join them. He gambled on Lin Fan's disinterest in men, certain that rejection would be forthcoming. Although his situation had not significantly improved, he was still being punished by his family for kneeling. An unprecedented experience. He felt a mix of grievance and unwillingness, yet it was bearable. The patriarch of the Shen clan, Shen Jingzhou, approached him, leaning on a cane. Step by step, upon reaching the kneeling figure, He looked down upon him with an imposing presence. "Have you erred?" Shen Jiangwo's words bore an unspoken authority. "Why have I erred?" Shen Ming retorted. Shen Jiangwo's expression shifted momentarily, but he ultimately adopted a gentler demeanor, squatting down to meet Shen Ming's gaze. "I am aware of your affections for a man. There is nothing wrong with this. Your second uncle was similar in his inclinations, even bringing his partner home when you were still in your mother's womb." Second uncle? The mention of his second uncle, a long-standing taboo in the family, piqued Shen Ming's curiosity. He knew of his existence, but had never learned what kind of person he truly was. It was rare for Shen Jiangwo to speak of him. With a calm demeanor, Shen Jiangwo continued, "Your second uncle was once the most outstanding among us, benefiting from the finest resources our clan could provide. We had intended for him to continue his studies and eventually take over the family business. However, his tone shifted to one of seriousness. He fell in love with his university roommate, a fine young man I have met. Yet, that roommate happened to be male. We advised your second uncle against this, but perhaps out of frustration from our council, he eloped with his roommate abroad and married. They did not even invite us to their wedding." Shen Jiangwo, speaking candidly, revealed a hint of sadness. The child has been raised by him. How could he not feel heartbroken? Had he known it would come to this, he might have acted differently. Shen Ming lowered his head. Is that how it is? Yet, a question lingered in his mind. How could one persuade him? He found it hard to believe that the person before him could be effectively counseled. Surely, it cannot be through coercion? This notion crossed his mind. Yet his demeanor aroused Shen Jiangwo's suspicion. Could the child be considering following in his uncle's footsteps? No, that simply cannot happen. The household already has one who has come out. Another cannot be tolerated. What troubled him further was Shen Ming's stubborn nature. If he were to fall for someone, he would never relent. In essence, he would not turn back until he had met with failure. And now it seemed he had also acquired the attributes of a lovesick fool, especially when he listened to his uncle's tales, his face deep in contemplation. It was enough to make him want to weep blood. When did their family become so filled with lovesick fools? Chapter 6. The child in the dream as the legitimate eldest son of the family. He could not be made to kneel for too long. After approximately 20 minutes, Shen Ming gradually rose to his feet. Ouch! I will never be so willful again. With a limp, he made his way to his room, which was designed in an elegant European style, exuding a refreshing grandeur. Gritting his teeth, he flung himself onto the bed. Thud! Shen Ming rolled around on his spacious bed, eventually turning over to face the ceiling. His graduation robe had been prepared before he arrived home. How did he manage to change? The vehicle had a dressing room within it. When he was younger and running late for school, his elders arranged for such a car. The spacious interior featured a large mirror, and the vehicle was equipped with automatic navigation. You might think it unreasonable? Well, apologies, but what is considered reasonable in the world of novels? As he rolled about on the bed, his clothes had already become wrinkled. Normally, he would have been bothered by this, yet he paid it no mind. In his past life, when he knelt before Lin Fan, covered in blood, pleading for his father's mercy, he seemed to care little for cleanliness. Lin Fan. He murmured his name, a flicker of anguish crossing his eyes, his heart filled with bitterness. After enduring the confession and the punishment of kneeling, he finally felt his emotions resurface. He was unsure of the nature of this sentiment, but he could feel a profound hatred for Lin Fan. The hatred burned within him like an inferno, consuming him entirely. Lin Fan, Lin Fan, Lin Fan. He chanted his name fervently, a metallic taste lingering in his mouth. Yet, at the same time, he felt a twinge of fear, terrified of repeating the mistakes of his past life. Shen Ming, oh Shen Ming, you coward! Tears welled in his eyes, falling drop by drop onto the pillow. The muffled cries of despair echoed in the room. Half an hour later, steady breaths could be heard as Shen Ming, clutching the blanket, fell into a troubled sleep. Sharp pains occasionally shot through his legs, making it difficult for him to rest peacefully. In his dreams, he seemed to return to his childhood, where a 6-year-old boy encountered kidnapping for the first time. Yet, instead of weeping, he engaged the abductors with an unexpected calmness, attempting to reason with them. He offered various incentives, suggesting that upon his release, he could secure them a substantial sum of money. He presumed that their motives were purely financial. as wealth was something he possessed in abundance. However, he soon realized that these kidnappers were not driven by greed. Rather, they harbored a palpable animosity towards him. Regardless of his words or silence, he endured brutal beatings. Eventually, they brought a man before him. The man appeared to be in his 30s, with a demeanor that seemed gentle. However, there was an imperceptible chill lurking within the depths of his eyes. "Young Master Shen, do you still remember me?" His voice was deep and resonant, capable of piercing through one's very soul. At that moment, Shen Ming was in a wretched state, his body and face marred by bruises, clear evidence of the violence he had suffered. His injuries rendered his eyelids nearly impossible to lift, forcing him to peer through a narrow slit to discern his surroundings. Nevertheless, upon hearing that familiar voice, he instantly recognized the identity of the man before him. Uncle Gu. Shen Ming's voice was exceedingly frail, as if a mere gust of wind could disperse it. The man surnamed Gu loomed above him, surveying Shen Ming from a position of dominance. His expression devoid of any emotion, as cold as the frost of winter. "The act of abducting a child is indeed rather unsavory," he remarked with a calm tone, seemingly devoid of any remorse for his actions. "Yet, what choice did we have, given that your parents obstructed our path?" Shen Ming struggled to draw breath, speaking in a halting manner. "Although I went missing several hundred kilometers from here, I am surrounded by numerous bodyguards. I am genuinely curious as to how you managed to abduct me despite their presence." He pondered silently, considering that his bodyguards were meticulously vetted, their backgrounds pristine, each possessing formidable combat skills. Logically, it should have been impossible for anyone to harm him under such vigilant protection. The man surnamed Gu smirked slightly and said, "Since we are to let you die, we might as well ensure you comprehend your demise clearly. Have you heard of the Ryukyu flower?" "What?" "The Ryukyu flower. A plant entirely white with a hint of lavender at its center, appears to be an ordinary blossom, yet it serves the purpose of hypnosis and manipulation." He spoke nonchalantly. "I had these flowers processed into a drug and introduced into the food of all your guards. Do you feel a tingling sensation in your arms?" "Mr." Gu smiled as he spoke. Shen Ming was unable to respond. "That was the side effect of excessive inhalation of the plant. To prevent you from escaping or resisting, I may have added a considerable amount of the drug. So how do you feel?" Mr. Gu adjusted his glasses with a smile, tilting his head slightly. "Not well at all," came a youthful voice. Shen Ming remained with his eyes closed, but recognized the speaker, the boy who had once rescued him and a group of children. The young boy could not quite discern the appearance of the figure who had rescued him. He only knew that this person had led him to the police station before vanishing into thin air. His parents, frantic with worry, enveloped him in their arms, their bodies trembling with emotion as they beheld the bruises that marred his skin. This moment of confrontation, though unseen by his eyes, resonated clearly in his ears. The boy was remarkably agile, and he could hear the soft thud of footsteps on the ground and the faint crack of bones. He sensed that this young boy bore no injuries. After dealing with their captors, he had approached his side. Despite his precociousness, he remained a mere 6-year-old child, filled with fear and gratitude, contemplating the miraculous fact that he had survived. He groped around, grasping the boy's hand, as if he had discovered a source of support. The young boy's voice was tinged with indifference. "Don't touch me. You're dirty." He froze, the word dirty echoing in his mind. Even after being reunited with his family, he felt dazed and disoriented. Only when submerged in water did he awaken from his stupor. He meticulously cleaned himself, donned fresh clothing, and applied ointment to his wounds and bruises. He was no longer dirty. He was a clean person now, vowing to maintain this newfound tidiness. He was not filthy, no, not filthy at all. Indeed, while the boy's words in his dream were harsh, hearing his voice brought a sense of calm to his being. It felt wonderful. It had been so long since he had experienced such a dream. Chapter 7. Re-encountering Lin Fan upon waking. Tears had soaked his pillow, and his hair was tousled and damp. He sighed in frustration, scratching his head. He threw on a garment and made his way to the door. With a click, the door swung open, revealing Aunt Wang, the housekeeper, who was tidying up in the living room. Upon hearing the noise, her gaze shifted to its source. Upon seeing Shen Ming, her face registered shock, abandoning her tasks to rush towards him. "Young master," You still have wounds on your leg. Just tell me what you need. You don't have to fetch it yourself, she exclaimed. Shen Ming shook his head, replying it's fine. He was not particularly fond of being touched, except by those he held dear. Aunt Wang's parents had previously served as butler and maid in their household, often caring for Shen Ming, who was 12 years her junior. After graduating from university without securing a job, she had been assigned by her mother to work as a servant for the Shen family. The Shen household offered generous compensation to its servants, ensuring that their basic needs were met, with some surplus for personal indulgences. Aunt Wang had cared for him for over a decade, making her one of the closest people in his life. He recalled the time he had gifted her a large red envelope during her wedding, a gesture of goodwill. Ultimately, Aunt Wang insisted on guiding him to a nearby chair. Urging him to sit, she switched on the television and handed the remote to Shen Ming before returning to her task of cleaning the table. Young master, please enjoy the news here. If you need anything, just call for me, she said. Shen Ming nodded in acknowledgement, responding, all right. Aunt Wang finally felt at ease to depart. He gazed at the financial news playing on the television, feeling somewhat lethargic. After switching through several channels, he paused. An extraordinary announcement. The young lady of the Zhujiang group will host a century wedding on a date in 20XX. The young lady of the Zhujiang group? He vaguely recalled that this young lady was to marry her childhood sweetheart, only to find that her fiancé, driven by ambition, had usurped her family's wealth. Following their marriage, he subjected her to domestic violence, leaving her battered and bruised until she knocked on Lin Fan's door. One of Lin Fan's consorts, Sheng Yu, happened to be her cousin, and upon learning of the situation, Lin Fan was furious. He devised a plan to bring her fiancé's company to ruin and ensured that the fiancé was imprisoned. Consequently, the young lady harbored a secret affection for Lin Fan, showering him with attention. When Lin Fan offered her the company, she declined and took the opportunity to confess her feelings. Lin Fan hesitated for a month, as Sheng Yu still had some reservations. It seemed strange for two sisters to serve the same man. However, upon seeing her sister's plight, he softened, and thus both sisters became part of Lin Fan's harem. Two sisters simultaneously serving one man. Lin Fan, you truly are fortunate. He scoffed inwardly. He turned to Aunt Wang, feigning casualness, and asked, has the president of the Zhujiang group sent an invitation to our Shen family? It was obvious that if they wished to thrive in Jingzhou, they would undoubtedly seek the support of the illustrious Shen family. Aunt Wang nodded, replying, yes, however, considering your injury has not yet healed, the family head and his wife intend for your cousin to attend the banquet. He cast her a blank stare. Aunt Wang did not comprehend. Young master? Aunt Wang offered him some fruit. Shen Ming took a bite of grape, then stood up, declaring, Aunt Wang, please inform my parents that I must attend this event. This is out of the question. Your leg, Aunt Wang protested vehemently. My leg is perfectly fine. I can still jump, he insisted, seemingly eager to prove his point. Aunt Wang, at a loss, could only promise to relay his message to the lady of the house. Once Aunt Wang departed, he quickly slumped back into his seat, staring blankly at the ceiling. In truth, he had felt a jarring pain in his leg the moment he stood. The cobblestone path was unforgiving. Kneeling on the small stones for just 5 minutes had nearly defeated him. He massaged his joints, grinding his teeth. It appeared he would need to find a professional masseur to alleviate his discomfort. Lin Fan brother, a little girl around 5 or 6 years old, swung on a swing, calling out the name of the person pushing her. With a neat head of short hair and dressed in his ever-familiar, slightly faded white shirt, Lin Fan exuded a refreshing aura, complemented by a pleasant herbal fragrance. His features were strikingly handsome, with bright, clear eyes that sparkled, and when he smiled, he resembled a naive little kitten. Shall I push you higher? His voice was pure and melodious. Yes, the little girl exclaimed joyfully. They continued to play for quite a while until a girl in a black dress approached. The girl possessed a pure and innocent appearance, with long black hair cascading down her back and a gentle smile gracing her lips, making her seem remarkably approachable. Lin Fan, come over for some ice cream, the girl said with a cheerful laugh. The little girl, named Ling, bounced over to grab one of her favorites. Lin Fan chose a grass-flavored one, its sweet taste causing him to squint in delight. Fangu, there's actually something I need to discuss with you, the girl in the black dress said shyly. What is it? Lin Fan asked, looking puzzled. My cousin is hosting a wedding soon. You must have seen the news. She is the daughter of the Zhujiang group. When we separated, she was the one taking care of me. I would like to invite you to be my +1 for the wedding, she explained. Lin Fan burst into laughter. I thought it was something serious. No wonder you seem so troubled. Very well, I accept your invitation. Sheng Ling's face lit up with joy as she sweetly replied, Thank you. See you tomorrow. Lin Fan nodded with a smile. See you tomorrow. The following day, the entire street leading to the Yuqin Hotel was adorned with a red carpet, with guest cars arriving in a steady stream. The Yuqin Hotel was not a venue that could be casually reserved. Only those with significant assets and who had received national contributions could gain entry. Others either had wealth but lacked accolades, or had made contributions but did not possess sufficient family heritage. The Shen family's car moved slowly, with staff members checking the invitation list. Shen Ming announced his name, and he was quickly allowed to pass. Following closely was the Sheng family's vehicle. Sheng's mother and Sheng Yu sat together, while Sheng's father and Lin Fan occupied another seat. Lin Fan was a natural socialite, effortlessly amusing the two elders with a few words. The five of them chatted and laughed together. Upon reaching the entrance of the Yuqin Hotel, Shen Ming's car stopped to the left, allowing him to see the Sheng family's vehicle. The Sheng parents exited the car first, followed by Sheng Yu and Sheng Ling, with Lin Fan being the last to step out. His gaze lingered intently on Lin Fan, who was elegantly attired in a high-fashion suit, adorned with a bow tie on the right chest, tailored specifically to complement his demeanor. At that moment, Lin Fan resembled a regal Persian cat, exuding a gentle yet languid aura. Wearing such attire surprisingly felt quite appealing to him. Internally, he chastised himself for his thoughts. What was he even thinking? As Chapter 8 unfolds, the banquet begins to present its challenges. Lin Fan gradually lifted his gaze, inadvertently glancing to the left when suddenly his attention was captured by a luxurious sedan. It was the Shen family's vehicle, and standing beside, it was none other than Shen Ming. Lin Fan's body stiffened abruptly, as if immobilized by an invisible force. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Shen Ming, a surge of complex emotions flooding his heart. He was here too? However, it made sense. As a prominent family, the Shens were expected to be invited. Lin Fan pondered quietly, a sense of inexpressible discomfort washing over him. Uncertain as to why, the mere thought of Shen Ming's presence at the banquet rendered Lin Fan profoundly uneasy. He couldn't help but reflect on his prior interactions with a myriad of individuals. Regardless of who they were, a simple utterance from him would often pique their interest, leading to engaging conversations and the forging of enduring friendships. Yet, confronted with Shen Ming, Lin Fan felt a peculiar sense of inadequacy. This individual exuded an enigmatic aura, simultaneously suggesting an underlying opposition while hinting an intricate web of connection between them. Such contradictory feelings stirred Lin Fan's curiosity. As he pondered, Shen Ming swiftly approached. Today, he donned a crisp white suit complemented by a deep blue bow tie, adorned with the latest model of a stopwatch, and polished black shoes with a red sole. The ensemble, while not ostentatious, unmistakably conveyed a sense of affluence. Observing Shen Ming's approach, Lin Fan's parents exchanged subtle glances, their expressions laden with unspoken implications directed at him. Feeling their gaze, Lin Fan's inner thoughts erupted. Heavens! How could he articulate that he was a staunch heterosexual, a straight man? Shen Ming's affections were of no concern to him, as he harbored none for Shen Ming. In that moment of paralysis, Shen Ming stood before him, their proximity allowing Lin Fan to distinctly catch the scent of Shen Ming's cool, pine fragrance. Lin Fan's expression grew increasingly perplexed. He forced an awkward smile and greeted, "Long time no see, young Master Shen. What a coincidence." Shen Ming replied with a smile, "Indeed, quite a coincidence. I just arrived." Lin Fan's expression relaxed slightly as he chuckled. "Oh, so you just got here? I thought you were waiting for us." Shen Ming's smile deepened. Half jokingly, half flirtatiously, he asked, "Would you have preferred that I waited for you?" Lin Fan's previously carefree demeanor faltered, and he waved his hand dismissively, entering a mode of verbal disarray. I'm not quite prepared yet." At that moment, he turned to see Shen Ming wearing a mischievous grin. Lin Fan clenched his fists. Meanwhile, Shen Yu cast a disdainful glance at Shen Ming, her eyes reflecting her disdain. It was evident that his magnetic presence did not sit well with her. Moreover, only days prior, he had openly expressed his feelings for Lin Fan, establishing himself as a clear rival. How could she possibly harbor any favorable sentiments towards him? Having spent the longest time with Lin Fan, she was well aware that his affections were directed towards women. With her gender advantage, what did Shen Ming possess? His mere appearance? She could not help but compare her own looks to Shen Ming's, ultimately despairing at the realization that the illustrious heir of the Shen family outshone her in beauty. Nevertheless, she consoled herself with the thought that she and Lin Fan shared a childhood bond, cultivated over many years. Although Lin Fan regarded her as a sister, she firmly believed that intimate familiarity would triumph. Who could resist the allure of a gentle and refined companion? Yet, a nagging thought lingered. With Shen Ming's noble status, striking demeanor, and multifaceted talents, his prowess in music, chess, literature, and art, what if Lin Fan truly found himself captivated? In the upper echelons of society, clandestine affairs with male companions are not uncommon, regardless of gender. She has long since broadened her horizons. For him, Lin Fan's exceptional qualities make him a figure of admiration for all, regardless of sex. Her ambition is to outshine others and ultimately become Lin Fan's true love. With this thought, a fierce determination ignited in her eyes. Let the battle commence. Shen Ming and Lin Fan had engaged in a light-hearted exchange, marked by Shen Ming's playful teasing and Lin Fan's subtle hints of irritation. Their conversation was pleasantly enjoyable, though this was solely from Shen Yu's perspective. A chill glimmered in her gaze. Dare to covet her man? Not a chance. The three walked side by side, each harboring their own ulterior motives. Shen Ming wore a smile, but his eyes betrayed a lack of genuine mirth. Lin Fan appeared relaxed, yet a sense of caution brewed within him. Shen Yu feigned innocence, casting disdainful glances at Shen Ming. Shen Ming declared, "I shall tread each step with purpose, seeking vengeance against Lin Fan." With resolve, Lin Fan mused, though he professes affection, one cannot be certain of his true intentions. It is wise to remain vigilant. With caution, Shen Yu vowed, regardless of whether they are men or women, anyone daring to covet her man shall meet a grim fate. With ferocity, the three of them found their thoughts inexplicably intertwined, followed by the bemused glances of Shen Yu's parents and the ever-curious Shen Ling. The six of them proceeded to the entrance of the banquet hall, where the staff respectfully opened the doors. Inside the hall, opulence reigned supreme. A crystal chandelier hung from the ceiling, casting a warm golden glow that enveloped every corner. The wedding cake, approximately 20 meters long, stretched from the altar to the wedding stage, its ivory cream exuding a sweet aroma, adorned with delicate pearls. Magnificent, truly magnificent. Lin Fan's eyes widened in astonishment, as if struck by an overwhelming force. He had never anticipated that the lives of the wealthy could be so lavish, far surpassing his imagination. Memories of his life after the age of 10 flooded back to him, primarily spent in the serene embrace of the mountains. Though beautiful and tranquil, it was a stark contrast to the splendor before him. Two worlds apart, his time spent away from the mountains was limited. Each descent felt like entering an alien realm, filled with curiosity and trepidation towards the outside world. His master was the only one who frequently ventured down, seemingly well acquainted with the world below, always returning with novelties that Lin Fan had never encountered. However, even his master had never described such extravagant scenes to him. He couldn't help but glance around, feeling like a naive country bumpkin. While Shen Ling attended to his parents and Shen Ming mingled with the executives, he found himself momentarily neglected. After reveling in the surroundings, he turned to leave, only to be met with a harsh taunt. "Who is this unsophisticated bumpkin? Do you even know where you are?" The derider was Zhao Yan of the Zhao family, the least prominent among the four great families. Zhao Yan, possessing a decent appearance reminiscent of a roguish charmer, spoke without a hint of thought. His black pupils revealed a hint of disdain, and his mocking words were directed straight at Lin Fan. Lin Fan was not one to back down easily and retorted immediately, It seems that compared to this country bumpkin, it is actually your upbringing that is in question. Young master. Zhao Yan's fury surged, and he glared at Lin Fan with fierce eyes. Who do you think you are? I am Zhao, the eldest son of one of the 4 great families. How dare you insult me? I will make you regret it. Lin Fan chuckled, a wicked smile playing at the corners of his lips. You may certainly try, but I assure you, regret will be your only companion. Chapter 9. Confronting young Master Zhao in the distance. Shen Ming watched the unfolding drama with astonishment, secretly clicking his tongue in disbelief. Provoking the protagonist? This fellow has truly bitten off more than he can chew. A smirk of schadenfreude crept onto Shen Ming's face as he mused inwardly. He was well acquainted with the so-called 4 great families. Although they appeared united like an impenetrable fortress, in reality, each family harbored ulterior motives, scheming on how to swallow the other's whole. To put it in contemporary vernacular, this was a quintessential plot device straight out of a mindless, exhilarating tale. The supporting characters existed merely for the sake of conflict, bereft of any intelligence, truly embarrassing. The author went to great lengths to highlight the protagonist's superior intellect, often reducing the supporting characters to mere caricatures of foolishness. Take this unfortunate fellow, for instance. Before encountering the protagonist, he was a dashing young master, enjoying all the privileges life could offer. Yet, since crossing paths with Lin Fan, he had gradually transformed into a mere jester, tossed around by the protagonist's whims. This drastic fall from grace would leave anyone feeling utterly despondent. Shen Ming contemplated this while simultaneously harboring a growing wariness toward Lin Fan. Nonetheless, despite his deep-seated animosity toward Lin Fan, he could not suppress the simmering resentment within him. He loathed Lin Fan for delivering a devastating blow to him and his family. Yet he dare not show it, for once the facade slipped, all his efforts would be in vain. The more he despised this individual before him, the greater his internal torment became. He bit his tongue, striving to maintain composure, his gaze dark and penetrating, whether in the realm of fiction or reality. If one were to perceive it as a game to be conquered, he must prevail and achieve the ultimate conclusion. Shen Ming exhaled a cloud of murky breath, his gaze shifting from uncertainty to resolve. Yet, in the midst of his contemplation, the fight had already commenced. Zhao Yan struck first, his eyes fierce as he hurled a punch at Lin Fan. Lin Fan dismissed him with a glance, effortlessly neutralizing the attack. Then, to Zhao Yan's shock, he delivered a kick that sent him crashing into the wall. Blood spurted from Zhao Yan's mouth as he stared at Lin Fan in terror, his bravado faltering. Do you know who I am? I am the youngest scion of the Zhao family, one of the 4 great clans, notorious for my misdeeds. Now, I find myself justly chastised. Truly, the heavens have opened their eyes. Yet before I could finish my words, I was interrupted by Shen Ming. He approached with an air of composure, each step precise, a nonchalant smile gracing his lips, his gaze serene. Upon seeing him, Zhao Yan could not suppress his ire. Since childhood, he had lived in the shadow of this illustrious heir of the Shen family. Shen Ming excelled in academics, and Zhao Yan was compelled to follow suit. There were times when his father would even commend Shen Ming in his presence. Shen Ming, like the moon in the sky, seemed unattainable, while Zhao Yan felt reduced to mere insignificance by comparison. How could he not harbor resentment? Thus, every encounter with Shen Ming elicited a dramatic eye roll, accompanied by derisive remarks directed at those around him. What if he is remarkable? The higher he stands now, the harder he will fall later. In a sense, he fancied himself a prophet. Shen Ming did indeed suffer a catastrophic downfall, with his entire family reduced to ashes. People often say that the cycle of karma is fair, but does the world truly spare anyone? It is a harsh reality. Virtue does not guarantee reward, nor does malice ensure punishment. Even if he does nothing, merely being labeled a villain invites hostility and aggression from others. He is acutely aware of this, which drives him to persist, to distance himself from such individuals, to ascend ever higher, so that they may only gaze at him from afar, unable to reach him. This drive is not solely for self-preservation. It is a reflection of his family's ancestral teachings. These teachings assert that one may be weak, yet must never relinquish the resolve to grow stronger. Failure is not to be feared. What is truly terrifying is the loss of courage to rise again. He chuckled bitterly, for he currently lacked even the courage to stand. The sight of his adversaries instilled a paralyzing fear within him, not merely a shadow, but a genuine dread of their prowess. However, recognizing that failures cannot be undone, he yearned for a chance to amend his past. As he approached Lin Fan, realization dawned upon him. You are the one from the video, the beloved of the Shen family heir, are you not? Zhao Yin inquired, his expression contorted. The onlookers gasped, intrigued by this revelation. Upon hearing those words, both individuals exchanged awkward glances. Lin Fan felt exasperated. Why did everyone perceive him as merely an appendage to Shen Ming? Shen Ming had merely confessed his feelings, seeking to court him, and he had not acquiesced. What were these people even thinking? The sky could fall, but such ignorance was unfathomable. Lin Fan had not agreed to Shen Ming, I assure you. There is still hope. He belongs to me. Rage consumed her. She resolved to find someone to silence Zhao Yin, lest he speak again. The young woman cast a chilling glance at Zhao Yin. He was still locked in a standoff with the two when he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Turning to see who was watching him, he found Shen Yu had just turned away and departed. Lin Fan, with a twinge of discomfort in his teeth, gazed at him for a moment before decisively delivering a strike that rendered him unconscious. At that moment, the head of the Zhao family was engaged in business negotiations when his bodyguard rushed to inform him that his son had been assaulted. Alarmed, he immediately abandoned his partner to investigate. As expected, he found Zhao Yin lying pitiably on the ground, a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. Instantly, he felt as though he had been jolted by electricity, rushing to his son's side. He shook Zhao Yin fervently, tears welling his eyes as he cried out, Yonad, please awoken. Yet, Zhao Yin remained unconscious, unable to respond. Turning his gaze toward the gathered crowd, his eyes ablaze with fury, he demanded, Who did this? Stepping forward with an air of arrogance, Lin Fan boldly declared, It was me. Initially, he had intended to offer an apology, but upon reflection, he considered that since he had merely acted in self-defense after being provoked first, he bore no guilt. Who could have anticipated that his opponent would be so feeble as to succumb to a single blow? Shen Ming felt the urge to scoff at the absurdity of the situation. Truly, this was a realm governed by chaotic narratives, devoid of any semblance of order. In such circumstances, one would expect a few security personnel to intervene and restore peace, rather than allowing the protagonist to face humiliation. Note, do not blame me for not forewarning you. This narrative is set in a world teetering on the brink of collapse. To sustain itself, it must adhere to certain tropes, thus incorporating numerous nonsensical segments typical of mindless novels. The early chapters are predominantly filled with awkward and thoughtless passages, resulting in characterizations that are far from stable, oscillating between the behaviors of ordinary and extraordinary individuals. If you find this unappealing, feel free to withdraw. It is of no consequence, and I wish you joy in your future endeavors. Chapter 10. The Dragon King's subordinate in response to Lin Fan's provocation. Zhao Qianghua was incensed. He pointed an accusatory finger at Lin Fan and exclaimed, Where did this insolent brat come from? How dare you strike my son? You shall pay dearly for this. With that, he commanded his security personnel to advance on Lin Fan, only to be intercepted by another individual. Shen Ming casually stepped in front of him, speaking in a nonchalant tone, Do you dare lay a hand on my people? Zhao Qianghua quickly grasped the situation. Lin Fan was under Shen Ming as protection, or rather, Lin Fan was a tool employed by Shen Ming against their family. Realizing this, his expression darkened significantly. He glared fiercely at the two before him, threatening, You will rue this day. He swiftly dialed a number. A voice, ethereal and cool as untouched ice upon a mountain, answered, Zhao family head. What is the matter? With deference, Zhao Qianghua replied, Miss Ji, there's a young man here who impersonates your people and has injured my son. You must seek justice on our behalf. He lamented with exaggerated emotion, painting Lin Fan as a deranged villain and himself as a victim in desperate need of support. However, the woman on the other end of the line grew increasingly impatient. Zhao family head, no one wishes to listen to your tragic performance. If you have a matter to discuss, speak plainly, otherwise I shall hang up. Are you not aware of your son's character? Perhaps he provoked this individual. Do you expect me to intervene merely to wield my influence? However, it is indeed rare to find someone who can suppress you. Who might that person be? Initially, Zhao Qianghua felt a twinge of disappointment, believing there was little hope. Yet, upon hearing the latter part, his spirits soared instantly. It was Shen Ming. That rascal incited others to assault my son. You must assist me in seeking vengeance. If you do, I shall bestow upon the Dragon King Temple my family's precious spiritual field. Indeed, the existence of martial artists still persists in this world, and spiritual fields are the sustenance for these warriors. It can be asserted that any family fortunate enough to possess a spiritual field will undergo an epic transformation. The Shen family boasts the most spiritual fields, thus firmly securing their position at the pinnacle among the four great families. On the other hand, the woman pondered for a moment. For the Dragon King Temple, the Shen family was merely a small clan, and the Zhao family even smaller. Hence, she was not particularly intrigued by this request. However, the Dragon King had just sent them a message indicating his presence at the Moonlight Hotel. She mused, how fortuitous. This could be an opportunity to employ Zhao Qianghua in locating the Dragon King, utilizing this pretext to request leave. Although the remuneration at the Dragon King Temple was quite commendable, amounting to several million monthly for even the most junior employees, she felt it was insufficient, far less than what she could earn independently. With each grievance, she contemplated whether to change jobs. Who wouldn't desire to switch careers when burdened with such a workload for a mere few million? Yet, the Dragon King Temple forbade employees from switching jobs, as they possessed numerous restrictions. Departing would be akin to divulging secrets to adversaries. The enemies of the Dragon King Temple were many. Thus, employees carried recording devices and trackers at all times, whether on duty or off. This psychological discontent, stemming from an insatiable desire for freedom and wealth, rendered her exceedingly frustrated. After all, she was the daughter of a reclusive family. How could a meager few million suffice to dismiss her? Since changing jobs was not an option, she resolved to work diligently and ascend the ranks daily. Her objective was to pay homage to the Dragon King and showcase her capabilities, thereby becoming his most valued subordinate. With that thought igniting a fierce determination within her, she resolved to fight for her earnings. She envisioned how she would speak to the Dragon King, express her admiration, and highlight her considerable abilities. Just then, a hand rested upon her shoulder. Turning to see the Dragon King's secretary, Nian Qin, clad in a fitted uniform. With bright eyes and a demeanor reminiscent of the girl next door, she exuded an aura that belied her reputation as a merciless figure. Ji Wei's expression stiffened as she watched Nian Qin approach, her heart involuntarily racing. Not for any particular reason, but simply because Nian Qin was stunningly beautiful. Had Ji Wei possessed Nian Qin's looks, she would stride through the world with confidence. Though Ji Wei herself was not lacking in beauty, what woman does not cherish beauty? To attain perfection would be nothing short of ideal. Moreover, who wouldn't appreciate the company of a breathtakingly beautiful woman? Her sexual orientation is anything but fixed. She flirts with whoever captures her fancy. Upon witnessing Ji Wei's infatuated expression once more, she couldn't help but rub her forehead in exasperation. How many times has it been this month? Ever since this girl, named Ji Wei, joined the team, she has yet to enjoy a day of tranquility. With a sigh, she continued her work report. Nian Qin's fingertips glided delicately across the tablet, the cold blue light illuminating her impassive profile. The report flowed steadily, akin to the recitation of a preordained death notice. Last night, the third assassination unit dealt with a traitor at the warehouse in the west of the city. The microlocator left at the scene matched the database of the second unit. In accordance with Article 7 of the Personnel Management Regulations of the Dragon King Hall, the deputy leader of the second unit has received a formal reprimand and a deduction from quarterly performance bonuses. Ji Wei felt a chill run down her spine, her fingers instinctively tightening around her sleeve. Just last week, she had been chastised for failing to synchronize the locator during a mission, with Su Yuan gripping her collar and lecturing her for half an hour in the surveillance room. The older employee, his hair partially gray, had slammed the regulations on the table before her, the yellowed pages densely annotated in red. The most glaring note was circled thrice. Any delay exceeding 10 minutes in mission reporting, regardless of rank, will result in 3 days of confinement, during which only basic nutritional fluids will be provided. And what about Su Yuan? Nian Qin suddenly raised her head, her gaze sweeping over Ji Wei's tensed expression, a fleeting glimmer of amusement flickering in her eyes before being replaced by frost. He was responsible for the Northern Intelligence Network, and last week, 3 encrypted documents were delivered late. How should that be handled according to the regulations? Yes, a deduction of half a year as bonus, plus a handwritten reflection of 3,000 words, requiring your and team leader Lin's signatures. Ji Wei hurriedly responded, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. She vividly recalled the day Su Yuan walked into Nian Qin's office with his reflection in hand, trembling slightly as he faced the red pen Nian Qin offered. It was well known that her scrutiny was more rigorous than Lin Tian's assassination orders. Any minor oversight necessitated a complete rewrite, with some having revised their reflections up to 7 times. At that moment, the office door was gently pushed open. Lin Tian, clad in black tactical gear, stood in the doorway, a dagger at his waist still stained with fresh blood. He cast a glance at Ji Wei, his voice as frigid as ice. Starting next month, all personnel on missions must carry the newly developed tracking chip in addition to recording devices and locators. Should they fall out of control, the chip will automatically trigger a destruction protocol. Ji Wei's heart sank. She instinctively touched the seemingly ordinary brooch pinned to her collar, which was, in fact, the locator distributed just last month. It suddenly dawned on her that the stringent regulations of the Dragon King Hall were not mere words. From interns to the heads of the 7 assassination units, everyone was ensnared by invisible threads, and any deviation would result in a merciless return to the correct path or even complete elimination. Nian Qin tucked away her tablet, nodding at Lin Tian before turning to Ji Wei. Your task today is to organize the intelligence files of the northern region. They must be on my desk by 5 o'clock this afternoon. Should any page be missing, you will be dealt with per Article 5 of the File Management Regulations. Understood. Ji Wei immediately straightened her posture, not daring to show the slightest hint of laxity. She gazed at the retreating figures of Nian Qin and Lin Tian, suddenly recalling the words spoken to her by Su Yuan the previous day. In the Dragon King's Hall, one must either adhere to the rules and ascend or be crushed by them. There exists no third option. Taking a deep breath, she hastened towards the archives, her sole aspiration being to accomplish her tasks diligently and draw closer to her goal of a salary increase, rather than faltering amidst these stringent regulations. In her daily routine, should she happen upon Ji Wei in the morning, Ji Wei would undoubtedly greet her with those exquisite eyes, a smile gracing her lips as she said, "Greetings, Sister Nian." Lunchtime would find them seated together in the opulent dining room. While sharing a table was acceptable, Ji Wei would invariably seek to engage her in conversation, showcasing her own charm. Though not overly loquacious, she occasionally found Ji Wei's persistent chatter somewhat awkward. During the night shifts, Ji Wei would voluntarily accompany her, presenting her with her favorite blue roses, professing her intention to keep her company throughout the night. She vividly recalled the first occasion they shared a night shift together. The stars twinkling serenely in the dark sky, surrounding the moon, while vibrant flowers bloomed nearby, their petals adorned with dew, and the streetlights cast a gentle glow. The tranquility of the night was shattered by the laughter of a young girl, Ji Wei, clad in her work attire, her hair slightly tousled, her eyes sparkling as they met hers. In her hand, she held a blue rose, while the other grasped a food container containing their supper. Yves inquired, "Why are you here? This isn't your scheduled shift, is it?" To which she replied, "I heard from other colleagues that you managed most of the work. I thought you must be exhausted, so I came over. Look at you, the only one on duty at night. You seem so lonely. Sister Nian, may I keep you company?" After a brief pause, she ultimately acquiesced. What she did not disclose was her previous aversion to roses. No, it was flowers in general that she had shunned, deeming them too delicate compared to the efficacy of a firearm. Yet now, with a flower in hand and a smile gracing her features, she mused. Perhaps roses were not so bad after all. Perhaps she would peruse a cultivation manual when next she had the time. Chapter 11. Welcoming the Dragon King. Though delayed, the moment has arrived. The author has decided that the roles of these two characters will be somewhat limited. Given the current storyline, it seems they will not appear frequently, as the main focus is on the Ming Fan couple, and the author intends to write their romance with peace of mind. Ji Wei detailed the Dragon King's whereabouts, suggesting he might be in Zhaoqianghua. Initially maintaining a calm demeanor, Nianqin's expression gradually shifted to one of seriousness. In her mind, matters concerning the Dragon King were of utmost gravity, especially regarding locations associated with him. Thus, she waved her hand decisively and proclaimed, "I shall grant you a 10-day leave. Hurry and bring the Dragon King here." In unison, Ji Wei and a man who had seemingly materialized from nowhere exclaimed, "10 days?" Startled by the voice, Ji Wei nearly jumped, and upon closer inspection, realized it was her colleague Su Yuan. Unable to suppress her irritation, she rolled her eyes and retorted, "Old Su, how is it that you make not a sound while walking?" Su Yuan chose not to quarrel with her, instead gazing at Nianqin with a pitiable expression, his little eyes seemingly pleading for sympathy. "Sister Nianqin, I understand you have a good relationship with Ji Wei, but 10 days is rather excessive, isn't it?" Nianqin, without even lifting her eyelids, casually replied, "If you have the capability, go ask the captain for leave." The captain she referred to was the head of their department, whom they had grown accustomed to calling captain since he had risen through the ranks from within the same team. The captain's surname was Lin, the same as Lin Fan, and his name was Lin Tian. If Nianqin was the head of the intelligence organization, then Lin Tian was the captain of the covert operations team. Not only did he possess exceptional talent, but he was also sincere, with a touch of cunning, and treated his teammates well. His loyalty to the Dragon King was unwavering. It could be said that he excelled in both capability and dedication. Having lived alongside him for so long, everyone had grown accustomed to his leadership of the entire team. Nianqin cast a fleeting glance at the still disgruntled Su Yuan and remarked, "What she is attending to is no trivial matter. If she handles it well, we all stand a chance to make an appearance before that esteemed figure." Su Yuan perked up his ears and inquired, "Then tell me about it. If I find out you deliberately granted Ji Wei a leave, I shall report you." Nianqin shot him a glance and responded, "We have received a location from the Dragon King." Upon hearing those words, Su Yuan's mind was set ablaze. The Dragon King? Is it the one he is thinking of? If that were the case, granting Ji Wei a leave of over 30 days would be entirely justified. It was said that the Dragon King established the Dragon King's Hall before the age of 15, having laid its foundation by the age of 10. Subsequently, it seemed that the Dragon King's master had brought his disciples, the Dragon King's senior brothers, into the hall, providing them with a sanctuary. Those seniors held the Dragon King in great esteem, and there was a hint of affection for the younger generation, leading some to believe that the Dragon King ascended to prominence through the support of his seniors. However, that perception changed following a life-and-death competition that won the respect of all. The Dragon King was undeniably formidable, truly formidable. Who else could kick someone against the wall so forcefully that they couldn't pry themselves free? Surely, that was our Dragon King. Who else could inherit the 13 needles of the Ghost Gate and heal the world? That had to be our Dragon King. The Dragon King was not only the leader of the entire Dragon King's Hall, but also one of its most iconic representatives, embodying the spirit of the hall itself. How could such a person be reduced to visiting a mere Moonspring Hotel? The presence of the Dragon King in such a humble establishment was akin to a radiant light illuminating the place, deserving of everyone's admiration. Now that the Dragon King had indeed appeared there, it was simply unbelievable. He must make haste to be the first to pay his respects to the Dragon King. Thus, with a face full of eagerness, he said, "Sister Nianqin, Ji Wei is so young and has never learned how to receive guests. How about I accompany her?" After a moment of contemplation, Nianqin ultimately agreed. After all, Su Yuan was an experienced employee often responsible for logistical matters, making him the most suitable choice for such a task. However, this discovery was ultimately made by Ji Wei, who must deserve a significant portion of the credit. Ji Wei herself expressed no objections. After all, for her, the presence or absence of an individual was inconsequential. The three of them agreed to set off together towards the Moonlight Hotel. Meanwhile, at the Moonlight Hotel, Zhao Yan had already awakened, blood streaming from his mouth and nose. glaring fiercely at the two. He spat defiantly, declaring, "No matter if it's the Heavenly King today, I'm here, and both of you are doomed." Shen Ming's smile deepened as he replied, "That remains to be seen." Zhao Yin laughed maniacally, his words dripping with madness. "You are finished. Today, I shall make you two a pair of doomed lovers." Zhao Qianghua, still puzzled, wondered what he meant by doomed lovers. Although he had seen the news about it, he had always believed it to be a tactic of persuasion. They could not possibly be a couple. What a foolish son he was, believing everything he heard. He shot him a look of disdain. If it weren't for seeking revenge, would he have to sacrifice that precious plot of land? Lin Fan had just been looking at him with disdain when he heard the term doomed lovers, and a shadow crossed his face. Yet, he had no desire to correct him. After all, he knew that the Dragon King Hall had already pinpointed his location and was hastening to arrive. It remained uncertain who would ultimately face ruin. Shen Ming cast a discreet glance at him, relieved to see he wasn't enraged. He occasionally feared that this person might be provoked to the point of delivering him to the afterlife with a single punch. It seemed he had a higher level of acceptance than expected. Had he truly accepted it? Surely not. "Buddy, you must remain steadfast." Shen Ming's heart silently roared. He was a straight man through and through. His confession was nothing short of coercion. Yes, it had to be coercion. This protagonist's halo was truly vexatious, perpetually clouding his thoughts. Just as tensions reached a breaking point, a series of piercing screams erupted from outside. "Ah, this is the hallmark of the Dragon King Hall. How could they be here?" Truly, the vehicle of the Dragon King Hall exuded opulence. Hearing the screams, the guests and the Zhao father and son were momentarily taken aback. Zhao Yin glared at them. Chuckling sinisterly, "The people from the Dragon King Hall have arrived. If you wish to survive, kneel and offer up that precious plot of land. Otherwise, I assure you, you will regret it." At that moment, Nianqin and her companions had approached, clad in the distinctive dark attire of the Dragon King Hall. Adorned with a dragon emblem on their chests, the trio exuded an imposing aura that left everyone awestruck. Zhao Yin shot a glare at them before turning to address them with a sycophantic smile. "You must be the illustrious Minister Nian. I am Zhao Yin, the esteemed young master of the Zhao family. Just look at my face, all bruised from their blows. You must help me avenge this." Nianqin cast a disinterested glance at them before striding towards Lin Fan and the others. Zhao Yin and his father were left utterly dumbfounded. When they realized the other party was ignoring them, Zhao Qianghua could not help but bellow, "We're the ones offering tribute of spiritual land to the Dragon King Hall. Do you intend to break your promise?" Nianqin cast a fleeting glance at them and stated, "I have never promised you anything. This is merely your own assumption." Zhao Yin, still unwilling to accept this, inquired, "Then what is your purpose for coming here?" Nianqin replied coldly, "To find someone." Zhao Yin pressed, "Who?" Nianqin answered, "Lord Dragon King." She then approached Lin Fan, halting before him, and knelt on one knee, solemnly proclaiming, "Nianqin from the intelligence group, humbly greeting the Dragon King. Ji Wei from the intelligence group, humbly greeting the Dragon King. Su Yuan from the night group, humbly greeting the Dragon King." As the guests and the Zhao father and son stood in stunned silence, Lin Fan revealed a charming, enigmatic smile. "So, who is truly finished now?" Chapter 12. Solitude. The assembled individuals were taken aback, while readers of this novel were struck by astonishment. The barrage of comments flooded in. "The Dragon King has arrived. Everyone make way. I can't take it anymore. This is too amusing. My toes could probably dig out a 2-bedroom apartment. Huh, I thought the author of this novel would show some growth. It's still the same old tropes. So what if it is? Do you even comprehend the worth of this novel since the protagonist's inception? Regardless, as long as he is with me, I will continue to watch, whether you like it or not." 666. The current generation is so irritable. If someone criticizes a novel, they must attack the entire community? How interesting. What even is your community? It's merely your opinion that it's unappealing. I personally believe this novel is embarking on a new beginning. That's just your perspective. Don't male-centric novels often start with captivating content only to devolve into tedious filler? I admit the author's initial writing was indeed quite good, with delicate portrayals of the protagonist's emotions. But hasn't he also turned into filler later on? I can't take it anymore. Conversing with a bunch of fools is too absurd. The author has announced a comeback, which delights us, while the detractors are displeased and desperately spamming. Though this book has never been particularly popular, it did manage to rank in the top 30 of the monthly ticket list. Let us open your accounts. Wonderful. It's the account opening, brother. We are saved. Isn't the protagonist just showing off? If I were the protagonist, I'd be even more ostentatious. Yes, yes. The protagonist is indeed the protagonist, with high standards. Let us all rise and applaud the protagonist. The barrage of comments was baffling. Those who did not understand might mistake it for a cult. Can we please tag the anti-cult organization of Huagua? Lin Fan is the best, invincible in the universe. Lin Fan is the most handsome in the world. A 1T elaborate, his intellect rivals that of Einstein, and his looks can compare to those of the king of Lonling. Why was Qin Shi Huang born a millennium earlier? Was it due to the absence of worthy opponents? Hence, Lin Fan is indeed the best in the world. There is nothing more to explain. For those who dislike Lin Fan, feel free to express your thoughts. I'm a person who values reason, and everyone should be free to voice their opinions. You can point out all of Lin Fan's shortcomings, and I will block you all. What significance does this world hold if you do not appreciate Lin Fan? Lin Fan, the unparalleled champion of the universe, has garnered an unexpected following. Observing the fervent enthusiasm of his fans, Shen Ming felt a pang of embarrassment, contemplating how he might engage with the Dragon Nation's anti-cult efforts. He glanced at the barrage of comments, then back at Lin Fan, feeling a mixture of admiration and envy for the formidable loyalty displayed by his supporters. If only he could inspire such devotion. Unbeknownst to him, there exists another breed of fan, the Momo fans. These fervent admirers were poised and ready to rally around him. Following the novel's rise to popularity, a multitude of curious individuals, particularly women, began to engage with the story. After all, male-centric literature is not solely the domain of men. Women can enjoy it too. As they became captivated by the protagonist, they found themselves immersed in a narrative that chronicles his journey from birth to 18, spanning approximately 700 to 800 chapters. The author's adeptness at weaving an engaging tale is commendable, yet the narrative inexplicably stalled for 3 years, leaving a significant number of readers in despair. Many readers are drawn to lengthy narratives due to their attachment to the protagonist. A brief story often feels lacking, as they yearn for a lifetime connection with the character. The newfound success of this book has attracted a myriad of readers, leading to an influx of financial support. However, this popularity has also spawned a legion of Momo fans. Indeed, you heard correctly, Momo fans. They possess a unique ability to scrutinize the protagonist's nuances from the most intriguing perspectives. For instance, Lin Fan's outward appearance is that of a refined young man, exuding a gentle elegance. Momo fans exclaim, "Oh my, a radiant boy." At times, Lin Fan exhibits a melancholic demeanor. The fans respond, "A brooding beauty? How delightful." Occasionally, he radiates an aura of confidence, embodying a complex personality. The fans cheer, clearly a queenly figure. In summary, the novel has attracted a vibrant community of Momo fans who inundate the space with fan art. While some may cross boundaries with disrespectful behavior, posting inappropriate content in comment sections, this only incites further backlash. Surprisingly, rather than diminishing their spirit, such challenges only embolden these fans. A new wave of Momo enthusiasts has emerged, passionately demanding more of this captivating narrative. "I want to go home," they cry, longing for the return of their beloved story. However, Shen Ming had just turned off the barrage and did not witness this fierce battle. He observed as the Zhao father and son, covered in dirt and shame, bowed their heads to Lin Fan in a gesture of contrition, and a faint smile crept upon his lips. He distinctly remembered how, during the Shen family's decline, the two of them had struck with heavy blows. Though this world operates on the principle of survival of the fittest, the Zhao family had, after all, received assistance from the Shen family. They should not have been reduced to the status of a dog bullied by a tiger that has fallen on hard times. Truly, the wheel of karma turns, and the fate of the common folk spares no one, since you revel in the oppression of the weak and the bullying of the vulnerable. Do not expect mercy when you encounter someone of a higher status. He beamed with delight as he watched Lin Fan deftly handle the situation, and he approached to pat him on the shoulder. Upon turning, Lin Fan was greeted by Shen Ming's handsome, gentlemanly visage. Lin Fan thought. Critical hit. Why must a man be so exceptionally handsome? Oh, he had forgotten that this fellow is gay and has been pursuing him for nearly 2 years. Upon this realization, he fell silent. As a man, he understood well the importance of not trifling with a woman's feelings nor bullying them. Of course, if it were a man, he would adhere to the same principle. In his view, once one has chosen a person, fidelity must be maintained. The likes of scoundrels who flit through life unscathed by emotional entanglements were repugnant to him. Perhaps he was simply born without the capacity to empathize with such individuals. He did not find that mindset worthy of indulgence. He considered himself to be a decent man, and if he aspired to be a good man, he must not toy with others' emotions. Regardless of whether it is men or women who suffer betrayal in matters of the heart, they are invariably condemned as heartless. Thus, he prided himself on his loyalty. If one is to be devoted, it is imperative to choose someone whom one truly cherishes. Although he had yet to encounter anyone he fancied, he believed that one day he surely would. Chapter 13. In solitude, despite his frequent lamentations over why Shen Ming could not have been female, given such a striking appearance. It was indeed a pity that he was male. Yet, he had absolutely no desire to engage in a romantic relationship with Shen Ming. Heaven forbid, being romantically involved with him would be utterly exhausting. Do not be deceived by his cheerful demeanor. Beneath that facade lies a sinister and perverse nature. Having studied psychology a few years ago, he steered clear of such types as one would avoid venomous snakes. No matter how well he masked his true self, he could not conceal the peculiar feelings he harbored. It was neither hatred nor love, but rather an overwhelming sense of possessiveness. Each glance from him felt as though it could strip him bare. What was it? Since no women were pursuing him, he sought out men instead? Had Shen Ming's behavior not yet crossed his boundaries, he would have long since taught him a lesson. Unbeknownst to Shen Ming, his upbringing had saved him from this fate. Lin Fan found it odd that, given the magnitude of the incident at the wedding banquet, the head of the Zhujiang group had yet to make an appearance. The onlookers, who were closely observing the unfolding drama, also recognized this and spontaneously began dialing the phone to reach the CEO of the Zhujiang group. The head of the Zhujiang group, Zhang Ling, currently finds himself in hiding on the second floor, accompanied by his daughter and son-in-law. The three are cowering in a corner, their expressions a portrait of despair. They had no intention of concealing themselves. Everything had been proceeding smoothly until the son-in-law picked up his daughter, only for their vehicle to be intercepted along the way. Confused by the unexpected obstruction, he soon heard the commotion at his daughter's wedding banquet, where provocations led to violence, potentially resulting in a fatality. Zhang Ling exclaimed, "What on earth? We must call the police immediately." He hastily reached for his phone, only to discover it had vanished. With no other choice, he sought assistance from a passerby to report the incident. The bystander, sympathetic to the chaos unraveling at the engagement party, lent him their phone. After expressing his gratitude, Zhang Ling dialed the police and intended to join his daughter and son-in-law at the scene of the incident. Initially, they planned to enter through the front door, but upon glimpsing the harrowing events unfolding on the surveillance footage, they were seized by terror and quickly opted for the rear entrance. The sight of Zhao Yan, seemingly on the brink of death, frothing at the mouth and turning pale, was too much for them to bear. It was their first encounter with death, leaving them utterly shaken. Zhang Xiao, pale-faced, bore the air of a sheltered young lady. Though she appeared calm, she had already begun to tremble. Meanwhile, her husband Su Shan wore a troubled expression. His position as a son-in-law had already been burdensome enough, and now their wedding banquet was in disarray. Was fate conspiring against him? Just as he contemplated exiting the car to mitigate the escalating conflict, a twist of fate occurred. A luxury vehicle belonging to the Dragon King slowly approached them. How did they know? The emblem of the Dragon King Hall adorned the car. The three were left in a state of bewilderment. They were well aware of the enigma surrounding the Dragon King Hall and its elusive members, whose influence was sought by many prominent families, yet none had succeeded in uncovering its secrets. Moreover, it was clear that the Dragon King's entourage was not there to attend the wedding. They doubted they had the capacity to orchestrate such an event. What could their true intentions be? The trio felt a sense of uncertainty, yet they wished to avoid inciting the ire of these formidable figures. In silent accord, they parked their vehicle at the rear entrance, found an emergency exit, and ascended to the second floor. The second floor housed numerous rooms, with the main hall being the scene of the incident. They concealed themselves in a side chamber, observing the unfolding drama through the surveillance feed. They witnessed the members of the Dragon King Hall approaching an unfamiliar young man, kneeling before him and chanting, "We welcome the Dragon King." The three exchanged glances, realizing that their presence was not merely a social visit. Wait a moment. Shouldn't the focus be on the fact that the Dragon King himself had attended Zhang Xiaoxiao's engagement banquet? Had they known in advance, they would have ensured the utmost decorum, perhaps even arranged for the most luxurious tableware to accommodate his presence. The Dragon King was indeed discreet, only revealing his identity at this moment. Such poise was something they could never hope to emulate, Zhang Ling mused. Zhang Xiaoxiao's gaze drifted to Lin Fan's face, and she couldn't help but feel a surge of infatuation. Despite having been in a brawl, Lin Fan appeared only slightly disheveled. His hair was tousled, his tie intact, and his suit slightly wrinkled as he rubbed his wrist, exuding an aura that firmly asserted dominance over the Zhao father and son. Yet, before she could fully indulge in her daydream, she noticed Shen Ming standing beside Lin Fan. Zhang Xiaoxiao mused, "Oh, so he's already taken." The presence of Shen Ming implied that this striking figure was indeed Lin Fan. No one had informed her that he possessed such striking good looks. It was no wonder Shen Ming pursued him. His high attractiveness and formidable capabilities made him quite the catch. However, even in the absence of Shen Ming, her affections would not sway towards Lin Fan. Her heart had always belonged to Su Shen. Their journey from childhood companions to high school sweethearts, and now to marriage, spanned decades, a bond not easily dismissed. While feelings of attraction might arise occasionally, one ultimately chooses a partner worthy of a lifetime commitment. The three of them were crammed into the small room, observing the chaos unfolding on the monitor until Zhang Ling's phone rang. He retrieved his phone, answered the call, and the voice of a guest resonated clearly in the confined space. "Hello, Mr. Zhang, where are you right now? There's a major incident here. Do you know about it?" Zhang Ling strained to rise and replied, "I'm still en route. There's a traffic jam ahead, but I will arrive shortly." "Oh, I see. Approximately when will you get here?" "In about 10 minutes. Once the guest hung up, Zhang Ling exhaled in relief. He straightened his attire, took his daughter's hand, and said, "We should head out to meet him." He paused and added, "Lord Longwang." At that moment, the Zhao father and son lay on the ground, their bodies stiffened like corpses. Meanwhile, the guests were bustling to curry favor with Lin Fan, with some astute individuals attempting to win over Shen Ming. What a remarkable individual Lord Longwang was. Since he permitted Shen Ming to linger by his side, it suggested that, even if they did not become a couple, they could potentially forge a strong friendship in the future. Hence, winning Shen Ming's favor was undoubtedly advantageous. The son of the Shen family, coupled with the friendship of Lord Longwang, constituted a status not to be underestimated, granting them considerable influence, at least nationally. Within their hearts, the guests quietly calculated their next moves. Aside from the small cake that lay in ruins in a corner, everything else remained intact. After all, they had come to attend a wedding, and causing damage to the venue would be rather embarrassing. Su Yuan's eagerness was palpable, his face practically screaming for a raise. Ji Wei was equally animated, chattering about this and that, occasionally glancing at Nianqin. Nianqin adjusted her glasses, diligently reporting on matters concerning the Longwang Palace. Just then, Zhang Ling and the others arrived, with Zhang Xiaoxiao in a wedding dress that appeared somewhat disheveled. The bridesmaids had attempted to contact Zhang Xiaoxiao immediately following the incident, but her phone had been left behind. The groomsmen had intended to intervene, but were halted by the group of bodyguards. The scene could not be described as chaotic, but there were certainly some minor losses. Zhang Ling stood before the assembled guests, gracefully stating, "Esteemed guests, it is indeed a stroke of fortune for me, Zhang, to have you at my daughter's wedding banquet. In light of the recent unfortunate incident, I kindly ask for your understanding." Sheng Yu had just arrived, her gown already dampened by the water from the rooftop pool. Behind her hurried the concerned figures of Sheng's parents and Sheng Ling. When her friend had invited her to the rooftop, Lin Fan had been indulging in pastries nearby. She thought a brief visit above would be harmless. After all, Fan Gu should be fine. Yet, things took a turn for the worse. And just as she attempted to descend, she was intercepted by Zhao Qingshi. Zhao Qingshi, sister of Zhao Yan, was the epitome of a pampered young lady. Despite this being their first encounter, she found Sheng Yu intolerable and insisted on having her taken to the pool area, intending to teach her a lesson. With a cold expression, Sheng Yu confronted Zhao Qingshi, saying, "I believe we bear no ill will towards each other. What is the purpose of your summons?" Zhao Qingshi, adorned in a wine-red gown and striking makeup, flashed a bold smile. "No ill will? Indeed, we may have none, but from this moment forth, we are adversaries." Sheng Yu frowned at her. As Zhao Qingshi approached, Sheng Yu retreated until she found herself cornered, with no escape. Only then did she meet Zhao Qingshi's gaze. Portions of Sheng Yu's pale yellow gown clung to her thighs, rendering her somewhat disheveled, yet her poise remained unshaken. Zhao Qingshi grasped her chin, grinning with an air of superiority. "What is this? Can't escape now. To gaze at me so boldly, you must possess some courage. Wouldn't you agree, Miss Sheng?" Sheng Yu remained composed. "I assure you, my predicament is not due to any personal vendetta. It's simply your disdain towards me, is it not?" Zhao Qingshi chuckled nonchalantly indeed. Sheng Yu brushed aside Zhao Qingshi's hand, fixing her with a piercing look. "Then it seems, Miss Zhao, you're merely a bully." Zhao Qingshi maintained her indifferent smile, responding, "And what of it? As you said, I am the daughter of the Zhao family, born with a silver spoon. In this world, it is I who dictates the terms of interaction. May I inquire as to why you harbor such animosity towards me?" Zhao Qingshi laughed heartily at this. "Miss Sheng, is it necessary to have a reason to dislike someone? My affections and aversions are my prerogative. Even if there were reasons for my disdain, why would I divulge them?" Sheng Yu regarded Zhao Qingshi coldly, scoffing softly. Zhao Qingshi furrowed her brow, asking, "What is that expression supposed to convey?" Sheng Yu raised her eyes, disdain evident in her voice. "It conveys my belief that you are nothing but a troublemaker. I suppose the Zhao family upbringing is lacking." Zhao Qingshi did not erupt in anger, but merely observed her with calmness, slowly revealing a smile. "Very well. You, Miss Sheng, are the first to dare speak to me in such a manner. Now, utter your last words." Sheng Yu laughed lightly. "Last words?" She cast a deep gaze at Zhao Qingshi. "It is said that a gentleman may be killed, but should never be humiliated. If someone treads upon your dignity, yet you fail to act, you will only invite further contempt." With a cold glance, Sheng Yu raised her hand, and a resounding slap echoed through the air. Zhao Qingshi was utterly enraged, ready to confront her, when suddenly the locked door on the rooftop burst open and the bodyguards of the Sheng family rushed in, shielding Sheng Yu. "Mom and Dad, this wicked woman had someone bring my sister here, then locked the door. I can't find my sister," Sheng Ling exclaimed, tears brimming in her eyes. Sheng father's expression darkened. "So, it was the young lady of the Zhao family. What offense has my little girl committed to incite Miss Zhao's wrath?" he asked icily, fixing his gaze upon her. Zhao Qingshi, realizing she was outnumbered, suppressed her anger and smiled at them, saying, "I merely wish to befriend Miss Sheng, yet she has repaid my kindness with public humiliation." Sheng Ling shot back. "It's you, the vile woman, who lured my sister to the rooftop and had it locked. I searched for her for ages, and now I know you were up there. I even heard sounds of a struggle. You must be attacking her." Zhao Qingshi was left speechless by this accusation. Although she had contemplated striking Sheng Yu, she had not had the chance to do so. The sound from the rooftop were merely a result of their confrontation, causing the glasses to clink. It was absurd that this child could fabricate such tales while accusing her of poor upbringing. She attempted to defend herself. "I didn't," but Sheng Ling interrupted, her voice rising in indignation. "How could you not? My sister is kind-hearted, intelligent, and magnanimous. Would she ever harm you? If you didn't strike my sister, then why lock the rooftop door? And if you're innocent, what the handprint on your face?" Finally finding her voice, Zhao Qingshi retorted, "It was her. She struck me." Sheng Ling spat defiantly. "You must have hit her first, prompting her to defend herself." Zhao Qingshi was on the verge of fury. She had merely spoken harshly and was met with violence, yet no one believed her. She was truly incensed. With a dark expression, she said, "Fine, fine. You have forced my hand. I will ensure that the Sheng family pays for this." Sheng father chuckled coldly. "I'm always ready for a challenge." Chapter 14. Alone Zhao Qingshi was furious at Sheng father's apparent indifference to danger. Zhao Qingshi, who had been cherished and adored since birth, with countless suitors and a life of privilege, found herself in a state of outrage. In her anger, she dialed her father, determined to make the Sheng family pay. However, the call would not connect. Where was her father now? Oh, perhaps he was occupied with being attacked. Unable to reach her father, Zhao Qingshi seethed with impotent fury. Though boiling inside, she maintained her composure, unwilling to reveal her true feelings. Yet, Sheng father, a seasoned player in the business arena, was well-versed in human psychology. Noticing her failed attempts to call, he couldn't help but smile slightly. With a hint of sarcasm, "Miss Zhao, why not go down and see how your dear brother is faring?" Zhao Qingshi's mind erupted in a cacophony of thoughts. She was merely a tad spoiled and arrogant, not lacking in intellect. Her audacity to speak so boldly to Mr. Sheng stemmed from her family's influence. Now, Mr. Sheng had made it abundantly clear that her father's absence was due to matters concerning her brother. Her reckless brother, who never knew to avoid trouble, must have provoked someone and subsequently called their father to apologize after receiving a beating. She felt she had unraveled the truth, for her brother was indeed quite dim-witted. While she had the sense to consider other statuses, her brother showed no regard for anyone's well-being. The more she pondered this, the more her teeth clenched, her face ashen as she glared at them, declaring that they would all pay for this before storming off. Mr. Sheng watched her retreating figure, shaking his head, remarking, "This Miss Zhao is not without intelligence, but alas, she has been spoiled by her parents." Sheng Ling, dissatisfied, replied, "Father, she just bullied my sister. Why do you praise her?" Mr. Sheng gently patted her head and said, "I did not praise her, but rather, I hope it serves as a lesson so that you, dear Ling, do not become like her." Sheng Ling raised her chin defiantly, asserting, "Of course, I would never be a villain like her." Sheng Yu furrowed her brow, still expressing, "I have an ominous premonition. Perhaps we should return to the main hall to check." Thus, the four of them, accompanied by a cadre of bodyguards, made their way back to the main hall in a grand procession. Zhao Qingshi, having run ahead, arrived first. She hurriedly pushed open the door, and upon seeing her father and brother lying on the bed, she gasped in horror, "Father, Scion, what has happened to you?" She rushed over, kneeling on the ground as she shook her father and brother. Her face twisted in anger for a brief moment. Her fists clenched until they bore crescent marks when she released them. She inquired of a nearby person, "What has happened to my father and brother? Who did this to them?" The individual seemed to avoid her gaze, but responded honestly, "Your two family members have offended the Dragon King and were struck by him." With that, he swiftly extricated himself from her grasp and fled without a trace. Zhao Qingshi felt a chill wash over her. Her father and brother had offended the Dragon King? Was their family truly this unfortunate? Wait, why was the Dragon King here? She turned to the direction the man had indicated, her expression contorting in disbelief. Lin Fan. It was Lin Fan, the very one who had been professed to by the heir of the Shen family and brought over by Sheng Yu as her companion. It was indeed him. She realized this must be a trap orchestrated by the Shen and Sheng families, aiming to expel the Zhao family from the four great families. For once the Dragon King intervened, the four great families would swiftly disband. This was no fairy tale, it was reality. In this world, who would dare to oppose the Dragon King unless they were foolish and seeking their own demise? The Dragon King, Lin Fan. She gazed at her father and brother sprawled on the ground, her resolve solidifying. She would remember Lin Fan. They would see. She cast a sharp glance in Lin Fan's direction, then instructed the bodyguard beside her to escort her father and brother to their luxurious vehicle. The wedding continued. Although the bride's gown bore slight stains, it could not diminish her radiance. Su Shan placed the ring upon her finger, vowing a lifelong commitment to love her. The guests were moved, some capturing the moment through photographs, while others seized the opportunity to expand their influence amidst the festivities. Lin Fan and Shen Ming were seated at the main table, where a steady stream of executives and emerging business elites raised their glasses to them. Lin Fan and Shen Ming reciprocated with nods and smiles. Naturally, Lin Fan noticed Zhao Qingshir's final glance, yet he dismissed it. He was now the Dragon King, the strongest in this world. He did not believe Zhao Qingshir possessed the capability for vengeance. She was merely a stepping stone on his path of growth. Shen Ming, too, harbored a cold smirk within. He had encountered the young lady of the Zhao family in a previous life, when she was even more unruly than she was now. Especially during his downfall, she had taken an interest in his appearance, attempting to lure him into the Zhao family. However, he would never consent. Consequently, she had sent thugs to kidnap and beat him, resulting in a broken leg. Truth be told, had it not been for Lin Fan, he would not have fallen to such depths. Yet now, upon reflection, he realized that his enemies were not limited to Lin Fan alone. Concentrating his hatred solely on Lin Fan seemed rather unjust. Propping his chin on his hand, he mused that everyone from other families must perish, while Lin Fan would be subjected to prolonged torment. He clenched his fists, concealing the hatred in his eyes, while his heart ached. So this is what pain feels like, he pondered. As a villain harboring animosity towards the protagonist was entirely normal, why did his hatred only amplify his suffering? It felt akin to being scorched in a furnace, his heart numbed by anguish. Lin Fan, you truly have caused great harm. Again, Lin Fan thought, what torment has Shen Ming endured? Why does he suffer so? He sensed that the majority of Shen Ming's emotions were directed towards him. Every word and action of his stirred tumultuous feelings within Shen Ming. This only reinforced Lin Fan's conviction that Shen Ming harbored affection for him. Yet simultaneously, he loathed him, leaving Lin Fan in a state of confusion. He loves me, yet he also hates me. Such a complex emotion. He was not particularly eager for an adversary who understood him so well. Excessive understanding was hardly a boon. An answer flickered in his mind, yet he hesitated to explore it. He found himself speechless. This person could not even feign properly, yet dare to seek vengeance? Perhaps further practice was in order. The two harbored ulterior motives, navigating the flattery at the banquet while scrutinizing one another. Concurrently, they each silently resolved not to develop feelings for the other. However, in truth, their indulgence towards one another had reached a point that was perceptible to those around them. As onlookers observed the atmosphere between the two, one couldn't help but exclaim in a hushed tone, feeling like an unwelcome third wheel in their company. Of course, this remark was made quietly and from a considerable distance, leaving the two protagonists blissfully unaware. The wedding banquet finally concluded, and Lin Fan hesitated before boarding the Sheng family's vehicle, his gaze occasionally drifting elsewhere. "Brother Fan, are you searching for someone?" Sheng Yu inquired curiously from within the car, simultaneously raising an internal alarm. She was keenly aware of the dynamic between Shen Ming and Lin Fan. It was apparent that the competition for attention was rather challenging, and she realized she needed to devise a strategy. Lin Fan felt a twinge of embarrassment. Was it truly that obvious? Chapter 15. Alone together, Su Yuan and his companions had just received their mission and returned to the Dragon King Palace to address it. Initially, the trio was reluctant to undertake the task, as any assignment from their esteemed Dragon King seemed insignificant. However, they were met with Lin Fan's stern admonishment. He was no enigmatic figure. His presence was known within the palace, and it was only prudent to fulfill their duties first. The three were swayed by Lin Fan's words, returning to the Dragon King Palace's vehicle with expressions of admiration. Lin Fan had just been basking in his own satisfaction, feeling rather like an orator, only to turn around and find they had driven off without him. Thus, the esteemed Dragon King found himself relying on the Sheng family's car to return home. Having only just regained his identity, he had lost his privilege to ride in the luxurious vehicle. Nonetheless, considering their pressing matters, he refrained from voicing any discontent. It was a tad awkward but manageable. Sheng Yu had initially intended for him to ride in the Sheng family's car, especially since he had arrived with a group of 5. However, now it seemed more prudent for him to take a taxi home. Having just acknowledged his status as the Dragon King at the banquet, he was aware that many would seek to approach him under the Sheng family's auspices, a scenario he wished to avoid. Otherwise, he would have returned to the Dragon King Palace to reunite with his elder brother long ago. As he reached for his phone to summon a taxi, Shen Ming just happened to pass by the Sheng family's vehicle. "Hello, esteemed guests." Shen Ming greeted with a perfect smile, radiating warmth. Sheng Yu rolled her eyes internally. That persistent green arrow. After lingering nearby for so long, he had finally approached them. She was not oblivious to his presence. Seething, she glared at Shen Ming. As the saying goes, when rivals meet, swords are drawn. Now that he had positioned himself before her, how could she simply sit idly by? With wide-eyed innocence, she inquired, "Mr. Shen, is there something you need?" "Brother Fan, and I must return home." She deliberately emphasized the phrase "return home," hoping to convey to Shen Ming that Lin Fan was already taken, urging him to withdraw gracefully. Falling for a straight man was indeed a calamity. Yet, Shen Ming feigned ignorance, his eyes alight with myriad emotions, his beautiful pupils reflecting Lin Fan's figure. Lin Fan stiffened momentarily, seemingly incredulous. Was Shen Ming attempting to play the charming suitor? Sheng Yu mused. Is he willing to sacrifice his pride for the sake of pursuit? How intriguing. As Sheng Yu continued to lament, she caught sight of her beloved Fan Gu's expression. A surge of resentment towards that green arrow welled up within her. Simultaneously, she adopted an endearing demeanor to attract Lin Fan's attention. Yet he did not spare her a glance. Stunned, she conceded that while she may not be an unparalleled beauty, she certainly held her own against the campus flower. Yet here she was, overshadowed by a man. She had attempted to appear charming, only to be outdone by a man. What a disgrace. Lin Fan, what do you mean by this? You would prefer a soft, fragrant beauty over a hardened, unpleasant man? She was truly at a loss for words. Lin Fan, returning to the moment, casually remarked, "There was a traffic jam, and my driver couldn't make it." The implication was not lost on Shen Ming, who graciously gestured for them to proceed, smiling as he said, "Shall we?" Lin Fan nodded, adopting a rather aloof demeanor. As the two departed, Sheng Yu clenched her fists within the car. "Very well. Shen Ming, if you dare to steal my man, let us see who can win Lin Fan's heart first." She sneered inwardly, recognizing Shen Ming as obvious advantage in appearance, pondering that perhaps Fan Gu's feelings were merely a fleeting infatuation. After all, she had been by his side for 5 years. The years from 5 to 10 were indeed a significant part of one's growth. Had it not been for Fan Gu following his master up the mountain, wouldn't they have naturally evolved into childhood sweethearts and campus lovers? What business did Shen Ming have in this? With renewed determination, she raised her chin, already concocting several plans to reclaim Lin Fan. "Shen Ming, we shall see," she huffed. As the Sheng family car drove away, Shen Ming was behind the wheel with Lin Fan seated in the passenger seat. Gazing ahead, Shen Ming's dark thoughts wandered. If the car were to tumble from this angle, would it result in an accident? Would Lin Fan perish? Would he himself die? If an accident occurred, would they both meet their end together? The prospect lingered in his mind, and he found it oddly appealing. If Lin Fan were to die, the Shen family would suffer no grievous harm. Though they would lose a promising heir, they would not face complete annihilation. After the downfall of his family, Shen Ming would no longer endure humiliation. After all, a gentleman may be slain, but not insulted. He did not consider himself a paragon of virtue. Yet he was no one to be disparaged. Sweat beaded on his palms. The steering wheel felt slippery. His expression grew troubled. He had not consumed any alcohol at the banquet, having opted for soft drinks instead. Yet why did he feel as though he had been drinking? Why did the thought of dying alongside Lin Fan bring him such inexplicable joy? He had experienced rebirth and should cherish his life more than ever. Yet in this moment, he found himself betraying the very essence of his second chance. His gaze involuntarily drifted towards Lin Fan, the man who haunted his dreams, whom he both longed to slay and adored. How would Lin Fan react if he knew of his rebirth? Would he be shocked? Would he be afraid? Would it drive his family to the brink of despair as in a previous life? Every subtle emotion, Shen Ming yearned to grasp firmly. He was genuinely eager to discern Lin Fan's emotional fluctuations. This sensation resembled the effects of counterfeit liquor, rendering him inebriated. His fingers trembled slightly from excitement. How exhilarating! What a peculiar sentiment. Although Shen Ming had not consumed alcohol, Lin Fan had certainly indulged, despite the internal energy that could alleviate the numbness in his nerves. Excessive drinking still left him somewhat tipsy. Moreover, had the speed of the vehicle increased slightly? He hoarsely inquired, Shen Ming? The very utterance sent Shen Ming into a further state of excitement. Hearing Lin Fan's hoarse voice, he instinctively swallowed hard. Yet, it also brought him back to a semblance of clarity. He moderated the car's speed to a safer range, all while maintaining a gentle, refined smile. I am here, Shen Ming softly replied. The lives of the two were precariously balanced in his hands. What a marvelous sensation. If he accelerated just a tad more, they could vanish without a trace. The thrill was utterly intoxicating. Ha 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 ha. Meanwhile, in the sky, the barrage of comments read, Shen Ming is drinking counterfeit liquor? My heavens. The speed has reached 120, hasn't it? Wait, why does the protagonist sound so charming? Enough, enough. My goodness. They are the protagonist and antagonist. It feels as though they're destined to be together. No more talk. I'm shipping them. I'll write fanfiction about them when I get home. Please, don't do this. Sobbing, Chapter 16. The Shen family Lin Fan sat in the passenger seat, feeling the alternating speeds of the car. He subtly raised his gaze towards Shen Ming beside him. Shen Ming's expression remained unchanged, yet he quietly tightened his grip on the steering wheel. Lin Fan sensed the hatred emanating from him and let out a cold snort. As a martial artist, his physical form was exceptionally robust. Although he would not perish, the repercussions of a car accident could still inflict considerable harm. Recognizing that Shen Ming did not intend to kill him at that moment, he retracted the concealed insect he had hidden away. The Dragon King's palace housed an abundance of such creatures, particularly those that could manipulate human hearts. Should Shen Ming harbor any ill intentions towards him, he could instantaneously command the insects to invade Shen Ming's body, leading to a gruesome demise within mere hours. The two remained in a tense standoff as the car continued its journey to the Shen residence. The Shen family, a prestigious lineage, possessed a grandeur that was nothing short of astonishing. Shen Ming's abode was a vast estate, resembling a self-contained kingdom, encircled by towering walls that shielded it from the clamor and chaos of the outside world. The architectural style of the estate was both elegant and solemn, harmoniously blending modern and classical elements, exuding an air of opulence without sacrificing warmth. The garden within the estate was a significant highlight, adorned with sprawling patches of roses. These roses came in a multitude of varieties and vibrant colors, some resplendent and dripping with allure, while others were delicate and refreshing, each emitting an enchanting fragrance. Strolling through the rose garden felt like being immersed in an ocean of blossoms, intoxicating and utterly captivating. In addition to the rose garden, the estate boasts vast expanses of verdant lawns, shaded pathways, and crystal-clear lakes. The atmosphere is refreshingly pleasant, and the serene environment offers an exquisite sanctuary away from the clamor of urban life, perfect for relaxation. The magnificent layout, complemented by vibrant colors, left Lin Fan in awe. It struck him as somewhat ostentatious. The abundance of rose bushes arranged in a heart shape was particularly flamboyant. And what was the deal with the decorative ribbons? This entire display resembled a whimsical performance for a primary school Children's Day celebration. At an opportune moment, Shen Ming chimed in. So what do you think? My home isn't too shabby, right? Lin Fan forced a smile and replied, It's quite lovely. It is beautiful, but perhaps a tad too extravagant. Shen Ming laughed. Haha, Lin Fan, your expression clearly indicates that you find my home stunning. Lin Fan retorted, My friend, you truly are flamboyant. Their banter continued as they approached the grand entrance. Shen Ming extended his index finger, and with a chime, the grand gate opened automatically, accompanied by a mechanical voice welcoming them home. They stepped into the courtyard. In truth, Lin Fan had contemplated alighting from the vehicle along the way or persuading Shen Ming to take him to a hotel where he could rest. However, Shen Ming insisted, If you wish to stay at a hotel, I shall accompany you. Lin Fan replied, Shen Ming, we would have to share a room. He was genuinely unafraid of being dismissed. He gritted his teeth, lamenting that if it weren't for his card being frozen, he would not have capitulated to Shen Ming's insistence. As for why his card was frozen, it traced back to a wager made by his master. His master had previously bet that if his apprentice could establish himself without relying on him within 3 years, he would bestow upon him a long-lost formula. Though his master had little interest in gambling, he was quite eager for that formula. Thus, he had several apprentices draw lots, and by sheer misfortune, Lin Fan drew the short straw. Reflecting on that moment, he wished he could sever his own hand for such ill luck. With his card frozen and his funds nearly depleted, he was fortunate to have the support of Shengyu. He had promised Shengyu that he would repay tenfold for the assistance over the 3 years. Yet, here he was in the first year, already entangled with Shen Ming. His heart ached as he clutched his handkerchief, tears threatening to spill, desiring to maintain his pride. He found himself unable to return to Long Dian due to the wager, and he was reluctant to face the cunning foxes of the Sheng family, fearing entanglements with familiar faces and interests. Previously, he had dared to stay with the Sheng family because his identity as Dragon King remained undisclosed. But now that it was revealed, he worried about breaching the terms of the wager. Concerned for Sheng Yu's predicament, he resolved to seek employment and rent a place of his own, accepting a more modest lifestyle in exchange for independence. Yet, plans often falter before reality, and Shen Ming preemptively extended an olive branch. Hailing from a prestigious family, Shen Ming's household provided him with several estate villas, preparing him to gradually take over the family conglomerate upon completing his university education. Moreover, Shen Ming found himself at odds with the elder members of the Shen family. Although they might seek him out due to his status as the Dragon King, given Shen Ming's temperament, he might very well refuse them entry at the threshold. If that were the case, he would once again enjoy a tranquil life. Upon reflection, it seemed that accompanying Shen Ming was indeed the wisest choice. He discreetly cast a glance at Shen Ming, whose outward demeanor was adorned with a calm smile, yet his thoughts were already on the panel before him. He stepped aside into a place unseen by Lin Fan, unveiling the panel. Name: Shen Ming. Gender: male. Identity: the eldest son of the Shen family in Jingzhou. Novel world: the Dragon King descends. The female CEO is actually the fiancée Fate. Antagonist: fortune value on the rise. Combat strength: ordinary human martial artist. Plot alteration points: 1 witnessed iconic scene. 1 suddenly. 3 new pieces of information appeared on the panel, igniting a sense of intrigue within him. Upon reading the words above, enlightenment dawned upon him. The plot alteration point referred to his change in the narrative regarding Lin Fan's fiancée, while the witnessed iconic scene pertained to the grand moment of the Dragon King's return at the wedding banquet. As for his combat strength, transitioning from an ordinary person to a martial artist left him somewhat perplexed, while his family had indeed contemplated guiding him towards the path of martial arts. Believing that possessing skills for self-defense was preferable to remaining idle, circumstances had thwarted such aspirations. Tragically, during his birth, his mother had been secretly poisoned, albeit by a minuscule amount, and although it was swiftly addressed, the toxins had already infiltrated his body. Consequently, he was born frail and weak, his cries barely audible, which greatly alarmed the elders of the Shen family. An emergency family meeting was convened that very night, resulting in a unanimous vote to allocate half of the family heirloom, the Snow Moon ghostly grass, to Shen Ming. This was why he held such a profound concern for the family's prosperity. Without the Shen family, he would have long since become a mere wisp of a soul wandering the underworld. Moreover, these were his kin, connected by blood. Aside from a few who had been tainted by darkness, the other elders were genuinely fond of him. Thus, in this lifetime, he was determined to alter the fate of the Shen family. As for Lin Fan, his gaze darkened, and a familiar pang of pain coursed through him. Did he harbor resentment? To some extent, yet compared to the relentless pursuers targeting the Shen family, this pain was but a trivial matter. At that time, it had merely been their personal grievance. Had he foreseen the entanglement of the Shen family in their conflict, he would have resolutely avoided opposing Lin Fan. Now, although he bore animosity towards Lin Fan, he yearned for the Shen family as prosperity and the safety of his relatives into old age, rather than witnessing the devastation they endured in his previous life, where he was cursed as a harbinger of disaster, blamed for his family's downfall, and scorned for being too proud to secure his own fate. Perhaps that was the truth. Thus, in this life, even if it meant shattering himself into 1,000 pieces. He would not allow the Shen family to suffer such a fate. Chapter 17. At the dinner table, the revelation regarding the plot alteration points and iconic scenes filled Shen Ming with elation. If witnessing an iconic scene or altering a plot point could indeed reverse his destiny, then he would no longer feel weary. Strive to live as long as you can. If life is not an option, then facing demise together is acceptable. Lin Fan could sense the shift in the atmosphere around him. From a somber tone to one of joy, Lin Fan pondered, is it truly such a delight to accompany him? Shen Ming's estate was quite expansive, and he seemed to take pleasure in showing off as he led Lin Fan on several circuits, leaving only the basement unexplored. While meandering through the garden, Aunt Wang emerged. She had been tending to the flowers, but noticed the young master escorting a gentleman. This man seemed vaguely familiar, though she could not place him. Nevertheless, she maintained her respect for the young master as personal guests and approached them, bowing respectfully, saying, "Young master, sir," though she was unaware of the gentleman's surname. Addressing him as sir felt appropriate. Upon noticing her, Shen Ming introduced her to Lin Fan. "This is Aunt Wang, my half-steward. If you require anything today, feel free to ask her." Lin Fan nodded and smiled at Aunt Wang, saying, "Thank you, Aunt Wang." The trio strolled along, with Shen Ming leading the way and Lin Fan and Aunt Wang following closely behind. Shen Ming was not particularly loquacious, and neither was Lin Fan, creating a somewhat sparse atmosphere. Sensing the silence, Aunt Wang sought to enliven the mood by inquiring, "This gentleman appears unfamiliar. May I ask from where you hail?" Lin Fan chuckled, replying, "I am merely an ordinary person from an inconspicuous mountain." Aunt Wang laughed heartily, responding, "Regardless of which remote corner of the mountains you come from, being personally received by the young master surely indicates you possess some renown." Lin Fan felt a flicker of uncertainty as he glanced at Shen Ming and hesitantly asked, "Has your young master never brought anyone here before?" Aunt Wang's smile broadened, nearly reaching her ears, as she cheerfully replied, "This is the young master's private domain. Aside from the Shen family, no one else has been brought here by him. He is quite aloof and has very few friends." She turned her gaze to Lin Fan, stating, "You, sir, are the first to step into the young master's personal territory. Does that not signify your uniqueness?" Lin Fan. Hearing Aunt Wang's words, he finally regained his composure. Shen Ming was indeed exceptional, possessing striking looks with an air of noble detachment. Thus, most people would hesitate to befriend him. Perhaps his acquaintances were merely those with vested interests in his family. If that were the case, he might not even be well acquainted with them. In this light, he considered himself Shen Ming's first true friend. The inaugural instance? How remarkable it felt, yet also made him somewhat anxious. Upon entering the house, Aunt Wang busied herself in the kitchen. It was still midday, and having consumed only some beverages, Shen Ming's stomach began to rumble. The servants bustled about, tidying up the kitchen and preparing meals. Due to a lingering ailment since birth, Shen Ming had maintained a preference for light flavors throughout the years. At that moment, he unexpectedly commanded the servants to prepare hot pot. The servants were taken aback, their mouths agape in astonishment, and hastily urged Shen Ming, "Young master, hot pot is too high in calories. It's not good for your health. I have prepared your favorite jade dew snow soup. Let us not indulge in hot pot, shall we?" "Indeed, young master, your health has not been the best. Please refrain from such indulgences." The servants chimed in, their voices overlapping in concern. Shen Ming understood that their intentions were rooted in care. Yet he felt invigorated by his newfound martial prowess, robust enough to consume a whole cow. Having long been tempted by classmates who feasted on barbecues and shared hot pot pictures on social media, he now felt entitled to indulge himself. With a stern demeanor, he declared, "I want it now. Hurry up and prepare it." However, he soon softened his expression, directing his gaze at Lin Fan, and added, "Not only do I wish to partake, but he shall as well. I will merely sample it, leaving the rest for him." This blend of firmness and persuasion left the servants exchanging glances, ultimately yielding to their young master's authoritative gaze and proceeded to prepare the hot pot. As Lin Fan inquired, "What is jade dew snow soup?" he expressed curiosity, having frequented affluent venues where simple broths were often elevated to grandiose titles. Shen Ming, upon hearing his question, waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Let them prepare that dish for you to taste." The servants worked swiftly, and soon the hot pot ingredients were laid out alongside the bowl of jade dew snow soup. Lin Fan scrutinized the bowl before him, his brow furrowing. Was this not merely a medley of greens, grains, and a hint of oil? Did such simplicity merit a name so ostentatious? The vanity of the wealthy was truly remarkable. Noticing Lin Fan's thoughts, Shen Ming chuckled, "Give it a try." Without hesitation, Lin Fan picked up a piece of green vegetable and placed it in his mouth. In that moment of chewing, a refreshing flavor blossomed on his palate. It was subtle yet profoundly delightful, reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze sweeping over verdant fields, carrying the essence of nature. The broth bore a hint of chicken, invigorating his taste buds, prompting a sudden movement of his tongue. Lin Fan's eyes sparkled slightly as he savored the flavor, appreciating the tender texture of the greens and the rich depth of the broth. The vegetables were succulent and juicy, as if freshly harvested from the garden, while the broth was robustly fragrant, with an elusive hint of meatiness. Each sip of soup paired with the crisp greens was utterly irresistible, causing Lin Fan to close his eyes in sheer enjoyment. He had initially expected a mundane dish, but it was far more exquisite than he had ever imagined. Meanwhile, Shen Ming observed him with a faint, enigmatic smile gracing his lips. Lin Fan nodded slightly. His head bowed, as if the entire world had faded into the background, leaving him in a moment of blissful solitude. His long eyelashes, reminiscent of butterfly wings, gently cascaded down, veiling his profound eyes. The shadows cast by his lashes adorned his fair cheeks with a delicate arc, imparting an aura of tranquility and mystery. Meanwhile, the bowl of steaming soup on the table exhaled wisps of white vapor, which gracefully ascended and softly caressed Lin Fan's face like a gossamer veil. The warmth and moisture emanating from the mist imparted a subtle blush to Lin Fan's skin, causing his lashes to flutter as he seemed to sense someone watching him. He lifted his gaze to meet Shen Ming's eyes, who momentarily paused before nonchalantly turning away. The steam from the hot pot appeared to drape a sheer veil over him, obscuring the faint flush of his earlobes. Chapter 18. Dreaming in different beds after their meal. The two continued their conversation, during which Aunt Wang cast occasional glances in their direction. Shen Ming seemed to pick up on something and suggested that she attend to her own affairs. Aunt Wang's expression instantly drooped, while Lin Fan remained perplexed. "Shen Ming, focus on your work. Refrain from indulging in this pairing nonsense." Aunt Wang, woo. Sobbing, Lin Fan, what are they even doing? Confused, how could Shen Ming be aware of such pairing discussions? The reason lay in the influx of fanfiction from male-centric novels. Who could fathom that he had been glancing at the barrage of comments during their meal, where a multitude proclaimed their admiration and sense of salvation regarding the pairing? Although the notion of pairing stems from genuine emotions, he perceived no chemistry between the two. At times, he might inadvertently reveal a hint of his disdain, but it was inevitable. The sight of his adversary stirred relentless pain and hatred within him. One was a top-tier, malevolent spirit reborn with vengeance, while the other appeared warm, yet harbored a cold heart beneath the surface. He could assert that during their meal, Lin Fan had undoubtedly plotted against him, while he himself was contemplating how to ensure Lin Fan faced some adversity, dropping from the heights of clouds into the depths of a mire. Despite his aversion towards Lin Fan, he had to concede that the young man possessed a certain charisma. He had learned that Lin Fan was not particularly fond of his fiancée, yet when she sought his assistance, Lin Fan would still lend a hand. Such respect for his fiancée's sentiments might well explain why Su Lingling ultimately developed feelings for Lin Fan. As for Ji Wei and Yanqin, they were subordinates of the Dragon King Hall. He had not interacted much with them previously, but during the wedding banquet, he discerned an unusual atmosphere between the two. However, he believed it to be a manifestation of camaraderie among the harem sisters. A throng of women encircling Lin Fan must surely delight him. The mere mention of his harem ignited a bitter resentment within him. Some had emotional entanglements, others were drawn in for their formidable capabilities, while the remainder were primarily daughters of prominent families, contemplating alliances with Lin Fan. Hey, you're on the verge of committing bigamy. Do you not worry about managing so many women? His heart ached with a foreign bitterness, yet to him, it resembled a comparison between men. In this world, there exists a rather disconcerting rule. Women are regarded as the most cherished luxuries of men. To be candid, he believes that those who harbor intentions of inflicting harm upon their wives and children deserve to be cast into a shark tank, serving as mere morsels for the predators. This reflects the essence of human conscience. Anyone capable of subjecting their family to such unbearable torment cannot be deemed anything but scum. To lay hands on one's own kin, such individuals are truly beneath contempt, lower than even swine. Nevertheless, Lin Fan is somewhat tolerable. Although the notion of establishing a harem evokes a degree of incredulity, those who align themselves with Lin Fan, whether they be subordinates or family, enjoy a status that is undeniably enviable. Overall, while Lin Fan may not epitomize the ideal of a benevolent person, he undoubtedly excels as a commendable leader. Aunt Wang, though expelled, secretly peered from behind the door, a hint of amusement glimmering in her eyes. A passing servant, noticing her furtive behavior as she leaned against the door crack, curiously inquired, "Sister Wang, what are you observing?" Startled like a frightened rabbit, Aunt Wang instinctively turned, her heart racing upon realizing it was merely a young servant in their 20s. Relieved, yet with a sharp gaze, she questioned, "What did you see?" The servant, perplexed, replied, "I only saw you crouched at the door crack, peering inside. What was so captivating in there?" As he spoke, he reached for the doorknob, intending to enter. This series of actions sent Aunt Wang into a panic. She swiftly grasped his hand, exclaiming, "There's nothing inside, just the young master dining with a guest." Still somewhat bewildered, the servant pondered why Aunt Wang had been peering for so long if it was merely a matter of dining. He recalled hearing her soft laughter as he passed. It was faint but sharp enough to send chills down his spine. What could the young master be doing that would render Sister Wang so unnerved? Before he could voice his curiosity, he heard Shen Ming call from within, "Someone, come and tidy up." Shen Ming's voice was slightly hoarse, and he discreetly checked the comments section, astonished by the portraits of Lin Fan drawn by the elder women. There, Lin Fan was depicted in Shen Ming's white attire, his hair slightly curled, his face rendered a tad smaller, lips glistening as if smiling, with eyes cast downwards, amber orbs sparkling like stars. Meanwhile, he was beside Lin Fan, offering water, his height advantage evident. Though smiling, a shadow lingered in his gaze, fixed intently upon him. As Shen Ming beheld this illustration, his ears flushed with an unnatural hue, and his gaze appeared to clear somewhat. Stealing a glance at Lin Fan, he found him exceptionally handsome, even more radiant than the portrayal, which did not entirely capture his essence. However, the subsequent image struck a jarring blow to his worldview. It depicted Lin Fan pinned to the bed, his garments already rumpled, seemingly smiling, while he appeared to be playfully yielding despite the apparent struggle. The collision of white and burgundy short sleeves created a striking visual impact. He couldn't help but delve into the comment section of this image. "Dear you, are my deity. Family who understands. I originally came to peruse male-oriented novels, having heard that this particular story was adapted from a harem into one devoid of a female lead. I simply wanted to join the fray, yet this image ensnared my attention. The food looks so appetizing, utterly delightful. However, I am quite curious about how the harem author will handle this. Honestly, I believe a lack of a harem could be acceptable. Just consider, which of the ladies in a harem is not a pampered heiress, endowed with exceptional skills and power? Would it not be splendid for them to weave their own beautiful futures? Who comprehends the male lead has become a monk? If one truly finds it unbearable, I suggest abandoning the narrative. The author has altered the setting and published it. Although such a decision may wound the hearts of loyal fans, if one truly dislikes it, then simply let it go. Perhaps utter a few words against the author, but do not suffer in silence. There are some discordant comments, yet they're largely drowned out by the voices of those shipping couples. The screen is filled with Ming Fan 99. I came here solely to ship couples. What can you do about it? Though it has transitioned to a no-ship narrative, This seems rather inappropriate, does it not? Wait a moment. Why does the romantic arc penned by the author increasingly align with that of the antagonist? Goodness, is this for real? However, it appears the author has yet to release the plot. Merely a draft, everyone. Oh, I see. But does this author wish to write a non-ship, purely ambiguous tale? Even a straight man like me can sense the atmosphere between the two is somewhat off. Hee. Does anyone understand the sentiments of the loyal fans? First, the story is halfway through, then abandoned, and upon returning after 3 years, the setting and romantic arcs have both shifted. How are we, the devoted fans, supposed to endure this? The author is indeed lacking in loyalty. I have no words for that. Given the situation, I wish Ming Fan 99 the best. There is nothing more to be done, 99. Chapter 19. Dreaming in different beds, Shen Ming silently closed the comment section. It appears that due to his alteration of the plot point by bringing Lin Fan home, the author was compelled to change the setting. Although the author occupies a position akin to that of the heavenly path within the narrative world, what does that matter? He is a proud individual, reluctant to relinquish control of his fate to others, and Lin Fan is no different. Both possess an inherent defiance. Perhaps they carry some unique abilities. But does that make him inferior? Besides his identity, he is also a reincarnated being wielding a golden opportunity, regardless of the circumstances. Even as the tides of fate surge towards him, he shall erect formidable walls to resist. For he is Shen Ming, simply Shen Ming. After the servant tidied up, Lin Fan rose, noticing the night outside the window had darkened. He grabbed his coat and moved towards the door. To his surprise, Shen Ming caught hold of him. Shen Ming's hand was slightly larger than his own, and when the warm palm clasped his wrist, he felt as though he had been scalded. Shen Ming paused, seemingly perplexed as to why he would pull him back instead of letting him go. Swallowing hard, Shen Ming inquired, "At this late hour, where do you intend to go?" Lin Fan appeared somewhat vexed, as the two had been engaged in a pleasant conversation, oblivious to the passage of time. Shen Ming had no intention of releasing him. He had long instructed the servants to prepare a room for Lin Fan to reside in. Having perused the original text, Shen Ming was well aware that Lin Fan's predicament stemmed from his master's wager, questioning whether he could thrive independently without the support of his sect. In the original narrative, Lin Fan resided with the Sheng family, where the young lady of the house was his childhood companion. This young lady was eager to assist, concealing Lin Fan's identity as the Dragon King. In the original account, Lin Fan did not attend the wedding banquet, as the parents of the Sheng family had yet to accept him, viewing him merely as a man living off their daughter. Consequently, apart from Sheng Yu, the rest of the family treated Lin Fan as if he were invisible. After enduring this for 3 years, the plot of the Dragon King's return was set to unfold, albeit prematurely. The Sheng family's parents had grown fond of Lin Fan, permitting Sheng Yu to invite him to the wedding banquet. This ultimately led to the revelation of Lin Fan's true identity, which he was not particularly fond of, given the manipulative atmosphere of the Sheng household. Thus, he speculated he might seek refuge elsewhere. As he happened to pass by, he was curious whether Lin Fan would choose to accompany him instead of the Sheng family. At that moment, he felt uncertain. Although Sheng Yu was Lin Fan's childhood friend, they had not seen each other since he was 10, yet they maintained contact. Therefore, he felt a twinge of anxiety. Simultaneously, he was somewhat frustrated that his emotions were so easily swayed by his adversary, which should not have been the case. To his delight, he was correct. Lin Fan chose to walk with him, even offering a smile to Sheng Yu as he departed. Shen Ming mused to himself about his adeptness in psychological warfare, while in contrast, Sheng Yu lamented to her family, feeling the sting of being preempted by a rival. What puzzled him, however, was the absence of the plotline involving Lin Fan living with the Sheng family, as it had seemingly been reduced to a mere detail. Upon reflection, he realized that the wedding banquet's plotline conflicted with that of the Sheng family. Initially, there was no wedding banquet. The alteration triggered another plot development. Witnessing significant scenes and altering plot lines were not of the same caliber, which elucidated why this change only warranted a single point. Thus, it followed that he could casually take Lin Fan on excursions, witnessing renowned scenes, as the Dragon King would inevitably encounter moments of vindication wherever he ventured. Consequently, He regarded Lin Fan with a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. Lin Fan shivered slightly, instinctively clutching himself in response to Shen Ming's piercing gaze. Shen Ming noted, "I have found yet another use for the protagonist," while Lin Fan silently embraced himself, beginning to believe that Shen Ming might indeed harbor feelings for him. Faced with those wolf-like eyes, he instinctively turned his head aside and gently inquired, "Where's my room?" Shen Ming replied with a smile, "I can accompany you there." Lin Fan cast a peculiar glance in his direction, but ultimately chose not to decline. As the two individuals traversed the corridor, the moonlight gleamed brightly, casting its silvery glow upon the unique emerald-hued bluestone tiles of the Shen family. This scene suddenly reminded Lin Fan of the romantic rendezvous often depicted in novels between the protagonists. He walked behind young Master Shen, whose graceful strides evoked the image of a light, soaring swallow. As they passed through the moonlight, it seemed as though a delicate veil of white silk had been laid over them. Lin Fan's gaze flickered, captivated by the beauty before him. Shen Ming appeared to be the most exquisite creation of the divine, possessing striking features, high intelligence, and a noble lineage. It seemed only natural for all to orbit around him like stars encircling the moon. Although Lin Fan perceived that this individual-esque character was not as straightforward as it appeared, the combination of his gentlemanly facade and unseemly disposition lent him an air of profound allure. With a deep breath, Lin Fan mused to himself, "Lin Fan, my dear fellow, must you always be so superficial? No matter how handsome he is, he remains a man. You have a future to consider, a wife, children, and a warm hearth." Unaware of Shen Ming's thoughts as he remained silent with his head bowed, Lin Fan led him to a side room. Upon entering, Shen Ming pushed open the door to reveal a minimalist yet vintage interior. Lin Fan couldn't help but internally comment on the sudden shift from ostentatiousness to the demeanor of a cultured scholar. Yet, he found satisfaction in the room's arrangement, for once. Shen Ming's aesthetic sensibilities had proven commendable. As Lin Fan stepped inside, he heard Shen Ming bid him good night. He paused briefly before responding in kind, "Good night." Once the sound of retreating footsteps faded, he turned to his own affairs. The room contained a bathroom. He took a shower, and after approximately 20 minutes, emerged wrapped in a towel. Lin Fan's physique was notably well-proportioned, belonging to the type that appears slender in clothing yet reveals a more robust form when undraped. Reclining on the bed, he reflected on the events of the past few weeks, a faint sigh escaping his lips as he pressed his forehead. Lin Fan felt a twinge of helplessness. He had scarcely regarded the earlier confession, and when he later confronted his mentor, he was informed that no members of the Shen family had been present at the time. This revelation momentarily stunned him, accompanied by the blaring alarm of realization. If the Shen family was absent, how could Shen Ming possibly be aware? Coupled with his observations over the past weeks, he silently intensified the accuracy of his conclusion. Shen Ming had been reborn. While the notion of reincarnation seemed fantastical, the world harbored many inexplicable phenomena. Why had Shen Ming been reborn? What catalyst had prompted this occurrence? Why did he harbor animosity towards Lin Fan? Had Lin Fan committed some grievous act against him in a past life? He pondered that the worst of deeds could only amount to the obliteration of a family. Lin Fan did not regard himself as a virtuous individual, yet neither could he be deemed a senseless perpetrator of violence. Regardless of what had transpired in his previous existence, he had done nothing in this one. Thus, from what perspective did Shen Ming view him? As an enemy? The mere thought of that word sent a pang through his heart. He felt a sense of bewilderment, unable to comprehend the reasons behind it all. Before he could gather his thoughts, the events of the day had left him utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally, causing his eyelids to grow heavy, and he succumbed to a drowsy slumber. Chapter 20. Different dreams, same bed, and, upon returning to his room, Shen Ming changed his attire and, after a brief bath, climbed into bed. He draped the covers over himself and gradually drifted into a deep sleep, entering the realm of dreams. Meanwhile, Lin Fan furrowed his brow, seemingly haunted by unfavorable visions. In his dream, raindrops fell steadily, a few splashing against his face. Lin Fan, in a state of bewilderment, surveyed his surroundings. where vibrant shades of red enveloped him, as if the entire world had been painted in joyous hues. His gaze was somewhat dazed, as though he had yet to recover from a profound shock. The faces of those around him radiated smiles, yet Lin Fan could not discern their features, perceiving their expressions as indistinct and distant. Guests either warmly congratulated him on his nuptials or approached him with toasts, wishing him and his bride a lifetime of happiness. At that moment, a familiar voice resonated in Lin Fan's ear. "My dear disciple, how quickly you are to wed. It truly brings me joy." It was the voice of his master, Jingzhou, and upon hearing it, Lin Fan snapped back to reality. So he was to be married. As he focused his attention, he saw Master Jingzhou standing not far away, beaming with pride. Lin Fan hurried over, clasping his hands in greeting. "Congratulations, Master, on marrying such a beautiful maiden." His master's expression seemed to stiffen momentarily before he playfully tapped Lin Fan on the head, saying, "This is your wedding." "What wedding?" Lin Fan suddenly realized he was adorned in a resplendent red wedding attire, a traditional Chinese garment embroidered with intricate and exquisite patterns. His right earlobe bore a crimson earring, adorned with golden designs. He scratched his head, noticing that his hair had grown to shoulder length, with soft waves lending him an air of maturity. Dazed and confused, he watched as the crowd surrounded him, pouring drinks and serving food. He reluctantly set aside his thoughts and exchanged pleasantries with the attendees. Time passed, and a heavy bell tolled. Lin Fan recognized it as the bell from the mountain, puzzled as to how it had come to be here. Upon hearing the chime, the guests urged him back to the bridal chamber. He was gently pushed into the room, still hearing murmurs. "You lucky fellow, to marry such a beautiful bride. Indeed, your bride is as lovely as a celestial being. Just don't get trapped in the bridal chamber." Lin Fan found their banter amusing. No matter how beautiful the bride was, could she compare to Shen Ming? Wait, why was he thinking of Shen Ming? Wasn't this supposed to be his wedding with a bride he had never seen? Yet, he was curious about who this bride was and whether she truly possessed celestial beauty. He mused that if she surpassed Shen Ming in looks, it would certainly be a matter of great pride. Curiosity piqued, he approached the bride with an inquisitive mind. The bride seemed to sense his presence and abruptly seized his wrist. Is she really that impatient? Lin Fan surprisingly allowed her to take the lead, even leaning slightly closer to her. In an instant, the bride yanked him forward, causing Lin Fan to stumble uncontrollably onto the bed. Before he could grasp the surprising strength of the bride, he found himself pinned beneath her. Upon catching sight of the familiar face, he was momentarily stunned. Shen Ming? How could it possibly be him? The shock of recognizing that visage prompted him to struggle and attempt to escape Shen Ming's grasp. Yet, Shen Ming was not one to grant such wishes. Lin Fan had a restless night, and just as he was about to strike Shen Ming, he awoke. In a subplot, the author of The Dragon King descends, and the female CEO turns out to be my fiancée, and the embodiment of heaven had come to conduct an interview. Lin Fan and Shen Ming found themselves on a stage where only the truth could be spoken. The arrangement of the scene bore a resemblance to a romantic reality show. Initially, both men were somewhat on edge. Just then, a figure turned around from the back of their chairs and greeted them with a smile, saying, "Hello, you may call me Heaven." The person sitting beside him quietly remarked, "I am his embodiment. You may call me Nian." Upon hearing that name, Shen Ming's expression stiffened slightly. He feared they might discern his rebirth, or even the actions he had taken against Lin Fan. With a forced smile, he greeted them, "Hello, I am Lin Fan's." Uncertain of how to continue, he instinctively glanced at Lin Fan. Lin Fan, clearly pondering, caught sight of his boyfriend's pitiful expression and couldn't help but chuckle. With effortless ease, he said, "This is my good friend. Be it a close ally or an adversary, it matters not." How could it not matter? Shen Ming internally lamented, feeling a surge of emotion. "We have nearly battled for 4 years, understanding one another so well, knowing each other's strengths and flaws. You comprehend my character and innermost thoughts. How can you deem it unimportant?" Shen Ming's heart ached as he argued silently, struggling to maintain a facade of cheerfulness. "Lin Fan, just look at the person behind you. It seems that after you said that, he might just transform into something else entirely." Sensing something amiss, Lin Fan turned his gaze towards Shen Ming. Shen Ming maintained a gentle exterior, but his internal struggles were hard to discern. He spoke softly. Is there a particular reason you summoned Lin Fan and me here? Yin smiled and replied, we invited you here for an interview. An interview? Lin Fan and Shen Ming exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions reflecting confusion toward the two seated before them. Yin cheerfully continued, given the high level of interest surrounding both of you in the female audience, we wish to conduct an interview. Lin Fan expressed his openness to the idea, but sought Shen Ming's opinion first. As he spoke, comments streamed across the screen. Wow, a couple in the same frame? Make sure to record this. Oh my gosh, the CP must reach 99. Yes, yes, yes. The comments flowed joyfully, eliciting laughter from Lin Fan, who playfully remarked, I wonder if the questions will bring even more happiness. A stream of gray floated through the barrage. Shen Ming, observing the barrage through the forum system, could not help but feel a sense of satisfaction. Yes, it was indeed like this. He and Lin Fan would surely be together for a long time. The first question arose, what do you both think of each other? Was this the first heavy bomb? The barrage quickly began to scroll. Shen Ming smiled and remarked, I believe my partner is quite remarkable. At the very least, I love him. Instantly, the barrage erupted with sounds of disapproval, with many exclaiming how sweet it was. Lin Fan, however, remained somewhat silent. After a moment of contemplation, he said, I am accustomed to having him by my side. I cannot bear to be without him. Yin curiously inquired, do you think it is better to be apart from him or not? Lin Fan replied earnestly, it is not good. I do not wish to be distanced from him. Perhaps there may be a slight rift in our relationship, but that cannot diminish our feelings. Yin also spoke seriously. Do you think you two will be together? Lin Fan shook his head. Shen Ming visibly grew anxious. How could it be this way? Who wouldn't he want to be with him? The barrage mirrored this sentiment, expressing dismay at the potential collapse of their coupledom. Was it shyness? Nevertheless, in front of so many, admitting to a relationship with a rival could be daunting, even if the rival seemed quite willing. Yet, I don't care. My ship must sail at a 99 success rate. True, the conclusion has not yet been reached. Could they truly end up together? Would the author cast them in a tragic light? Please, no tragic endings. Just as the barrage filled with pessimism and the audience fell silent, Lin Fan spoke up. His tone was exceptionally sincere and serious. I do not know if we can continue together, but he lifted his gaze to Shen Ming, speaking with a devoted tone. As long as you still love me, I will always be here. Regardless of our ending, the feelings we shared were genuine, and the sincerity of the past cannot be false. Thus, I do not care much for what lies ahead, for meeting you has been a blessing from the heavens. Do not worry about whether we will be together. He extended his hand, smiling as he said, if tomorrow is destined to separate us, I would gladly let today be our conclusion. Finally, my young master gazed at him with a playful smile. Would you join me in embracing that unknown conclusion? Tears welled in Shen Ming's eyes, regardless of their eventual outcome. At this moment, they were undeniably happy. Rather than fret about the future, it is far better to cherish the present. In the small drama of the Love Variety Show, Part 1, Chapter 21, on the night of the wedding, with the beauty at his side, Shen Ming had anticipated yet another nightmare. However, to his surprise, he found himself at a grand wedding banquet adorned in vibrant red. Guests mingled, toasting and dining, while several executives engaged in business discussions. The Shen family appeared cheerful, with the exception of the elderly patriarch, who wore a troubled expression. Sensing something amiss, Shen Ming attempted to move to another area when he was grasped by the wrist. Shen Jiangwo looked displeased, fixing his gaze upon him as he said, Isn't this the person you intended to marry? Why are you trying to run away now? Upon hearing Shen Jiangwo's words, Shen Ming's mind erupted like a thunderclap. Marry? What folly was this? The shadow cast by Su Lingling in his previous life loomed too large, leading him to believe that a solitary existence might not be so bad after all. And now he was to wed? In Shen Jiangwo's tone, it might even be a forced marriage. Setting aside the question of whether he would marry at all, the mere notion of coercing another was utterly inconceivable. He held steadfast confidence in his own character, yet Shen Jiangwo's words compelled him to believe otherwise. Clad in a resplendent red ceremonial robe, intricately embroidered with golden threads, and adorned with a Rue Lin-style ring. He found himself ensnared in this surreal circumstance. Such a ring, a symbol of eternal unity for couples, was not easily acquired even with wealth, yet it now adorned his finger. The pink diamond glimmered under the lights, dazzling yet painfully piercing his eyes. How could he possibly marry? If he did, what of Lin Fan? Why did Lin Fan even cross his mind? The faces surrounding him, apart from those of the Shen family, were largely indistinct, either blurred or of commonplace features. In summary, none were remarkable. Mrs. Shen, with a benevolent smile, served him food, while Mr. Shen, with a stern countenance, admonished him to treat his future wife kindly. Noticing Shen Ming's displeasure, Shen Jiangwo relentlessly poured him more wine. Shen Ershu, holding hands with his beloved, playfully winked at him. Although Shen Ershu's features were somewhat hazy, Shen Ming recognized him from photographs. With a serious demeanor, Shen Ershu offered counsel on how to treat a partner, stressing the importance of consent and the folly of coercion. Shen Ming listened in bewilderment. Could he truly be perceived as someone who would impose his will on another? He acknowledged his flaws, but found such a notion unfathomable. Yet Shen Ershu, with a knowing look typical of youth, chided him lightly, asserting that if someone was willing to be with him, it was a blessing earned over lifetimes. Otherwise, who would desire to marry him given his temperament? If he genuinely cared for the person, he ought to cherish them. If not, separation would be the prudent course. Meanwhile, Shen Ershu's partner grasped his hand, and the suggestion of parting during such a momentous occasion felt as inappropriate as asking the bereaved to accompany their loved ones to the grave. Shen Ershu shot him a disapproving glance and remarked, "What? Do you disagree with my words? Let it not be said that I lack respect for this nephew. Considering his past actions, I would fully support anyone wishing to part ways. Who engages in a relationship that resembles imprisonment? Though they may be evenly matched, a confrontation would lead to mutual destruction. How is it that someone whose mind is clouded could resort to such measures? And yet the laws of our nation seem impotent to restrain him." As his words grew increasingly fervent, the individual beside him hastily apologized to Shen Ming, saying, "Forgive me. Your uncle has had a few too many drinks and speaks without restraint." Shen Ming found the conversation increasingly peculiar. Upon hearing his second aunt's apology, he reassured her, stating, "It's quite all right. I bear him no ill will." Just as his aunt was about to express further sentiments, Jingzhou approached. In the original narrative, Jingzhou was depicted as Lin Fan's mentor, who showered Lin Fan with utmost affection, prompting Shen Ming to exhibit a greater degree of respect in his demeanor. However, Jingzhou merely cast a glance in Shen Ming's direction, scoffed lightly, and remarked, "Refrain from such behavior in the future. Otherwise, you may want to be cautious." Shen Ming remained somewhat perplexed. Though he had altered the fate of the Shen family for the better, he could not fathom the connection to Jingzhou. Had his status elevated to such heights that it warranted a congratulatory visit from Lin Fan's mentor? As he pondered this myriad of questions, the sound of bells resonated from outside. What could that sound be? It resembled the tolling of an ancient bell. Yet how could the Shen family possess such an artifact? Upon hearing the bell toll, Madame Shen rose and urged Shen Ming to follow her to another location, accompanied by other members of the Shen family. They chattered excitedly. "Shengu, you must treat your sister-in-law well from now on. Do you realize how frightened you both made us back then? Oh, but that is all in the past. Sister-in-law's loyalty is commendable. She still accepted you. If I were in her shoes, after all the turmoil caused by you, I would have long since fled. Waiting for what? For you to change your heart." It must be said, sister-in-law has truly endured. Shen Ming listened to their remarks, feeling utterly bewildered. What did they mean by saying his sister-in-law had endured? Was he not treating her well? With a mind full of uncertainties, he opened the door amidst the crowd of Shen family members. The wedding chamber exuded a vintage charm, with grand decorations that lent an air of understated elegance to the room. In the center of the large bed lay an individual, masked, and from a distance, Shen Ming could not discern their features. He shooed away the onlookers and placed his hand on the doorknob, firmly closing the door behind him. As footsteps approached, the person seemed to sense his presence and slowly turned their head. Upon catching sight of the individual's face, Shen Ming was momentarily taken aback. Though masked, The eyes exposed were unmistakably those of the familiar figure, Lin Fan. How could it be him? The realization that he was wed to Lin Fan sent a wave of bewilderment through him, overwhelming his senses with a rush of emotions that rendered him momentarily speechless. As Lin Fan drew closer, noticing Shen Ming alone, he unhesitatingly removed his mask. Shen Ming was instantly taken aback. Lin Fan's lips were slightly swollen, bearing the marks of having been bitten. Shen Ming's expression stiffened. Such swollen lips were clearly a result of a kiss. Who could have done this? A feeling of injustice welled up within him. It dawned on him that this was in fact his own wedding. Could it be that he was the one who had kissed Lin Fan? This thought dispelled his earlier feelings of grievance. However, Lin Fan slowly approached him, his striking tiger-like pupils fixated on Shen Ming. Shen Ming took a deep breath. This version of Lin Fan was clearly more mature, exuding a gentler aura than before. A subtle yet profound transformation that added to his allure. Lin Fan leaned in, gently kissing the corner of Shen Ming's lips, like a dragonfly lightly touching the water surface. Shen Ming's mind exploded with confusion. Did Lin Fan just kiss him? As his thoughts spiraled, Lin Fan began to unbutton his shirt, feigning innocence while glancing at him with a playful glint in his eyes, asking, "Don't you want this?" Shen Ming swallowed hard and replied, "Would you agree to it?" No matter how much he despised Lin Fan, he had never truly desired him. Moreover, he abhorred coercion. If Lin Fan were genuinely uncomfortable, he would find it difficult to proceed. Lin Fan cast him a curious look, then affirmed his intentions. He leaned in once more, this time pressing his lips firmly against Shen Ming's, prying them apart. Shen Ming closed his eyes, convinced he was dreaming. If that were the case, he might as well indulge. Taking the initiative, he leaned down, pinning Lin Fan to the bed, surrendering to his desires. Lin Fan willingly reciprocated. The sounds of their heartbeats and breaths filled the room. The night was tranquil beside the Shen family's koi pond. A pale golden koi leapt from the water, seemingly reveling in its playful antics. It danced around a water lily, splashing droplets that occasionally landed on the petals. Drip! The droplets hit the water, creating ripples. With Lin Fan in his arms, Shen Ming thought contentedly, "This dream is rather pleasant." Chapter 22. The sprouting of affection the following morning. Shen Ming, feeling invigorated, dressed and opened the door. The servants had prepared the toiletries and respectfully handed them to him. As Shen Ming finished washing up, Lin Fan in a nearby room wearily opened his eyes. Who could understand? Yesterday, he dreamt of getting married, and to his bewilderment, the bride had Shen Ming's face. It was one thing to dream such a dream, but why was he the one beneath? Moreover, in the dream, Shen Ming's prowess could not be described as extraordinary. It was undeniably pleasurable. However, the frequency had left him utterly exhausted. Not just a bit tired, but profoundly weary. He felt like a marionette, forced to comply with Shen Ming's whims. While the dream version of Shen Ming was deceptively charming, sweet-talking him with endearments, yet stubbornly holding him close. The sound of fervent heartbeats echoed in his ears. During the passionate moments, the repeated declarations of "I like you" became the sole compass guiding him through the haze of his dreams. What a peculiar sensation it was, akin to honey tinged with a hint of bitterness, a cool breeze on a summer's day. Shen Ming's fingers seemed to linger on him, paradoxically possessive yet incredibly gentle. Did Shen Ming harbor feelings for him? Thump, thump. His heart raced, and he clutched his chest, troubled by the realization. He could no longer perceive himself as a straight man. Frustrated, he ran a hand through his hair, never imagining he might develop feelings for someone. In the dream, apart from the initial resistance, he found himself weak and pleading for mercy, reveling in the sensations. When Shen Ming finally paused, he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. What time is it? Is Shen Ming capable? Yet a man must not confess his inadequacies. Upon discerning his thoughts, Shen Ming playfully exerted his charm once more. After several indulgent exchanges, they embraced and drifted into slumber. In a haze of dreams, Lin Fan sensed a gentle kiss at the corner of his eye. He instinctively murmured, "Don't tease." His voice was hoarse and unrecognizable. In his dream, Shen Ming seemed to chuckle lightly, his warm breath caressing Lin Fan's ear. Suddenly, Lin Fan's ears flushed with heat, and he groggily opened his eyes. Upon awakening, he realized it had all been a dream, leaving him with a tinge of disappointment. He touched the tip of his ear. Indeed, it was still warm. Swiftly, Lin Fan changed out of his sleepwear, discovering that the maid had already prepared a fresh set of clothes for him while he was still in a daze. The attire seemed oddly familiar to him. The more he looked, the more he felt it reflected Shen Ming's aesthetic. Upon closer inspection, he found the garment to be made of silk, smooth and delightfully comfortable. After hastily dressing, with his ears still flushed, he hurried to the main hall of the villa. The breakfast was already laid out. Shen Ming was engrossed in his phone, attired in his usual casual wear, exuding a relaxed aura. Upon hearing Lin Fan's footsteps, he lifted his gaze. Seeing Lin Fan's face, he couldn't help but recall the dream from the previous night. Thump, thump. He could distinctly hear the rapid beat of his heart, filled with anxiety. Had he never been in love, leading him to develop feelings for a man, especially one who had caused him so much turmoil? It seemed he had been solitary for far too long. There was no remedy. Perhaps he would reconsider his fate later. Lin Fan turned to meet his eyes, but quickly lowered his gaze. Let the world come to an end. Just yesterday, he was on guard against Shen Ming's potential malice. Yet he dreamed of him. Let the world perish. As Shen Ming glanced his way, Lin Fan averted his eyes and managed a greeting. Good morning. He approached the dining table, hastily stuffing breakfast into his mouth. Shen Ming nodded in response. Good morning. Lin Fan took a deep breath, desperately trying to forget the dream from last night. Truly, it was infuriating. Was he, Lin Fan, still yearning to play the role of a hero entangled in a romantic dilemma? He berated himself internally. Shen Ming, with a look of concern, asked, Did you not sleep well last night? You have such dark circles under your eyes. He had slept splendidly. That certain someone in his dreams showed no sign of waking. After scolding himself, he began to scrutinize Shen Ming. He examined him from head to toe, seeking any flaw that might justify his affection. Shen Ming ate with an elegant demeanor, his long lashes casting delicate shadows, reminiscent of a gentle calico cat he once tended. Graceful, charming, and refined. Lin Fan couldn't help but swallow hard. Ultimately, his gaze returned to the remnants of his breakfast. Shen Ming picked up his chopsticks and offered him a milk bun. Lin Fan hesitated, yet lifted his head to accept it. Shen Ming then poured him a glass of juice. Lin Fan lifted his cup and drained it in one gulp. Shen Ming, unable to contain himself any longer, remarked, I am not a pig. Shen Ming nodded in understanding, replying, I know, you're merely a little cat. Lin Fan shot him a glare. Shen Ming, puzzled, inquired, Is it an exquisite and elegant Persian cat? Lin Fan, observing the expression on his face, suddenly comprehended. Doesn't a little cat need a food bowl? It seems I must arrange one for you next time. Lin Fan, expressionless, crushed his chopsticks in frustration. Do I resemble a cat? I think you are the one who looks like a cat. Lin Fan glared at him, while Shen Ming assumed it was just embarrassment. After a moment's thought, he gently stroked Lin Fan's hair and said soothingly, Don't be upset. Lin Fan's earlier ire, which had been on the verge of boiling over, was deftly diffused, leaving his face flushed, unsure whether it was from anger or something else. Don't call me little cat from now on. Do you understand? Shen Ming nodded, fully aware that cats are typically aloof. He had observed that those in his circle often referred to their cats as master. However, he had no intention of indulging Lin Fan. With his newfound advantages, he intended to lead Lin Fan step by step into the trap he had meticulously laid. This was the very essence of his revenge, ensuring Lin Fan could not escape. Lin Fan gazed at Shen Ming, bemused, and as his gaze brushed over Shen Ming's lips, his fingers instinctively curled. He must not let Shen Ming discover that he had dreamt of him the previous night. If that were to come to light, he would surely be the subject of ridicule. No matter how fond he was of someone, one must maintain their dignity. Shen Ming had yet to earn the privilege of him laying aside his pride. Contemplating this, his expression sharpened with clarity. Shen Ming had previously harbored murderous intent towards him. Lin Fan was unaware of the trials Shen Ming had faced in his past life, but anyone who posed a threat to his existence must be dealt with. Compared to others, he only felt a slight hesitation towards Shen Ming. He could not continue down this path. He needed to seek out his master. Retreating into seclusion was the only way forward. Yes, that was it. Mini-drama. Shen Ming, reborn but entirely unpretentious, Lin Fan, suspects the other's rebirth. Wary yet hesitant, Shen Ming, little cat Lin Fan. Clingy Chapter 23. The auction. 1. After finishing his breakfast, Lin Fan leisurely stepped out of his home, intending to take a stroll in the nearby park. Just as he reached the door, his phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the screen and saw it was a call from his master, so he answered it casually. Xiao Fan, where are you right now? Do you have any idea how frantic those people have become since your identity as the Dragon King was revealed? On the other end, his master, Jingzhou, nearly shouted, the intensity of his voice causing Lin Fan's ears to ring. Startled by this unexpected outburst, Lin Fan trembled involuntarily and asked in bewilderment, "Who is looking for me?" Jingzhou, upon hearing Lin Fan's response, was nearly driven to the brink of throwing his phone, his fury boiling over as he bellowed, "Have you forgotten? However, it is indeed true that losing one's fiancée is one matter, but causing a scene at the wedding banquet and subsequently having one's identity exposed by the Dragon King Palace is another. After all, what is it that you, Lin Fan, cannot accomplish?" The words of his master were laced with a palpable sense of disappointment, leaving Lin Fan feeling somewhat awkward. In truth, Lin Fan did not hold much recollection of the events his master referred to. He was somewhat forgetful, often lost in the throes of pretentiousness and brawling, allowing time to slip away unnoticed. Moreover, as a practitioner of martial arts, standing in a horse stance for several hours posed no challenge to him, let alone remembering trivial matters. After some contemplation, Lin Fan flatteringly replied, Indeed, I have made many missteps. Your teachings will forever resonate in my heart." Jingzhou scolded him a few more times, but Lin Fan managed to appease him, softening his tone. "I know you're not fond of that fiancé. Had I known earlier, I would not have hastened to arrange the engagement. At that time, I fear that others might look down upon you. Now it seems, it is you who must refrain from belittling others. That is the right course." Lin Fan realized that, in his current state, there were very few in the world who could provoke him. He held his master's words in high regard, and thus replied, "Master, your words I shall cherish in my heart. Have you finished? I shall hang up now." Jingzhou quickly exclaimed, "Do not hang up, do not hang up." This little rascal always took advantage of his youth, seeking favors from his master and seniors. Whether it be 1,000-year-old ginseng, 100-year-old Tai Sui, or purple moon vermilion fruits, he expected to receive all manner of treasures, to the extent that Lin Fan had to hide away his own medicinal herbs. Otherwise, should the boy find them, he would certainly throw a tantrum until he received them. Growing older has not made him any more well-behaved. He still has the audacity to hang up on people, doesn't he? Yet, treating him like a little ancestor, Jingzhou inquired, "Is your allowance sufficient lately?" Lin Fan looked at the phone in bewilderment and replied, "It's enough, why do you ask?" How strange. What was wrong with this old man? Having been forced to earn money since the age of 13, Lin Fan harbored no fondness for him. Now, he was even asking if he had enough money. Was he expecting Lin Fan to transfer him some? As anticipated, Jingzhou said, "If it is enough, then why not transfer me some?" Lin Fan closed his eyes, speechless. While he was at a loss for words, it seemed that Jingzhou sensed his remarks were inappropriate, cleared his throat, and continued, "Aside from that, I have an urgent task for you." What urgent task could possibly require him, the Dragon King, to step in? Was he to assassinate the President of the United States and then assume the presidency himself? This old man's ambitions were unexpectedly grander than he had presumed. On the other side, Jingzhou continued to speak to himself. It is not a matter of great consequence. I simply need you to attend the Qi family's auction. The Qi family, a colossal entity ranked third among the four great families, undeniably holds a position second only to the Shen family. To such a family, he was certainly no stranger, for he had previously documented relevant records and possessed an intimate understanding of the Qi family's circumstances. The Qi family's auction event was renowned throughout Jingzhou, not only for its stringent security measures that instilled confidence, but also for the auctioned items, which were rare treasures of immeasurable worth. Such an event naturally attracted the attention and participation of countless individuals, including esteemed families like the Shen family, who extended their courtesies towards it. The success of the Qi family's auction could be attributed not only to the preciousness of the auction items, but also to another pivotal factor: the presiding hostess, Miss Qi Wuyo, the eldest daughter of the Qi family. It is said that Miss Qi Wuyo is an exceptionally astute young woman. Upon her return from her studies abroad, she burst into the core management of the family enterprise like a dazzling star. Not only is Qi Wuyo strikingly beautiful, but she also possesses a spirited and impressive demeanor that captivates all. Her beauty and talent have enamored many scions of noble families, with a significant number having once extended proposals to the Qi family, hoping to forge a union with this enchanting lady. However, as is often the case with those capable of managing a conglomerate, she too wields a steely resolve. Having navigated the cutthroat business environment, she has cultivated a heart of iron and a decisively resolute manner of conducting affairs. Faced with numerous suitors, she remains unyielding, focusing instead on the advancement of her family's legacy, which only enhances her reputation for being heartless, causing many admirers to retreat. For some inexplicable reason, upon hearing the name Qi Wuyo, he felt an odd sensation, as if some cosmic connection was being forged with her. This feeling was quite bothersome, akin to being ensnared by an inescapable fate. Struggling to dismiss the peculiar emotions swirling within him, he assured his mentor of his attendance. Observing his earnestness, Jingzhou felt a flicker of relief. He then spoke to him earnestly. "You should take a good look at the eldest daughter of the Qi family. Although their influence may not rival ours, she is intelligent and resourceful, qualities that are indeed her most valuable assets. You might find it worthwhile to make her acquaintance." As he listened to his mentor's words, the strange feelings within him intensified. Although Lin Fan held a position of high authority, he was not a flirt. Throughout his life, aside from his childhood sweetheart and his senior sister, he had minimal interactions with other females. Nevertheless, he held great respect for both Sheng Yu and his senior sister. A man of utmost gentlemanly conduct invariably garners the fervent admiration of women. Over the years, he had received declarations of affection from no fewer than 50 to 80 girls. His charm and power were one facet, while his gentlemanly demeanor and respect for others served as his additional merits. This also allowed Jingzhou to proudly showcase his apprentice to others, exclaiming, "Behold, this is my disciple, exceptional and thriving in romance." Chapter 24. The villainous senior brother's compulsory affection for the younger disciple. Part 1. Setting. Shen Ming is the eldest disciple of Qingxi sect. In his previous life, he was slain by Lin Fan. Now, having been reborn, Lin Fan, a traveler from another realm, is the object of Shen Ming's love-hate relationship. Lin Fan has arrived in this world with a script of triumph. There are 7 or 8 senior brothers and sisters in total, and the villainous senior brother has now awakened his compulsory affection mode. Note, the side story corresponds to the main narrative, but the world views differ. Lin Fan hails from a different perspective. Shen Ming awoke, his eyes flung open, once again ensnared in this recurring dream. For the past fortnight, he had been plagued by visions of betrayal at the hands of his master and fellow disciples. Initially, he attributed these dreams to his rigorous training regimen. But as the relentless nights stretched on, he could no longer dismiss them lightly. "Senior brother, Master requests your presence at the disciples' initiation ceremony." A junior disciple, arriving late, bowed respectfully at his doorstep. "Very well. Convey to Master that I shall attend," Shen Ming replied. As the junior disciple departed, Shen Ming fell into contemplation. The initiation ceremony. He had dreamed of this very event, where his master would accept a new junior disciple. This newcomer possessed considerable talent, yet his words often spilled forth in nonsensical ramblings. The reactions of his fellow disciples had shifted from disdain to fervent admiration, causing Shen Ming's own standing to plummet. His jealousy towards Lin Fan had led to disillusionment from both his peers and his master. Ultimately, he had met his demise by his master's arrow, piercing through his heart. Recalling the final moments of his life, a shiver coursed through him. Regardless of the dream's authenticity, he felt compelled to investigate further, if only for precaution's sake. Upon arriving at the Grand Hall, He pushed open the door to find a tall, youthful figure kneeling at the center. The palace was adorned lavishly, with pendants crafted from celestial crystals gracing the ceiling in a dazzling array of colors. The space felt expansive, furnished with several small tables, and, at the forefront, 5 seats awaited, with his master occupying the highest position. His gaze returned to the young man kneeling before him. Judging by his silhouette, he appeared quite youthful, his hair tied into a high ponytail, cascading like ebony silk. At the center, his master, clad in a flowing white robe, regarded him with striking azure-purple eyes, an enchanting beauty whose hair was elegantly coiled. Disciple Shen Ming pays his respects to master, he declared, stepping forward with reverence. His master nodded approvingly, her voice cool yet tinged with warmth. Rise. The young man beside him stirred slightly, though Shen Ming noticed he did not spare him a glance. His master continued, addressing the newcomer, this is the junior disciple I have chosen for you. My dear, raise your head. As the boy complied, Shen Ming's heart lurched. The visage before him was identical to that of the one in his dreams. Lin Fan. A wave of immense dread surged within him. The dream was, indeed, a reality. And what of that fateful conclusion? His form trembled, and his master, noticing his distress, expressed concern. Ming. Upon hearing the call, Shen Ming felt a sudden clarity wash over him, dispelling the peculiar thoughts that had clouded his mind. He turned towards his master and said, it is nothing. His master, seemingly unconcerned, only inquired after his well-being before deciding to summon Lin Fan for the customary tea ceremony. Shen Ming had contemplated urging his master not to accept Lin Fan as a disciple, yet the mere thought of it induced an unbearable headache. In a mysterious way, he sensed that he ought not to confront Lin Fan. It dawned upon him that he had acquired memories from a past life, and the voice that had echoed in his mind moments ago likely belonged to the heavenly will of this realm. After all, he could hardly fathom anyone besides Lin Fan possessing such remarkable abilities. He cast his gaze downward, concealing the unsettling emotions within him as he observed the youth before him, a surge of malice rising in his heart. He was not one to allow his former nemesis a peaceful existence, even if he could not eliminate him. Causing him a modicum of trouble seemed entirely feasible. Beyond mere mischief, to avert the tragic fate of his past life, he resolved to engage in a different approach. As the eldest disciple, he would undoubtedly be tasked by his master with overseeing the younger disciples. In that capacity, he would compel Lin Fan to perform various tasks under the guise of his seniority. Then there were those who had betrayed him, his fellow disciples. A chilling glimmer flickered in his eyes. He had never been remiss in his treatment of them, often offering them the finest resources first. They, in turn, had proven their worth, each having reached the late stages of foundation building. Yet, he had not anticipated their formidable strength would one day be turned against him. Now, in the early stages of golden core cultivation, he took pride in his youthful prowess. Yet, his heart was more anxious than ever. He must become stronger than all others to safeguard his own life. This was the essence of his thoughts. Lin Fan stepped forward, where a table graced with fine tea awaited him in front of Lu Qingyi. Was it time for the initiation tea ceremony? Shen Ming stood aside, watching Lin Fan clumsily prepare the tea, unable to suppress a chuckle. This foolish boy, moving so slowly, seemed oblivious to the risk of disappointing their master. However, to his astonishment, their master did not chastise him, but instead affectionately patted his head. Shen Ming bit his lip, finally understanding the roots of his jealousy. He was, at heart, rather petty. His master was the person closest to him. He had always regarded her as an elder sister, treating her with respect. Though she had a cool demeanor, she was warm within, rarely speaking much yet showing concern when he was injured. After more than 7 years under her guidance, she had only recently begun to show him particular kindness. Conversely, Lin Fan received her immediate attention upon their first meeting, a disparity not easily borne. With his head lowered and silence enveloping him, he thought, well done, Lin Fan. After witnessing their master drink the initiation tea, thereby acknowledging Lin Fan's status, Shen Ming, ever perceptive, stepped forward and said, Master, it seems this newcomer is not yet familiar with the sex regulations. If that is the case, I shall take it upon myself to instruct him further." The master consented with a smile, for Shen Ming had taken charge of his junior disciples, ensuring their cultivation flourished without her concern. She held high hopes for her eldest disciple. Thus, he summoned Lin Fan and gently stated, "This is your elder brother. From now on, your studies will be managed by him." Lin Fan gazed at his senior, and upon seeing his face, felt an inexplicable jolt of familiarity. Yet, he quickly stepped forward and respectfully declared, "Disciple Lin Fan, I pay my respects to my elder brother," resembling a timid little rabbit. This demeanor only deepened Shen Ming's malicious amusement. "Oh, how pitiful this little rabbit is, soon to descend into hell," he mused inwardly, while outwardly maintaining a facade of calmness. He smiled warmly at his junior and replied, "Greetings, I am your elder brother, Shen Ming." Observing this cordial exchange, the master smiled with satisfaction and gently nudged Lin Fan toward Shen Ming. As Lin Fan stumbled slightly from the nudge, Shen Ming instinctively reached out to catch him. Yet, as his hand extended, he was taken aback, puzzled by the familiarity of the gesture. How curious, he pondered. Shen Ming then led Lin Fan to his residence, which exuded an air of grandeur befitting an elder brother. Lin Fan, taken aback, surveyed his surroundings in disbelief. In the great hall, he had felt overwhelmed by the vastness and opulence, which seemed excessively solemn, stifling his breath. As a transmigrator who had previously lived in a cramped rental, he could hardly comprehend such luxury. Despite years in this new world, his joy was overshadowed by memories of poverty. Born into a destitute family, his father was a gambling addict prone to violence, while his mother, a victim of abuse, lay bedridden. He once had a sister, but one fateful day, upon returning home empty-handed, his father mistook the infant for a harbinger of misfortune and cruelly took her life before his eyes. This trauma haunted him with nightmares for many nights. As the sole remaining hope of the Lin family, he was the object of his father's ire, who struck him in a fit of rage for being so easily frightened. Is this how you cower over such trivial matters? What coward?" Lin Fan lowered his head, tears welling in his eyes. His body, still resembling that of a 5- or 6-year-old child, could contain little. Seeing his tears, his father struck him again, prompting Lin Fan to suppress his emotions, slowly nurturing a seed of resentment. When he turned 10 and witnessed his mother once more at the mercy of that abusive man, he finally snapped. Seizing the moment while the brute dined, he slipped poison into the man's drink. Unsurprisingly, after consuming the deadly concoction, the man succumbed an hour later. He proceeded to dismember the corpse into several large pieces before attending to other matters. First, he concealed the bowl, then shattered a few stones at the entrance of his home and stamped on the ground to fabricate the appearance of someone having visited. Once his preparations were complete, he hurried to another location, returning only after the passage of a short incense stick's duration. He entered his home, feigning panic, and cried out, "Help! Someone has died." The villagers were taken aback by the commotion, rushing to assist in handling the body. No one suspected Lin Fan. He was merely a child who had just lost his father, and given his typically timid demeanor, they could not fathom that he had slain his own parent. This single factor allowed him to evade the villagers' scrutiny flawlessly. In the end, he tended to his bedridden mother, accepting the condolences of relatives and neighbors. Once they had departed, Lin Fan wiped his face, for he had not truly wept. Who would mourn for a scoundrel? A few basins of cold water had merely reddened his eyes. His mother seemed to sense something amiss, but ultimately remained silent, her eyes glistening with tears as she raised a hand, seemingly wishing to touch his face. Lin Fan leaned in, only to receive a sharp slap from her. He stared at her, expressionless. She pointed at him, her face a mask of horror, exclaiming, You. It seemed she wanted to say something, her voice becoming piercingly shrill. Lin Fan covered his face and smiled. It was the first time he had taken a life since his arrival in this world. The sensation was remarkably unique, yet he felt utterly bewildered. What was his mother so afraid of? Without his father, he was still here. Why could he not kill him? Ultimately, his mother said nothing. After a day without sustenance, her body had already begun to fail. She merely gazed at him with tear-filled eyes before fainting. 3 days later, the funeral for his parents was held as scheduled. He bowed his head, expressionless, as he burned paper offerings. The onlookers believed he was rendered speechless by the successive tragedies and quietly returned home. Once he was alone, he raised his head to gaze at his mother's memorial tablet and suddenly smirked, saying, "No matter how that man treated you, did you still love him? Indeed, death was your only liberation." He smiled as he watched the paper money burn beside him. He dusted off his clothes, stood up, and began to gather the remaining belongings in the house before setting off on a journey far away, embarking on the path of immortality. Reflecting on this, a cold smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. No one could deter him from pursuing a better life. From that moment onward, he had no one in this world with whom to share his heart. His junior disciple, Shen Ming, waggled a finger in front of him, asking, "What are you thinking?" Lin Fan snapped back to reality, pretending to be a docile and innocent new disciple, responding gently, "Nothing at all." He had resolved that since he had stepped into the world of cultivation, he would seek out stepping stones, and this elder brother before him appeared promising. Let it not be said that he lacked compassion. First, let him survive. During the recent disciples' initiation ceremony, he overheard some novice disciples lamenting about the ill tempers and peculiar quirks of the prodigies within their sect. Lin Fan shuddered. Indeed, the world of cultivation was no place for the faint of heart. It became apparent that only through relentless effort could he shield himself from harm. Reflecting on this, he donned a flattering demeanor, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Senior brother, what do the new disciples study?" Shen Ming cast a cold glance in his direction, his previous warmth dissipating. "What do you think should be learned first?" Lin Fan pondered momentarily before delicately suggesting sword techniques, formation arts, and mental cultivation. Shen Ming raised his hand to silence him, malevolence lurking in his gaze. "First and foremost, serve me well." Lin Fan's eyes widened in shock, bewilderment etched across his face. What does senior brother mean by that? Serve you well? His words were mumbled, and he was not oblivious to the fact that men could share companionship. Shen Ming's insinuation was laden with ambiguity, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Did he possess such inclinations? Was his proximity to Shen Ming perilous? He felt an overwhelming urge to shake Shen Ming's arm and proclaim his heterosexuality, yet he refrained, merely gazing at him with trepidation. Pouring tea, fetching water, cleaning, and laundry. Do you understand? Shen Ming declared with malicious intent. Lin Fan's heart swelled with relief. He had mistakenly thought Shen Ming's request entailed something more sinister. It turned out he merely wanted assistance. Thankfully, serving tea and water was preferable to other, more dubious tasks. Shen Ming, unaware of Lin Fan's misunderstanding, waved him off, signaling him to depart. With his eyes closed, Shen Ming contemplated his next steps. Since he could not prevent Lin Fan's entry into the sect, observing him was the safest course of action. He needed to hasten his cultivation, for should he be killed in the future, it would be too late to regret. Thus, he promptly settled onto his bed, legs crossed in meditation. The spiritual energy of the golden core stage was formidable in mere moments. His consciousness spread throughout nearly the entire sect. Lu Qingyi sensed this aura and nodded in satisfaction. The cultivation of this eldest disciple was indeed rising to impressive heights. Entrusting the entire sect to him in the future seemed a prudent choice. Chapter 26. The Auction 2. The auction was set to take place a week later. Just as Lin Fan was about to inquire if he could be granted accommodation, the nearby master abruptly hung up the phone. Lin Fan. In the final second of the call, what was the master saying? Don't cause trouble at the Shen residence, or something to that effect. Lin Fan. He felt an overwhelming urge to weep. Did he truly wish to stay with the Shen family? Master, have you not been following the news? Their scandalous rumors have been circulating widely. Now, if he casually opened his phone, he would be bombarded with headlines like, "Shock! The Dragon King is being fervently pursued by young Master Shen," or "The object of young Master Shen's affections is none other than the enigmatic Dragon King." Lin Fan sighed in exasperation. This was truly enough. Whenever his news surfaced, it invariably included Shen Ming. What was going on? Some sensationalist headlines even add a hard effect for emphasis. How dare they? Why has the entire world assumed these two are together? It has always been like this. Whenever he gets along well with any girl, some of their friends come to warn him not to develop feelings for her or invest any effort in her. In his childhood, Lin Fan only cared for his playmates, completely unaware of romantic relationships, and he was often scolded for it. Lin Fan ground his teeth in frustration, choosing to ignore such news. Damn it, when did this group of marketers become so careless? If it weren't for the restrictions of modern society against casual assassinations, he would have longed to exact a gruesome vengeance upon them. Such indignation, due to his master refusing to provide him with accommodation. He had no choice but to request Shen Ming to allow him to stay. You wish to reside here? Shen Ming, sipping coffee with his legs crossed and wearing gold-rimmed glasses, regarded the hesitant Lin Fan with a bemused smile. Lin Fan cleared his throat and earnestly stated, I will stay for 3 years. After that, I can fulfill any request you have. Shen Ming lazily replied, very well. But I shall hold you to that after 3 years. Lin Fan inquired again, where will I stay? Shen Ming cast a casual glance at him and replied with a grin, of course, right next door. Lin Fan nodded. Just as he was about to exit the room, Shen Ming stood up first and closed the door. Lin Fan looked up at Shen Ming, who flashed a wicked smile. The man, clad in a tailored suit, towered over him and gazed intently. Did I permit you to leave? Shen Ming said with a smile. Young Master Shen, is there something else? Lin Fan asked, perplexed. Did we not just come to an agreement? Shen Ming raised his hand, revealing a key, and smiled at him. This is your key. Lin Fan reached out to take it, but Shen Ming raised it higher, his gaze filled with mischief. How about we play a game? If you win, the key is yours. Lin Fan discerned the implication in his words and shot him an incredulous glare. Without the key, he would have to ask Shen Ming to unlock his room in the middle of the night. How cunning this man is. Is he really going to withhold even the right to his room? Lin Fan ground his teeth in frustration. He wanted nothing more than to slam the door and disregard Shen Ming. However, could anything outside compare to the comfort of residing in a villa? Moreover, there were servants. What kind of divine life was Shen Ming leading? Previously, Lin Fan had been embroiled in battles, leaving him little time to enjoy such comforts. After finally establishing the Dragon King Hall abroad, he had planned to return home for further study. As for why the Dragon King Hall could not be built domestically, please, the Dragon Nation prohibits firearms. If he dared attempt such a thing, the police would be at their door in no time, ready to arrest them all. It is easy to transition from frugality to luxury, but difficult to revert from luxury to frugality. Knowing how comfortable life could be, he could never bring himself to endure hardship again. Regardless of Shen Ming's disposition, he would have to cling to him. Once more, he cursed his unreliable master and lamented his own misfortune. In the distance, the master sighed, Ah Chu, have I caught a cold in this frigid weather? Lin Fan lifted his gaze, locking eyes with Shen Ming as he inquired, what game do you wish to play? Shen Ming, smiling, produced a deck of cards. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. Are you suggesting we play poker? Shen Ming's lips curled into a smirk. Indeed, but this is not your ordinary poker game. He displayed the cards, categorizing them into clubs, spades, hearts, and diamonds. Casually picking up an ace of clubs, he elegantly pinched the card between his fingers and remarked nonchalantly, I have divided them into 4 categories and will shuffle them, creating 4 mini rounds. The first round involves drawing from the clubs. After shuffling, one draws a card at random, and the one with the higher number wins. Just luck and comparing values? Lin Fan raised an eyebrow, admitting he had never played such a game before. Shen Ming lazily added, every round must exhaust the cards. A win earns 1 point. Once all 4 rounds are complete, the total scores will determine the victor. Oh, and the jokers will be mixed into each category. So what do you think? Care to play? Intrigued by this novel game, Lin Fan readily agreed. In the first round, Lin Fan, guided by intuition, drew a jack. Shen Ming, seated opposite him, drew a 10. Lin Fan scored 1 point. He then drew a king, while Shen Ming drew an ace. Shen Ming also scored 1 point. By the end of the first mini round, both players had a notable difference in scores. Lin Fan glanced at the scoreboard, noting 5 points against Shen Ming's 3, and could not help but smile. Lin Fan emerged victorious in the first round. The subsequent rounds followed a similar pattern, with varying card counts and calculations. In the second mini round, Shen Ming scored 3 points while Lin Fan scored 2, resulting in Shen Ming's win. The third and fourth rounds saw an additional card for each side, culminating in Lin Fan finishing 2 points ahead of Shen Ming. Shen Ming toyed with the cards in his hand, freeing one hand to toss his keys to Lin Fan. He gave an enigmatic smile. "Let us ensure we coexist harmoniously, my dear roommate." Lin Fan caught them, grinning as he replied, "I understand, landlord." Shen Ming's hand faltered as he played with the cards. "You promise me. Do not go back on your word in 3 years." Lin Fan found it amusing. He hardly seemed the type to abandon his vows. As long as Shen Ming did not make excessive demands, he could fulfill them. Naturally, should Shen Ming dare to impose unreasonable requests, he would manage those as well, rooted in his confidence in his own abilities. After all, he was Lin Fan. There was nothing he could not accomplish. Observing Lin Fan's triumphant demeanor, Shen Ming could not help but smile. At last, he had succeeded. It would be interesting to see whether skill would triumph over cunning. With a slight grin, he dialed Aunt Wang on his phone. The newly hired maid was currently being lectured by Aunt Wang. Upon hearing the phone ring, she hastily searched her pockets. Noticing it was her young master's call, she promptly answered without delay. Unbeknownst to her, the conversation on the other end transformed Aunt Wang's initial respect into a warm smile. Curious about the sudden change in Aunt Wang's demeanor, the new maid inquired, "What has transpired? Is the young master going to pay you?" Aunt Wang said cheerfully, "It's almost like receiving a salary. I must tidy up the house first." Upon hearing that Lin Fan would be moving in, she felt an overwhelming joy bubbling within her. Is the young master truly that remarkable? Chapter 27. The parallel world's villainous senior brother enforces affection on his junior disciple. Part 3. Ever since Lin Fan took residence in Shen Ming's courtyard, Shen Ming assigned him all sorts of menial tasks. Daily routine. Shen Ming, directing Lin Fan, said, "That Lin Tian over there is my responsibility. Now it falls to you. Be careful not to overwater. We must not waste it, for the spiritual spring water is exceedingly precious." Lin Fan, wiping the sweat from his brow and rolling his eyes, muttered, "One day, I shall bring you down and make you do the chores." A week later, Lin Fan had nearly acclimated to life there. To him, this existence seemed rather pleasant. Although Shen Ming was exceptionally pampered and occasionally mocked him maliciously, he generally refrained from putting Lin Fan in perilous situations. Shen Ming proclaimed, "You possess no cultivation. Engaging in dangerous tasks would surely lead to your demise." The dreams he experienced might have been remnants of a past life, yet in this life, he had yet to accomplish much. He was not a saint, but he sensed that memories of his previous existence seemed somewhat inflated. However, he could not discern where the error lay. Nonetheless, this did not prevent him from commanding Lin Fan. On days when his mood soured, he would summon him to kneel before him, stepping lightly yet firmly on his shoulder. His eyes darkened by a hint of malice as he regarded the kneeling Lin Fan with a smile. Lin Fan bowed his head, submissively accepting his treatment. With a gentle tone, laced with a hint of playful mockery, Shen Ming smiled wickedly and asked, "Do you understand your mistake today?" Lin Fan shook his head, his puzzled gaze revealing his inner turmoil. Shen Ming's smile broadened, and he pressed down with force on Lin Fan's shoulder. Lin Fan felt a bruise forming, his irritation bubbling within. Were it not for the fact that Shen Ming was his senior brother and possessed formidable strength, he would have retaliated fiercely. Maintaining his gentle demeanor, Shen Ming continued, "Today my junior sister visited my courtyard. You saw her, correct?" What was phrased as a question came out as a statement. Lin Fan, still perplexed, replied, "Yes, but what do you mean by that, senior brother?" The pressure on his shoulder intensified, and a glint of coldness appeared in Shen Ming's eyes. This junior sister was Sheng Yu, who was quite beautiful and had been raised within the sect since childhood. Now still young, with her sweet manner of speaking, everyone adored her like a cherished pet. Shen Ming had previously doted on her, but after awakening to memories of his past life, he distanced himself from her. In his previous life, she had been part of Lin Fan's harem and had wielded the sharpest blade against him. Perhaps the memories of both lives were too vivid, as he found himself momentarily reluctant to harm Sheng Yu. He had watched her grow up, treating her as if she were his own sister. Yet, he never anticipated that she would betray him for a man. Suddenly, his spirits dipped. Was he truly so inept? His master was one example, and his junior brothers and sisters were no different. Ultimately, they would cast him aside for Lin Fan. But how could this be? Why should everything he loves be taken away by someone who appears weaker than him? Even if that person is exceptionally handsome, it simply feels unjust. Lin Fan could not hear the aggrieved voice within Shen Ming, as he lowered his head and ground his teeth in frustration. How ridiculous! He had never been trampled upon in his life, and now he finds himself with someone stepping on his shoulders. As he angrily raised his head, he noticed Shen Ming's eyes were slightly red, betraying an uncontrolled emotion beneath. The youth, more mature than him, had long hair cascading down, delicate willow-like brows furrowed, and lips pressed tightly together, shedding the innocence of youth, exuding a unique charm. Even the tears of a deity could not compare. Lin Fan mused silently. Seemingly sensing Lin Fan's gaze, Shen Ming shot him a look with his reddened eyes, the depths swirling with ink-like emotions. What? Do you enjoy watching me in such a miserable state? Shen Ming inquired. Lin Fan lowered his head again, afraid to meet his gaze, fearing that the divine beauty before him might shed tears. In truth, Lin Fan had a weakness for handsome faces. Anything said by an attractive person felt inherently right. Of course, it would have been preferable if that foot had not landed upon him in the first place. Watching Lin Fan's reaction, Shen Ming suddenly conceived a mischievous thought. Just as Lin Fan braced himself to look up again, he found Shen Ming leaning closer, his face approaching him. Shen Ming's eyes still held a hint of redness, but now there was a glimmer of a smile. What do you think of me? This question left Lin Fan momentarily taken aback. Though they had only known each other for less than 2 weeks, wasn't this topic a tad too forward? Senior brother, your junior is not one to withstand temptation. Please don't play games like this. His inner voice cried out. Shen Ming continued to await his response, though the smile on his face grew darker. What? You don't even want to pretend? Did he appear to be such a poor figure? Why wouldn't Lin Fan even glance at him? He must look at me, he must. As Shen Ming's thoughts waged war within, Lin Fan unexpectedly provided an answer he had not anticipated. Lin Fan gazed directly into Shen Ming's eyes, his ears flushed. I think senior brother is quite wonderful, gentle, handsome, dashing, and far better than most people I've encountered. Upon hearing this, a flicker of amusement appeared in Shen Ming's eyes. However, the latter part of Lin Fan's statement caused his brow to furrow slightly. What did he mean by better than most people? Shouldn't I be the best in the world? Responding to Shen Ming's inquiry, Lin Fan waved his hand dismissively. Senior brother is undoubtedly exceptional. How could he be anything but? In terms of both cultivation and appearance, he was certain that Shen Ming's face was unmatched in this world. As for his cultivation, he was a prodigy. Having stayed in Shen Ming's courtyard for a week, Lin Fan had witnessed his training firsthand. The special effects of cultivation were incomparable. Though they seemed impressive at first glance, they could easily be seen through, especially if poorly executed. During Shen Ming's cultivation, his aura of spiritual energy appeared slightly more aesthetically pleasing than mere visual effects, exuding an air of grandeur and a demeanor reminiscent of an eminent figure. He seemed akin to a celestial being descending from the heavens. Reflecting on this, he rearranged his features into a smile and remarked, "Brother, your profound cultivation is unparalleled. It seems that none of your peers possess such prowess at your age." He lifted his gaze, his eyes glimmering with admiration, his tone imbued with respect. "Thus, brother, you shine brighter than anyone I have ever encountered." The big bad wolf felt rather at a loss under the intense gaze of the little white rabbit as he contemplated devouring his prey. Am I truly that remarkable? Shen Ming possessed such a disposition. The more one questioned him, the harder he strove for excellence. Yet, should one affirm him, he would then doubt himself, leading to an internal struggle where he felt inadequate. He lifted his head, gazing into those sincere eyes, his heart racing as if a drum was beating within. When Lin Fan took his leave, Shen Ming was still in a daze, sitting in his chair with a hand over his heart. Did he just say he outshone everyone he had met? Thump! He pressed against his chest, feeling somewhat troubled. His little junior brother seemed a tad too endearing. What was he to do? He could hardly bear the thought of harming him. How would he proceed with his plans? Should he truly let him grow, only to extinguish him step by step? This simply could not be. Chapter 28. The Auction 3. A week had passed, and Lin Fan had nearly acclimated to life here. At times, Shen Ming would engage him in peculiar homemade games, most of which he won. However, witnessing Lin Fan's victories seemed to bring Shen Ming even greater joy. Although Lin Fan found it somewhat perplexing, he reassured himself that he only needed to endure 3 years in this household. After that, he would promptly move out. Shen Ming was not particularly inclined to cater to Lin Fan's emotions, often prioritizing his own needs. Occasionally, he would even resort to sarcasm, exhibiting a rather unpleasant disposition. This greatly troubled Lin Fan, as the man appeared to be an elegant gentleman on the surface, but was, in truth, akin to a ravenous wolf. Nevertheless, he was no delicate flower himself. Wherever he went, Shen Ming would invariably follow, as if they were conjoined twins. The servants would instinctively avoid Shen Ming, and, at times, Lin Fan would overhear them gathering to whisper among themselves. Have you noticed? It seems the young master is quite attentive to this guest. A seasoned servant, who preferred labor over scrolling through his phone, did not recognize Lin Fan. You wouldn't understand, that one. I hear he is a dragon king. Our young master has fallen for him at first sight. Perhaps he is destined to be the future young mistress, remarked a young nanny, munching on seeds. Huh? You mean the one from the Dragon King's hall? Would he truly take notice of our young master? The bodyguard frowned and retorted. It wasn't that he thought poorly of his young master, but rather the Dragon King had become a legend abroad, while the Shen family, although a local powerhouse, paled in comparison on a national scale. Furthermore, it was said that this Dragon King recognized 1,000 characters at the age of 3, entered a training organization at 10, and studied medicine, ultimately apprenticing under an unparalleled medical genius at 13. The configuration of their young master seems rather inadequate. What can I say? True love is of paramount importance. Everything else is but ephemeral. The maid retorted. Ephemeral, you say? Our young master is a genius in front of others, while Lin Fan stands as an ultimate genius on the global stage. How can these two be compared? The bodyguard countered, refusing to yield. The two engaged in a fierce verbal clash, akin to fire and water. The old steward appeared to be at his wits' end with the two of them. Despite their differing roles, they incessantly criticized one another whenever they were together, and he often found himself caught in the crossfire. Sigh. At that moment, Lin Fan happened to pass by and noticed their argument. Approaching them, he found them still bickering. Suddenly, the bodyguard spotted Lin Fan walking towards them and instinctively covered the maid's mouth. Maid? Just as she was about to scold, a clear voice interrupted. What are you doing? Lin Fan inquired as he approached. The maid, feeling anxious, waved her hands, while the bodyguard whistled and glanced around. Noticing they had ceased their quarrel, Lin Fan addressed them. I will be stepping out shortly and may not return until late. Please inform Shen Ming. Hearing this, the three nodded vigorously. Satisfied with their response, Lin Fan returned to his affairs. The trio exhaled deeply, exchanging glances filled with silent understanding before turning away and departing. Old servant. When will these two treasures ever cease their squabbling? Meanwhile, Shen Ming received an invitation from a classmate to attend a reunion. He readily accepted, knowing that the auction in the original narrative was scheduled for that afternoon, allowing him ample time to attend. Additionally, it was worth noting that Su Lingling would also be present at the reunion. Do not misunderstand. Su Lingling is the primary consort of Lin Fan in the original tale, and her character carries significant plot points. Shen Ming diligently studied the narrative surrounding Lin Fan, including all related characters. He aimed to seize the opportunity to alter his own destiny by leveraging the protagonist's story. He accessed the forum to observe the comments being made. The barrage of comments on the forum was disappointingly sparse, appearing only during pivotal plot moments. He closed the comments and set off towards the location of the reunion. At another location, the Su family mansion, Su Lingling's father, Su Chong, bore a serious expression as he regarded his daughter. He emanated an air of seasoned authority. His commanding voice resonated. Lingling, do you comprehend where you have erred? The coldness in his tone was unmistakable. Su Lingling had faced a scathing reprimand from Su Chong for losing her engagement to Lin Fan. Internally, Su Chong felt quite helpless. He had been oblivious to Lin Fan's existence until the elder revealed on his deathbed that he had arranged this engagement with Lin Fan's master when Su Lingling was merely 22. When Su Chang learned of this, it felt as though the sky had fallen. Family, who truly understands? After all his efforts to nurture a prodigious daughter, she was now turning towards a mere commoner. Upon learning of the impending marriage, he found himself in a profound internal struggle. Primarily, he did not wish to disappoint the elders' expectations, as the old man's dying wish was for their family to avoid any regrets regarding the betrothal. Su Chang, the patriarch of the Su family, was a man of rigid principles, committed to fulfilling obligations and honoring promises. Yet this time he hesitated. He could not bear to witness his cherished daughter being given in marriage to an unrefined rustic. He contemplated reaching out to Lin Fan, or perhaps Lin Fan's master, prepared to offer whatever they desired, with the sole condition being the annulment of the engagement between the Su and Lin families. However, the detectives he dispatched returned empty-handed, leaving him perplexed. When he observed his daughter being pursued by the young master of the Shen family, he experienced a twinge of conflict within. Nevertheless, he soon made a resolute decision. The engagement must be dissolved. Even if his children were perceived as inept, they should reside in a gilded cage rather than endure hardship. Those belonging to the Su family were not meant to suffer. The worthy would be nurtured, while the unworthy could be set aside, embodying the role of a frivolous young master or lady. Moreover, Su Lingling was the pride of the Su family. Excelling in the arts since childhood, she was his most esteemed daughter. With a deep breath, he resolved that, even at the cost of his reputation, he would annul the engagement. However, a turning point soon emerged. When he witnessed Shen Ming presenting flowers to Lin Fan and boldly declaring his affection, he was utterly taken aback. Wasn't he enamored with his daughter? How could he suddenly profess affection for a man, particularly one of humble origins who appeared rather unsophisticated? At the mention of Lin Fan, alarm bells rang in his mind, prompting him to retrieve the marriage contract, where the name Lin Fan was prominently inscribed. Initially, he hoped they were merely sharing a name, but upon receiving a call from an unknown number, the alarms in his mind blared uncontrollably. The caller was Lin Fan's master, Jingzhou. At first, he suspected it to be a scam, but as the caller divulged the elder's life story and secrets, he sensed the gravity of the situation. When he learned that his daughter was to be courted by Lin Fan, he felt as if he were floating on air. The individual on the other end of the line seemed to catch on to something, pausing momentarily before erupting into a shrill outburst. "Ah, after all these years, my disciple finally has someone pursuing him. I was worried he would be alone forever. But why must it be a man?" The call was abruptly terminated. Su Chang, does realized that the Lin Fan being pursued online was indeed his daughter's fiancé. What was happening in this world? It felt surreal. Chapter 29. The villainous senior brother's unrequited love for the young disciple. Part 4. He must live. Living is the true path. Lin Fan posed no immediate threat to him, but that did not guarantee future safety. Yet, whenever he entertained thoughts of killing Lin Fan, his head throbbed as if pierced by needles. "Heavenly Tao, even you stand with him?" he lamented. "Very well, since I cannot eliminate him, I shall devise a careful plan." Shen Ming murmured to himself. Lin Fan was tidying up outside when a voice called out to him. "Hey, are you the new junior disciple? You seem rather ordinary." He turned to find a young woman before him. Clad in the attire of the Qingxi sect, she possessed an extraordinary beauty. Her inky hair cascaded down her shoulders. Her phoenix eyes narrowed slightly, and her expression was one of haughty confidence as she regarded him. Who is this person? Lin Fan momentarily felt bewildered. Noticing his lack of response, the woman raised an eyebrow and remarked, "What? Is my stunning beauty leaving you speechless?" Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows, Shen Ming was fuming. From his vantage point, he could only see Lin Fan gazing blankly at Su Lingling's face, and the sight sent him into a rage. Lin Fan! He had initially intended to deliver medicine to Lin Fan, stepping heavily just moments before. Yet now, he found Su Lingling laughing with Lin Fan. He barely restrained himself from charging out, but reason held him back. He observed the two with a gradually darkening expression. Su Lingling's presence nearly shattered Shen Ming's composure. Gritting his teeth, he glared at them as if they were betrayers. How could this happen? Just a moment ago, He had praised Lin Fan as the most radiant person he had ever seen, and now someone else had eclipsed him. How could this be? His face twisted in anger. He clenched a stone in his hand, seething with thoughts of vigilance. Indeed, it was prudent to keep a close watch. If he were to let Lin Fan roam freely, countless junior disciples would be enamored by him. Rather than inciting trouble, it was better for him to remain in control. The fewer acquaintances he had, the safer he might be. Yes, that was it. Their relationship was meant to be adversarial. The faster Lin Fan grew, the more uneasy he felt. Lin Fan, you better grow fast enough to stop me. Otherwise, I will always be watching you. I will witness your ascension to the Qi refinement stage and the golden core stage, while I shall reach the nascent soul and transformation stages. I will forever remain 2 levels above you until the moment we confront each other, and I will personally strike you down with my sword. Lin Fan, I eagerly await that day. Just as Lin Fan returned to his senses, a shiver coursed through him. For reasons unknown, he felt as though a cold-blooded creature had set its sights upon him, causing beads of cold sweat to form on his back. Noticing his shiver, Su Lingling approached him, her expression of surprise evident. What's wrong? Is it too cold today? She reached out, grasping his shoulder gently. Lin Fan lowered his head and replied, I'm fine. Su Lingling leaned in, looking at him earnestly, her voice laced with concern. If something's bothering you, don't keep it to yourself. The distance between them was neither too far nor too close. Yet from Shen Ming's perspective, it appeared as if they were almost touching. With a blank expression, Shen Ming crushed the stone in his hand, fury igniting in his eyes. Lin Fan, no physical contact between men and women. Push her away. As he watched them move closer, Shen Ming grew frantic. Su Lingling was the senior sister of the sect, renowned for her cultivation, stunning beauty, an aloof demeanor, always the object of affection among the male disciples. Shen Ming does not count. He is confident that both his appearance and cultivation surpass Su Lingling. To him, one should aspire to choose a partner of higher caliber. Since Su Lingling falls short in every aspect compared to him, why would he pursue her? Moreover, in the future, he is destined to reach the tribulation stage, and surely, his future companion must possess cultivation akin to Lin Fan's. As he regained his composure, witnessing the closeness between the two, anger surged within him. How could Lin Fan, with such limited vision, be content? Su Lingling pales in comparison to him. She is unworthy of being his partner. Infuriated, indeed exceedingly so, while Su Lingling and Lin Fan were engrossed in conversation, an abrupt sound interrupted them. Shen Ming emerged from the shadows, holding a medicinal ointment, a smile curving his lips that, paradoxically, sent shivers down their spines. His presence instantly lowered the atmosphere to an icy chill. Seemingly oblivious, he walked directly to Lin Fan's side and, with a smile, addressed Su Lingling. Junior Sister Su, do you need something from Junior Brother? Detecting the cold undertone in his words, Su Lingling frowned and replied, Could you speak properly? Shen Ming maintained a smile. His arm casually draped over Lin Fan's shoulders, his demeanor deceptively gentle. Lin Fan, still reeling from the surprise of Shen Ming's appearance, felt a firm grip on his shoulder. With a light chuckle, Shen Ming explained, Junior Sister Su, my apologies. The master, seeing how young Junior Brother is, wishes for him to interact with peers to ease his nerves, and has asked me to guide him. Su Lingling cast a disapproving glance at Shen Ming, muttering, I merely happened to pass by and saw him sweeping, thinking he was a new servant. But upon noticing he wore the attire of a direct disciple, I sensed something was amiss. Moreover, judging by Shen Ming's demeanor, it was evident he was treating the new Junior Brother as a subordinate. Cleaning should be left to the servants. After all, there was no shortage of them in the sect, and their duties were precisely that. There was no need for a direct disciple to partake in such labor. Oh, she understood now. Shen Ming must be using his senior brother authority to coerce the junior brother into submission. How pitiable, such a young lad being oppressed and educated by a senior brother. Her bearing suddenly radiated a sense of justice. Her gaze fixed upon Shen Ming as she declared earnestly, I know what you intend to do with him. Shen Ming felt a flutter of unease at her tone, tightening his grip on Lin Fan's shoulder, causing Lin Fan to grimace in discomfort. Did she uncover his secret? Did she realize he was reborn, seeking to prevent the tragedies of his past by subjugating his enemies? Yet, her next words brought him relief. I know, you simply cannot tolerate him and wish to dominate him, right? She proclaimed with an expression that conveyed her certainty. Shen Ming exhaled, the tension in his grip dissipating. Believing Shen Ming had inadvertently confessed, Su Lingling seized the moment to impart her wisdom. If you truly dislike this new junior brother, you could always hand him over to us. Hasn't Yi Qingqing always expressed her desire to become a senior sister? Just the right age difference allows for companionship. Upon hearing her words, Shen Ming resolutely declined. Su Lingling, eager to inquire further, observed Shen Ming's serious expression as he stated, Master, since you entrusted him to me, it becomes my responsibility. I shall diligently guide my junior apprentice. He is my sole peer, and that suffices. He needs no one else. If he were to have others, what would become of him? For reasons unknown, such thoughts emerged within him. Su Lingling, incensed by his declaration, retorted, If you do not care for him, why not hand him over to someone else? Why demean him so? What is your intention? Shen Ming remained silent, wrapping his arm around Lin Fan's shoulders as they departed. He tossed the ointment he held into the air, suddenly smiling as he caught it. Leaning closer to Lin Fan's ear, he calmly declared, You need only me. The affairs of others do not concern us. I shall show you how I will overpower you. You will never harbor any desire to rebel against me. Chapter 30. The Auction. 4. Su Chang's perspective as someone who has weathered many storms, he found the situation utterly absurd. Shen Ming's affection for a man was one thing, but that man happened to be his daughter's fiancé. Truly, this world is fantastically surreal. He thought to return home. He suddenly remembered he was indeed in his own abode. Mere minutes after receiving this news, Lin Fan expressed a desire for a meeting. He assumed the other party wished to reaffirm the engagement, which he intended to decline. Setting aside his feelings for Lin Fan, the heir of the Shen family was pursuing him. If he were to demand Lin Fan become his son-in-law now, would he not be courting the wrath of the Shen family? It was merely a matter of preferring men. The Shen family could not be so archaic. Moreover, given Shen Ming's fondness for him, it was possible that Shen Jiao would, for Shen Ming's sake, spare Lin Fan any difficulties. However, considering this, he still felt quite precarious. He cautiously conversed with Lin Fan, only to find that the latter seemed utterly disinterested in Su Lingling. If that were the case, why the call? Was it merely to extend greetings? Upon reaching the tea room, the truth dawned upon him. Lin Fan was not seeking to reaffirm the engagement. Rather, he sought to annul it. An annulment? Such an unconventional term. His Su family had been a prominent clan for a century. Could an engagement be dismissed so easily? Fury surged within him as he expressed his disapproval. Lin Fan regarded him with a puzzled expression, not bothering to ask for his consent. With a cough, he looked at him coldly. Su Chang slammed his hand on the table, gritting his teeth as he said, What makes you look down upon our Su family? Who do you think you are? This engagement was merely a decision made in my father's folly. Do you think our family can be so easily discarded? He looked at Lin Fan and inquired, Has your master consented to this matter? Lin Fan paused momentarily, then frowned and replied, So it seems Uncle Su is aware that this engagement was not my decision. I fear Miss Su may not be pleased either. My master has indeed agreed, and it was we who initially brought this up. You may propose certain stipulations. Certainly. He did not agree, he thought calmly. If his master were to find out that he had gone to cancel the engagement, he would undoubtedly be subjected to a scathing reprimand. His master's tongue was quite sharp, often leaving him feeling utterly humiliated. However, an engagement is fundamentally a mutual decision. But what of the current situation? He only learned about the engagement upon turning 20, at a time when he was still preoccupied with his ambitions. He had no desire for romance, nor did he wish to be bound to an unfamiliar partner. What is romance compared to the pursuit of cultivation? Arranged marriages are no longer in vogue, are they? Clearly, the person on the other end of the phone had conveyed a sentiment of wanting to maintain distance, yet upon the cancellation of the engagement, wore an expression of reproach. During their conversation, he suddenly realized that this individual was exceedingly concerned with appearances. He could afford to disregard the other, but the other could not possibly reject him. Such arrogance. With this realization, he resolved to keep his distance from this person, intending only to acknowledge him as a mere acquaintance. After chatting for a while, Lin Fan could no longer tolerate the condescending tone and, having placed down the engagement certificate along with the tokens of their family's commitment, concocted an excuse and discreetly withdrew. Su Chong discerned that this junior's respect was merely superficial. Who knows what he might be saying behind closed doors? This awareness made him tighten his grip on the wine glass in frustration. Aside from showing deference to the head of the Shen family, he commanded respect from all others. Did he not? How dare a mere Lin Fan treat him in such a manner? It was evident that his lack of experience stemmed from a sheltered upbringing. The fact that he dared to lower himself to discuss the engagement was already a sign of his elevated view of Lin Fan. How could he audaciously take the liberty to propose the cancellation of the engagement? His teeth clenched in anger. Lin Fan, oh Lin Fan. It would be best if you never crossed paths with him. Lin Fan's whereabouts were notoriously unstable, even if he wished to learn more about this person. All investigations yielded no results. It was not a matter of reluctance, but rather an impossibility. The next news he heard of Lin Fan was during the wedding banquet of the eldest daughter of the Sheng family, alongside the head of the Sheng family. He chuckled, wondering how Lin Fan could possibly cancel the engagement. It seemed he had latched onto a new benefactor. Yet, perhaps their bond was genuine. Although he regarded the influence of the Sheng family as considerable, it was not insurmountable. How could he abandon the Su family for the Sheng family? Not to mention the Su family. Even the Shen family would surely not tolerate such a betrayal. The very person their young master was pursuing had instead turned to another lady. It was as if they were toying with them. Those in love often lose their rationality. Wasn't that precisely the case with the young master of the Shen family? Despite his outwardly calm demeanor, he likely harbored feelings for Lin Fan deep within. The gaze he had during the confession in the video clearly conveyed possessiveness. Coupling that with his words in the video, it was unmistakably a case of love at first sight. 7 years, a full 7 years of unrequited love, with such a deep-seated obsession. He could not believe that Shen Ming would be able to endure Lin Fan's presence beside her. He was eager to witness how Lin Fan's story would unfold. Yet, a twist awaited. Lin Fan, who had called off his engagement with the Su family, turned out to be the enigmatic creator of the Dragon King Hall. The Dragon King was acutely aware of the identities of the women featured in the news, particularly Yin Qin, an outsourced member of the Dragon King Hall, who also served in the core area. Lin Fan's identity was now decidedly clear. The Dragon King felt a chill of sweat. He could only be relieved that they had not acted against Lin Fan, for otherwise, the entire Su family would face annihilation. The thought of Lin Fan breaking off his engagement with his daughter brought him a pang of heartache. This was a splendid opportunity for ascension. Perhaps they could surpass the Shen family and become the foremost among the 4 great clans. With this thought, anger surged within him. Just then, Su Lingling returned, laden with shopping bags from her outing with friends. Su Chong, seeking an outlet for his frustration, found his target in her. He scrutinized Su Lingling's attire and mockingly inquired, "What is this? Off shopping again?" Hearing the sarcasm in his voice, Su Lingling frowned. Was her father in a foul mood? Still, she felt compelled to respond. Cautiously modulating her tone, "I merely purchased some items of value." "Father, what seems to be troubling you today?" "Ever since Lin Fan came to call off the engagement, you've been in a bad mood." It was better left unsaid. Mentioning Lin Fan only intensified Su Chang's ire. "Our family had a chance for ascension, and now look, he has deemed you unworthy and has come to break off the engagement." Su Lingling finally understood he was referring to Lin Fan. As she attempted to interject, her attention was diverted by a video shared by Su Chong. Upon discovering Lin Fan's true identity, she was taken aback. The Dragon King? How could that be? She recalled their first meeting, Lin Fan clad in a faded white shirt. The original shade, clearly a creamy white, and the shirt appeared worn and wrinkled, suggesting it had seen better days. Initially, when she learned he was her fiancé, she had doubted it but had agreed to the arrangement to escape Shen Ming. The ensuing chaos was another matter. Little did she expect her father would confirm Lin Fan as her fiancé. Su Lingling mused how small the world was. She bit her lip, initially thinking she did not wish to marry him, and contemplated offering him some compensation to dissolve the engagement. However, events unfolded more swiftly than anticipated, as Lin Fan readily relinquished their engagement. Upon learning this, Su Lingling was elated and sent him a plethora of medicinal herbs, which he accepted with equal ease. Thus, they parted ways. At the marriage banquet, when Lin Fan's identity was unveiled, she felt nothing but surprise followed by calm. After all, she had never had feelings for Lin Fan. Even with the revelation of his identity, her heart remained untouched. Was it the identity of the Dragon King that captivated her? Or was it Lin Fan himself? While she could come to terms with it, her father seemed unable to accept the reality. Observing her father's darkened expression, she shrugged. They had already called off the engagement. There was no point in discussing it further. What benefit would there be in angering him now? Thus, Su Lingling did not even cast a glance at her father, turning back to her room. Su Chong was left alone, simmering with frustration. Chapter 31 Auction 5 Shen Ming S-Class Reunion. He fumed for a while, ultimately a loss. Having called off the engagement, it was impossible to rekindle it. Was it? What a blow to his dignity. After all, he was a Dragon King. A noble steed does not graze where it has previously fed. What woman could the illustrious Dragon King not have? It was indeed his impulsiveness that led to this. Otherwise, Lin Fan could have become his son-in-law. Alas, the unpredictability of life. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He leapt up, smacked his thigh, and bellowed, "Lingling, remember to attend the auction this afternoon. Do not forget." This troublesome girl often overlooked significant matters, yet he always lamented that fortune was his when gained, but life was his when lost. He inwardly scoffed, without striving or contending. How could one acquire anything of value? Su Lingling's voice echoed from afar. "Got it. Dad is just so talkative." It was merely an auction. She picked up her phone again to scroll, hesitating for a moment before turning it off and plunging into contemplation. "I seem to recall that there will be something of great importance at this auction. Well, I shall see for myself." She patted her chest, muttering with dissatisfaction, "Honestly, Dad, just because he feels embarrassed, he comes to berate me. TSK." She grabbed a blanket, enveloped herself within, and drifted off into her sweet dreams. At 11:04 a.m., Shen Ming sat in the car, listening to the driver report on the itinerary while working. The sound of brakes jolted him, and he glanced at his watch. He was not late. He had a strong sense of time. If he needed to arrive by 11:20, he would always aim to reach a few minutes before 11. He removed his glasses, opened the car door, and strolled leisurely toward the tea house. The architectural style of this tea house was distinctive, resembling the renowned Yellow Crane Tower. From a distance, it loomed majestically, akin to a miniature Yellow Crane Tower standing amidst a bustling marketplace. As he approached, he noticed that each of the four cardinal directions had a facade intricately carved with three vividly lifelike birds. These birds varied in form, each facade adorned with exquisite and intricate patterns. There's a saying, one is judged by their attire as a horse is by its saddle. A building is valued by its wealth and history. It is said that this establishment was once a grand garden in ancient times, later purchased and transformed into a tea house. The granddaughter of the tea house owner happened to be his classmate, the young lady who had previously expressed her intention to pursue him, only to abandon the endeavor due to his high demands. He wondered how she was faring now. They were in different classes, and his understanding of her was minimal. With one less suitor, he felt little emotion. After all, their family's businesses would not falter simply because he had declined her advances. Shen Ming held his phone, briefly displaying the electronic invitation to the staff, who respectfully opened the door upon seeing it. Following the directions indicated in the invitation, he made his way to the private room. However, as he placed his hand on the doorknob, he overheard a discussion from within. "Do you think Shen Ming could really be getting close to the Dragon King?" One voice inquired, shaking a wine glass. "Huh, did you not notice how he is being ignored?" Another voice retorted. "Then by your reasoning, Shen Ming wouldn't be a sycophant, would he? Forget it." He practically threw himself at them. "If he wants to be a dog, no one cares." A third voice maliciously chimed in. They hailed from various family backgrounds, and it appeared that Shen Ming was merely slightly more accomplished academically. His status remained unchanged. Now, he had the fortune of being acquainted with the Dragon King, the one referred to as the Azura, the jade-faced Yama. Damn, Shen Ming is truly lucky. Not only did he meet Lin Fan as a child, but even after confessing. Despite appearing utterly infatuated, Lin Fan still did not reject him. What is this? True love? How terrifying. On the other side, a girl with an oval face was blinking back tears, her expensive designer clothes contrasting against the napkins she was dabbing her eyes with as she stared at her phone. This girl was the granddaughter of the tea house owner who had once pursued Shen Ming, and now she found herself weeping, accepting consolation from others. Why? My crush turned out to be a same-sex attraction. How cruel is this world? First Su Lingling, now Lin Fan. No matter what, I won't be chosen, she lamented. Her friend attempted to comfort her, saying, all right, stop crying. There are plenty of good men in this world. Why fixate on just one? Yet internally, she too felt a sense of helplessness. She was bewildered. If he had liked Su Lingling, it would have been more understandable, but he had fallen for a man. Most novels she had read featured dual male leads, and while she held no prejudice against homosexuality, her friend's affection for a man felt like an unfortunate twist of fate. Nonetheless, she acknowledged Shen Ming's dedication. Coming out so boldly required a bravery not everyone possessed. She found herself torn between scolding Shen Ming for his naivety and cursing this wretched world. Her friend was already a romantic at heart, but to fall head over heels for Shen Ming was just unfortunate. However, she soon noticed an unsettling shift in her friend's gaze. Alarmed, she asked Qin, "What's wrong?" With an intensity that was hard to comprehend, her friend grasped her hand and asked, "Do you think there's a chance I could turn him straight?" Liu was momentarily stunned, frowning as she responded, "Who are you talking about?" With a wild glint in her swollen eyes, Qin replied, "Of course. I mean Shen Ming." Liu was thoroughly taken aback. Although Shen Ming was indeed handsome, fitting the mold of a charming gentleman, the implications of her friend's words left her in shock. However, the individual has openly come out, expressing his affection for men. Can we not continue to harbor feelings for him? Liu quickly grasped her hand and said, "I understand your feelings, but he is currently in a relationship, or rather, he is pursuing someone he truly cares for. Let us not intrude upon this situation, shall we?" The most intolerable thing in life is for a close friend to develop feelings for a man, only to discover he is already taken, and yet still attempting to encroach upon that territory. Such scenarios compel her to silently pray that she remains unscathed. Otherwise, she might find herself akin to a protagonist in a novel, betrayed by her friend, and then reborn anew. Yet, Qin disregarded all caution and exclaimed, "Impossible. This is merely an excuse. I know he must have feelings for me, but is too shy to admit it, to reject other women. He concocted this pretext of liking men. In truth, he hardly knows Lin Fan. It is all a facade, utterly fictitious." Liu, with an expression of disbelief, retorted, "He has explicitly declared his preference for men. He does not harbor any interest in women. Must we force ourselves into this situation?" Qin, growing increasingly frantic, insisted, "He must like me. Are you envious of me?" Suddenly, Qin directed her ire towards Liu. Upon hearing this accusation, Liu was momentarily taken aback. Staring at her in shock, Qin, wearing an expression of knowing incredulity, continued, "Every time I mention Shen Ming, you wish for me to abandon my pursuit of him. Do you secretly harbor feelings for him as well?" "No, my dear friend. He has clearly stated he does not like you and has firmly rejected you. The more you cling to him, the more it diminishes your worth. Furthermore, he does not even glance in your direction." Chapter 32. The Auction 6. Shen Ming faces mockery. Qinzhou questions the relationship with Ming Fan Shen Ming. He slowly raised a question mark, bewildered as he listened to their conversation. The others were inconsequential, merely individuals who relished mocking him. In their eyes, having aligned himself with Lin Fan ensured his future comfort, while they remained in turmoil. Lacking both talent and the superior looks that Shen Ming possessed, their current standing was incomparable. What could they possibly compete against? They might as well retreat to their homes and inherit their family fortunes, rather than foolishly oppose Shen Ming. Yet, they were unwilling to concede. With their inadequate qualifications and now overshadowed by his influence, they felt they would be utterly crushed. Had they not noticed how the majority of the girls in their class previously held affections for Shen Ming? He indulged in hearty meals, while they were left with nothing but scraps. The male classmates, itching for a fight, thought that even if one could not match Shen Ming, collectively they could pose a challenge. However, to Shen Ming, they were mere jumping grasshoppers devoid of any threat, and instead, they provided him with additional amusement. Suddenly, he smiled, displaying a perfect grin as he entered the room. The music ceased fittingly, and he looked upon the varied expressions of the crowd, greeting them with a smile. "Good afternoon, everyone." Meanwhile, Lin Fan sat in a private car, with Jingzhou seated beside him. In his youth, Jingzhou was a charming young gentleman, and even now, he has aged gracefully into an attractive elder. Dressed impeccably in a tailored suit, adorned with a gentleman's bow tie, he bears the subtle lines of wisdom around his eyes, complemented by a visage that radiates peace and prosperity. His thick brows and bright eyes exude a spirited vitality. At times, I find myself wishing to critique my penchant for writing about suits. It stems primarily from the context of a public setting where casual attire seems rather inappropriate. Hence this portrayal. Lin Fan is clad in a light gray jacket paired with denim jeans. These garments were specifically procured at Jingzhou's insistence. Lin Fan's disposition leans towards the casual. He prefers not to dress too formally, yet he understands the necessity of avoiding a shabby appearance lest he be underestimated. Thus, he settled on attire that is relatively unremarkable. Surely, the staff would not judge him solely by his clothing. Even if they did, with his master donning such high-end attire, it is unlikely they would look down upon him. Should anyone dare to underestimate him, he would confidently declare, "I am the Dragon King," brandishing his token with flair. That would certainly create a more entertaining scene. Jingzhou set down his mobile device, intending to engage Lin Fan in a meaningful conversation. Aware that Lin Fan had moved into Shen Ming's household, he was filled with curiosity. Upon seeing Shen Ming's countenance, he felt a sense of relief. His young apprentice has always had a penchant for attractive faces. He could confidently assert that had Shen Ming been female, Lin Fan might have pursued her fervently. Indeed, he was not mistaken. Others may be oblivious, but Lin Fan certainly knows his inclinations. This young man is a consummate judge of beauty. Upon encountering someone of striking appearance, his demeanor shifts dramatically, surpassing even the most skilled masters of facial expressions. However, this does not imply that he would compromise his principles for the sake of physical allure. Thus, while he felt some relief, deeper questions began to surface. What exactly is Lin Fan up to? Could it be that he has genuinely developed feelings for Shen Ming? He is not averse to his apprentice having an extensive contact list. Having witnessed grand spectacles in his youth, he believed he could handle it. Yet, when he heard Lin Fan declare his intention to reside in Shen Ming's home for 3 years, he was left in shock. With countless admirers pursuing him, Lin Fan had never shown interest in any of them, yet he cheerfully moved into Shen Ming's abode? How outrageous! Where is my future daughter-in-law? Had I known of your preference for men, I would have guided you elsewhere, sparing those lovely girls from your affections. He had entertained doubts regarding the purity of their brotherly bond. However, upon mentioning Shen Ming, his wayward disciple appeared visibly uneasy. Yes, unmistakably uneasy. What are you so anxious about, my friend? Could it be that you genuinely fancy Shen Ming? Yet you constantly speak of desiring a wife and children, yearning for a cozy hearth. Have you forsaken the search for a wife in favor of pursuing a husband? Lin Fan felt a fog enveloping his mind. His master had just been imparting some essential guidelines for entering the venue, yet suddenly shifted to discussing his relationship with Shen Ming. Before he could fully grasp the situation, memories of Shen Ming sitting elegantly at the table, sipping tea, flooded his mind. Shen Ming is slightly older than him, their birthdays separated by approximately 2 months. Shen Ming appears to be a mature and composed adult in every aspect, yet having recently descended from the mountain, he finds himself intrigued by all things, inadvertently transforming himself into a relic of the past. Occasionally, Shen Ming introduces him to various games downloaded onto his mobile device, such as parkour and egg-jumping games. He revels in the joy of playing, sometimes even inviting Shen Ming to join. However, Shen Ming, with a heart as dark as a stormy night, seizes any opportunity to snatch away the items he has painstakingly acquired. Even in their moments of rivalry, Shen Ming shows no mercy, ruthlessly vanquishing him without a second thought. Watching Lin Fan suffer defeat after defeat, Shen Ming only elicits a silent smile, while Lin Fan, in a fit of fury, exclaims, "Shen Ming, I shall have my vengeance." His heart brims with impotent rage. "Very well, you have successfully captured my attention," Lin Fan declares. After spending a week at the Shen residence, he is left with the overwhelming impression that certain individuals possess the cunning of a shrewd merchant. The lodging and meal expenses are exorbitantly inflated tenfold. And to add insult to injury, there are fees for gaming as well. It seems he has escaped a den of old foxes only to fall prey to a young one. Shen Ming, the unscrupulous merchant of the heavens. In 3 years, should he find himself entangled with you again, he would rather be a dog. There is another source of his frustration. He is constantly haunted by dreams of Shen Ming. Some dreams are too elusive to recall, while others are unwelcome memories he wishes to forget. Jingzhou observes his face, which fluctuates between hues of blue and white, with even his ears tinged with a faint blush, prompting him to roll his eyes. When did this rascal become so bashful? He scoffs lightly, dismissing the thought, and swiftly downloads a short drama featuring a male protagonist. After all, nothing must interrupt his viewing pleasure. When it comes to social gatherings, Shen Ming has mastered the art of expression, smiling when appropriate and adopting a cold demeanor when necessary. Upon taking his seat, he is immediately surrounded by individuals, either seeking collaboration or teasing him about when they might partake in his wedding banquet. Shen Ming adeptly navigates their inquiries, maintaining a flawless smile while discreetly deflecting any questions concerning Lin Fan, as if they were worthy of clinging to Lin Fan's coattails. How amusing it is that once they have allied with the Dragon King, they forget their former identities. Shen Ming frowns as an unwelcome presence approaches. Wang Hao, a privileged scion who merely exists to consume and bide his time. With a family background rivaling that of the Shen clan, and in some aspects even surpassing it, Wang Hao's presence in class is anything but negligible. He often bullies his peers and receives little reprimand from teachers, which is why their class has earned the moniker of hell for the poor. Though he may not have openly discriminated against them, the divide of class creates an insurmountable barrier to communication. For Shen Ming, such inability to communicate equates to a waste of time. Furthermore, why should he seek to assert his presence among others? Managing his own affairs should suffice. This is his internal dialogue. However, his outward behavior starkly contrasts with his inner thoughts. As a businessman, what is paramount? Talent and wealth, of course. He must possess the discernment to identify those who can assist him and draw them closer, all to achieve his desired objectives. Fortunately, this class is filled with many valuable individuals, and he finds himself quite satisfied. Due to his reluctance to vocalize his desires, he has gathered a few devoted followers, with Zhao Jia as their leader. Whenever someone attempts to mock him, Zhao Jia unhesitatingly retaliates. When he wishes to quench his thirst or serve himself a meal, Zhao Jia promptly attends to his needs, even going so far as to organize assistance from others. This illustrates the reason why so many are inclined to cultivate loyal followers. In return, he reciprocates their loyalty by securing employment for their families, which motivates them to exert even greater effort. In such circumstances, his followers are likely to rise in his defense. As expected, Zhao Jia stood up without hesitation. Moments ago, several young masters and ladies had attempted to ingratiate themselves with Shen Ming, but he, understanding the situation, had refrained from approaching them. Now was his time to shine. He adopted an imposing demeanor and declared, "Young Master Wang, it seems you cannot utter a single commendable word. If this is the standard of upbringing in the Wang family, perhaps you should refrain from appearing here to avoid further embarrassment." Upon hearing this, Wang Hao erupted in fury, exclaiming, "How dare you speak to me in such a manner?" Zhao Jia raised an eyebrow and replied with a tone dripping with disdain, "Young Master Wang, I fear your faculties may be clouded. Well, has my master ever been one to be trifled with? With such a foul mouth and a befuddled mind, did you perhaps sleep like a pig at home?" Chapter 33, Auction 7. class reunion, and the humiliation of the heir Shen Ming could not help but smile at Zhao Jia's words. Indeed, this loyal follower was not taken in vain. For him, as long as he could command others, he preferred to remain silent. In the presence of such a privileged heir, he had no need to engage verbally. Noticing Shen Ming's approving gaze, Zhao Jia wore an expression that conveyed indifference towards the heir's plight. Wang Hao's temples throbbed with fury as he retorted, "No matter what, I am still the sole heir of the Ningzhou Wang family. Do you not fear the consequences of provoking me?" At this, Shen Ming genuinely laughed, feeling utterly speechless. Regardless of his status as the heir of the Shen family or his pursuit of the Dragon King's favor, anyone daring enough to confront him at this moment would undoubtedly be deemed the most foolish person in the world. To his astonishment, this fool happened to be his classmate. What bad luck! Seeing that Shen Ming continued to ignore him, Wang Hao sneered, "Isn't your identity merely that of the Shen family heir? In our Wang family, that holds no significance." Once again, the classic rhetoric of a villain emerged. He gazed at Wang Hao helplessly, pondering whether he had once been as foolish as this. When he lifted his gaze again, Shen Ming spoke in a frigid tone, "I do not comprehend what you are saying." Zhao Jia seized the moment to interject. "You must be mistaken. My master is exceptionally intelligent, of noble birth, and aspires to win the favor of the Dragon King. It is clear he is a true winner in life. And you, young Master Wang, after all these years, have consistently fallen short of my master. Are you now envious of him?" Zhao Jia's words were consistently infuriating, his tone almost taunting. This provoked not only those present, but also stirred a simmering anger within Shen Ming. Shen Ming couldn't help but rub his forehead, contemplating that had he not followed Zhao Jia's lead, such a mouth could have easily led to his demise at the hands of others. "Zhao Jia, you wield your authority too brazenly. Zhao Jia, do you realize that with a mere lick of your lips, you could poison yourself?" "Huh," Wang Hao sneered. "Surely, you do not genuinely believe that your young master has captured the affection of the Dragon King." His tone dripped with unmasked mockery. "What are you saying?" Zhao Jia, upon hearing this, instantly grew flustered. Wang Hao, detecting the urgency in his voice, responded with a cold laugh. "It is utterly astonishing to think that the eldest son of the Shen family harbors feelings for a man. However, given your lineage, do you truly believe you can attain the Dragon King?" He scoffed, adding provocatively, "You are merely a renowned yet insubstantial suitor. As far as I am aware, the Dragon King has a fiancée, albeit one who has since withdrawn. Yet, this still attests to his preference for women." Observing Shen Ming's increasingly frosty demeanor, he continued nonchalantly, "It is entirely plausible that he has only ever favored women, and you are but a stepping stone on his path, perhaps merely amused by you. Should you provoke the Dragon King, what do you think your fate would be?" The expressions of those present turned peculiar. They too discerned the truth in Wang Hao's words. Shen Ming was merely infatuated with the Dragon King, not a true companion. It appeared they had been overly anxious, placing their faith in an uncertain outcome. Upon hearing this, Shen Ming's gaze turned icily sharp. In truth, he found no fault in Wang Hao's assertions. Everything was merely an attempt to alter his destiny. Yet, when Wang Hao labeled him as a mere insubstantial admirer, a sharp pain pierced his heart, the source of which he could not identify. Simultaneously, a wave of overwhelming anger engulfed him. Upon learning of the Dragon King's fiancée, he felt an urge to lash out at Wang Hao. So what if he has a fiancée? She has withdrawn. The mere fact of her withdrawal signified an opportunity for him to pursue. So what does it matter? When Lin Fan suggested that he perhaps did not genuinely care for him, an intense fury bubbled within him. Why must this person speak with such venom? Is he unwell? Did his mother forget to bring forth his brain when he was born? He spoke without a shred of thought, shamefully uttering words that incited animosity. Noting Shen Ming's darkening expression, Wang Hao assumed he had struck a nerve and escalated his provocation. "Do you see? Your young master has already conceded that he has not won the Dragon King's favor. Following him will only lead to calamity. Silence yourself." Zhao Jia was utterly enraged. The young master had previously assisted his family, and he held deep gratitude for him. Hearing such slander directed at the young master was intolerable. "And what of you? You are merely here on the coattails of your family's wealth. Otherwise, you might not even have passed high school and would be relegated to tightening screws in a factory. Wang Hao and Zhao Jia were evenly matched in their heated exchange. As their argument intensified, others, having consumed a few bottles of wine, gathered to witness the spectacle, while the remaining individuals engaged in discussions about work and perused their phones. Unable to contain his frustration, Wang Hao struck Zhao Jia with a slap. Taken aback, Zhao Jia turned to Shen Ming, tears in his eyes, exclaiming, "Young master, he hit me." Shen Ming replied, "Why are you calling me? Just hit him back." However, considering the numerous words Zhao Jia had just shared with him, he reluctantly approached with a stern expression. Wang Hao, brimming with arrogance, taunted, "I hit him. What are you going to do about it?" Before the last word had left his lips, a resounding slap echoed throughout the private room, capturing the attention of even those engrossed in their phones. "You! How dare you hit me?" Wang Hao exclaimed, his cheeks flushed. Shen Ming shrugged off his hand. Realizing that Wang Hao's skin was indeed quite thick, after such an extended altercation, his own hand was sore. With a stoic expression, he declared, "If Master Wang cannot comprehend words, then I shall resort to using my strength to communicate with you." The implication was clear. If one could not understand human language, then a fist could convey the message just as well. "You, Shen Ming." Wang Hao was furious. All the slaps he had received throughout his life seemed to have come back to haunt him today, and the instigator had the audacity to complain that his hand was sore from striking him. This is infuriating. He glared at Shen Ming and swung a punch in his direction. Shen Ming, a martial artist, effortlessly blocked the attack. Wang Hao's punch landed softly against him. While he himself bore the marks of Shen Ming's earlier strike, his face now a mix of red and purple, and he found himself outmatched. In a fit of rage, Wang Hao attempted to rally those around him to assist his little minion in confronting Shen Ming, only to realize that they had mysteriously exited the private room. Externally seething with fury, internally, he began to fear Shen Ming. With no allies by his side and lacking the capability to confront Shen Ming, he stormed towards the exit, determined to return home. "I need to go home. There's a monster here." The onlookers stood in stunned silence as they watched Wang Hao flee alone. The atmosphere grew heavy with an awkward quietude. Chapter 34. The Auction 8. Shen Ming reassures the two. The silence in the private room lasted only a few seconds before it was shattered by Zhao Jia's voice. He approached Shen Ming, covering his face, his earlier sobs transformed into elation. "Young master, your slaps were incredibly satisfying. Did you see Wang Hao's cowardly demeanor? His face is swollen like a pig's head, and he still dares to act arrogant." Shen Ming cast him a sidelong glance, his tone indifferent. "First, tend to your own face. Don't walk around flaunting a handprint." Zhao Jia suddenly recalled that he too had received a hit and quickly began to rub his face, all the while muttering, "If it weren't for your swift intervention, I would have confronted him. How dare he claim you are an empty suitor? He knows nothing. I know you genuinely care for sister-in-law, and I will forever recognize her as our sister-in-law. Besides, your relationship with her is quite good. They just don't understand." Shen Ming's smile suddenly graced his face. Indeed, their relationship was quite commendable. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere in the private room shifted as the onlookers awkwardly diverted their gazes. When Wang Hao had spoken earlier, many among them had tacitly acknowledged the implications, for the name of the Dragon King's domain was exceedingly illustrious. No one genuinely believed that Shen Ming could forge a substantial connection with such a figure. Shen Ming, however, discerned the change in expression among the crowd. He paid it no mind, merely taking a seat by the sofa and gently tapping his fingers on the screen of his phone. Shortly thereafter, the door to the private room swung open, and a man clad in a black suit entered, bowing respectfully to Shen Ming. "Young Master Shen, the matters you instructed have been attended to." Upon hearing this, the atmosphere in the room changed drastically. "The Wang family has just received word. Old Master Wang has summoned Wang Hao home to face punishment. Moreover, several of the Wang family's recent collaborative projects in Jingzhou have been intercepted by our associates." The collective countenance of the group turned pale. They had only known Shen Ming as the heir of the Shen family, yet they had not anticipated that he wielded such considerable influence. Merely engaging in a skirmish within the private room had resulted in the Wang family enacting genuine repercussions and halting their projects. This was not mere posturing. It was a definitive demonstration of strength. Zhao Jia's eyes lit up, and he slapped his thigh in excitement. Excellent. Let Wang Hao continue his arrogance. Let us see how he remains haughty now. Shen Ming raised his gaze, nodding at the suited man. Understood, you may leave now. Once the man departed, Shen Ming turned his attention back to the others in the room, his tone remaining calm. Let us consider today's events as if they did not occur. In the future, avoid entanglements with individuals like Wang Hao to prevent unnecessary troubles. No one dared to counter his words, each nodding in agreement. Those who had previously doubted Shen Ming's potential to associate with the Dragon King's domain now felt a profound respect. His ability to effortlessly manipulate the Wang family and the evident regard from the Dragon King himself. Otherwise, Wang Hao would not have used this incident as a point of attack, illustrated that Shen Ming's power was far more formidable than they had imagined. Zhao Jia moved closer to Shen Ming, lowering his voice to inquire, "Young master, do you think Wang Hao will return home to face a broken leg from his grandfather? I've heard that old Master Wang places great importance on the family's reputation. With Wang Hao's significant blunder today, the Wang family has also lost a project." Shen Ming sipped his tea, casually responding, "That is a matter for the Wang family. It concerns us not." Yet, beneath his nonchalant words, a glimmer of coldness flashed in his eyes. Wang Hao dared to invoke Lin Fan in his discourse. This punishment was merely an appetizer. He could not abide others questioning his relationship with Lin Fan, for his actions stemmed from his own intentions, and it was not for others to cast doubt upon them. At that moment, Shen Ming's phone chimed, the name Lin Fan illuminating the screen. His previously aloof gaze softened slightly as he picked up the phone and moved to a corner of the room to answer. "Hello." On the other end, Lin Fan's melodious voice rang out, tinged with a hint of laughter. "Shen Ming, are you busy right now? I just finished gathering spiritual herbs and noticed that the shop selling those osmanthus cakes you like has released a new flavor. Would you like me to bring you a portion?" After all, he was still living under someone else's roof, the wager remained, and it was customary to bring a small gift for a roommate. Shen Ming felt a faint smile tugging at the corners of his lips, his tone softening as he replied, "No need to trouble yourself. I will finish up here shortly and come find you." "All right, I shall await you in the courtyard, while I organize the spiritual herbs you requested yesterday." Lin Fan's voice brimmed with delight, and before hanging up, he added a gentle reminder, "Do refrain from excessive drinking. It is detrimental to your health." He certainly did not wish to return to find a drunken fool. What puzzled him was that, on his way to the auction house, he had purchased some medicinal materials, yet his funds remained surprisingly ample. "Master, just how wealthy are you?" he mused, hearing his master's call. He ended the call and proceeded to the dining room. Shen Ming acknowledged with a grunt, and only after hanging up did he realize that the occupants of the private room were discreetly observing his earlier cold confrontation with Wang Hao, and now, unexpectedly, he was smiling on the phone. Was this the same Shen Xiao who could easily handle the young master of the Wang family? The contrast was staggering. Zhao Jia was utterly taken aback. "Young master, that smile of yours." Shen Ming withdrew his gaze, the softness of his expression vanishing in an instant, reverting to his usual aloof demeanor. "Is there a problem?" Zhao Jia hastily shook his head. "No problem. No problem at all. Your smile is quite charming." Yet internally, he wondered, could it be that the person on the other end of the line is the master of the Dragon King Hall? Otherwise, how could the young master be so gentle? Shen Ming chose to disregard him, donning his coat and standing. "I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. The remaining expenses are on my account. You may proceed as you wish." With that, he strode towards the exit, his posture still regal, though the chill surrounding him had noticeably lessened since his arrival. Once Shen Ming departed, the private room erupted in a flurry of chatter. Good heavens! That smile from Shen Xiao was simply mesmerizing. Could it truly be that he was on the phone with the Dragon King Hall's master? It must be. Who else could elicit such warmth from Shen Xiao? Wang Hao's claim that Shen Xiao is a stepping stone was utterly mistaken. We must cultivate a good relationship with Shen Xiao. As you all witnessed, with just a flick of his finger, the Wang family would tremble. Listening to the discussions, Zhao Jia proudly raised his chin. His young master was already formidable, and paired with the master of the Dragon King Hall, they were a match made in heaven. That fool Wang Hao was utterly unworthy of being compared to the young master. Rubbing his still sore face, he took out his phone to call home, embellishing the tale of Wang Hao's beating and subsequent family punishment, prompting his family to praise Shun Xiao's prowess. Meanwhile, after finishing his lunch, Lin Fan settled into his car and sent a message. "Don't wait for me tonight. I have an important matter to attend to." Upon seeing Shen Ming's prompt reply, "Okay," Lin Fan shrugged and chuckled softly. Quite endearing indeed. Shen Ming's fingers gently caressed the screen, and warmth deepened in his gaze. The provocations from Wang Hao and the scrutiny of others seemed trivial when he thought of Lin Fan. After all, Lin Fan was his rival. Every aspect of his life warranted attention. Knowing oneself and one's enemy ensures victory in 100 battles. Ignorance of one's adversary is akin to foolishness. As for Wang Hao, he was merely an inconsequential interlude. Those who dare to provoke him and mention Lin Fan must be prepared to face the consequences. Chapter 35. The Auction. 9. Entering the auction house. Finally, we arrive at the main text. Yet the author feels as though it has morphed into pure romance. As Shen Ming stepped out of the private room, the corridor still bore a trace of the lingering clamor. The few individuals who had gathered at the entrance to witness the spectacle swiftly averted their gazes upon his emergence, either lowering their heads to feign adjustment of their collars or sidestepping to clear the passage, scarcely daring to exhale. With unwavering focus, he traversed the crowd, the hem of his black suit cutting through the air with a crisp arc, an aura of subtle authority emanating from him, rendering those who had contemplated approaching utterly devoid of courage. With a haughty glint in his eyes, he inquired in a calm, indifferent tone, "How are the preparations proceeding?" The driver stationed at the elevator had been awaiting his arrival, and upon seeing him approach, promptly opened the rear door of the vehicle, respectfully stating, "Young Master Shun, the car is ready. Shall we proceed directly to the Hungtong auction house?" Shen Ming inclined his body to enter the car, his fingertips casually brushing the fabric of his suit resting on his lap. Inside the vehicle, silence enveloped him. Only the faint whisper of the air conditioning broke the stillness. Leaning back against the seat, he closed his eyes for a moment, yet his mind involuntarily conjured Lin Fan's parting words before hanging up. "Drink less," laced with a hint of feigned concern, resonated in a tone as clear as the afternoon sun, effectively dissipating much of the tension that had arisen from the earlier encounter with Wang Hao. When he reopened his eyes, the car had already halted before the Hungtong auction house. Unlike the ordinary cacophony of public venues, this place exuded an understated opulence. Flanking the entrance were two exquisite white marble lions, while the 5 gilded characters spelling Hungtong auction house shimmered softly in the night. The doormen, clad in impeccably tailored tailcoats, hastened forward at the sight of Shen Ming's vehicle, executing a flawless gesture to open the door. Beside him, one of the staff wiped a bead of sweat from his brow. After all, this was the esteemed scion of the Shen family. They could not afford to delay. "Young Master Shen, welcome." The head manager of the auction house had been waiting at the entrance, his face adorned with a perfectly measured smile of deference, holding a gilded invitation in his hands. "Our boss has specifically instructed to reserve the finest viewing box, the Stargazer Pavilion on the 3rd floor, offering an unobstructed view of the auction stage. Please, this way." Shen Ming accepted the invitation and casually handed it to the driver behind him as he followed the manager inside. As they traversed the hall, which was decorated akin to a palace, numerous elegantly attired guests instinctively turned their attention towards them. It was a rarity for the Hungtong manager to personally greet someone and directly arrange for a 3rd-floor box. There were only a few individuals in Jingzhou who warranted such treatment. Some recognized Shen Ming, their faces instantly reflecting astonishment, their whispers reduced to hushed tones filled with curiosity and reverence. "I heard the Wang family's project was halted, apparently by young Master Shen. Is that true? The Wang family holds a significant position in Jingzhou. Young Master Shen's methods are remarkably assertive. Did you not see earlier when someone encountered Wang Hao being taken away by his family, his face swollen like a pig's head? It's rumored that young Master Shen was responsible." These murmurs drifted intermittently into Shen Ming's ears, yet he appeared oblivious, his steps unwavering. The manager led him to the entrance of the third-floor box, pushed the door open, and gestured for him to enter. "Young Master Shen, please step inside. The tea you requested has already been brewed. It is this year's Preaching Ming Longjing. Should you require anything, simply press the call button on the wall. We are at your service at all times." Shen Ming entered the private room, where the exquisite furnishings included soft, genuine leather sofas and a tea table crafted from pear wood. The floor-to-ceiling windows directly faced the auction stage below, offering an unobstructed view. He settled onto the sofa, lifted his teacup for a sip, and had just set it down when his phone vibrated beside him. Shen Ming fervently hoped it was a message from Lin Fan, so he quickly opened his phone. It was indeed a message from Lin Fan, accompanied by a photograph. In the image, a stone table in the courtyard was adorned with sun-dried spiritual herbs, meticulously wrapped in Xian paper by category, beside which sat a small celadon lamp. The caption read, "Just tell me what you want, and we can settle it against your rent. I'll have someone keep the lamp for you. So don't worry about the darkness if you come back late." The latter part left him perplexed, yet a secret joy stirred within him. Meanwhile, Lin Fan, pointing at his phone, exchanged incredulous glances with Jingzhou. "Master, you said you would help me reply, but why did you send this?" He felt there was something peculiar about the message. Jingzhou shot him a glare. How dare this insolent brat question him? What was strange about his reply? Well, upon reflection, perhaps it was a tad unusual. The concerned tone of the message made it seem as if their relationship was ambiguous. Jingzhou, with a face that implied Lin Fan was missing the point, looked up to the heavens to mask his embarrassment. Lin Fan observed the photograph, his fingertips gently caressing the screen, a faint smile unconsciously curving his lips. Just days ago, they had quarreled over a bet, and now he was thoughtfully keeping the lamp for him. The man was endearingly awkward. However, the thought of their impending separation in 3 years caused Shen Ming's previously cheerful demeanor to falter. Resigned, he replied, "Got it, you should sleep early. Don't wait for me." And, after sending the message, placed his phone aside and began to peruse the auction catalog on the coffee table. The catalog displayed an array of exquisite items, from jade antiquities to rare medicinal herbs. Yet Shen Ming's gaze quickly settled on the last page, which featured a snow-white ginseng, its roots plump and intact. The accompanying description proclaimed it to be a millennium-old snow ginseng, harvested from the extreme northern tundra, characterized by its intense coldness, suitable for medicinal use, as well as a spiritual plant auxiliary. The starting bid was set at 5 million. His expression darkened slightly. Lin Fan had mentioned just yesterday that a crucial ingredient for refining the foundational pill was missing, and this millennium-old snow ginseng was precisely what was needed. It seemed this evening's trip to the auction house was not in vain. At that moment, a clear bell rang from downstairs, followed by the auctioneer's booming voice echoing through the speakers. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Hengtong Auction House's Autumn Special Event. We shall now commence the auction." The first item up for bid was a blue and white floral bowl from the Yongjing period of the Qing dynasty. The opening bid was met with fervor, and amidst the excitement, shouts and insults erupted. Lin Fan remained unfazed, as they had more antiques at home than any museum could boast. These items were of no use to him. He sat quietly in the VIP section, awaiting the proceedings, while Jingzhou eagerly scrutinized the items one after another. "Oh, a jade finger ring from the family of the Grand Marshal from the Ming dynasty? The color looks splendid. I'll bid on that. And a Han dynasty bamboo slip? Within it might lie the autobiography of a great sage. Captured. What is this? A national painting from the Tang dynasty? Or perhaps a work by Mr. Yen? Captured." Lin Fan, with a numbed expression, gazed at him, placing a hand over his forehead in exasperation. Was his master a plastic bag in a past life, to be so inclined to conceal in this one? Meanwhile, Shen Ming set down the manual, raised his eyes towards the auction platform outside the window, and lightly tapped his fingers on his knee. The grand performance was about to commence. Chapter 36, The Auction, Part 10. The bidding between protagonist and antagonist as the auctioneer's voice faded. The bidding from below surged like a tide. The price of the blue and white lotus-patterned bowl soaring from 800,000 to 1,500,000. Shen Ming reclined on the sofa, his fingers idly drumming the armrest, his gaze drifting over the auction stage, landing on a mobile screen where Lin Fan had just sent a yawning emoticon. Accompanied by the message, "It's unbearably noisy downstairs. When will we get to the serious items?" He couldn't help but curl his lips in a slight smile. Just as he was about to reply, he heard the auctioneer call out loudly, "The next item up for bid is a Song Dynasty Rue Kiln Sky Blue Glaze Brush Washer, of which few exist. Starting price $3 million. No sooner had the words left the auctioneer's lips than someone downstairs shouted $4 million, quickly followed by another voice declaring $4,500,000. Shen Ming lifted his gaze to see a box on the second floor light up, the sign indicating it was the Lin family's seat. He raised an eyebrow. Had the Lin family, recently embroiled in a land dispute with the Shen family, found some leisure funds to bid on antiques? As he pondered, his phone vibrated again. Lin Fan messaged, "Master has gone mad, insisting on bidding for this brush washer, claiming it will serve as my ink slab." An exasperated emoticon followed. Shen Ming paused, realizing that the occupant of the second floor box was indeed Lin Fan. He looked at the text on his screen, a hint of amusement glimmering in his eyes. This person, although clearly finding his master's behavior absurd, still accompanied him with a rare patience. Shen Ming suddenly broke into a mischievous smile. At that moment, Jingzhou's voice resonated through the speaker. $5 million. The room below fell silent for a few seconds, then whispers began. "Who is this?" Immediately increasing by 50,000. "It seems to be in Qin Lao's box. I've heard he is recently acquiring the 4 treasures of the study for his disciple." Shen Ming set his phone down, pressed a button on the intercom, and spoke coolly into the microphone. $6,500,000. His voice was soft, yet echoed throughout the entire auction house, plunging the previously raucous hall into an abrupt silence. In the second floor box, Lin Fan had just taken a sip of tea when he nearly choked upon hearing that voice. How could it sound so much like Shen Ming? He leaned towards the window, attempting to glimpse the individual in the third floor box, but could only make out a vague silhouette. Jingzhou furrowed his brow and shouted into the microphone again. $7 million. He was keen to see who dared contend with him for the item. Shen Ming leaned back on the sofa, his fingers tracing the edge of his teacup. Jingzhou's temper remained as impatient as ever. He knew Jingzhou was Lin Fan's master, but never anticipated he would compete with him over a brush washer. However, with Lin Fan present, why not tease them a bit? He chuckled lightly into the microphone, his tone nonchalant. $8 million. In the second floor box, Lin Fan was utterly bewildered. That tone was unmistakably Shen Ming. How could he be here, and bidding against his master for a brush washer? In a fit of anger, Jingzhou slammed his palm on the table, ready to shout a new bid, but Lin Fan quickly restrained him, exclaiming, "Master, do not bid any further. This item is not worth it, and besides, that individual seems familiar to me. Let us not engage in a contest with him." Jingzhou shot him a glare, but ultimately relinquished the microphone. The auctioneer, noticing the cessation of bids, boomed, $8 million once, $8 million twice, $8 million thrice. Sold. In the third floor box, Shen Ming repressed his smile and took out his phone to message Lin Fan. "I just heard someone contesting me for the ink wash. They certainly have some audacity." Lin Fan, upon reading the message, felt a flush of anger rise to his cheeks. Was Shen Ming mocking him? After a prolonged moment of hesitation, he replied, "That was my master. He has a penchant for antiques, so please do not take it to heart." Shen Ming, upon reading the response, found his amusement deepening. Just as he was about to reply, the auctioneer announced, "Next up, the piece de resistance of this auction, a millennium-old snow ginseng. Starting bid, $5 million. Shen Ming sat up straight, his gaze fixed intently on the snow ginseng. This was his true objective for the evening. Just as he was about to place a bid, a familiar voice echoed from the second floor. $6 million. It was Lin Fan. Shen Ming raised an eyebrow, puzzled by Lin Fan's sudden interest in the snow ginseng. Was he also seeking it for alchemy purposes? In the second floor box, Lin Fan stared at the snow ginseng, his heart racing. Just yesterday, while sorting spirit herbs, he had mentioned to Shen Ming the need for extreme cold ingredients to concoct a foundational elixir. He never anticipated that a millennium-old snow ginseng would be available here. Initially, he had no intention of competing, but the thought of Shen Ming's need compelled him to shout a bit. Jingzhou observed him, puzzled, and inquired, "Didn't you express disinterest in these herbs? What has prompted this sudden bidding?" Lin Fan scratched his head and replied softly, "A friend of mine requires this. I'm bidding for him." How absurd! He had secretly participated in the alchemy conference recently, which Jingzhou disapproved of, yet Lin Fan occasionally enjoyed showing off, so he enrolled. Jingzhou squinted, refraining from further inquiries, but internally he mused. When did this lad acquire such an important friend? In the third-floor box. Shen Ming gazed at his phone screen, waiting for Lin Fan's response, yet it was delayed. He raised an eyebrow and shouted into the microphone, 7 million. This fellow is bidding out of spite, isn't he? In the second-floor box, upon hearing the voice, Lin Fan's heart sank. Shen Ming also desired the snow ginseng. Clenching his teeth, he announced into the microphone, 7,500,000. By heavens, he would certainly have a word with him on their way home. Shen Ming's eyes glinted with amusement. This person was quite persistent. He replied into the microphone, 9 million. Lin Fan was thoroughly flustered. He did not possess such funds and could only look towards Jingzhou in desperation. With a sigh, Jingzhou declared into the microphone, 10 million. He was eager to discover the identity of this individual who dared to contest his disciple so audaciously. Once he learned of their identity, they would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Shen Ming chuckled upon reading Lin Fan's message. "Help. My master has clashed with someone, and I am running out of money." He could not help but laugh aloud. He then spoke softly into the microphone, 11 million. This time, there was complete silence from the second-floor box. After a pause of approximately 10 seconds, a voice finally emerged from the second floor, 12 million. Lin Fan's voice was laced with a hint of frustration. His finances. Once again, he found himself indebted to his master. Was it easy for him? The auctioneer announced loudly, 20 million for the first time, 20 million for the second time, 20 million for the third time. Sold. Reluctantly, Lin Fan parted with several million, feeling utterly deflated. When Shen Ming set down the microphone and glanced at his phone, he saw a message from Lin Fan. "Don't follow me. I have use for this snow ginseng. Next time, I'll bring you some delicious food as compensation." The message was accompanied by an exasperated emoji. In the private room on the second floor, Lin Fan read the message. His face instantly flushed with anger. He looked up at the third-floor box, feeling both furious and amused at Shen Ming, who, knowing it was him, still deliberately competed for the item. Did he truly enjoy watching him lose millions? Though Lin Fan possessed considerable wealth, he had to wait 3 years to access it. Moreover, withdrawing such sums could potentially trigger a global economic collapse. A few million was the utmost he could afford at present. Jingzhou, observing his expression, couldn't help but tease. "What is the matter? Is your friend the one competing with you?" Lin Fan nodded and whispered, "Yes, it seems he also needs this snow ginseng." Jingzhou patted his shoulder and said with a grin, "All right then, if he needs it, let him have it. Come on, let us go eat something delicious to make up for it." Lin Fan smiled and replied on his phone to Shen Ming, "Fine. But you must bring more delicious food next time." On the third floor, Shen Ming read the reply, his smile deepening. He rose and approached the window, watching as Lin Fan and Jingzhou departed below, a wicked gleam in his eyes. It seemed that the coming 3 years would not be so dull after all. Chapter 37. The Auction, 11. Shen Ming gazed at the message from Lin Fan on his phone screen, his fingertips lightly tracing the edge of the screen. As the amusement in his eyes gradually dimmed, tinged with an almost imperceptible darkness. "Bring more delicious food?" He repeated softly, a mocking lilt to his voice. Daring to make such a request, he leaned back against the sofa, his gaze returning to the auction stage, where the precious millennium snow ginseng was still vividly etched in his mind. He had no need for such an item to concoct elixirs. From the very beginning, he had intentionally engaged in a bidding war with Jingzhou, deliberately forcing Lin Fan to seek assistance from his master, and watching him fret over a mere snow ginseng as if he were an ant on a hot pan, ultimately having to part with his hard-earned wealth. "Lord Dragon King, aren't you usually so carefree?" Shen Ming drummed his fingers on the armrest, the rhythm now quicker, as if calculating something. Did he think that hiding in the private room and sending an emoji would allow him to remain uninvolved? He was merely presenting himself as a source of amusement. He recalled how Lin Fan had nearly choked on tea earlier and the helplessness in his message about his master going mad. Instead of feeling any sympathy, a twisted sense of satisfaction welled within him. It was akin to a cat capturing a mouse, not rushing to deliver a fatal bite, but rather toying with it, relishing its struggle, watching its calmness dissolve into panic, until it could no longer muster the strength to resist. Claiming it was for a friend, Shen Ming scoffed, the shadows in his eyes deepening. Did he think he was unaware of his intentions? Was it merely a desire to shine at the alchemy conference and to compete with the Shen family? Alas, with your meager capabilities, you lack even the qualification to vie with me for possessions, relying instead on your master's support. He picked up his phone, hesitating briefly as his fingers hovered over the keyboard, ultimately discarding his originally gentle phrasing in favor of a remark laced with unmistakable mockery. All right, I shall bring it next time, but remember, what you owe me this time extends far beyond a mere feast. Upon successfully sending the message, he gazed at the screen, envisioning Lin Fan's flustered yet helpless expression. 3 years, a span neither excessively long nor particularly short. He murmured to himself, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Since you are so eager to partake in this commotion, I shall indulge you in this game. Let us see in the future who emerges victorious. He rose and approached the window, watching as Lin Fan and Jingzhou's vehicle gradually departed from the auction house's gates, his fingers creasing the curtain. Yet, this was merely a trivial lesson. This time it was but a snow ginseng, but perhaps next time it shall be something you cherish far more. The clamor below gradually faded as the patrons of the auction house dispersed, yet Shen Ming showed no inclination to leave. He remained rooted, the darkness in his eyes slowly expanding, consuming the remnants of his earlier amusement. For him, this auction was not an end. Rather, it marked the beginning of a hunting game with Lin Fan as the prey, and 3 years as his time limit. This was merely the prologue. Releasing the curtain, the crease unfurled slowly, mirroring the emotions he was now suppressing, leaving only an unfathomable calm in his gaze. He gestured for his assistant, his voice devoid of any tremor, yet imbued with an unmistakable command. Deliver the snow ginseng acquired earlier to the medicinal cuisine workshop in the west of the city, and have it stewed into ginseng soup according to the highest standards charged to my account. The assistant hesitated, about to inquire further, when he met Shen Ming's gaze, cold and calculating, as if every subsequent step had already been meticulously planned. Also, have the workshop prepare a few servings of the osmanthus pastry that Lin Fan like last time, he added, lightly tapping his finger on the phone screen. Retrieving a screenshot from Lin Fan's social media post from 3 days prior, the assistant quickly comprehended and promptly agreed. Once the footsteps faded, Shen Ming returned to the sofa, his fingers navigating through an encrypted folder on his phone, filled with information about Lin Fan, from his commonly used medicinal channels to his techniques in alchemy. Even the recent movements of his master were meticulously organized. He opened a document detailing Jingzhou's connections, a faint smile curving his lips. The earlier act of deliberately raising the bid was not solely to compel Lin Fan to seek assistance, but also to gauge Jingzhou's stance towards him. It appeared that while Jingzhou and Lin Fan shared a master-student relationship, he was not yet willing to exhaust his resources for Lin Fan, which provided him with an opportunity. Before the alchemy conference, it would be prudent to keep Jingzhou busier. He whispered to himself, typing a command for another contact. Stall the approval process for the medicinal warehouse in the east of the city within 3 days. Ensure the reasoning is plausible, so as not to reveal any flaws. Having completed his message, he set his phone aside and directed his gaze once more towards the auction stage. The ancient snow ginseng was merely a pretext. The intricate web he intended to weave was far more complex. Lin Fan sought to gain prominence through the alchemy conference, wishing to compete with the Shen family. Thus, he would first deplete Lin Fan's finances, gradually instilling trust, only to orchestrate a moment where Lin Fan would ultimately lose all confidence at a critical juncture. Outside, the sky darkened steadily, and the lights of the auction house extinguished one by one, save for the box where Shen Ming resided, which remained aglow. Reclining on the sofa, he absent-mindedly caressed the armrest with his fingertips, his mind already rehearsing the scene at the alchemy conference. Lin Fan's flustered demeanor, Jingzhou's helpless expression, and the Shen family's splendor before the crowd. Each image vivid, as if unfolding before his eyes. The game had only just begun. He joyfully lifted the teacup from the table. Yet the warmth of the tea did little to diminish the chill in his eyes. Lin Fan, you had better not disappoint me. Chapter 38. The auction's original palace appearance. Just as Shen Ming's fingertips brushed the teacup, the box door was gently pushed open, and a melodious female voice, laced with mirth, resonated. Young Master Shen seems to be in high spirits, lingering here for tea even after the auction has concluded. He looked up to see Lin Ling entering. Her skirt gracefully gathered, the soft hue of her gown accentuating her snow-white complexion. The pearl hairpin nestled in her hair swayed gently with her movements. She was none other than the young lady of the Lin family, who had just competed with him for bids at the auction. Miss Lin, why have you not departed? Shen Ming set down his teacup, his tone neutral, though a flicker of understanding passed through his eyes. Lin Ling had shown a fervent desire for the ancient snow ginseng at the auction, but had suddenly withdrawn during his bidding war with Jingzhou. Her current visit must surely hold significance. Taking a seat opposite him, Lin Ling was presented with a cup of hot tea by a maid. Yet she did not touch it. Instead, she tilted her head to regard Shen Ming, a sly smile gracing her lips. I hear that young Master Shen acquired the snow ginseng as a gesture of goodwill. I am quite curious about who has captured your attention so thoroughly. Shen Ming lightly traced the armrest with his fingertips, not providing a direct answer, but rather countering with a question. Why did Miss Lin abruptly cease her bidding? Given the Lin family's resources, it was not beyond their reach. To claim it would have been a pretense. I simply did not wish to dampen someone's spirits, Lin Ling replied, cupping her chin, her gaze softening with an imperceptible tenderness. I noticed Lin Fan was present. His fixation on the snow ginseng mirrored his fervor in the herbal garden years ago, his eyes sparkling like stars. Lin Fan? Shen Ming's motions to sip tea faltered, the tranquility in his eyes abruptly shattered, a shadow of unease surfacing. Miss Lin, you are acquainted with him? More than merely acquainted. Lin Ling smiled, her fingertips absently tracing the rim of her cup. During my time in Jingzhou Mountain, I lived next door to him. He would often help me tidy the herbs blown about by the wind, and would secretly slip me the spirit-consolidating pills he crafted. However, after I returned to the Lin family to manage the business, we have not crossed paths in quite some time. As she reminisced about Lin Fan, her tone brimmed with nostalgia, her eyes nearly overflowing with warmth. Emotions buried deep within her heart for years, a sentiment she herself hardly recognized. Her voice softening as she uttered his name. Shen Ming listened, his fingers gradually tightening around the teacup, knuckles paling. He was taken aback to discover that Lin Fan was acquainted with Lin Ling, and even more astonished to learn that this proud young lady harbored such lingering affections for him. This unexpected addition to his harem disrupted his carefully laid plans. If Lin Ling chose to protect Lin Fan, his subsequent strategies would undoubtedly encounter numerous obstacles. So it was. Shen Ming suppressed the tumult within, allowing a faint smile to re-emerge on his face, though his tone bore a hint of testing. Miss Lin seems to be quite nostalgic. However, with Lin Fan now under the tutelage of Jingzhou and intent on making a name for himself at the alchemy competition, he likely had long forgotten the past. Whether he remembered or not mattered little. What was important was that I did. Lin Ling lifted her gaze to Shen Ming, her eyes sharpening with discernment. You were deliberately driving up the bidding against Lin Fan just now, weren't you, young Master Shen? Her words pierced directly through Shen Ming's intentions, yet he remained unperturbed, calmly acknowledging, I merely found it amusing. Miss Lin is aware that Lin Fan wishes to contend with the Shen family. I must indulge him in this game. Game? Lin Ling furrowed her brow, her tone growing serious. Young Master Shen, Lin Fan is of a gentle disposition. He has never clashed with anyone on Jingzhou Mountain. Should you seek to target him due to past grievances, I will not stand idly by. Her words were laden with protectiveness, and upon hearing them, Shen Ming felt a chill deepen within him, though his exterior remained composed. Miss Lin is overthinking. I simply wish to engage in fair competition. After all, at the alchemy competition, the Shen family and he must ultimately determine superiority. Lin Ling scrutinized him for a moment, as though trying to glean something from his expression. But eventually, she merely sighed softly. I hope that what you term fairness is indeed genuine. If I find out you are resorting to underhanded tactics, the Lin and Shen families will have to settle the score. With that, she rose to take her leave, but paused at the door to add, by the way, if the snow ginseng you acquired is of no use to you, I would be willing to purchase it at double the price to fulfill Lin Fan's wish. As Shen Ming watched her retreating figure, the warmth in his gaze evaporated entirely. Lin Ling's defense not only failed to dissuade him from his plans, but ignited a deeper competitive spirit within him. The presence of another protector for Lin Fan made this game all the more intriguing. Apologies, Miss Lin, he called out with a hint of mockery in his voice. The snow ginseng serves another purpose for me. As for Lin Fan's wish, it would be better for him to seek it from me directly. Lin Ling paused momentarily, but did not turn back, departing the private room without a backward glance. Once silence reclaimed the chamber, Shen Ming retrieved his phone, scrolling to find Lin Fan's contact information. His finger lingered on the screen for a considerable time before ultimately refraining from sending a message. Instead, he accessed an encrypted folder, adding a new note. Miss Lin of the Lin Group, with past affections for Lin Fan, displays a protective inclination, requires close observation. He set his phone down and reclined on the sofa, his gaze shifting once more to the view outside. The night deepened, the city lights flickering on like pieces in the chess game he had orchestrated, each move concealed with cunning. What difference did it make that Lin Fan had Lin Ling to shield him? His objective was to gradually dismantle every support surrounding Lin Fan, rendering him reliant solely on himself, and at the critical moment, to personally thrust him into the abyss. The alchemy conference truly ignites anticipation, Shen Ming murmured to himself, a blend of coldness and excitement flickering in his gaze. Lin Fan and Miss Lin, I sincerely hope you do not disappoint me. Chapter 39. Undercurrents of the auction. The sound of the private room door closing marked the conclusion of a dialogue rife with hidden currents. Shen Ming raised his teacup once more, only to realize that the warmth had long been supplanted by the coolness of his palm. Tiny tea leaves danced upon the surface, swirling with his slight movements, mirroring the turmoil in his heart. An annoyance at Lin Ling for disrupting his plans, combined with the thrill of new obstacles appearing before his prey. The night deepened outside. Neon lights cast a kaleidoscope of colors across his face, half illuminated and half shadowed, accentuating the calculating glint in his eyes. His fingertips glided across his phone screen, pausing on the latest post in Lin Fan's social media feed, a photo shared half a day ago, showcasing the youth in a simple white shirt, standing before the auction house with a smile that crinkled his eyes, sunlight glinting off his hair in a dizzying display. Shen Ming's thumb caressed Lin Fan's smiling visage on the screen, a cryptic smile curling at the corners of his mouth. At that moment, his phone vibrated, an assistant's message, Mr. Shen, Jingzhou has escorted Lin Fan away from the auction house and is heading towards the Alchemy Association. The Alchemy Association? He raised an eyebrow, swiftly typing a response. Follow them, but do not be detected. The confirmation of sending flashed on the screen as he tossed the phone onto the sofa and approached the floor-to-ceiling window. The bustling street below was alive with traffic, and two familiar figures emerged from the auction house's entrance. Jingzhou, clad in a black suit, stood tall beside Lin Fan, who wore a light gray hoodie and carried an old canvas bag, tilting his head to converse with Jingzhou, his profile appearing particularly gentle under the streetlights. Shen Ming's gaze was riveted on Lin Fan until the two boarded a taxi and vanished into the stream of vehicles, at which point he slowly withdrew his gaze. He loosened his tie, revealing the cool, pale skin of his neck, rising with a respectful tone. Teacher Qin? As his words faded, he recalled Lin Ling's mention of past ties to Qing Feng Mountain, tapping his fingers lightly against the window ledge, the rhythm quickening. It appeared that Lin Fan's past was filled with many unknown figures and events. However, that was of little concern. He had plenty of time to gradually replace those memories with a future entwined with Lin Fan's own story. He turned back to the sofa, retrieved his phone, and reopened the encrypted folder, adding to Lin Ling's message. No obvious intersection with Jingzhou, but vigilance is necessary regarding his alliance with Lin Fan. After composing the note, he opened Lin Fan's chat window, typing, "How is the preparation for the alchemy conference?" He stared at the screen for several seconds before deleting each word, ultimately leaving an empty input box behind. "There is no hurry," he murmured to himself, tucking the phone back into his pocket. Now was not the time. At that moment, a faint sound of footsteps echoed from outside the private room, followed closely by the respectful voice of a maid. "Young Master Shen, the Millennium Snow Ginseng you requested is ready. Shall I bring it in now?" "Come in," he replied. The door swung open, and the maid entered, delicately cradling an exquisite wooden box, which she gently placed upon the tea table before bowing and retreating. Shen Ming opened the box to reveal a layer of white velvet lining, upon which the Millennium Snow Ginseng lay serenely, its entire form a pristine white, exuding a subtle medicinal fragrance. He lightly touched the ginseng with his fingertip, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes. This object was not only the bait he intended to use to entice Lin Fan, but also the most critical step in his plan. He closed the box and set it beside the sofa, reclining against it and closing his eyes. His mind replayed the earlier scene of Lin Fan at the auction house. The young man sitting beside Jingzhou, his gaze intently fixed on the auction stage, occasionally engaging in hushed conversation with Jingzhou. The contours of his profile appeared particularly soft under the lighting. The thought of Lin Ling's gentle tone when mentioning Lin Fan, coupled with Jingzhou's protective demeanor towards him, ignited a fervent possessiveness within Shen Ming, akin to wild vines entwining around his heart, nearly suffocating him. "Lin Fan, you can only be mine." He opened his eyes, an icy intensity nearly spilling forth. No one could dare to compete with him. Since his current strength was insufficient to rival Lin Fan, he would bind him to his side completely. The long-lost barrage of comments erupted. Young Master Shen's possessiveness is almost spilling off the screen. "Lin Fan, you must run." Run from what? Does he truly have the audacity to act against Lin Fan? Just as Lin Ling left, here comes Jingzhou. Lin Fan's harem configuration is quite something. "Shen Ming, do you have some serious illness? Using snow ginseng as bait while hoping to be by Lin Fan's side? Get a grip. Be a proper villain. Isn't that more appealing?" I laughed when Shen deleted that message earlier. He is the king of mixed signals, wanting to care but feigning indifference. No wonder he can't win over a wife. Though the earlier setup has changed, this is still a male-oriented narrative. Don't ship CP here. I truly don't understand why you enjoy these altered setups. Shouldn't they just flop? Miss Lin Ling is so fierce. She boldly declared she would hold the Shen family accountable. That's genuine protection. Jingzhou, I merely wanted to teach my apprentice alchemy. How did I suddenly get dragged into this battlefield? Confused and furious, Shen Ming's encrypted folder is utterly terrifying. Has he investigated everyone around Lin Fan? It's chilling to contemplate. 666, let him investigate. Anyway, most secrets are already classified by the state. I doubt he can uncover anything. The key point. Young Master Shen's gaze when he looked at Lin Fan's social media was so soft it could produce tears. And then he immediately began plotting. Who could comprehend such a contrast? Heh, I'm waiting for the explosion of truth. This will surely blow up. He presents one facade in public and another in private. When the truth is revealed, it will be quite the spectacle. The alchemy competition cannot come soon enough. I am eager to witness how young Master Shen faces his reckoning. In the future, young Master Shen, who dares to challenge Jingzhou? Only I can be by my wife's side. Quickly delete that segment with Jingzhou. Mr. Shen, my dear family, I have calculated my future. Does my wife still see any promise for me? The interaction segment is quite lively. Note, the author has been unwell recently, but is brimming with inspiration, thus producing approximately 1,800 to 1,900 words daily. Please bear with me. I will strive for 2 updates each day moving forward, and I deeply appreciate the support of my beloved readers. I promise to keep updating frequently. Chapter 40, Auction, Part 1. In response to previous comments regarding the excessive focus on parallel worlds, the author intends to release several additional chapters to restore balance while addressing outstanding matters. as the door to the private room was gently closed by the maid. The cacophony of departing guests from the auction echoed from below. Just as Shen Ming tucked away the wooden box containing the millennia-old snow ginseng, a piercing female voice, deliberately elevated, shattered the tranquility of the night from outside the floor-to-ceiling window. Following the sound, he observed a woman in a champagne-colored mermaid gown blocking the path of Jingzhou and Lin Fan at the foot of the auction house's steps. The woman, her makeup exquisitely done, sported diamond-studded earrings that sparkled with her every movement. She grasped the chain of her limited-edition handbag, her gaze as frigid as ice. Swept over Jingzhou. Jingzhou? I thought you would spend your life hiding in that shabby alchemy room. What brings you out in a suit today? Jingzhou's brow furrowed, and his aura instantly turned icy as he instinctively shielded Lin Fan behind him. "Su-man, it has been a long time. So long that I almost forgot how you used to seek excuses, claiming poverty just to borrow a lipstick for my birthday." Su-man let out a derisive laugh, her eyes scanning Lin Fan with disdain. "Is this your disciple? Dressed like a student, it appears you Haven Tea made much progress over the years, not even having the means to buy your disciple a decent outfit." Lin Fan tightened his grip on the shoulder strap of his canvas bag, his knuckles turning white. He recalled his master mentioning Su-man, but he was unaware of the lengths his master had gone to conceal his identity as a top alchemist, only knowing that this relationship had once cast a shadow over his master's spirits. If it weren't for the blatant humiliation directed at his master by Su-man, he might have managed to maintain some semblance of politeness. However, his hands had begun to heat with anger, and just as he was about to step forward, he heard the steady sound of footsteps approaching from behind. Shen Ming walked slowly, his custom black leather shoes striking the marble floor with a crisp sound, yet exuding an inexplicable oppressive aura. Draped in a deep gray cashmere overcoat, the collar casually opened to reveal a neatly pressed silk shirt beneath. The gemstone cufflinks glimmered softly under the streetlight. He casually toyed with his phone, and as he neared the group, he overheard all of Su-man's words. A faint smile graced his lips, yet his gaze was as cold as the depths of winter. "Mrs. Su, is it?" His voice was not loud, yet effortlessly cut through the surrounding clamor. As his eyes fell upon Su-man, there was an air of detached superiority in his scrutiny. To speak so disparagingly of his disciple in front of Mr. Qin is rather impolite, wouldn't you agree? As Su-man was momentarily subdued by his aura, her gaze shifted to Shen Ming, and in that instant, her expression transformed. The man before her, with his attire and demeanor, exuded an unmistakable air of nobility, particularly evident in his nonchalant demeanor, as if the altercation at hand was merely a trivial matter. She maintained her composure, softening her tone slightly. "Sir, I believe my conversation with my ex-husband is of no concern to you." "It is of concern," Shen Ming replied, taking a step forward to stand beside Lin Fan, his shoulder brushing lightly against the young man's arm, offering a subtle gesture of reassurance. "Mr. Qin is a respected senior of mine. As his disciple, I too deserve respect." He elegantly adjusted the hem of his coat, his movements reminiscent of one attending a gala. "Moreover, Miss Su, you mentioned poverty? As far as I know, any single pill in Mr. Qin's possession could purchase 10 of the same dress you wear. Are you certain you wish to compare fortunes with him?" Su-man's face flushed crimson, and as the man behind her, who had remained silent, stepped forward to intercede, Shen Ming's cold gaze halted him in his tracks. Shen Ming's eyes were devoid of warmth, as if he were observing something inconsequential, yet they carried an undeniable weight of authority that discouraged defiance. His gaze returned to Su-man, the corners of his mouth curving into a colder expression. "Do you truly believe you are unaware of why Mr. Qin feigned poverty back then? If he genuinely wished to conceal his talents, do you think you would be standing here today, conversing with him?" His words struck like a dagger, piercing the very heart of Su-man's vulnerability. After dismissing Qin Zhong years ago, she had only later learned of his true identity through others, leading to prolonged regret. Today, she had deliberately accompanied her lover to the auction, hoping for a stroke of luck to encounter Jingzhou. Instead of gaining any advantage, she found herself publicly humiliated by Shen Ming. Seething with anger, she could not muster a single word, merely casting a fierce glare at Jingzhou before turning to hastily leave with her companion. observing Su Man's distressed retreat. Shen Ming gradually averted his gaze, and, upon glancing at Lin Fan, his expression softened, and his voice lightened. "Were you frightened?" Lin Fan shook his head, looking up at him, a hint of confusion in his eyes. How had Shen Ming suddenly appeared here when he had been in the private room just moments ago? Shen Ming, as if reading his thoughts, chuckled softly and gestured towards the upper floor. "I happened to catch sight of some commotion below from the window and came to investigate." Pausing, he noticed Lin Fan's tightly clenched hands and added, "There is no need to be agitated by such people." Meanwhile, Jingzhou, observing the unfolding scene, furrowed his brow even more. Sensing Shen Ming's apparent concern for Lin Fan was rather excessive. Congratulations to the antagonist for aiding the protagonist in a face-slapping scenario. One plot point added. Yet no iconic scene was born, resulting in 0 iconic scene points. Please continue to strive, antagonist. Is that how plot points are added? Shen Ming was taken aback. Lin Fan was the protagonist of this world, and his presence always triggered plot points. Yet, how could such iconic scenes be crafted? This question had occupied his mind since the beginning, as he realized he could alter certain plot points, or, in other words, shift the entire trajectory through the butterfly effect. He believed that, given his status, it would not take long for the protagonist to feign ignorance while outsmarting his adversaries. However, he was puzzled as to why the narrative seemed to lack pivotal moments. Specifically, the intervals of the storyline appeared diminished. Typically, a moment of retribution is characterized by the antagonist delivering scornful remarks for an extended duration, only for the protagonist to arrive and turn the tables. In a serialized drama, such sequences would usually unfold over 5 or more episodes. How peculiar! After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly experienced clarity. He realized that the absence of such a storyline element previously rendered the arrival of a distinguished young master as the ultimate form of retribution. Compared to the tedious and drawn-out original plot points, this celestial intervention resonated far more profoundly with the audience. At that moment, the barrage of comments began to flood in. "Wow! Incredible! The esteemed Shun, protector of the family, who dares to speak? Goodness! The sharp-tongued Shun is simply marvelous. I can't handle this." Lin Fan seems dazed. Could he be enchanted? Shen Ming, just walking with grace. Lin Fan, he's been enticing me. Lin Fan, being berated. Shen Ming, always provoking. Had the two above conspired together? Lin Fan loosened his grip on a canvas bag strap, the remnants of warmth from his clenched fingers still lingering. His fingertips, which had burned with anger moments ago, now felt a strange coolness at Shen Ming's words regarding respect for his disciple. He cast his gaze downward, observing the dust clinging to the tip of his shoe from the auction house's entrance, replaying Su Man's derisive remarks about his appearance, likening him to a mere student, indicating a lack of progress. These words pricked at his heart like tiny needles, not out of humiliation, but because Su Man had invoked the name of his master. He was acutely aware of his master's plight over the years. Once a top-tier alchemist, now cloaked in tattered old garments to conceal his identity. Reluctant even to purchase a fine pen for himself, yet always accommodating to Lin Fan's requests. Imagining Su Man's ridicule of his master made him empathize with the latter's past misunderstandings, causing a tightening in his chest. Had it not been for Shen Ming's sudden appearance, he might have been unable to restrain himself from confronting those who disrespected them. If they regarded him as less than human, then he had no desire to treat them with any semblance of civility. Yet in this moment, he could distinctly sense the faint scent of cedar emanating from Shen Ming's side, along with the warmth that brushed against his shoulder earlier. A warmth akin to sparks landing upon snow, inducing an inexplicable discomfort. Stealing a glance at Shen Ming, he caught sight of the elegant movement of the latter's fingers as he adjusted the hem of his coat, a display of grace and nobility that starkly contrasted with his master's usual casual demeanor. Why would Shen Ming assist them? Lin Fan was filled with confusion. Earlier, outside the private room, he had overheard a conversation between Shen Ming and Lin Ling, which suggested that Shen Ming harbored ulterior motives regarding him, even conducting inquiries about those in his circle. What had he done in his past life to warrant such caution? However, the way Shen Ming maintained his demeanor with his master earlier did not seem feigned. especially that remark about Mr. Qin being able to purchase 10 identical dresses with just one pill. It precisely struck a nerve with Su Man, leaving him with a peculiar sense of satisfaction. He recalled the moment when Shen Ming turned to ask if he was frightened, his eyes, usually laced with calculation, now softened like melted sugar, rendering him momentarily at a loss for words. He clenched his fists, swallowing back the question of how he ended up here, merely shaking his head gently. He always felt that Shen Ming resembled the ice-fire jade used by his master in alchemy, outwardly gentle, yet harboring an inscrutable warmth and coldness within, making him both wary and irresistibly curious to know more. Chapter 41 Auction, Part 2. Shen Ming refrained from pressing further, simply lifting his chin and nodding towards the sleek black car outside the auction house. "It's windy here. Let us get inside." Jingzhou observed the subtle atmosphere between the two, his brow twitching slightly, yet he said nothing more, merely patting Lin Fan on the shoulder. "I have some matters to attend to. You and Mr. Shen go ahead and stay safe." One oddly strange atmosphere between these two. What on earth is Lin Fan up to? He desired a daughter-in-law, not a son-in-law, having been the object of many confessions in his youth. His sensitivity to matters of the heart was heightened to an extreme. Shen Ming appeared to be deeply scheming, yet his gaze never strayed from his disciple. The sourness of romance could even affect his mood. "So, disciple, do you truly consider this a pure roommate relationship?" Lin Fan grasped his canvas bag, nodding as he followed Shen Ming towards the car. "Jingzhou, no, he just said to go, and you actually go?" The door of the black car swung open, and a warm breeze carrying the scent of leather enveloped him, a stark contrast to the chill outside. As he settled into his seat, Shen Ming handed him a cup of warm milk, their fingertips brushing against the cup's rim, sending a gentle warmth through him. The young man's eyes sparkled with mirth, always exuding a gentle demeanor when looking at others. "Warm your hands first." Shen Ming's voice was even softer than before. "There aren't any decent shops near the auction house, but I had someone check. And there's an old brand clothing store on Ningqing Pedestrian Street with good cuts and materials." Lin Fan held the warm cup tightly, his fingers tightening slightly. He intended to refuse, but as the words hung on the tip of his tongue, he recalled Su Man's scornful gaze and his master's long-worn attire. Ultimately, he swallowed his words, replying earnestly, "Thank you." A faint smile played at the corners of Shen Ming's lips, while Lin Fan maintained a neutral expression, internally chiding himself. For no particular reason, his heart raced a bit faster. Observing the flush of his ears, Shen Ming's smile deepened, and without further ado, he signaled the driver to start the car. The vehicle glided smoothly out of the parking lot, the street scenery swiftly retreating outside the window, neon lights casting flickering shadows across Lin Fan's face. He discreetly glanced at Shen Ming beside him, who was engrossed in his tablet, his fingertips gently gliding across the screen. The outline of his profile appeared particularly striking under the light, even casting delicate shadows of his eyelashes. Lin Fan silently turned his face away. Approximately half an hour later, the car halted at the entrance of Ningqing Pedestrian Street. Shen Ming was the first to alight, circling around to the other side to open the door for Lin Fan. The pedestrian street was bustling with tourists, the lively sounds of vendors and music intertwining in a vibrant symphony. As Lin Fan followed Shen Ming forward, he instinctively clutched his sleeve tighter, overwhelmed by the crowd and fearing they might become separated. He had only visited Ningqing a few times, yet before descending the mountain, he had at least become somewhat acquainted with the area. The young master likely had little inclination to explore the city. Indeed, this place must be unfamiliar to him. He noticed that both their phones were nearly out of battery. Should they become lost, would he really have to resort to the public announcement system? Imagining such a scenario made Lin Fan cover his face in embarrassment. Sensing the tension in the sleeve, Shen Ming paused momentarily, glancing back at him with a hint of amusement in his eyes, yet he said nothing, merely slowing his pace to match Lin Fan's. Upon reaching the entrance of a renowned clothing store, the attendant immediately greeted them with enthusiasm. "Mr. Shen, you have arrived. Please step inside." Lin Fan followed Shen Ming into the store, gazing at the array of garments displayed on the shelves, feeling somewhat perplexed. He believed he was dressed quite formally today. However, Shen Ming seemed to perceive his thoughts, casually picking up a light gray wool sweater and handing it to him. Try this on. The fabric is soft and fits snugly without irritation. He offered Lin Fan no opportunity to decline, subsequently selecting a pair of black casual trousers. These trousers have a great cut and will pair perfectly with the sweater. With that, he thrust the clothing into Lin Fan's hands, directing him towards the fitting rooms to try them on, suggesting he could exchange them if they did not fit. Noticing Lin Fan's hesitation, Shen Ming gently pushed him towards the fitting room entrance. Lin Fan, clutching the garments, entered the fitting room. The light gray wool sweater clung to his body, indeed as Shen Ming had described, soft and comfortable, while the length of the black trousers was just right, accentuating the elegance of his legs. He gazed at his reflection in the mirror, for the first time feeling polished and no longer resembling a student perpetually clad in worn clothing. Quite appealing. Shen Ming's voice resonated from outside the fitting room. Laced with approval, try on this jacket as well. Lin Fan opened the fitting room door to find Shen Ming holding a cream-colored down jacket. Its design simple, yet exuding an understated elegance. He accepted the coat and slipped it on, while Shen Ming stepped closer to adjust the collar, his fingertips inadvertently brushing against Lin Fan's neck, sending a tingling sensation coursing through him. It fits perfectly, Shen Ming remarked, stepping back to appraise him, his smile deepening. That's it. Let me select a couple of pairs of shoes for you. Lin Fan stood still, observing Shen Ming's focused demeanor as he carefully selected shoes from the rack, a complex array of emotions stirring within him. He and Shen Ming held esteemed positions, rendering such possessions trivial to them. However, for him, it represented an unprecedented indulgence. This does not entirely absolve him of laziness, as he certainly did not wish to engage in the cumbersome task of selecting garments. He parted his lips to suggest that such excess was unnecessary, but was interrupted by a pair of white sneakers offered by Shen Ming. Try these. They are quite comfortable for walking. Lin Fan inwardly grumbled, realizing he was not a mere mannequin. The shop assistant promptly packaged the selected clothing and shoes, while Shen Ming paid and naturally handed the bag to Lin Fan, saying, "Here, take this. If you need anything else in the future, just let me know." Lin Fan held the heavy bag, the texture of the packaging palpable at his fingertips, feeling somewhat bemused. Yet, when he looked up to meet Shen Ming's gentle gaze, devoid of ulterior motives and filled with genuine concern, he momentarily forgot his previous reservations and instinctively uttered, "Thank you, Mr. Shen." Shen Ming, noticing the brightness in his eyes, smiled more broadly and replied, "There's no need to call me Mr. Shen. Just call me Shen Ming." He paused, gesturing toward a nearby dessert shop. "Shall we indulge in a treat? I've heard their tiramisu is delightful." Lin Fan, captivated by Shen Ming's eager expression, nodded and followed him to the dessert shop. As night deepened, the lights of the pedestrian street remained vibrant, and the two figures walked in harmonious tandem amid the bustling crowd. Lin Fan stole a glance at Shen Ming, contemplating that perhaps this person was not as inscrutable as he had initially perceived. Chapter 42. Returning to the Shen family villa. As the car approached the gates of the Shen family villa, the night had enveloped everything in darkness. The landscape lights in the courtyard flickered to life, their warm yellow glow winding along the stone path, illuminating the meticulously trimmed greenery with clarity, while the air was imbued with a subtle fragrance of evening primrose. Lin Fan followed Shen Ming out of the car, still clutching the bag containing the clothing. Accidentally brushing against the ribbon at the bag's opening, he belatedly remembered he had yet to transfer the payment. Just as he was about to mention the transaction, Shen Ming gently pressed his arm, saying, "Let's head inside. It's chilly out here." The censer light at the entrance illuminated, casting their reflections on the polished marble floor. Aunt Wang had been waiting nearby, respectfully taking Shen Ming's coat and then turning to Lin Fan, offering a pair of soft cotton slippers. "Mr. Lin, your slippers." Lin Fan felt slightly awkward as he changed into them. The slippers were a perfect fit and cushy underfoot, reminiscent of the old pair of cotton shoes his master had given him during their descent from the mountain. Lost in thought, he noticed Shen Ming already heading towards the living room with the bag. Upon realizing Lin Fan had not followed, he paused, speaking in a casual tone, "Come sit. I had the kitchen warm some soup." The living room was designed with simplicity, yet exuded sophistication, with a floor-to-ceiling window revealing a shimmering pool outside, and the fireplace casting a gentle glow that enveloped the entire space in warmth. Lin Fan settled onto the sofa, his fingers unconsciously tracing the armrest as he watched Shen Ming skillfully retrieve 2 porcelain bowls from the cabinet and bring in the freshly heated mushroom soup. "Let's have some soup to warm your stomach. You hardly ate much at the dessert shop," he suggested. Shen Ming presented the bowl before him. The surface of the soup adorned with a few vibrant red goji berries, the aroma wafting into the air. Lin Fan accepted it, his fingertips brushing against the pleasantly warm bowl, and he recalled the cup of warm milk Shen Ming seemed to remember from after the auction. He sipped the soup slowly, the rich flavor of the mushrooms blooming on his palate, warming his stomach. As he raised his gaze, he caught sight of Shen Ming lounging on the opposite sofa, tablet in hand. Yet his eyes were not on the screen, but rather fixed on Lin Fan with a hint of a smile. Lin Fan averted his gaze, hastily lowering his head to feign concentration on the soup. "You need not rise early tomorrow. Indulge in a leisurely slumber." Shen Ming suddenly broke the silence. "I have already instructed the housekeeper to prepare the guest room next to mine. Should you require anything, feel free to summon me at any time." Lin Fan, puzzled, inquired, "Do I not already have a room? Is this grand gesture necessary?" Fearing I might be uncomfortable, he nodded, though his mind was in disarray. He had initially thought Shen Ming's gestures, buying him clothes and treating him to soup, had already transcended the bounds of mere roommate care. Now, even the guest room was arranged next door, and the thoughtfulness left him somewhat flustered. It appeared he was continually accepting Shen Ming's kindness without anything to reciprocate. Perhaps he could compensate him generously in 3 years. Having finished the soup, Shen Ming took the bowl from Lin Fan's hands and placed it in the kitchen sink, then turned to present him with a glass of warm water. "Rest early. You've been running about all day and must be weary." Lin Fan accepted the water glass and followed Shen Ming upstairs. The corridor was dimly lit, illuminated only by the soft glow of wall sconces. Upon reaching the door of the guest room, he paused, hesitating momentarily before speaking. Shen Ming, regarding the cost of the clothes, as the saying goes, "A light gift carries deep sentiments." While the garments were not extravagant, they nonetheless represented Shen Ming's consideration. "No rush," Shen Ming interjected, leaning against the doorframe, his gaze gentle. "We can discuss it when you feel inclined, or perhaps you could treat me to a bowl of noodles next time." Lin Fan was taken aback by Shen Ming's response. He observed the mirth in Shen Ming's eyes, and the tension that had gripped him began to ease. The corners of his mouth curved into a smile. "All right, I shall treat you then. Good night," Shen Ming said, raising a hand to gently pat Lin Fan's shoulder, the warmth of his fingertips seeping through the fabric. As Lin Fan opened the door to the guest room and glanced back, he saw Shen Ming still standing at the threshold, waving farewell. He closed the door, leaning against it, and touched his ear, still warm to the touch. The room was impeccably tidy, with a quilt neatly folded and a small desk lamp resting on the study table. Approaching the window, he could see the lights in the courtyard below and the warm yellow glow emanating from Shen Ming's room not far away. Lying in bed, Lin Fan tossed and turned, unable to find sleep. Images flashed through his mind. Shen Ming adjusting his collar, handing him milk, and just moments ago, smiling in the corridor as he suggested a meal. Suddenly, Lin Fan mused that perhaps the so-called bittersweet scent of love his master spoke of was not so disagreeable after all. What, then, was their current relationship? They had known each other for scarcely a month, nearing 4 weeks at most. The pace at which their feelings developed was swift. Could Shen Ming adapt to it? He found himself uncertain. He confidently asserted that the development of their relationship was progressing at a pace far swifter than the intricate love stories spanning hundreds or even thousands of chapters in novels. This rapid evolution instilled within him a sense of unease. The fast food nature of their romance left him feeling profoundly insecure, unstable, and apprehensive about the future. Perhaps it would be prudent to wait a few months, or even a year, to see if their feelings for one another would deepen before taking the next step. As this thought crossed his mind, Lin Fan drifted into a drowsy slumber. While he succumbed to sleep, the comments section erupted with laughter. The lights at the Shen residence are brighter than my phone's flash. Lin Fan mused at the door, perhaps contemplating that there was no need for a stage for a party here. They could simply borrow the illumination. When the butler offered him slippers, he half expected a pair of disposable gloves to accompany them, considering how meticulously Mr. Shen had arranged everything. Wondering if the next step would involve helping Lin Fan put them on. That would be absurd. When Shen Ming approached with soup, Lin Fan almost exclaimed in surprise. He lowered his head to sip the soup like a chick pecking at grains, while Mr. Shen's gaze fixed upon him with an expression reminiscent of a proud parent watching their offspring eat with delight. It was as though a villainous boss was treating the protagonist as a cherished pet. How does the upstairs talk? Mr. Shen appeared nothing like the person below, holding a tablet as mere decoration while his eyes remained glued to Lin Fan. Shen Ming, were you putting on a show for whom? It was as if he feared others were unaware of his intense scrutiny. His eyes seemed ready to pop out. Mr. Shen declared, I shall ever be an ardent observer of my beloved. Was the guest room next door? Mr. Shen, were you concerned that Lin Fan might grow hungry in the middle of the night, and you wanted to be the first to offer snacks? This arrangement of close quarters could warrant a sign declaring Lin Fan as your exclusive neighbor. Indeed, however, we prefer to refer to our wives as roommates. Just as Lin Fan mentioned the cost of clothing, Shen Ming promptly suggested treating him to noodles. Was Mr. Shen seeking to exploit this situation to new heights? A bowl of noodles in exchange for a pile of clothes? A brilliant bargain indeed. After all, the protagonist had never even cooked for his master before. Shen Ming patted Lin Fan on the shoulder, causing his ears to flush as if scalded by boiling water. One could reasonably suspect that internally he was screaming, oh no, this sensation is akin to touching a heated radiator. I might catch fire. Surely, Lin Fan remained unaware that they were, in fact, engaged in a romantic relationship. Should he realize, he would hesitate to speak, while Shen Ming would declare, thanks to my beloved for the assist. Lin Fan, leaning against the doorframe and touching his ear, resembled a schoolchild caught sneaking a sip of milk tea. His mind must have been racing. My heart is pounding like a drum. Stop beating, or Shen Ming will hear. Shen Ming's attentiveness towards Lin Fan surpassed even his mother's insistence that he wear long trousers in autumn. From milk to soup to clothing, Lin Fan mused. I intended to be cautious, yet I am being fed so well that I've nearly forgotten my original intention. Who could withstand this? Does anyone remember that one was the villain and the other the protagonist, and that Lin Fan might ultimately be destined to kill him? How intriguing, to personally slay the old adversary and later weep over his grave. Life upstairs is rather amusing. Lin Fan thought. It seems the sourness my master spoke of is not so unpleasant. This twist of events certainly aligns with the law of unexpected delight. In one moment, he was vigilant, and in the next, he was utterly ensnared, faster than I could scroll through short videos. What's the rush? We are only at the beginning of this tale. There will undoubtedly be a deeply tumultuous romance ahead. Trust me, although Mr. Shen currently appears to treat Lin Fan with kindness, he is secretly calculating his moves. When Lin Fan eventually uncovers the truth, it will undoubtedly lead to a dramatic confrontation. Indeed, as soon as Lin Fan discovers the reality, the narrative will unfold with them wishing to destroy each other. Chapter 43. Mutual testing. Shen Ming paused before the door of the guest room for nearly half a minute. The soft glow of the corridor's wall lamp casting gentle shadows upon his shoulders. He breathed lightly, fearful of disturbing the occupant within. The night was silent as he paced before Lin Fan's door. Just moments ago, when Lin Fan had blushed and nodded, promising to treat him to noodles next time, the glimmer of excitement in his eyes lingered in Shen Ming's mind. This little fellow always responded to a touch of kindness as though he had been fed sugar, retracting his wary defenses ever so slightly. Wait a moment. Has the pace of their relationship progressed too swiftly over the past month? Is his performance too convincing? Even Lin Fan can be deceived. If this continues, he could become Lin Fan's most trusted companion in due course. He hesitated for a moment before gently tapping the door with his knuckles, lowering his voice more than usual. Lin Fan, are you asleep? He had heard that waking someone from their slumber could lead to a rather irritable disposition. a phenomenon amusingly referred to online as morning grumpiness. Would his late-night intrusion provoke Lin Fan's ire? As his thought crossed his mind, he couldn't help but imagine how Lin Fan might react when angered, perhaps with a look of helplessness upon being roused, or maybe even scolding him at the door with tousled hair. Shen Ming suppressed a smile. After a few moments of silence, a soft rustling emanated from within, as if someone were rising from bed, their steps as light as a cat's. The door cracked open, revealing Lin Fan's head, his hair still tousled from sleep. His eyes half open, clearly just awakened. Shen Ming? What's the matter? His voice bore a hint of hoarseness, his eyelids drooping slightly, suggesting a touch of impatience. Warm yellow light spilled from behind him, casting a soft glow upon his cheeks. Shen Ming's gaze fell upon Lin Fan's slightly flushed earlobes. He discreetly swallowed before extending the item he held. A glass of warm milk, its surface wrapped in a thin layer of soft fabric, perfectly designed for a comfortable grip. Drink this before bed. It will help you sleep more soundly. His voice carried an almost imperceptible tenderness, recalling how Lin Fan's hands had felt cool while sipping soup earlier. Being too cold is not good for your health. Lin Fan paused, accepting the cup, warmth enveloping his palm. It was a childish gesture, and he internally scoffed at the sentiment. As he gazed down at the swirling milk, memories of the cup Shen Ming had offered after the auction and the warm mushroom soup from earlier this evening flooded his mind, softening his heart. "Why are you still awake?" he inquired, lifting his gaze to meet Shen Ming's eyes, which sparkled with warmth surpassing that of the corridor's light. Shen Ming, self-proclaimed master of disguise, Lin Fan. In the stillness of the night, he ventured out, having just retrieved something from the study. Passing by, he pondered that perhaps you had not indulged in warm water. Shen Ming's fingertips grazed the plush rim of the cup, his tone casual as if it were merely a matter of chance. Yet only he understood that since Lin Fan had closed his door, he had remained at the corridor's end, gazing at the door until silence enveloped the space within, prompting him to turn and heat milk in the kitchen. "Thank you," Lin Fan said, gripping the cup, his fingers unconsciously tracing the fabric's texture. Suddenly recalling something, he added, "What brings you here?" Shen Ming smiled. "Nothing in particular. Merely checking to see if you've fallen asleep. I thought I might also assess your temperament." Lin Fan narrowed his eyes slightly. "Perhaps not. Is there not someone particularly formidable at the auction?" Shen Ming's eyes sparkled, a deeper smile gracing his lips, softening the lines at the corners of his eyes. He paused, lifting his hand, fingertips nearly touching Lin Fan's skin when, in the next instant, Lin Fan returned the milk. With a cool demeanor, Lin Fan stated, "You may return now." For a brief moment, Shen Ming's mind faltered, his expression darkening, yet he quickly donned a smile. "You should get some sleep. The milk will become unpalatable when it cools." Lin Fan smirked coldly. "I shall not drink it." Shen Ming hesitated, shaking his head in resignation. "Very well. I wish you pleasant dreams." His purpose was fulfilled, and there was no need to linger. Lin Fan nodded and stepped back, preparing to close the door when Shen Ming called out, "Lin Fan." His tone carried an urgency, tinged with an unmistakable complexity. Turning back, Lin Fan saw Shen Ming standing still, his gaze fixed upon Lin Fan's hand that held the cup, his voice soft as a sigh. "If it gets cold tonight, knock on my door. There's an extra warm blanket next door." Lin Fan's ears flushed again as he hurriedly responded and swiftly closed the door, sliding down against it. The milk in his hand remained warm, the heat creeping up his palm, reaching his heart, quickening his pulse. He gazed at the cup, unable to suppress a smile, contemplating how Shen Ming always remembered the minutiae, his kindness almost causing him to forget that they had merely begun as roommates. However, a thought flickered, and he swiftly regained his aloof demeanor. Outside, Shen Ming lingered for a moment, only turning away once he heard the faint sound of footsteps within. Retreating to his own room, the corridor's light stretched his shadow long. He lifted his hand to touch his fingertips that had just brushed Lin Fan's forehead, the smile in his eyes concealing a tenderness he himself had yet to recognize. Lin Fan leaned against the door for quite some time, the warmth in his palm gradually reaching his fingertips, yet the nascent softness in his heart was rekindled by the earlier suppressed doubts. He coldly retrieved something from his palm and stood, walking to the window, watching Shen Ming's figure disappear at the door of the adjacent room before placing the milk on the bedside table. As his gaze swept beneath the bed, he paused, recalling that while organizing his suitcase earlier, he had seemingly kicked a peculiar hard-shelled object, initially assuming it was a cleaning tool from the hotel, not giving it much thought. Bending down, he extended his hand, and his fingertips quickly encountered the icy metal exterior. He extracted an object from within, revealing a small black box. No larger than a palm, its surface adorned with an inconspicuous wood-patterned sticker. Had one not sought it deliberately, it would be indistinguishable from the floor beneath. A faint red light flickered on the side of the box, while a slender wire extended from its base, tracing along the gap beneath the bed and disappearing behind the wall, concealed by a socket. Lin Fan furrowed his brow as he opened the box, revealing a circuit board and a signal transmitter, an evident tracking device he had seen in a security training course, capable not only of transmitting real-time location, but also of recording audio. He sighed, his heart feeling as though gripped by an unseen force, sinking abruptly. He recalled how, over the past month, Shen Ming had coincidentally appeared outside his office after late hours, bringing him his favorite breakfast, and even managing to encounter the antique shop he had casually mentioned. It dawned on him that those perfectly timed gestures of kindness were all meticulously orchestrated. No, there must be reasons stemming from his previous life. He could not fathom what he had done in his past existence, no matter how genuine the feelings were. They could not escape the web of deceit. The milk on the bedside table still steamed, yet as Lin Fan looked again, he could only perceive a suffocating calculation hidden within that warmth. He approached the socket and unplugged the tracking device, the moment the red light extinguished. The last shred of hesitation in his eyes vanished completely. If he wished to play, then let them engage in this game fully. The following morning, as Lin Fan opened his door, Shen Ming stood in the hallway, holding breakfast with his usual gentle smile. "Good morning. I just warmed up the porridge. You mentioned your stomach felt a bit uncomfortable yesterday." Lin Fan did not accept the bowl he offered, his gaze calmly sweeping past him, his voice devoid of emotion. "No need. I have plans today. I'm going out to eat." Shen Ming's expression stiffened. Lin Fan walked past him toward the elevator without the customary slowing of his pace. Shen Ming's hand, still holding the bowl, froze in midair as he watched Lin Fan's retreating figure, the warmth in his eyes gradually dissipating. The tips of his ears, which had still been slightly flushed the previous night, now bore no trace of warmth. How disheartening. Just before the elevator doors opened, Lin Fan suddenly turned back, his gaze fixed on the corner behind Shen Ming's bedroom door, his voice as cold as ice. "Shen Ming, some secrets, no matter how well concealed, are bound to be uncovered. Reveal your secret to me." The elevator doors closed, shutting out Shen Ming's abruptly stiffened countenance. Lin Fan leaned against the elevator wall, the residual chill from his earlier encounter with the tracking device lingering on his fingertips. He took a deep breath, calmly analyzing the nature of their relationship. 3 years later, they would meet again. Chapter 44, Shock. The young master of the Shen family faces the risk of being disdained. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, a mental alarm rang within Shen Ming. Did he know? No, what could he possibly know? His emotions had been meticulously concealed. It should not have been discernible. Yet what exactly did Lin Fan mean? Shen Ming's expression darkened as he retreated to his room to search for something. However, the outcome revealed nothing but emptiness. Had Lin Fan indeed obtained that item? No wonder he was so furious. Being surveilled by someone he trusted was indeed a most unpleasant experience. Perhaps it is the daily interactions between Lin Fan and Shen Ming that have attracted an exceptionally large number of readers. Even as Lin Fan storms out in a fit of anger, many still remain captivated by the unfolding events surrounding Shen Ming. With an omniscient perspective, the audience readily understands the reasons behind Lin Fan's disdainful dismissal of Shen Ming. One cannot help but revel in this turn of events. 3 days without a reprimand. Although Shen Ming possesses a high intellect, our Dragon King surpasses him. Sarcastic tone. Dear readers, there's no need to witness the fallout. Simply observing Shen Ming's self-destructive antics is far more entertaining than countless plotlines. Gleeful tone. How can you say such things? After all, He is merely seeking the whereabouts of his wife. While this may indeed be misguided, there remains room for redemption. Let us first impose upon him the punishment of marital solitude. Innocent tone. The comment above is rather harsh, but perhaps it is well-deserved. If one is not capable of genuine affection, they ought not to engage in frivolous pursuits, for the consequences could be dire. Believing oneself to be on the 5th floor, only to discover the other party resides in the atmosphere above. Oh, Shen Ming, perhaps you should exercise a bit more caution. Advisory tone. It is difficult to fathom that for an entire month, Lin Fan would be systematically conquered by Shen Ming. Yet, this certain Shen Ming has unwittingly added obstacles to his own path of conquest, an act that even the most dramatic redemption narratives would applaud. Let us not compare redemption tales to his story. They are simply incomparable by nature. Shall we not draw parallels? Regardless, I shall not provoke my wife without cause. That is true. I cannot contend with Shen Ming, so perhaps you could assist me in addressing him. Your Shen Ming has brought this upon himself. I find his incessant scheming intolerable. He meticulously plots against others, yet he is emotionally volatile. With his wife, he attempts to manipulate the situation, only to find himself ensnared, inevitably ending in tears as he seeks her forgiveness. Such irony. Previously, observing their interactions, I found them rather harmonious, far more appealing than some forced narratives of suffering. Yet, who could have anticipated that Shen Ming would wish to extend this performance for our benefit? How touching. Sarcastic tone. Shen Ming, upon seeing your words. One could easily be incensed. Thank you, I'm already quite irate. Shen Ming pondered expressionlessly. He did not wish for this situation. It was merely that Lin Fan had recently become embroiled in some harem-related plot. What if he allied with those harem characters against him? Lin Fan had not yet fully placed his trust in Shen Ming. What if the Shen family were to succumb to their fated demise once more? He acknowledged that the elders of the Shen family could be rather obstinate, often acting without forethought, believing themselves to be the most powerful in the world. Each day was consumed by thoughts of territorial expansion or how to feed their competitors to the sharks. Quite literally. Who can comprehend the emotions of a child who once discovered that his family harbored relatives who raised killer crocodiles? At just over 10 years of age, he was already a mature and composed young lad. One day, as he surveyed the family estate, he stumbled upon an irregular map. Believing everything belonged to him, he resolved to investigate further. Perhaps it was the audacity of youth that emboldened him to venture into that territory, accompanied by his bodyguards. At that moment, he gripped the drawer handle so tightly that his knuckles turned white, the emptiness of the space still retaining a hint of metallic chill. No matter how precocious, a 10-year-old remains but a child. Indeed, young Shen Ming felt his throat tighten as an icy shiver coursed down his spine. The sunlight of that year, when he was merely 10, was far more blinding than it is today. Clad in a bespoke suit and polished shoes, he trailed behind his bodyguard as they surveyed the family-owned private island. The areas marked as forbidden on the map were overgrown with reeds that towered to half his height, rustling in the wind as if something sinister lurked beneath the leaves. The bodyguard urged him to return, but his youthful mind was consumed with the belief that this was the Shen family's domain, compelling him to push through the reeds and forge ahead. What harm could lie in their own possessions? Shen Ming dismissed the notion with disdain. As he walked, the soil beneath him grew softer, his shoes sinking into the black muck, mingling with an acrid stench. After only a few steps, he was startled by the sound of a heavy object dragging in the distance, accompanied by a low, mournful whimper reminiscent of an animal's mouth being covered. Suddenly, the bodyguard lunged forward, pulling him back, but it was too late. In that fleeting moment when the reeds parted, he glimpsed a half-submerged arm in the murky swamp. Its skin pale and bloated, dark mud lodged beneath its nails. What sent a chill down his spine was the iron cage not far off. Within its rusted bars curled several crocodiles, their slate-gray skin glinting ominously in the sunlight. One of them was gnawing on something, blood dripping from its jaws into the swamp, instantly attracting a swarm of black insects. He heard footsteps behind him. It was an elder from the family, wielding a long pole with a bloody piece of meat dangling from the tip, extending it towards the cage. "What brings the young master here?" The elder's voice was laced with laughter, yet devoid of warmth in his gaze. These creatures must be well fed, otherwise they won't be so compliant when it comes time to deal with them. Following the elder's line of sight into the depths of the swamp, he discerned several indistinct shapes, seemingly bodies wrapped in plastic, slowly sinking beneath the surface. Bodies. The bodyguard covered his eyes and dragged him away. Yet he still caught sight of the bulging throat of a crocodile as it swallowed the floating chunks of flesh in the swamp, and the familiar ring hanging from the elder's pole, a ring he had seen on his father's business rival just the day before. A wave of nausea surged within him, but the bodyguard's grip on his shoulder was unyielding, forcing him to endure the stench that seeped into his nostrils and etched itself into his very bones. "Call the police. Hurry, call the police. There are dead bodies here." The screams echoed. From that moment on, he realized that the Shen family's methods were never mere words. Beneath their tailored suits lay thoughts murkier than the swamp and fangs sharper than those of crocodiles. To contend with them, one must be even more ruthless. That year, the psychological defenses he had so carefully constructed crumbled to dust. As darkness descended outside, the wind whipped rain against the glass, producing a cacophony of sounds. Shen Ming approached the window, gazing down at the desolate driveway below, and suddenly felt himself revert to that child standing by the swamp, surrounded by invisible undercurrents. With his only piece of flotation, now pushed away by his own hand. The Shen family was a den of tigers. Yet within that den lay the innocent, his kin, and those who had allied with the Shen family. The phone vibrated in his pocket, a message from his family, mostly inquiring when he would earn Lin Fan's trust. They could hardly contain their impatience. Shen Ming stared at the words on the screen, his fingertips cold. A hint of resentment seemed to linger in his brow. What did these old-timers understand? Driven solely by immediate gain, they disregarded everything else, and they were bound to face repercussions. The tragic fate of the Shen family in the past served as a harrowing lesson. Moreover, he harbored a profound aversion to those who took lives. He recalled Lin Fan's words when he had slammed the door. "I detest being monitored." The indifference in Lin Fan's eyes flooded back to him, and suddenly, that childhood sense of suffocation surged within him, choking him. That feeling of breathlessness had returned. Did he err in judgment? Well, if Lin Fan believed he had erred, he would amend his ways. After all, they were friends, were they not? Friends ought to be accommodating of one another. He longed to remain by Lin Fan's side. Lin Fan was loyal, whether it concerned his women or his loyal subordinates. He was exceedingly benevolent, ensuring that everything was resolved. It was this Lin Fan that he wished to befriend. Yet, friendship entailed enduring the fact that Lin Fan had other companions. As the protagonist, he was invariably surrounded by a throng of people. How he envied him. So many willing to lay down their lives for him. Yet, everything he acquired felt tainted. He was uncertain whether the next hand extended towards him would lead him to paradise or plunge him back into hell. Each day was spent in trepidation. It was unfair, he thought, gazing expressionlessly at the potted plant on the table. But resorting to underhanded tactics was not his style. What was he to do? "Lin Fan, what do you wish for me to do?" A smile played on his lips as he coldly regarded the view outside the window. Chapter 45. Trust Lin Fan. After slamming the door, did not depart immediately, but leaned against the cold wall of the corridor, the lingering ache of his tightly clenched phone still palpable in his fingertips. The screen displayed a candid photo of him and the new assistant engaged in conversation at a cafe, captured from an angle that created the illusion of intimacy as they leaned in. Yet, an uncomfortable sensation gnawed at Lin Fan. He murmured surveillance under his breath, feeling as though his chest was constricted by a damp cotton ball, heavy and oppressive. He had not been oblivious to Shen Ming's recent oddities. Shen Ming always seemed to appear in the restaurants he frequented, casually mentioning individuals Lin Fan had encountered the previous day, even knowing the precise reason his assistant had taken leave. Initially, he had attributed this to Shen Ming's attentiveness. But now he understood that it was not careful observation, but rather invasive scrutiny. What troubled him the most was not the act of being watched itself, but Shen Ming's rationale. He could vaguely sense Shen Ming's fears. Lin Fan was somewhat aware of the Shen family's sordid affairs. Those underhanded tactics were certainly not acceptable to a person of integrity. Growing up in such an environment, Shen Ming's instinctive wariness and sensitivity were nearly ingrained in his very being. However, this did not justify the harm inflicted upon him. After all this time, did Shen Ming not comprehend his character? I fear it may be a mere test. Lin Fan sighed heavily, engulfed in sorrow. He could not comprehend why Shen Ming insisted on employing the most hurtful method to ascertain the truth. Even more perplexing was his tendency to erect barriers against the very person he claimed to cherish. Did he truly harbor such distrust in me? Lin Fan offered a self-deprecating smile as his fingertips glided over Shen Ming's number on his phone screen, ultimately refraining from dialing. In any case, he wandered the Shen family's courtyard like a damp puppy. Turning towards the elevator, his mind was a chaotic whirlwind. On one hand, he deemed Shen Ming's actions excessive. On the other, he could not help but recall the occasional fragility that shimmered in Shen Ming's eyes, a terror that seemed far from feigned. What experiences had he endured? As the elevator doors slowly closed, they reflected his taut expression. Lin Fan inhaled deeply and pressed the button for the ground floor. Shen Ming, perhaps it is best to remain calm for a few days. After some time has passed, I shall contemplate how to resolve this, he mused. After all, exacerbating the conflict was not his style. He ought to devise a means of resolution. Shen Ming, in truth, aligned quite well with his inclinations. Provided that boundaries were not crossed, he was still willing to remain in his company. If Shen Ming genuinely considered him a friend, he should recognize that certain limits must not be breached. Should he easily forgive this transgression, who could say what even more egregious actions might follow? Upon reaching the ground floor, as the doors opened, Lin Fan beheld a familiar figure standing at the entrance. It was Shen Ming's assistant, clutching a black folder. An expression of discomfort etched upon his face. Mr. Lin, the assistant stepped forward, extending the folder. President Shen instructed me to deliver this to you. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow, declining to take it. Why does he not come himself? The president mentioned he could not bear to face you. The assistant's voice softened. Enclosed are the records of all the surveillance devices he had placed around you, along with the information he gathered regarding those in your vicinity. He requested that you handle this. Lin Fan gazed at the folder, a myriad of emotions swirling within him. What precisely was this sensation? He accepted the folder, feeling the weight of the paper as his fingertips brushed the cover. Inform Shen Ming, Lin Fan's voice remained calm, that I will review it. However, a mere folder cannot resolve the complexities between us. The assistant nodded, observing as Lin Fan exited the building, vanishing into the rain. Meanwhile, Shen Ming stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows of his room, watching Lin Fan's vehicle depart the community, his phone in hand displaying the message he had composed and subsequently deleted. Ultimately, he settled on 3 simple words: I am sorry. Prior to sending those words, he pondered whether he should adopt the shamelessness of others to dissect his own anguish, demanding forgiveness while promising to amend his ways. However, after some reflection, he realized that this incident had likely shattered his image in Lin Fan's eyes, though it appeared it had already begun to crumble. As Lin Fan seemed to harbor doubts about him, if he were to proceed in such a manner, he would likely earn Lin Fan's contempt. He was a man of dignity and self-respect. He acknowledged his mistakes, yet he did not wish to seek forgiveness in such a manner, feeling it akin to morally binding another. He had erred, and whether Lin Fan chose to forgive him depended solely on his own inclination. If Lin Fan was unwilling to extend forgiveness, there was nothing he could do. His identity, status, and martial prowess paled in comparison. If he lacked even a shred of conscience, then indeed he was lost. It was not that he was indifferent to Lin Fan. In fact, he felt he had invested an inordinate amount of time in him. Why was that? He pondered, a flicker of confusion crossing his mind. Lin Fan entered the car and casually tossed the black folder onto the passenger seat. The windshield wipers swept back and forth, clearing the rain from the window, yet they could not dispel the turmoil in his heart. He started the engine, the roar of it echoing dully in the confined space. Why was the performance of the new car from the Dragon King Palace so subpar? Frustration gripped him as he clutched the steering wheel. His fingertips rested on it, yet he did not drive off immediately. Instead, he turned to gaze at the folder on the passenger seat. His eyes lingered momentarily before he composed himself and turned away. Within that folder lay Shen Ming's distrust towards him. A self-deprecating smile tugged at Lin Fan's lips. He had not been a stranger to betrayal. During his tumultuous days, he had encountered many who would stab him in the back. But Shen Ming was different. He had believed they were friends, individuals who could entrust their backs to one another. Well, the term friend was subjective. He whispered the word, as if it pricked at his heart. He recalled the complex emotions reflected in Shen Ming's gaze each time he looked at him. Wariness, testing, and occasionally a barely perceptible hint of dependence. He had initially thought it was a sign of Shen Ming lowering his guard, only to realize now that it was merely the behavior of a suspicious person seeking repeated confirmation of whether he was trustworthy. Trustworthiness could not be earned through surveillance. Taking a deep breath, Lin Fan revved the engine. The rain intensified, pattering against the roof and windows, creating a cacophony that mirrored his mood. To be candid, he felt quite despondent. He aimlessly drove through the city, his mind awash with memories of his interactions with Shen Ming. He recalled their first meeting, when Shen Ming had exuded an icy demeanor, distancing himself from others. He remembered how someone had tried to feign indifference towards him, only to gravitate toward him the moment they met. There were times he would greet Shen Ming, and the young master would display himself like a peacock in full display. Over the course of this month, he had come to discern Shen Ming's true nature. This individual, while maintaining an air of aloofness, yearned to stand by his side, creating a most awkward juxtaposition. The meticulously crafted plans he had devised now seemed laughable. Those moments had once warmed his heart, leading him to believe he had finally found a confidant. How utterly ridiculous! Lin Fan muttered a curse under his breath and pressed the accelerator. The car surging forward through the downpour. After an indeterminate amount of time, he found himself parked outside a riverside bar. The establishment was dimly lit, filled with raucous music and the mingling scents of alcohol and tobacco. Lin Fan pushed the door open and stepped inside, seeking a secluded corner to sit down, where he ordered a glass of whiskey. As the liquid slid down his throat, the spiciness ignited his taste buds, momentarily clarifying his chaotic thoughts. He quickly assessed his relationship with Shen Ming and contemplated his next steps. Just then, his phone chimed softly. He retrieved it to find a message from Shen Ming. "I'm sorry." Those 3 words felt weightless, devoid of any significance. Lin Fan hesitated, his fingers hovering over the screen, contemplating whether to respond. He yearned to challenge Shen Ming, to inquire why he had acted in such a manner. Yet, as the words lingered on the tip of his tongue, he found them futile. What could questioning achieve? Would it dissolve Shen Ming's suspicions? Would it erase the days of surveillance that had transpired? No. He set his phone aside and raised his glass, consuming its contents in one swift motion. The alcohol ignited a warmth within his stomach, yet it could not dispel the chill that enveloped his heart. He understood Shen Ming's predicament and recognized that the turmoil within the Shen family had compelled him to become distrustful. However, understanding did not equate to forgiveness. Some boundaries, once crossed, could never be restored to their former state. The resolution now lay in Shen Ming's hands. Shen Ming, oh, Shen Ming. Lin Fan murmured as he gazed at the remnants of the liquor in his glass. What am I to do? He did not wish to lose this friend, yet he could not reconcile himself to such betrayal. One hand clasped around his phone while the other supported his forehead, a sigh of worry escaping his lips. At that moment, his phone vibrated again, assuming it to be another message from Shen Ming. He picked it up only to discover it was his assistant inquiring if tomorrow's meeting would proceed as scheduled. He replied affirmatively and silenced his phone, tossing it back into his pocket. Raising his glass once more, he turned his gaze towards the river outside. Raindrops pelted the surface, creating countless ripples, much like his current state of mind, thoroughly unsettled by Shen Ming's upheaval. He pondered whether their relationship could ever return to its previous state and whether Shen Ming would indeed refrain from repeating his past mistakes. Perhaps it was time for a period of calm reflection, he thought to himself. He needed time to digest the situation and to reevaluate his relationship with Shen Ming. If Shen Ming truly cared for him, he ought to demonstrate it through actions rather than mere apologies. Lin Fan ordered another drink, observing the eclectic crowd in the bar. Each individual wore a mask, assuming various roles beneath the dim lights. Perhaps Shen Ming was merely one among them, his mask simply more entrenched and difficult to remove. Chapter 46. The Antique Market. 1. The following afternoon, Lin Fan parked his custom-made Maybach at the entrance of the antique market on the outskirts of the city. As the vehicle came to a halt, a few idle individuals smoking beneath a tree cast astonished glances at him. The sleek lines and imposing front of the car, coupled with its distinctive license plate, made it evident to any discerning eye that this was no ordinary vehicle. Lin Fan emerged from the car, clad in simple black casual attire. Yet the aura of authority he exuded from years in a position of power was unmistakable. Having lingered beside Shen Ming for an extended period, he was on the verge of forgetting his own identity. He disregarded the inquisitive gazes and strode directly into the marketplace. The air in the market, refreshed by the rain, was imbued with the aromas of earth, aged wood, and an array of spices. The cacophony of vendors' calls and haggling voices created a lively atmosphere that alleviated any lingering feelings of discontent. He harbored no particular intent, merely seeking a place to wander and allow his mind to empty completely. Having spent the previous night in a bar until the early hours, the numbing effects of alcohol had faded, leaving behind only deeper fatigue and irritation. The black folder in the passenger seat remained quietly untouched, devoid of any desire to open it. Shen Ming and Lin Fan aimlessly meandered between stalls, observing indistinguishable porcelain, paintings, and jade. The stall owners greeted them warmly, to which he responded with a mere nod, his gaze sweeping over the dust-laden artifacts. With his discerning eye, he could readily distinguish between genuine pieces and forgeries. Yet at that moment, he had no inclination to concern himself with such matters. Moreover, his luck was exceptional. Any forgotten treasures would inevitably find their way to him. Hence, he felt no fervor for these antiques. As he approached a stall brimming with old books and miscellaneous items, a familiar figure caught his peripheral vision. The individual was clad in a somewhat faded gray hoodie, the hood pulled low, obscuring much of their face, and was crouched at the far end of the stall. Intently examining an object in hand, Lin Fan's steps faltered. Although he could not see the face, the form and posture were all too familiar. It was Xiaoling. What was he doing here? Lin Fan instinctively considered retreating, wishing to avoid an encounter at such a moment. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that one could evade for a time, but not indefinitely. He inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumult of emotions within, and approached directly. Xiaoling seemed to sense something. Lifting his head, upon recognizing Lin Fan, his expression momentarily froze, quickly replaced by a flicker of panic and disarray, akin to a child caught red-handed in wrongdoing. He instinctively attempted to conceal the object in his hand, but hesitated, ultimately rising awkwardly and murmuring, "Lin Fan." Lin Fan remained silent, his gaze fixed on the object in Xiaoling's possession. It was a small, delicate box made of rosewood, appearing somewhat aged, its surface adorned with simple cloud patterns. "What are you doing here?" Lin Fan's voice was calm, devoid of discernible emotion, yet those familiar with him understood this to be a precursor to his impending ire. Xiaoling's fingers tightened around the wooden box, knuckles turning pale. He opened his mouth, seemingly at a loss for words, and then, after a moment of hesitation, presented the box to Lin Fan, his voice dry-eyed. "I came to buy something for you." Lin Fan raised an eyebrow, not accepting the offering. "For me?" "Yes." Xiaoling's head lowered further. "I know that what happened that day angered you, and I wasn't sure how to make it up to you. I remembered you mentioned having some interest in these old things, so I thought I would come take a look." His voice dwindled, the latter part almost inaudible, reminiscent of a mosquito's hum. Lin Fan observed him, a medley of emotions swirling within. He could sense the unease and anxiety emanating from Xiaoling. In those eyes, usually so vigilant and calculating, only pure panic and a hint of barely discernible appeasement remained. Like a small dog that had erred, unsure of how to atone, it clumsily presented what it believed to be the best offering to its master. Lin Fan's heart softened momentarily, only to harden again swiftly. Could a gift, a mere apology, truly mend the wounds inflicted by days of betrayal? No, it could not. Though he had not endured much treachery, the harsh realities of life had taught him that once trust is shattered, it can never be restored. I do not need it. Lin Fan's tone remained flat, yet it carried an undeniable air of rejection. Xiaoling's hand froze in mid-air, the color draining from his face, rendering it as pale as parchment. He gazed at Lin Fan's indifferent eyes. His lips moved, yet ultimately, he uttered nothing, silently retracting his hand and clutching the wooden box tightly, his knuckles turning slightly purple from the strain. The atmosphere grew palpably awkward. The surrounding clamor seemed to fade into oblivion, leaving only the silent standoff between the two of them. A nearby vendor, sensing the tension, approached to mediate. "Sir, your friend's taste is impeccable. This box is an antique from the Qing dynasty, exquisitely crafted and of a warm texture, perfect for holding prayer beads or jade pendants. Quite a rarity in today's market." From the Qing dynasty? Lin Fan's gaze inadvertently swept over the rosewood box. With his discerning eye, he could immediately ascertain that it was indeed a mid-Qing artifact, solidly made and reasonably well crafted, yet at best it was worth a mere 1,000 or 1,800 yuan. Not a priceless treasure by any means. Xiaoling seemed momentarily taken aback. Offering the box again, "I believe this box would complement the string of star and moon Bodhi beads you wore last time. I have stated I do not need it." Lin Fan interrupted him, his tone growing colder. He could comprehend Xiaoling's predicament, aware that the scandals surrounding the Xiao family had rendered him increasingly suspicious. Yet understanding did not equate to forgiveness. Some boundaries, once crossed, could never be revisited. At that moment, a middle-aged man in a floral shirt sauntered over, snatching the wooden box from Xiaoling's hands. Weighing it in his palm, he sneered disdainfully. "This shabby box is claimed to be from the Qing dynasty? I reckon it's merely a reproduction made last week. Young man, don't let the proprietor deceive you. This trinket is worth at most 200 yuan. The vendor's expression darkened. "What do you know? This is an old piece I acquired from the countryside. How could it possibly be a replica? I can tell just by touch." The man in the floral shirt puffed up his chest. "I've been dealing in antiques for years. How could I possibly misjudge?" With that, he attempted to pocket the wooden box. "Let us settle this, boss. I'll take it for 200. The vendor, of course, refused, and an argument erupted, both parties shoving each other, the situation escalating towards a physical confrontation. Xiaoling, in a panic, sought to reclaim the box, but was forcefully pushed aside by the man in the floral shirt. "Get lost, kid. This doesn't concern you." Xiaoling staggered back a few steps, nearly losing his balance. Lin Fan's expression turned icy as he stepped forward, seizing the man in the floral shirt by the wrist. The man felt as though his wrist were clamped in a vice, emitting a pained gasp as the wooden box in his grasp clattered to the ground. "How dare you touch my belongings?" Lin Fan's voice was icy and piercing, the aura of menace surrounding him silencing those nearby in an instant. The man in the floral shirt looked up at Lin Fan, his heart racing at the murderous intent gleaming in the youth's eyes, rendering him weak in the knees. "Igriagajis. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to," he stammered, apologizing profusely. Lin Fan disregarded him, bending down to retrieve the fallen wooden box. Brushing off the dust before handing it to Xiaoling, Xiaoling paused momentarily, accepting the box and gazing at Lin Fan's retreating figure, feeling a tumult of emotions within. He recognized that Lin Fan was still angry, yet the sight of him intervening to help had warmed his heart. "Leave," Lin Fan stated coldly, uttering a single word to the man in the floral shirt. The man scurried away, as if granted a reprieve, crawling and scrambling in his haste. The stall owner, too, dared not utter another word, retracting his neck and feigning to tidy up his stall. Lin Fan turned to Xiaoling, his gaze landing on the wooden box in Xiaoling's hand. "How much did you pay for it?" he inquired. The owner said 500. Xiaoling replied in a low voice. Lin Fan extracted 500 yuan from his wallet, handing it to the stall owner before addressing Xiaoling. "I accept this item, but it is I who purchased it. You may leave now." Lin Fan's tone was frigid. Before departing, he turned back, calmly stating, "Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention, this is worth only 300. A depreciated item, much like yourself." Xiaoling stood frozen, clutching the rosewood box, watching Lin Fan's retreating silhouette with a mixture of bitterness and longing. He understood Lin Fan was still upset, Yet at least he had not discarded the box. Gazing as Lin Fan vanished into the crowd, he tightened his grip on the box, silently resolving to find a way to make amends and regain Lin Fan's trust. Upon exiting the market, Lin Fan settled into his car, casually placing the rosewood box on the passenger seat. He ignited the engine, the low rumble resonating as the vehicle smoothly departed from the antique market. Observing the fleeting scenery outside, the agitation within him seemed to dissipate somewhat. Chapter 47. The Antique Market 2. Initially intending to drive straight away, Lin Fan inexplicably halted just beyond the market's entrance. He glanced at the unassuming rosewood box on the passenger seat, his fingers absently tapping the steering wheel. Ultimately, he turned off the ignition and re-entered the market. Weary, he rubbed his eyes and felt a pang of compassion. This time, he did not wander aimlessly but headed directly toward the stall specializing in ancient jade situated deep within the market. The proprietor, a silver-haired elder, squinted through a magnifying glass. Scrutinizing à jade pendant. Just as Lin Fan stood still, he heard a familiar altercation erupt behind him. "Boss, how much for this jade pendant?" It was Xiao Ling's voice, tinged with urgency. Lin Fan turned to see Xiao Ling standing nearby at a stall, holding a pendant of mediocre quality made from Hetian jade. While the stall owner shook his head impatiently, exclaiming, "Young man, I've said the lowest is 800. A 1T sell for a single cent less. You have inquired thrice. If you cannot afford it, please do not impede my business." Xiao Ling's face flushed a deep crimson as he clutched his wallet tightly, seemingly engaged in a fierce internal struggle. His faded hoodie appeared particularly insubstantial amidst the crowd, starkly contrasting with the opulent antiques surrounding him. Why do I keep encountering him? Has he implanted a tracker on me? Lin Fan furrowed his brow and approached. Upon seeing Lin Fan, the vendor's eyes sparkled, and he immediately donned a sycophantic smile. "Good sir, what might you wish to purchase? I have just acquired an exquisite Qing Dynasty jade pendant, guaranteed to be authentic." Lin Fan disregarded him, his gaze fixating on the pendant in Xiao Ling's hand. The craftsmanship was crude, and the jade was of mediocre quality, worth at most 300 yuan. The vendor was clearly trying to deceive. "How much?" Lin Fan inquired. The vendor hesitated for a moment before responding. "Sir, if you are genuinely interested, 700 yuan, but I shall offer you a discount." 300, Lin Fan stated flatly, leaving no room for negotiation. The vendor's expression darkened. "Sir, that is exceedingly low. This is Hetian jade." "Hetian jade?" Lin Fan scoffed, immediately exposing the vendor's deceit. "It is worth precisely that amount." He interrupted, his gaze turning frigid. "Will you sell it or not? If not, I shall take my leave." The vendor, sensing the chill in Lin Fan's eyes and glancing at Xiao Ling, who appeared utterly embarrassed, weighed his options and ultimately gritted his teeth. "Very well, 300 it is. Consider me unfortunate today." Unfortunate, indeed, to encounter someone who cannot be easily fooled. The vendor silently seethed. Lin Fan retrieved 300 yuan from his wallet and handed it to the vendor, then took the pendant from Xiao Ling's hand and casually stuffed it into his pocket. Xiao Ling stood frozen, watching Lin Fan's actions, mouth agape, at a loss for words. He had not anticipated Lin Fan's sudden return, nor his willingness to purchase the pendant for him. "Why are you still here?" Lin Fan turned to him, his tone still cold, although his eyes lacked the previous hostility. Xiao Ling lowered his head, his voice a bit hoarse. I wish to see if there is anything else." Lin Fan regarded him with a sigh inwardly. He could discern Xiao Ling's discomfort and the desire to make amends. Yet, trust, once shattered, is arduous to rebuild. "I do not comprehend. Where has the demeanor of the young master gone?" Lin Fan quipped, a wry smile gracing his lips. He recalled the resolute Xiao Ling of the past, who was steadfast and obedient in his presence. Reflecting on former times, he felt a surge of frustration. "Do not squander any more money," Lin Fan admonished. "I lack for nothing in this regard." He harbored a deep disdain for the flattery of those who had betrayed him. It was akin to poison. Those who betray can be forgiven, but such instances are exceedingly rare. Xiao Ling raised his head, a glimmer of pleading in his eyes. "I know I've erred in the past. I genuinely wish to amend my ways, Lin Fan. Please grant me another chance, will you? I swear I shall not falter again. Lin Fan gazed at him in silence for an extended moment, recalling the days when they had fought side by side. Remembering the time Xiao Ling had bravely shielded him from harm. Memories pierced his heart like needles, leaving him somewhat breathless. Ultimately, he shook his head. Xiao Ling, it is too late. Some mistakes, once made, offer no chance for redemption. With that, Lin Fan turned to leave. Suddenly, Xiao Ling stepped forward, grasping his wrist. Lin Fan, I know you are still angry, but I truly cannot bear to lose you as a friend. If you do not forgive me, I will follow you relentlessly. Lin Fan furrowed his brow and forcefully shook off his hand. Xiao Ling, do not act irrationally. Do not presume upon his current good fortune to inflict new wounds. I am not being unreasonable. Xiao Ling's emotions flared. I know I have wronged you, but I have genuinely changed. Please, believe in me once more, will you? The commotion of their argument drew the attention of those around them, who turned to watch. Lin Fan's expression darkened. He wished to avoid drawing any more attention. Come with me, Lin Fan said coldly. Xiao Ling paused, then a glimmer of joy crossed his face. Do you agree to forgive me? How embarrassing. Lin Fan thought indifferently. Noticing Lin Fan's silence, he turned and walked toward the market entrance. Believing he had consented, Xiao Ling hurriedly followed. Arriving at the car, Lin Fan opened the door but did not enter. Instead, he turned to Xiao Ling. I will take you somewhere. Xiao Ling's fingers still retained the warmth from their brief contact, and that fleeting touch felt like a faint electric current, causing him to tense up entirely. He gazed at Lin Fan's stern profile, his heart racing within his chest. Even his breathing became cautious. He adored Lin Fan deeply. This affection transcended mere friendship. From the very first moment he encountered Lin Fan on the street, he was captivated by the man's poised yet fierce demeanor, despite being a few years his junior. Lin Fan always exuded strength and brilliance, akin to a distant star, while he felt like mere dust, trailing in the star's luminous wake. He understood he was unworthy of Lin Fan. He was cowardly and selfish, having betrayed the one he held closest to his heart for the sake of the Xiao family's interests. In the stillness of night, he would lament his actions, tossing and turning in regret. Countless times he had contemplated apologizing to Lin Fan, yearning to turn back time, but he lacked the courage. Until that day, when he saw Lin Fan alone in a bar, the weariness and loneliness in his eyes pierced his heart like a knife. It was then that he finally summoned the courage to attempt to atone for his wrongs. Recalling Lin Fan's occasional mentions of an interest in antiques, he rushed to this unfamiliar antique market, scurrying about in search of something that might bring Lin Fan joy. When he had spotted Lin Fan earlier at the old bookstall, he had nearly lost his composure, fearing he would once again be met with disdain. Yet, Lin Fan did not push him away. He approached and even intervened when Xiao Ling was being bullied. In that moment, Xiao Ling felt that all his efforts had not been in vain, and the barren landscape of his heart seemed to finally welcome a glimmer of hope. Though Lin Fan claimed that the rosewood box was his own purchase, his tone remained icy. However, Xiao Ling sensed a subtle softening in Lin Fan's demeanor towards him. This was sufficient, he thought, as long as he could alleviate Lin Fan's disdain. As long as he could remain by Lin Fan's side, even if only from a distance, he would willingly accept it. Thus, when Lin Fan announced his intention to take him somewhere, Xiao Ling's heart brimmed with anticipation and trepidation. He was uncertain of their destination or what awaited him, yet he followed without hesitation, like a docile puppy closely trailing its master. Lin Fan opened the door to the passenger seat and instructed him to get in. Xiao Ling was taken aback. Hastily settling into the seat and fastening his seatbelt with utmost care, even moderating his breath. Stealing a glance at Lin Fan, he noted how intently Lin Fan focused on driving, his profile exuding a rugged handsomeness that made Xiao Ling's heart race. The atmosphere in the car was somewhat tense. Xiao Ling wished to initiate conversation, but found himself at a loss for words. Gazing out at the swiftly passing scenery, he felt both anxious and hopeful. He had no inkling of their destination, yet he sensed that this might be an opportunity to regain Lin Fan's trust. Lin Fan, Xiao Ling hesitated for a long moment before finally speaking, his voice somewhat hoarse. Where are we going? Lin Fan did not glance at him, maintaining his gaze ahead as he replied coolly, "You'll know when we arrive." Xiao Ling fell silent, resigning himself to quiet contemplation. Reclining against the back of the seat, he studied Lin Fan's profile, silently praying for a chance, an opportunity to atone for his past misdeeds. He recognized that his previous actions had been reprehensible, yet he genuinely yearned to change, to once again stand by Lin Fan's side and pursue him anew. After approximately half an hour's drive, the vehicle came to a halt in front of a secluded villa. The house appeared somewhat aged, surrounded by trees, enveloped in tranquility. Lin Fan turned off the engine, exited the car, and Xiao Ling hastily followed suit, gazing at the unfamiliar villa with a heart full of questions. "This is where I used to live," Lin Fan stated, before turning to enter the house. Xiao Ling was momentarily taken aback. Then his face lit up with surprise. Could it be that Lin Fan had brought him to a place from his past, signifying that he truly intended to forgive him? He quickly followed inside. The villa's decor was simple, even somewhat antiquated, yet it was remarkably tidy. The walls of the living room displayed several photographs, showcasing Lin Fan's youthful days, alongside some snapshots with friends. Observing the radiant smile of Lin Fan in those pictures, Xiao Ling felt a pang of nostalgia. It had been ages since he had witnessed such a smile on Lin Fan's face. Lin Fan approached the center of the living room, turned, and regarded Xiao Ling. "Please, take a seat." Xiao Ling cautiously settled onto the sofa, placing his hands on his knees, appearing somewhat restless. Lin Fan also took a seat, retrieving a cigarette box from the coffee table, extracting a cigarette, lighting it, inhaling deeply, and then exhaling billowing smoke rings. Amidst the swirling smoke, his gaze appeared somewhat bewildered. "Xiao Ling," Lin Fan began, his voice hoarse, "do you know why I brought you here?" Xiao Ling shook his head. "I do not know." "Because this place holds our past memories," Lin Fan continued. "Do you remember? We used to drink and talk here, discussing our future." Xiao Ling's eyes reddened as he nodded. I remember it all. Those were such good times." Lin Fan's tone was filled with nostalgia. "Back then, I thought we would be brothers for life." Tears finally streamed down Xiao Ling's face as he exclaimed, "Lin Fan, I am sorry. It is all my fault. I should not have betrayed you. I should not have been so selfish. Please give me another chance, will you? I promise I will not make the same mistake again." Lin Fan regarded him in silence for a long while. The anguish within him betrayed his expression, contorting his features. Upon seeing Xiao Ling's tear-streaked face, he was suddenly overcome with an impulse to rush over and strangle him. What was he suffering for? He was the one who had been betrayed. This detestable traitor had once again forced him to confront the terrifying nature of humanity. Gazing at Xiao Ling's weeping visage, his heart was a tumult of emotions. He recalled their shared past, Xiao Ling's kindness, and his subsequent betrayal. His soul seemed to wail in agony, questioning why such a calamity had befallen him. Despite having made numerous concessions, he was unable to avert the footsteps of treachery. Finally, he sighed, "Xiao Ling, I have considered forgiving you. However, the word betrayal carries an unbearable weight. I need time. I need time to process all this." Upon hearing this, Xiao Ling felt a flicker of hope. "Are you saying you are willing to give me a chance?" Lin Fan neither nodded nor shook his head. "I do not know. But I can promise you that I will not treat you as I did before. We can attempt to be friends again. But whether we can return to the past depends on your actions." After all, he was now entangled with another person, and he wished to sever such ties. Xiao Ling quickly wiped his tears and nodded vigorously. "I understand. I will do my best. Thank you, Lin Fan, for this opportunity. What do you even understand?" Lin Fan thought, feeling a sense of relief at Xiao Ling's excitement. Perhaps giving each other a chance was indeed the best choice. Yet, upon hearing the latter part of Xiao Ling's statement, he could not help but frown. Surely he did not think that Lin Fan had brought him here to reconcile? That was mere child's play. With this thought, Lin Fan's expression darkened momentarily. He rose to his feet. "All right, it is getting late. Let me take you home." Xiao Ling quickly stood as well. "All right." The two exited the villa and entered the car. As Xiao Ling gazed at Lin Fan's focused profile while driving, his heart swelled with gratitude and joy. He knew this was merely a beginning. Yet he felt confident that he would regain Lin Fan's trust and once again stand by his side. Then he slowly pursued Lin Fan, fully aware that Lin Fan was a straight man. Yet he found himself unable to resist. As the car glided through the night, Xiao Ling leaned back in his seat, gazing out at the nighttime scenery, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. He knew that as long as he did not give up, there would come a day when Lin Fan would once again accept him, embracing the affection that lay hidden deep within his heart, unspoken yet fervent. Chapter 48. The young master bites his teeth and remains sane, a touch of madness, but not too much, due to the demands of work the following day. Shen Ming deliberately avoided tracking Lin Fan's whereabouts. He was a workaholic. Even if he longed for Lin Fan, duty called. At times, he found himself admiring his own unwavering dedication to work, disregarding familial bonds. Furthermore, Lin Fan did not seem particularly fond of him, so rather than seeking a futile endeavor, it was wiser to maintain his composure and contemplate his next steps. He had always been rational in both his professional and romantic pursuits. He intended to handle matters with a level head. Yes, indeed, he must remain calm. No anger should arise. Curse it all, he must not lose his temper. When Shen Ming saw the trending news, revealing that paparazzi had captured Lin Fan entering the antique market, seemingly accompanied by another person, he clenched his teeth. Am I invisible? He seethed, his gaze fixated on the trending topic on his phone, his fingertips nearly embedding themselves into the screen. The photograph was not particularly clear, but that familiar black sedan and Lin Fan's upright silhouette as he exited were unmistakable. What infuriated him further was the ambiguous title suggesting a new flame, accompanied by a blurry figure in the passenger seat. How could they dare to insinuate that the young master of the Shen family was facing a breakup? Damn it, he must not lose his temper. With a sudden motion, Shen Ming hurled his phone onto the desk, producing a dull thud that startled the intern at the opposite workstation. He took a deep breath, striving to suppress the turmoil within, though his temples pulsed with intensity. Calm down, calm down. Perhaps it was merely a gathering of friends. He had to maintain his composure. After all, it could be a misunderstanding. He believed he was sufficiently composed, convinced that creating some distance would allow both of them to think clearly. Yet, what was the outcome? Here he was, feigning tranquility over reports, while Lin Fan had turned around and taken someone else to the antique market, caught red-handed. Who was that person in the passenger seat? Who dared to intrude upon his territory? Regardless of their private interactions, Lin Fan was still an ambiguous figure on the surface. Did they lack a sense of propriety? Had they ever considered how this might affect him? Fury surged within him. Countless speculations swirled in Shen Ming's mind, each like a needle piercing through his thoughts, leaving him in disarray. He had always believed that Lin Fan, even if not in love, should harbor some semblance of significance toward him. Yet, it now appeared that it might have been a one-sided affection after all. Stay calm. Shen Ming, you must remain composed. You never truly liked him. You merely sought to utilize him. Stay calm. You must absolutely remain calm. He repeatedly reminded himself internally, though his fingers unconsciously drummed against the desk, producing a rapid, anxious rhythm. Reason dictated that he should first ascertain the truth of the matter rather than indulge in wild conjectures that would only lead him astray. Yet emotionally, an uncontrollable flame of anger and grievance raged within him. He was even seized by an impulse to seize the car keys and confront Lin Fan, demanding to know what he was up to. Ultimately, reason prevailed. Shen Ming closed his eyes momentarily, then picked up his phone and dialed number. Help me investigate this person, he commanded, his voice as cold as ice. Find out who the man is that accompanied Lin Fan to the antique market today, along with their movements throughout the day. I want the results in half an hour. He sighed. I apologize for my mistakes, but I can no longer endure this. After hanging up, Shen Ming leaned back in a chair, his gaze dark and brooding as it fell upon the window. Lin Fan, you had better provide me with a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, his expression turned somewhat desolate. With his current capabilities, he could not inflict any harm upon Lin Fan. Presently, Shen Ming resembled a forsaken stray cat, yearning for the warmth of its owner's affection, yet too proud to turn back. Shen Ming's car halted beneath Lin Fan's residence, the engine silencing, leaving only the faint hum of the air conditioning in the cabin. He gripped his phone, the screen still displaying a blurry photograph, his fingertips icy. Half an hour prior, his assistant's message had arrived punctually. Mr. Shen, the individual accompanying Mr. Lin, is Xiao Ling from the Xiao family. They visited the antique market together, after which Mr. Lin took him back to his former residence, departing about an hour later. Xiao Ling. The name pierced through Shen Ming, striking at the very core of his concerns. He had assumed Lin Fan would at least exercise some discretion, yet the situation was so brazen. Having already been betrayed, did Lin Fan truly desire to offer him another chance? He inhaled deeply and pushed the car door open. The motion sensor lights in the hallway flickered to life with each of his steps, each footfall akin to treading upon his tightly wound nerves. The door was not locked, merely ajar. As Shen Ming pushed it open, he beheld Lin Fan sitting on the sofa. A Zeton wood box, the very one he had purchased at the antique market, in his hands, seemingly examining its contents. Shen Ming scrutinized the villa, which had long been abandoned. Overgrown with weeds, hardly fit for habitation, the sofa was the only semblance of comfort. Upon hearing the noise, Lin Fan looked up, momentarily taken aback upon seeing him, his tone devoid of emotion. "You've come?" The very utterance struck Lin Fan's heart like a knife, a dull ache settling in. Shen Ming had not changed in the slightest. His nonchalant demeanor ignited the long-suppressed fury within Shen Ming. He slammed the door shut behind him, striding swiftly toward Lin Fan, forcefully placing his phone on the coffee table, the screen facing Lin Fan. "Explain yourself." Shen Ming's voice was low yet imbued with an undeniable sense of pressure. "Who is he? Why did you bring him back to your former residence?" He no longer concealed the fact that he was aware of Lin Fan's affairs. Lin Fan glanced at the photograph on the phone, his brow furrowing. "Are you following me?" Shen Ming retorted. "Do I need to follow you?" Shen Ming let out a cold laugh. As the entire internet buzzed with speculation about whether the person seated in the passenger seat next to him was his new romantic interest. "Lin Fan, what do you take me for?" Lin Fan set down the wooden box and stood up, the distance between them narrowing instantaneously. "He and I are merely friends, besides. Our relationship has long since ended." "Friends?" Shen Ming scoffed, as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke. "Do friends go to the antique market to rescue one another and bring them back to places they once called home? That very place I haven't even set foot in." His tone dripped with sarcasm, his eyes betraying a hint of grievance. A subtle sorrow tinged his voice, one he was unaware of himself. He believed he was merely angry at Lin Fan's perceived disrespect, yet what truly pained him was the sense of exclusion that gnawed at him. Lin Fan observed the redness in Shen Ming's eyes, a tightening sensation gripping his heart, yet he maintained a firm tone. "My affairs with him are none of your concern." "None of my concern?" Shen Ming raised his voice sharply. "Lin Fan, you declare our relationship irrelevant? You were at my home last night, and today you're off with another man at the market. Are you that eager?" Lin Fan's expression shifted dramatically. Those words struck at the most sensitive nerve between them. His demeanor darkened, eyes icy. "Shen Ming, do not go too far." "Too far?" Shen Ming stepped closer, nearly invading his personal space. "Am I the one who has crossed the line, or is it you?" "Lin Fan, do you believe you can easily trifle with me?" Shen Ming, his breath, heavy with anger, fanned against Lin Fan's face. Lin Fan could clearly see the fury and hurt burning in his eyes, and a sense of irritation that had previously lingered within him vanished, replaced by an indescribable emotion. After a brief silence, his tone softened. "Xiao Ling and I were once brothers. He has erred and now seeks to make amends. I brought him here simply because Shen Ming's voice quavered, the softness betraying his incredulity. "That cowardly traitor, how dare he? The very type I loathe the most. Stay away from him. He will only bring you harm. If he is granted an opportunity for redemption, then what of me? Lin Fan, do I not even deserve a chance to explain?" Seeing the bloodshot veins in Shen Ming's eyes tugged painfully at Lin Fan's heart. He opened his mouth, desperate to speak, yet found himself at a loss for words. Shen Ming, observing Lin Fan's silence, was suddenly engulfed by a wave of helplessness. He took a step back, a bitter smile gracing his lips. "Forget it. Consider my question unasked." With that, he turned to leave. "Shen Ming," Lin Fan's voice called out, halting him. Shen Ming paused, but did not turn back. "He will not affect our matters," Lin Fan said, his voice dry. "He and I are merely friends." You and I, however, are on the same path. No need for that. If the Dragon King only sees me as a diversion, then I am afraid I cannot comply. Shen Ming, with his back to Lin Fan, felt his shoulders tremble slightly. He remained silent, merely opening the door and walking out without a backward glance. As the door clicked shut, Lin Fan felt deflated, collapsing onto the sofa. He gazed at the mobile phone resting atop the coffee table, his mind a chaotic tangle. The relationship between him and Shen Ming seemed to grow ever more intricate. Chapter 49. The Xiao family, as Shen Ming's car came to a halt once more beneath Lin Fan's apartment. The warmth of the engine had yet to dissipate when he dashed out, clutched in his hand. The screen of his phone still illuminated with a message just received from his assistant. President Shen, Xiao Ling indeed has substantial debts. But the source of funding is not from the opposing family. It is from another party altogether. His meeting with the opposing family appears more like a test. These few lines of text fell upon him like a bucket of cold water, instantly extinguishing the flames of anger that had surged within him, leaving only a profound sense of guilt and unease. Just moments ago, he had commanded his assistant over the phone to investigate Xiao Ling's background, convinced in his heart that there existed an unclear relationship between Lin Fan and Xiao Ling. In hindsight, his so-called rationality and composure seemed utterly ridiculous. Taking a deep breath, Shen Ming straightened his slightly disheveled collar before raising his hand to knock on the door. The door swung open almost immediately. Lin Fan stood behind it, still clad in the simple white shirt from earlier, his hair somewhat tousled, his eyes bearing a subtle hint of fatigue, yet predominantly exuding tranquility, as if the earlier fierce argument had never transpired. "You're back." Lin Fan's voice was soft, devoid of discernible emotion, and his gaze bore a trace of weariness. Shen Ming's heart tightened painfully. He opened his mouth, a torrent of words lodged in his throat, ultimately condensing into a hoarse, "Lin Fan, I'm sorry." Lin Fan stepped aside, allowing him entry, yet remained silent. The living room was dimly lit, with only a floor lamp casting a glow that illuminated the coffee table before Lin Fan. On the table lay a Zeton wood box, accompanied by several scattered sheets of paper, seemingly left behind by Xiao Ling. Shen Ming approached, hesitated briefly, and then took a seat beside Lin Fan. "I investigated Xiao Ling," Shen Ming stated directly, his tone heavy with guilt. "He does owe money, but he is not in collusion with the opposing family. I misjudged you. He is merely afraid of being hurt again. Even the most invincible hero cannot remain unaffected by betrayal. Once harm has been inflicted, it cannot be allowed to occur a second time." Lin Fan finally lifted his gaze to meet his expression complex. "So what now? Are you here to apologize?" "Yes." Shen Ming nodded vigorously, his voice urgent. "I should not have lost my temper without seeking the truth. I should not have uttered such hurtful words." Lin Fan, truly sorry. He seldom lost his composure in such a manner, let alone offered such a straightforward apology. Yet at this moment, confronted by Lin Fan's calm eyes, he felt his previous actions were both foolish and excessive. Lin Fan regarded him for a long time, long enough that Shen Ming began to doubt he would ever be forgiven, until he finally sighed softly. "I understand you did not mean it." Lin Fan's voice softened. "Xiao Ling was once my brother. He has made mistakes and now finds himself in dire straits, seeking my help. I brought him here simply to understand his difficulties. I had no ulterior motives." "Then why didn't you tell me?" Shen Ming pressed, a hint of grievance in his tone. "If you had shared this with me, I would not have misunderstood you." Lin Fan offered a wry smile and said, "Tell you? Weren't you deliberately avoiding me yesterday? I thought you had lost interest in my affairs." Shen Ming felt a pang in his heart, suddenly realizing that his previous intentional distancing had inflicted considerable pain on Lin Fan. "I didn't," he hastily explained. "I merely had to attend to work, and I assumed you didn't care for me, which is why I wanted to take a step back. It was never my intention to evade you." He truly believed he felt no affection for Lin Fan, viewing him merely as a fleeting distraction. How had he, the illustrious heir of the Shen family, become someone dismissed so easily? He did not wish for this. His voice grew softer, laced with an imperceptible tension. Lin Fan gazed at him, his expression gradually softening. He reached out and gently touched the back of Shen Ming's hand, causing Shen Ming's body to stiffen. "Fool," Lin Fan said softly, "I have never disliked you." Shen Ming abruptly lifted his head, unable to believe his ears. "What did you say?" Lin Fan smiled at his astonishment and reiterated, "I said, I have never harbored any dislike for you." This time, his voice was clear and resolute. Shen Ming's mind went blank, the words "I do not dislike you" echoing in his ears. He looked into Lin Fan's gentle eyes, and his own eyes instantly glistened with tears, a sense of relief washing over him. Thankfully, he had clarified matters before confronting Lin Fan in confusion, which could have led to trouble. Unable to contain himself any longer, he pulled Lin Fan into a tight embrace, as though he wished to meld him into his very being. Shen Ming's voice trembled as he uttered, "I'm sorry. I was truly terrified." He was profoundly afraid of the dire conclusion from his previous life, a dark existence he could not bear to relive. Lin Fan gently patted his back, soothing his turbulent emotions. The living room was enveloped in silence, with only their intertwined breaths and heartbeats resonating in the air. Lin Fan distinctly felt his heart racing, his expression calm, yet the sound of his heartbeat was strikingly clear. After a long while, Shen Ming gradually calmed down, releasing Lin Fan and gazing at his reddened eyes, asking with concern, "You weren't angry with me for being so harsh before, were you?" Lin Fan shook his head and wiped away the tears at the corners of Shen Ming's eyes. "No, I understand you were upset because you care." Shen Ming took hold of his hand and, looking earnestly at Lin Fan, said, "Then let us go home." He paused, grit his teeth, and added, "My good roommate." "All right." Lin Fan nodded, a long-lost smile gracing his face. It was all right. Someone had yet to awaken to the truth and deserved a measure of patience. Just then, Shen Ming's phone rang. It was a call from his assistant. He glanced at Lin Fan before answering. "Hello? Mr. Shen," the assistant's voice came through, urgent and hurried. "We just found out that Xiaoling's debts are owed to an underground loan shark, and they are pressing him hard, even threatening his family." He sought out Mr. Lin, perhaps hoping to request assistance in repaying the debt. Repay the debt? Shen Ming's expression darkened. An underground loan shark? This was far more perilous than collaborating with rivals. He hung up and relayed the situation to Lin Fan. Lin Fan furrowed his brows, sensing something amiss about him today. His speech was filled with hesitation. Little did he know it was due to this predicament. "What shall we do?" Shen Ming inquired, observing him closely. "After all, he was once your friend. We cannot simply stand by and do nothing. However, dealing with the underground bank is no trifling matter." The emphasis he placed on the word once subtly indicated that Lin Fan should sever ties, as that former friend had betrayed him, and there was no need to extend further acceptance. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Fan replied, "I will speak with him first to ascertain the situation. If it truly concerns his family, I might be able to assist him, but he must promise me never to engage with those matters again." His willingness to help was not merely for the sake of past camaraderie, but because he had previously left something at the Xiao family's residence. "I will accompany you." Shen Ming interjected immediately, his concern for Lin Fan's safety evident. Lin Fan regarded him and nodded in agreement. "All right." They exchanged a smile, dispelling the earlier gloom. They understood that new troubles might arise, but as long as they stood together, no obstacle would be insurmountable. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit corner not far from Lin Fan's home, Xiaoling gazed at the warm glow emanating from the window, his expression a tumult of emotions. Clutched in his hand was an IOU, the alarming figure written upon it weighing heavily on his conscience. He recognized that seeking Lin Fan's help was a grave mistake, one that would drag him into murky waters. Yet he found himself cornered, as the underground bank had issued dire threats. If the debt was not settled by tomorrow, his family would face dire consequences. Taking a deep breath, he turned and vanished into the shadows, uncertain of what awaited him the following day. He was acutely aware that his debt to Lin Fan would never be repaid. If it could not be settled, so be it. He felt remorse for Lin Fan, vowing not to let others down any further. Chapter 50. Lin Fan's ultimatum. 3 days later, in a private room of a tea house, Xiaoling sat there, his fingers unconsciously tracing the rim of his cup. Dressed in a pristine new suit, his hair meticulously styled, yet his eyes betrayed no hint of ease. but rather were filled with turmoil and dread. The door creaked open, and Lin Fan entered, clad in his customary simple white shirt. He exuded an intangible pressure that seemed to freeze the air within the room. "Sit," Lin Fan commanded softly, yet his tone brooked no dissent. Ling sprang to his feet in alarm, only to realize the impropriety of his reaction. He awkwardly resumed his seat, casting his gaze downward. Unable to meet Lin Fan's eyes, Lin Fan, without beating around the bush. Lin Fan slid a stack of photographs and a voice recorder across the table toward him. "Now, speak of Director Wang's scheme. And where have you allocated the funds I provided?" The photographs depicted Ling in clandestine discussions with Director Wang, while the recorder captured their dialogue, detailing their plot to entrap Lin Fan and their attempts to seize the rosewood box. Ling's countenance paled, his resolve crumbling under the weight of undeniable evidence. Before Lin Fan, any facade was akin to child's play. "I'm sorry," he pleaded, collapsing to the floor, his voice laced with desperation. "It was Director Wang who forced my hand. He has seized leverage over my family, threatening to take their lives if I do not comply." "To force you?" Lin Fan's gaze was as frigid as ice. "To compel you to use the money I provided to fund my adversaries? To betray one who once considered you a brother?" "I did not. I merely wished to stabilize the situation first." Ling fervently bowed his head, blood soon seeping from his forehead. "I intended to find an opportunity to inform you. Brother Lin, my loyalty to you is as vast as the heavens. I truly did not intend to betray you." He had long been aware that Lin Fan was the Dragon King. Had it not been for Lin Fan's covert assistance in the past, the Shao family would have been utterly destroyed. He had always cherished this gratitude, yet this time, he found himself utterly cornered. Lin Fan regarded him, his expression devoid of any emotion. He had witnessed too much treachery and had grown numb to it. "You know the fate that befalls those who betray the Dragon King." Ling's body trembled violently. He understood the weight of that statement. He raised his head, tears welling in his eyes as he pleaded with Lin Fan. "Lin Fan, I implore you for another chance. I am willing to do anything to atone for my mistakes, even if it means traversing mountains of blades or seas of fire." Lin Fan fell silent for a moment before slowly responding. "I can grant you a chance. But remember, this is the final opportunity." Ling was overjoyed, bowing fervently. "Thank you, Dragon King. Thank you, Brother Lin. I will not disappoint you. Rise." Lin Fan gestured to him. "Did Mr. Wang instruct you to bring me to the abandoned warehouse, did he not?" "Yes, yes." Ling nodded eagerly. "Excellent." A cold smirk played at the corners of Lin Fan's mouth. "Let us proceed according to his plan. However, what awaits him in the warehouse will not be lambs for slaughter, but the grim Reaper himself." He paused before continuing. "Return and inform Mr. Wang that all is proceeding smoothly. Additionally, uncover his true backer. I wish to know who is orchestrating this from the shadows." "Understood," the subordinate replied respectfully, his previous hesitation and guilt vanishing, replaced by profound reverence and loyalty towards Lin Fan. Lin Fan regarded him and said coolly, "You may leave. Remember your promise." "Yes." Ling dared not say more, rising respectfully to exit. The private room was left with Lin Fan alone. He picked up the rosewood box on the table and gently opened it. Inside lay old letters and photographs, seemingly ordinary, yet concealing secrets potent enough to shake the entire business world. "Since you desire this, I shall grant it to you." Lin Fan's gaze deepened, yet, "Can you afford the price?" He took out his phone and dialed a number. "Lin Tian, relay the message. The Dragon team is to be on standby. Tonight, it is time to clear the ranks." The voice on the other end was low and respectful. "Yes, Dragon King." After hanging up, Lin Fan secured the wooden box. Casting a cold gaze out the window, a storm of blood and chaos was about to unfold tonight, and he would be at the eye of this tempest. As night descended, the abandoned warehouse on the outskirts loomed like a slumbering beast, swallowing the surrounding light. Ling arrived half an hour early. Standing in the center of the warehouse, his palms slick with cold sweat. On one hand, there was an overwhelming dread of the impending battle, while on the other, a restless apprehension lingered regarding the possibility of regaining the Dragon King's trust. The warehouse was illuminated solely by a dim, yellowing chandelier. casting colossal shadows that twisted upon the walls, as if a monstrous entity were poised to leap forth at any moment. Have the people arrived? A raspy voice emerged from the shadows as General Wang stepped forth, flanked by 5 bodyguards clad in black. A triumphant, sinister smile adorned his face, his greedy gaze scanning the surroundings. Where are they? And will the rosewood box? He will be here shortly. Lin feigned composure. He insisted on delivering the box to you personally. At least he knows his place. General Wang scoffed. Once I obtain the box, I shall deal with him first, and then I will. His words trailed off as he suddenly perceived something amiss. Why do you appear so tense? At that moment, the warehouse doors crashed open with a resounding bang, a powerful gust of wind sweeping in, causing the chandelier to sway precariously. Lin Fan entered with deliberate steps, his face obscured by a mask, followed closely by 2 equally attired men, Lin Tian and Lin Feng, whose chilling presence was palpable. General Wang, it has been a while. Lin Fan's voice was calm and unwavering, yet it carried a penetrating intensity that caused Wang's heart to constrict inexplicably. You. Wang's countenance shifted, only to revert to arrogance. You truly dare to come here? Hand over the rosewood box, and I might consider granting you a swift demise. Lin Fan disregarded his threats, instead directing his attention to Ling. Ling, you have performed admirably. Ling exhaled in relief, hastily retreating behind Lin Fan. It was then that General Wang's realization dawned, his fury directed at Ling. You traitor. Likewise, Lin Fan replied with a cold laugh. General Wang, do you truly believe that with your meager skills, you can seize what is mine? Enough chatter. Attack. Enraged, General Wang gestured for his bodyguards to strike. In an instant, the 5 black-clad bodyguards unsheathed concealed daggers and lunged towards Lin Fan and his companions. Their movements were swift, indicative of professional training. However, before Lin Tian and Lin Feng, these assailants were utterly ineffectual. With a flicker, Lin Tian materialized before the first bodyguard, delivering a powerful palm strike to his chest before the man could react. A sharp crack resonated, and the bodyguard emitted a pained grunt, spewing blood as he was hurled against the wall, rendered motionless. Lin Feng was even more direct. He sidestepped a bodyguard's dagger, simultaneously executing a whip kick that landed squarely on the assailant's knee. Another resounding crack echoed, and the bodyguard collapsed to the ground, howling in agony as his dagger clattered to the floor. In a matter of moments, all 5 bodyguards lay defeated, either dead or grievously injured. General Wang's face turned ashen as he beheld Lin Fan's formidable companions, finally comprehending the peril he had invoked. What are you? You did not even realize that I had corrupted those around you? Lin Fan replied with a sardonic smile. I don't know. General Wang stumbled in a desperate attempt to flee. He was utterly oblivious to the identities of those before him, only aware that he had captured Ling's family, prompting Ling to divulge the secrets of the ancient box in a bid to rescue them. Yet Lin Fan remained indifferent to his knowledge or ignorance. Anyone who dared to provoke him would inevitably pay the price. With a gaze as cold as ice, he addressed him. If you've been attentive to the news recently, or rather, if you possess any means of information, you ought to be aware of my identity. I am Lin Fan. Lin Fan, the Dragon King. Observing the mixture of fear and trepidation on his face, Lin Fan nonchalantly added, You perceive me as such, yet I am also the harbinger of your demise. Lin Fan slowly approached him, his icy stare unwavering. Speak, who sent you? He did not believe for a moment that this was a solo endeavor. In essence, he was likely viewed as a mere pawn, a scapegoat by Ling and his associates. The true orchestrators remained concealed in the shadows. I have no idea what you're talking about. Mr. Wang continued to struggle. Lin Fan, uninterested in further dialogue, signaled to Lin Feng. Without hesitation, Lin Feng stepped forward, seizing Mr. Wang by the collar and lifting him off the ground. An intangible pressure emanated from Lin Feng, leaving Mr. Wang feeling as though an invisible hand had clenched around his throat, rendering him breathless and causing darkness to encroach upon his vision. I will tell you. Mr. Wang finally faltered. It's the Shen Ming organization. They offered me a substantial sum to acquire the rosewood box, promising that if I succeeded, they would assist me in assimilating the Shen group. Wait, how does Shen Ming factor into this? Lin Fan's expression darkened. He had heard of this organization before. They operated clandestinely and employed ruthless tactics, wielding considerable influence in the underworld. He had not anticipated their involvement in this scheme. They also mentioned that the box you possess contains secrets capable of controlling the entire underground forces in East China. Mr. Wang stammered. Lin Fan nodded, formulating his plan. He instructed Lin Tian, dispose of him, ensuring no trace remains. Furthermore, initiate a comprehensive investigation into the movements of the Qingming organization. Yes, Dragon King. Lin Tian responded with deference. Upon hearing the title Dragon King, Mr. Wang instinctively felt a chill run down his spine. He realized he had truly crossed a formidable adversary, one reputed to command the order of the underworld. No, do not kill me. I realize my mistake. Please spare me. Mr. Wang struggled desperately, yet Lin Feng held him firmly in place. Lin Fan did not cast him another glance as he turned and exited the warehouse. The anguished cries of Mr. Wang soon ceased abruptly. As he stepped outside, the night breeze brushed against his face, carrying a hint of chill. Lin Tian and Lin Feng followed closely behind. Dragon King, what shall we do next? Lin Tian inquired. First, we return, Lin Fan replied. Shen Ming may encounter difficulties as well. Send someone to covertly protect him. As for Qingming, his gaze sharpened. Since they dare to provoke me, I shall engage them in their game. With that, Lin Fan entered the black sedan parked by the roadside, vanishing into the night. Meanwhile, in the office of the Shen Group, Shen Ming scrutinized the abnormal data that had suddenly appeared on his computer screen. His brow furrowed in concern. He sensed that a greater storm was silently approaching. Chapter 51. The Crisis of Shen Ming. Shen Ming gazed intently at the erratic data streams flickering across the screen, his fingertips dancing swiftly over the keyboard in a desperate attempt to trace the source of the attack. The incessant blaring of the firewall alerts filled the air, with crimson warning boxes glaring like blood. He could sense that the adversary possessed extraordinary technical prowess, far beyond that of an ordinary hacker. Mr. Shen, it's bad. Assistant Xiao Chun burst into the room, his complexion ashen. Our core database is under aggressive assault, and there's a risk of exposing client information and financial data. Shen Ming's expression hardened, and he sprang to his feet. Initiate the highest level of the emergency protocol and sever all external network connections. Additionally, transfer all backup data to offline servers. Understood. Xiao Chun immediately turned to execute the orders. Shen Ming rubbed his temples, a wave of intense anxiety washing over him. This was undoubtedly not a mere commercial attack. The assailant's intentions were clearly aimed at the very lifeblood of Shen Group. He realized that he could not remain passive in the face of such danger. At that moment, the office door swung open once more, revealing a man clad in a black suit. He stood tall, his gaze sharp, one of the bodyguards sent by Lin Fan, codenamed Shadow. Mr. Shen, Mr. Lin has dispatched us to ensure your protection. Shadow's voice was deep and succinct. The Qingming organization may target you. The Qingming organization? Shen Ming paused. Then comprehension dawned upon him. So, this cyber attack was orchestrated by them? Shadow nodded. It is highly probable. Mr. Lin has ordered a thorough investigation into the organization's movements while ensuring your safety. A sigh of relief washed over Shen Ming, with Lin Fan's people at his side. He felt a degree of security. Yet, he understood that this was merely the beginning. Why are they targeting me? Shen Ming inquired, perplexed. Mr. Lin suspects that they aim to control Shen Group to hinder his actions, Shadow elucidated. After all, Shen Group wields significant commercial influence in the East China region. Shen Ming fell silent, astonished that he had become embroiled in such perilous strife because of Lin Fan. However, he realized that there was no turning back now. The only path forward was to place his trust in Lin Fan for his survival. Thank you, Mr. Shadow, Shen Ming affirmed. I will cooperate with your protection. Moreover, regarding the cyber attack, I have already directed the technical department to address it. Normal operations should resume shortly. Shadow inclined his head slightly. We will protect you from the shadows and will not interfere with your regular work. Should any unusual circumstances arise, please contact us immediately. Oh, and by the way, Lord Dragon King asked me to convey that you should not feel overly pressured. Regardless of the situation, he will ensure your safety. Shadow suddenly smiled, a glimmer of seriousness in his eyes. I advise you, Mr. Shen, that if you wish to stand alongside the Dragon King, then you must live well, to stand at the pinnacle of this world together. With that, Shadow turned and melted into the shadows of the office, as if he had never been there at all. Shen Ming stared at the empty doorway, taking a deep breath. He returned to his computer, his resolve solidifying. Yet, the rapid thumping of his heart echoed within his chest. He could not help but feel a surge of delight. Was this an acknowledgement? Yet, it was too early to rejoice, for Lin Fan's subordinates had yet to recognize him. He would not disappoint Lin Fan, nor would he allow the Shun group to perish under his watch. Regardless of who stood against him, he would resist to the very end. Meanwhile, Lin Fan had returned to his former villa. Seated in his dilapidated study, he gazed at the Zeton wood box before him. Lin Tian and Lin Feng stood behind him, awaiting his command. He stroked his chin, lost in thought regarding the Shen Ming organization, whose strength should not be underestimated, and whose methods were exceedingly covert. We must not let our guard down. Dragon King, should we directly send people to eradicate their stronghold? Lin Feng could not contain his eagerness, his hands itching for action. Lin Fan shook his head. No, we are still unaware of their true capabilities. A rash move would only serve to alert them. He paused before continuing. Lin Tian, you must immediately dispatch someone to investigate the core members and strongholds of the Shen Ming organization. Remember, it must be done discreetly, without drawing their attention. Understood, Dragon King. Lin Tian replied. Lin Feng, take a team and bolster the protection of Shen Ming and Xiao Ling has just betrayed me. Although I granted him a second chance, one must always remain vigilant. Moreover, there is something from the Xiao family that I have yet to retrieve. Once you secure it, you need not concern yourselves further. Understood. Lin Feng nodded. Additionally, Lin Fan's expression grew more profound as he focused on the cybersecurity of the Shen group. Since the Shen Ming organization was capable of launching an attack, it indicated they possessed a certain level of expertise in network technology. We must prepare for defense. Yes. Both Lin Tian and Lin Feng replied respectfully before turning to exit. The study was left with Lin Fan alone. He opened the Zeton wood box and carefully examined the old letters and photographs within. These documents had come into his possession by chance years ago. They chronicled some secret transactions and vendettas of the previous generation of underground forces in East China. What the Shen Ming organization sought was undoubtedly these artifacts. They naively believed that with these, they could dominate the underground forces in East China, a fanciful notion. A cold smile played at the corners of Lin Fan's mouth. He returned the letters and photographs to the box and secured it. Shen Ming, since you wish to play, I shall indulge you until the end. However, the rules of the game shall be dictated by me. He picked up his phone and dialed an encrypted number. Once connected, he uttered a single command. Activate the Tianwang plan. I want to know every move of the Shen Ming organization. A frigid voice replied from the other end. Understood, Dragon King. After hanging up, Lin Fan moved to the window, gazing out at the pitch-black night sky. A greater storm was on the horizon, and he was prepared. Simultaneously, in a concealed basement on the other side of the city, a man cloaked in black sat before a computer, watching the screen as the Shun group's network defense system was breached, a sinister smile curling at his lips. Shen Ming, Lin Fan, your demise is imminent. He picked up the intercom on the table and spoke coldly. Inform everyone, the first phase of the mission is complete. Prepare to execute the second phase plan. Yes, leader, came a respectful response from the device. The cloaked man turned off the intercom, his eyes igniting with fervor. The rosewood box, the underground forces of East China, and Lin Fan's life. All of it shall belong to me. The basement lay in silence, punctuated only by the hum of the computer and the man's deep, sinister laughter echoing in the dark. Knock, knock, knock. There was a rap at the basement door. The man's voice, tinged with a slight rasp, called out, 34, enter. The door swung open, revealing a stunning woman clad in crimson. Her porcelain skin was nearly translucent, and her pale gray eyes sparkled like distant stars. The features of her youthful visage were exquisite, with glossy black hair cascading over her shoulders. Her lips parted slightly as she playfully remarked, "It has been quite some time. How many years have you spent searching for these things?" At last, it seems there is a resolution. The man's indifferent voice interjected, "That object is in his possession. I cannot acquire it unless he is eliminated or those surrounding him are dealt with. Xueli, it is your turn to act. Retrieve it for me and ensure his demise." Xueli replied languidly, "Understood, but the Dragon King seems rather formidable. Perhaps a warning would suffice for now." Her delicate fingers casually grasped a photograph of Shen Ming, treating it as though it were inconsequential. Yet, her demeanor appeared somewhat lethargic, as if she held little regard for the image. With a nonchalant flick of her wrist, she sent the photograph soaring through the air like a feather, where it landed squarely in the wall with a resounding thud. This act seemed to convey her disregard for Shen Ming, or perhaps her indifference. After all, if he were not connected to Lin Fan, she would hardly give him a second thought. "I must attend to my affairs now. Farewell." With that, Xueli, in her black high heels, elegantly strode out. Chapter 52. The Trap of Qingming. Once Xueli departed, the basement was left to the cloaked man alone. He approached the wall, gazing at the photograph embedded deeply in the concrete, his expression frigid. "A warning?" he murmured, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Lin Fan was not one to be easily intimidated by mere threats. Yet, perhaps it is better this way. Let him first taste the bitterness of loss. He returned to his computer, fingers dancing over the keyboard as he accessed an encrypted file. The document contained a detailed operational plan, marked with the second phase: lure the snake from its hole. Shen Ming is merely bait. The true target is you, Lin Fan. He muttered to himself, awaiting the moment you reveal your position in your desperate bid to save him. That will be when I strike. Meanwhile, Lin Fan paced in the villa's living room, an unsettling feeling gnawing at him, as if something vital had slipped through his fingers. Was the Qingming organization truly only after the Rosewood box? He furrowed his brow in contemplation. They clearly targeted me, but why? Just then, his phone vibrated to life. It was Lin Fan calling. "Dragon King, something is amiss." Lin Feng's voice was rife with urgency. "In the vicinity of General Shen's office, we discovered suspicious individuals who appeared to be installing something." Lin Fan's heart sank. He immediately ordered an investigation. Moreover, he insisted on enhancing the protection for Shen Ming, declaring that it was imperative to ensure his safety. "Understood. We have already dispatched personnel and are conducting a thorough examination." After terminating the call, Lin Fan's expression grew grave. He harbored a strong intuition that the adversary's target extended beyond Shen Ming. They were also aiming for him. They intended to use Shen Ming as a means to draw him out. Lin Fan quickly comprehended the situation. "Very well, if you choose to play this game, I shall indulge you." He grasped his phone and dialed another number. "Hello, it's me." Informed the team to closely monitor all suspicious signals around the Shen group. Should any anomalies arise, report immediately. Furthermore, alert the covert team to be on standby. "Understood, Dragon King." After hanging up, Lin Fan approached the window, observing the dawn's gradual illumination. He was aware that a meticulously crafted trap had been set, and he needed to step into it proactively to uncover an opportunity for retaliation. "Qingming, I am eager to see the extent of your capabilities." His gaze sharpened, resolute in his determination not to afford them another chance. "Dare to threaten me? You had better be prepared for the consequences." Meanwhile, Shen Ming remained occupied in his office. The technical department had temporarily mitigated the cyber attack and was diligently working to restore the system. Rubbing his weary eyes, he took a sip of coffee from his desk. Suddenly, he heard a faint sound emanating from the corner of the office. He quickly lifted his head, directing his attention towards the source of the noise. "Who is there?" No response followed, only a profound silence. Shen Ming furrowed his brow, rising cautiously to approach the corner. He was aware that the shadow was likely nearby, yet the previous sound did not seem to originate from it. Just as he was nearing the corner, a chilling voice suddenly resonated from behind him. "General Shen, it's been a while, hasn't it?" Startled, Shen Ming turned sharply, discovering a man clad in a black trench coat standing behind him. a handgun aimed directly at his forehead. "Who are you?" Shen Ming's heart raced, but he forced himself to maintain composure. The man smirked, malice evident in his smile. "Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that you are about to die. Are you from the Qingming organization?" Shen Ming inquired. The man offered no reply, merely beginning to squeeze the trigger. In that critical moment, a shadow suddenly lunged from the adjacent darkness, seizing the man's wrist. "Your opponent is me." The shadow's voice was cold, filled with lethal intent. The man momentarily froze before swiftly drawing a dagger with his other hand, lunging it towards the shadow. The shadow sidestepped, delivering a swift kick to the man's abdomen. Letting out a cry of pain, the man doubled over. Seizing the opportunity, the shadow wrested the handgun from his grasp, tossing it to the ground before delivering a powerful blow that rendered him unconscious. "Mr. Shen, are you unharmed?" The shadow turned to face Shen Ming. Shen Ming shook his head, his complexion slightly pallid. "I am fine, thank you, Mr. Ing. The assailant from earlier must have been sent by the Qingming organization." Ing remarked. "It appears they have commenced their actions." Shen Ming's gaze turned solemn. "The fact that they dare to brazenly send someone to kill me indicates they no longer care about being exposed. Rest assured, with us here, you shall not come to harm," Ing assured him. "I have already informed the others and reinforced security here." Shen Ming nodded, feeling a semblance of reassurance within. Yet, he was acutely aware that this was merely the beginning. The real peril lay ahead. "Is there any news from Lin Fan?" Shen Ming inquired, his concern leaning more towards Lin Fan's situation. "The Dragon King is already aware of the circumstances here. He has instructed us to ensure your safety," Ing replied. "He also mentioned that you should not worry, as he will manage everything." Shen Ming took a deep breath. "Very well, I trust him." At that moment, Ying's phone rang. He answered, and after listening for a few moments, his expression turned grave. "What is it?" Shen Ming asked. "There's been an incident with Xiao Ling," Ing responded. "Lin Feng just reported that Xiao Ling has been kidnapped." Shen Ming's heart sank. "What? Xiao Ling has been kidnapped? How coincidental, at such a critical juncture." "Indeed." And the captors left a note demanding that the Dragon King come personally for the ransom, Ing said, furrowing his brow in confusion. Shen Ming frowned. "They intend to bait Lin Fan. The Dragon King should already be aware. He will make a decision," Ing stated. "Our immediate task is to ensure your safety." Shen Ming nodded, his heart heavy with worry. He was uncertain whether Lin Fan would attempt to rescue Xiao Ling, nor did he know if this was a larger trap. Meanwhile, Lin Fan had received Lin Feng's report. Sitting on the sofa, he lightly tapped his knee with his fingers, lost in contemplation. "Xiao Ling has been kidnapped, and they demand that I come personally for the ransom," Lin Fan mused. "Do you think this is a trap?" "It is undoubtedly a trap," Lin Feng immediately replied. "Xiao Ling has just betrayed you. Her kidnapping is likely a scheme devised by them in collusion with her, aimed at luring you in. Dragon King, you cannot go," Lin Tian urged. "It is far too dangerous. The captors might have laid an ambush at the ransom location." Lin Fan fell silent for a moment before responding. "Although Xiao Ling has betrayed me, she is still a member of the Xiao family, and there is something of great significance in her possession. If I do not rescue her, not only will I be labeled as heartless, but that item may also fall into the hands of the Qingming organization. While I am indifferent to others' perceptions of me, that item must not be allowed to fall into such hands. Nevertheless, Dragon King, your safety is of utmost importance," Lin Feng exclaimed anxiously. "Indeed. Moreover, your cultivation has reached a bottleneck. Nothing can go awry at this critical juncture," Lin Tian added, his urgency palpable. "I understand the importance of my safety, but there are certain matters that must be attended to." Lin Fan's gaze solidified with determination, and I, too, am eager to discover the true extent of the Qingming organization's capabilities. He paused momentarily before continuing. Lin Tian promptly dispatched someone to investigate the ransom location, examining the surrounding environment for any potential ambushes. Lin Feng, take a team and discreetly follow my lead. Should anything appear amiss, act immediately. Understood, Dragon King. Lin Tian and Lin Feng responded in unison. Furthermore, informing to enhance the protection around Shen Ming. "We cannot afford any further mishaps," Lin Fan commanded. Understood. Lin Fan rose, adjusting his attire. Very well, let us set forth. He was acutely aware that this journey would undoubtedly be a life-and-death struggle. Yet he felt no fear, for he was the Dragon King, the sovereign of the underground forces in East China. Regardless of the adversaries he faced, he possessed unwavering confidence in his ability to vanquish them. Meanwhile, in that concealed basement, the cloaked man observed Lin Fan and his companions depart through the surveillance monitors. A smug smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Lin Fan, you have finally taken a bait, he murmured to himself. This time, I shall ensure you do not return. He seized the walkie-talkie and coldly instructed, relay the message. Everyone, prepare for action. As soon as Lin Fan arrives, we strike. Yes, Chief, came the respectful reply from the walkie-talkie. We should arm ourselves with all available weaponry. Lin Fan is far too unpredictable, and we must exercise utmost caution, he stated with gravity. The cloaked man switched off the walkie-talkie, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Lin Fan, your era is about to conclude. From this day forth, the underground forces of East China will be under my dominion. The basement lights flickered ominously, casting eerie shadows that accentuated his twisted grin. Chapter 53. A factory's terror. Adhering to the address inscribed on the note, Lin Fan drove to an abandoned factory on the outskirts of the city. The interior of the factory was vast and dim, illuminated only by a few decrepit bulbs swaying overhead, casting mottled shadows. The air was thick with the scent of rust and dust. Lin Fan, you have indeed arrived, a familiar yet foreign voice echoed from the depths of the factory. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes, spotting Xiao Ling bound to an iron pillar, his mouth gagged with tape, eyes filled with terror. Beside him stood the cloaked man in a black trench coat, facing away from Lin Fan. Lin Fan instinctively furrowed his brow. The leader of the Shen Ming organization has finally chosen to reveal himself. His tone was frigid as he scanned the surroundings with vigilant eyes. He understood that this place was undoubtedly rife with ambushes. The cloaked man slowly turned, his face obscured by a silver mask, concealing the upper half of his visage, revealing only his cold eyes and a mocking smile at the corners of his mouth. Lin Fan, you are quite clever. Too bad, no matter how clever you are, you cannot escape my schemes, the cloaked man declared. Did you truly believe I would allow you to rescue Xiao Ling so easily? What do you desire? Lin Fan inquired, subtly using his peripheral vision to gauge the movements around him. He sensed at least a dozen hidden presences, each a formidable expert. It's simple. The cloaked man gestured toward Xiao Ling. Use the purple sandalwood box in your possession to exchange for his life. Lin Fan furrowed his brow, stating, the rosewood box is not in my possession. Do not attempt to deceive me. The cloaked man's tone turned severe. I know the rosewood box is in your hands. If you do not surrender it, I shall take Xiao Ling's life this instant. With that, he drew a dagger from his waist and pressed it against Xiao Ling's throat. Xiao Ling trembled in fear, tears streaming down his face. Lin Fan's gaze turned frigid. If you dare to lay a finger on him, I assure you, you will not leave this place alive. The cloaked man erupted in laughter. Lin Fan, do you truly believe you have the standing to negotiate with me? Look around you. My men have surrounded this place. There is no escape. Just then, Lin Fan burst through the factory entrance with his men, engaging in a fierce battle with the ambushed members of the Shen Ming organization. Gunfire and the clash of blades quickly filled the factory. Lin Fan seized the moment, remarking, it seems your reinforcements have arrived, but it will be of no consequence. The cloaked man sneered, my numbers far exceed your expectations. He spoke into his walkie-talkie. Initiate Plan B. Soon, the factory doors slammed shut and windows were boarded up. A noxious smoke began to seep through the vents. This is bad. It's knockout gas. Lin Fan's expression shifted as he quickly covered his mouth and nose. Bound, Xiao Ling could not escape and soon lost consciousness. The cloaked man looked at Lin Fan, a triumphant smile spreading across his face. Lin Fan, this gas is specifically designed for experts like you. No matter your prowess, you will not last long. Lin Fan's consciousness began to waver, yet he fought to maintain his focus, locking his gaze onto the cloaked man. Who are you? Why are you targeting me? The cloaked man slowly removed his mask, revealing a face that Lin Fan recognized all too well. How could it be you? Lin Fan's pupils constricted in disbelief. Indeed, it is I. The man smiled, his expression rife with bitterness. Lin Fan, you took everything from me. Today, I shall reclaim it all. At that moment, the factory roof was suddenly blasted open, and Ing descended with a team of shadow organization members, charging towards the cloaked man. "Chief, be careful," cried a nearby member of the Shen Ming organization, positioning himself protectively in front of the cloaked man. Ing struck with ruthless precision, dispatching the obstacles in mere moments. Standing before the cloaked man, "Your opponent is me." The cloaked man's expression changed. He had not anticipated Ing's abrupt arrival. Aware of Ing's formidable strength, he recognized that he might not prevail. "In that case, let's perish together." The cloaked man produced a remote control from his pocket. "This factory is rigged with explosives. If I press this button, everyone here will perish." Lin Fan's awareness sharpened slightly as he beheld the remote control in the cloaked man's hand, dread flooding his heart. He realized the cloaked man had succumbed to madness, capable of anything. "Stop!" Lin Fan shouted. "If you dare press that button, I guarantee you will have no opportunity for regret." The cloaked man regarded Lin Fan, then shifted his gaze to Ing, his face betraying a moment of uncertainty. He truly did not wish to die, yet he was loath to accept defeat so easily. The two individuals stood facing each other when suddenly, several silver needles shot towards them. Lin Fan skillfully evaded the attack, but the man was less fortunate and was struck directly by the needles. Both Lin Fan and the man were taken aback, only to discover that Xiao Ling, bound to a pillar, had vanished. At that moment, Xiao Ling's cold voice drifted towards them. "Thank you both for the time you've given me to create. I shall remember you fondly." His clothing was wrinkled, and his gaze was icy, as if he regarded something unworthy. However, his eyes softened slightly when they fell upon Lin Fan, his tone calm. "Brother Lin, I know you will not forgive me, and I have no right to seek your forgiveness." His voice grew increasingly ethereal, while the two below gazed at him with a hint of panic. The man exclaimed nervously, "What do you intend to do?" Xiao Ling replied with a composed rationality. "I intend to do nothing, merely to see you both buried here. Thank you, Brother Lin, for the opportunity you have provided me to escape these people." His tone bore a hint of relief. "I am truly sorry, Brother Lin. A great favor is akin to a profound grievance. You have aided me immensely in the past, and I have no means to repay you. In fact, I have betrayed you. I deserve to die." His voice lowered further, yet his gaze revealed a flicker of determination. "I apologize, Brother Lin. I shall repay you in my next life by toiling for you." Before he could finish, a voice shattered the silence. "Huh! To claim to repay kindness while placing the benefactor in peril. How quaint. Is this what the self-righteous narratives preach?" Shen Ming's voice trembled, sweat beading on his forehead, clearly having rushed over. It was unsurprising, as the shadow was tasked with protecting Shen Ming and would never allow him to act alone. Shen Ming's fingers quivered as he dashed toward Xiao Ling. Xiao Ling's eyes narrowed, and he swiftly engaged Shen Ming in combat, exchanging blows with precision. Clutching a dagger, Xiao Ling's gaze was fierce, his movements fluid and decisive, delivering a powerful elbow strike to Shen Ming. Shen Ming, having invested all his acquired prowess into strength, agilely dodged the attack and retaliated with a lethal counter. In that moment, the two were evenly matched. Lin Fan, having previously battled the cloaked man, recognized that their strengths were comparable, resulting in mutual exhaustion. He realized that expending energy on this fight was ill-advised. To his surprise, Shen Ming appeared to hold his ground against Xiao Ling. Lin Fan was aware of Xiao Ling's capabilities. Despite his distasteful demeanor, his strength had been cultivated over time. How could Shen Ming possibly contend with him? Would the Shen family truly send their descendants to train in martial arts? Lin Fan's mind was a whirlwind of confusion, leaving him uncertain of what to do. Like Lin Fan, the cloaked man lay on the ground, lost in thought. The scene shifted to a standoff between Shen Ming and Xiao Ling, each eager to strike the other down, while the two sprawled on the ground frantically devised strategies. Outside the factory, a group resembling gangsters engaged in a fierce shootout. Tension filled the air, with neither side willing to yield. Just then, the sound of police sirens pierced through the chaos, growing ever closer. "This is bad. The police have arrived." The members of the Shen Ming organization were suddenly thrown into disarray. The cloaked man realized that this time it was a complete failure. He cast a glance at Lin Fan, his eyes brimming with resentment and malice. With great effort, he stood up, rummaged through his pocket, and after finding something, a look of wild joy spread across his face as he glared at them with bitterness. Then, he abruptly pressed the remote control. A thunderous explosion resonated, and the entire factory was instantly engulfed in flames. What was he doing? Xiao Ling was suddenly alarmed. Lin Fan and Ying reacted swiftly, immediately shielding themselves while pulling Shen Ming to a safe corner. As the smoke cleared, the factory had been reduced to a desolate ruin. The cloaked man and most of the Shen Ming organization members perished in the explosion, with only a handful managing to escape by chance. The police and ambulances soon arrived at the scene, commencing the task of clearing the debris and attending to the wounded. Lin Fan surveyed the ruins before him, his expression devoid of emotion. He understood that although this battle had concluded, his enmity with the Shen Ming organization had not reached its resolution. Lord Dragon King, are you all right? Lin Feng approached with concern. Lin Fan shook his head. I am fine. What about the others? They have already been taken away by the ambulance. They should be all right. Lin Feng replied. Lin Fan nodded and turned to Ying. Find out how many members of the Shen Ming organization managed to escape. Additionally, conduct a thorough investigation into the remnants of this organization. Leave no one behind. Understood, Lord Dragon, Ying responded. And do not let Xiao Ling slip away. I did not see him when I left, so he must have been picked up by another organization. He still possesses that box, so we must retrieve it swiftly. Understood? Lin Fan took a deep breath and turned to exit the ruins. The sunlight shone upon him, yet could not dissipate the shadows within his heart. He knew this was merely the beginning. Greater challenges awaited him in the future. But he would not falter, for he was the Dragon King, the sovereign of the underground forces in East China. Regardless of the difficulties he encountered, he would confront them head-on, safeguarding those he cherished. After making this inner vow, he felt a familiar embrace around his shoulders. Sensing the comforting scent, he leaned in slightly and asked with concern, Are you all right? Shen Ming reassured him. I am fine now. There is no need to worry. Lin Fan lowered his head, his tone tinged with melancholy. I am sorry for involving you in my troubles. Shen Ming gently rested her face against his hair and replied kindly, I have never blamed you. Besides, we are not. Lin Fan interrupted, Enough. It is time for us to return. Noticing the faint blush on his ears, Shen Ming naturally took his hand and said, We're going home, my dear roommate. Lin Fan smiled calmly. Home it is. Chapter 54. What it feels like to be forced into isolation during a period of ambiguity, the vehicle glided smoothly along the suburban highway as night descended, enveloping the interior in silence. Lin Fan leaned against the passenger's seat, closing his eyes. Yet his mind replayed the explosion at the factory and Xiao Ling's indifferent face like a relentless film reel. He could sense the occasional glances cast upon him by Shen Ming, filled with concern and probing curiosity. Yet at that moment, he felt no inclination to utter a word. Shen Ming, understanding the unspoken, refrained from pressing further, quietly gripping the steering wheel while occasionally stealing a sidelong glance at Lin Fan's condition. He was aware that Lin Fan had exerted himself greatly that day and required ample rest. Upon returning to their villa, Lin Fan shed his coat, dust-laden and reeking of gunpowder, carelessly tossing it onto the sofa before striding directly towards the bathroom. The warm water cascaded over him, yet it failed to wash away the fatigue and agitation festering within his heart. When he emerged, wrapped in a towel, he found Shen Ming seated on the living room sofa, 2 steaming mugs of milk placed before him. Drink this, it will warm you, Shen Ming said gently as he extended a cup. Lin Fan accepted the milk and settled beside Shen Ming, sipping slowly. The warm liquid slid down his throat, imparting a comforting heat that eased his taut nerves slightly. After a moment of hesitation, Shen Ming finally inquired, What are your plans? Lin Fan paused thoughtfully before responding. He possesses a rosewood box, something I must reclaim. Furthermore, he has betrayed me and the dragon team. This vendetta cannot go unavenged. His tone was calm, yet his eyes reflected an unwavering resolve. Shen Ming regarded him and nodded in understanding. I comprehend. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to reach out. I will certainly help you. Help? Lin Fan turned to face Shen Ming, pondering what aid he could provide. Under the dim light, Shen Ming's gaze was sincere and warm, igniting a flicker of warmth within Lin Fan. He felt reassured that, regardless of the challenges ahead, this person beside him would stand by his side. Thank you, Shen Ming, Lin Fan said softly. Shen Ming chuckled lightly, ruffling Lin Fan's hair. No need for formalities with me. Now, stop overthinking. Rest well tonight, and we shall discuss matters tomorrow. Lin Fan nodded, finishing the remaining milk in one gulp. He stood to retire to his room, only to have Shen Ming grasp his wrist firmly. Lin Fan, Shen Ming said, his expression earnest. No matter what transpires in the future, I will be by your side. Lin Fan's heart raced at those words, and he gazed into Shen Ming's eyes, where his own reflection was unmistakably visible. He opened his mouth, wanting to articulate something, yet the words eluded him. Ultimately, he merely nodded and replied softly, I understand. With that, he turned and retreated to his room, closing the door behind him. Leaning against the door, he felt his heart pounding rapidly. He touched his cheek, surprised to find it slightly flushed. He realized that his feelings for Shen Ming had seemingly transcended the boundaries of mere friendship. However, he recognized that more pressing matters demanded his attention, and romantic entanglements would have to be set aside for the time being. Taking a deep breath, he approached his bed and lay down, closing his eyes. Yet his mind remained tumultuous, entwined with thoughts of Xiao Ling's betrayal, the remnants of the Qingming organization, and the secrets held within the rosewood box, all swirling around him, preventing him from achieving restful slumber. Eventually, after what felt like an eternity, he drifted into a hazy sleep. In his dream, he found himself once again in that desolate factory, where Xiao Ling brandished a dagger at him, her face adorned with a chilling smile. Lin Fan jolted upright in bed, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. Gasping for breath, he surveyed his surroundings and realized he was still in his room, only to comprehend that it had merely been a dream. He wiped the perspiration from his brow, his heart still racing. At that moment, a knock echoed from outside the door. Lin Fan, are you all right? I heard you shout. Came Shen Ming's voice from beyond the threshold, laced with concern. Lin Fan steadied himself and replied, I'm fine, just had a nightmare. The door creaked open as Shen Ming entered, a glass of water in hand. Approaching the bedside, he offered the water to Lin Fan, saying, Drink some water to calm your nerves. Lin Fan accepted the glass and took a sip, feeling slightly better. He glanced at Shen Ming, a hint of embarrassment in his voice as he murmured, Sorry for waking you. It's nothing. I haven't slept yet, Shen Ming said as he settled beside him. Observing, Are you still thinking about the events at the factory? Lin Fan nodded. Yes, I can't help but remember. He had often pondered why that person had betrayed him. After a brief silence, he continued, People inevitably change, especially in the face of greed and hatred. Perhaps he never truly trusted me from the very beginning. Lin Fan offered a wry smile. Or perhaps I was too naive, believing that sincerity would be met with sincerity in return. Yet, there are many in this world with hearts as cold as wolves and dogs. My absence makes no difference. That is not your fault, Shen Ming reassured him. He has lost his way. You have done remarkably well. Indeed, it is not his fault, Lin Fan reflected, his emotions swirling within him, unable to find calm. He recognized that Shen Ming had always provided him solace and support in his times of need. Shen Ming, Lin Fan spoke softly, Not everyone is the same. You are different in this absurd world. Shen Ming smiled gently, taking Lin Fan's hand in his own. I promised I would always be by your side. Yet, a wave of guilt washed over Lin Fan. He realized that despite his reservations, he would still choose to assist Shen Ming. What had he done in the past? Lin Fan's hand trembled slightly as he gazed at Shen Ming, his eyes reflecting a tumult of emotions. Now was not the time, at least not at an age governed by emotional impulses. A few more years to process everything and determine how to proceed. Shen Ming, Lin Fan parted his lips, yearning to voice his feelings but hesitating. Just then, his phone rang, shattering the atmosphere in the room. Startled, Lin Fan picked up his phone and glanced at the screen, noting it was a call from Ing. He promptly answered, Ing, what is the matter? Dragon King, We have uncovered some leads regarding the remnants of the Qingming organization. Ying's serious tone resonated through the line. Lin Fan's expression immediately turned grave. Speak, were they? Our investigation suggests that the remnants of the Qingming organization are hiding in an abandoned warehouse in the southern part of the city. Moreover, we discovered that Xiaoling was also present, Ying remarked. Lin Fan's gaze turned icy. Understood. You must immediately take people to surveil the situation. I shall arrive shortly. Upon hanging up, Lin Fan swiftly arose from his bed and began dressing. What is the matter? What has happened? Shen Ming inquired. Lin Fan furrowed his brow, ultimately refraining from disclosing anything to Shen Ming. In his view, these matters were his own. Dragging Shen Ming into his troubles once was sufficient. He could not allow it to happen again. Thus, Lin Fan, with a frown, stated, Let us refrain from meeting for the time being. You should manage your affairs, while I step out for a moment. I shall return shortly. Shen Ming, heartbroken, responded. What on earth is going on? Chapter 55. What must I do or say for you to love me? Shen Ming, of course, was unwilling to accept this. Akin to a shell that had just been detonated, he resorted to all manner of tactics, from feigning misery to pleading, almost ready to resort to coquetry. Yet Lin Fan, despite his attempts to soothe him, remained resolute in his departure. The two quarreled for over an hour, and, ultimately, Lin Fan could no longer withstand the tension and insisted on leaving. Shen Ming's emotions were akin to a roller coaster. Just as he was immersed in a torrent of tears, Lin Fan abruptly stormed out. What kind of person is this? Shen Ming lamented. One moment we were enveloped in affection, and the next, he simply walks away. Is there not a shred of reluctance? Though internally he cried, he feigned composure, bidding farewell to Lin Fan as he departed, only to retreat to his room to weep in solitude. Lin Fan felt wronged, promising Shen Ming that he would return soon. Just as he burst out the door, he collided with Jingzhou, who was about to knock. Master, what brings you here? Lin Fan stood frozen, bewilderment evident in his tone. Jingzhou thrust a thermos into his hands, his gaze sharp as it swept over Lin Fan. If I hadn't come, would you have brought calamity upon yourself? Where is Shen Ming? Lin Fan scratched his head, stammering, Yes, inside. I have a matter to attend to outside, and I've asked him to wait for me. What could possibly be more important than Shen Ming? Jingzhou questioned, his brow furrowed as he made his way into the villa, still carrying the chicken soup. I made this soup to nourish him. If you dare to mistreat him, just wait and see how I handle you. Inside, Shen Ming lay on the sofa, quietly sobbing. Upon hearing the door, he hastily wiped his face and sat up straight, feigning nonchalance. Yet his reddened eyes and nose betrayed his true feelings. A glimmer of cunning flickered in his gaze. He had certainly deduced who was outside. Previously, he had obtained Jingzhou's contact information through Lin Fan's subordinates, and now it proved useful. He had specifically messaged to inform them of Lin Fan's plight, claiming he was being tormented by those individuals. Yet, after merely a few hours within the villa, Lin Fan was set to venture out again. It was as though he were putting his own body through torment. Shen Ming deliberately spoke of perilous matters, and with his act of distress, he was certain Jingzhou would take the bait. Indeed, just as he had anticipated, upon hearing that his cherished disciple was gravely injured, Master Qin was immediately alarmed and inquired for the address. The display of feigned innocence left Lin Fan utterly astonished. Observing Jingzhou's furrowed brow, he understood the gravity of the situation. Placing the thermos on the table, he grasped Shen Ming's hand and sighed, I am truly sorry, truly sorry. Please don't hold this against me, will you? His apologetic demeanor was remarkably adept. Simultaneously, he fervently gestured for Shen Ming to cease the commotion. Just as Shen Ming was about to reassure him that all was well, tears unexpectedly streamed down his face. Jingzhou, observing from the side, bore an expression that conveyed, This is your responsibility. Lin Fan thought to himself, truly, as one ascends in skill, so does the devil in cunning. He felt a profound sense of despair. At that moment, Lin Fan's phone rang. The instant he saw the caller ID, his expression plummeted as if on a roller coaster. He glanced awkwardly at Shen Ming and Jingzhou, then mumbled an apology before hastily exiting. Lin Fan, disciple. Two voices called out behind him, but he paid them no heed, making his way to a small pavilion in the garden. Lin Fan's actions infuriated Shen Ming. His countenance darkened. Yet, after a moment of reflection, a wave of worry washed over him. Had he perhaps angered Lin Fan? Did that phone call provoke such ire? Contemplating this, his agitation quickly dissipated. However, he still felt considerable annoyance, though less than before. He sighed and cast a resigned glance at Jingzhou, saying, "I apologize, Master Qin." Jingzhou waved his hand dismissively. "What is there to apologize for? I am, however, curious about how my little disciple is faring in your care. Would you be willing to share?" Shen Ming was taken aback for a moment, then replied warmly, "Of course." He had not anticipated this topic would arise so conveniently. How fortuitous! As he spoke, he embellished the tale, hoping to leave Master Qin with the impression that Lin Fan was thriving under his guidance, thus ensuring Qinzhou's approval. With great delight, Shen Ming recounted the daily life he shared with Lin Fan. At first, Qinzhou listened intently, but as the story progressed, he began to sense something amiss. Midway through, he could not restrain himself and interjected, "Are you saying that Lin Fan, who is exceptionally kind, not only provides you with protection but also shares meals with you, and that you two are now living together?" Shen Ming, with a gleeful smile, affirmed, "Indeed. We are living together." Qinzhou gasped in shock, realizing that his disciple might have an inclination towards men and had possibly formed a lifelong bond with Shen Ming. He needed a moment to process this revelation. After a brief pause, he stammered, "So, what exactly is your relationship now?" Shen Ming misinterpreted the question and chose to speak in vague terms. "Well, it aligns with what you might be thinking, Master Qin." Qinzhou exclaimed, "What? Is it truly as you suspect?" His worldview seemed to be collapsing around him. He opened his mouth, struggling to find words. You, he stuttered, pointing at Shen Ming, his fingers trembling slightly. "My wooden-headed disciple is actually pursuing you?" Shen Ming felt an immense joy in his heart, yet outwardly he feigned shyness, lowering his head and softly murmuring, "In truth, I was the one who took the initiative a bit more. After all, it was he who confessed first." His words were a blend of truth and embellishment, elevating Lin Fan, while simultaneously portraying himself as deeply infatuated, all the while positioning himself in a place that warranted tenderness. It was essential to secure this master first before navigating the ensuing matters. Upon hearing this, Qinzhou immediately grew anxious, exclaiming, "How can that be? Who is Lin Fan? Why should you be the one to take the initiative? Is he bullying you?" No. Shen Ming hurriedly waved his hand, though a glint of calculation flickered in his eyes. "He is simply too shy and doesn't know how to express himself. However, he truly treats me well and listens to everything I say." He deliberately emphasized the phrase, "listens to everything I say," intending for Qinzhou to recognize that in this relationship, Shen Ming held the dominant position and was well cared for. Qinzhou was somewhat reassured. It still found it hard to believe. "He listens to you? I find that hard to accept. As a child, he wouldn't even heed my suggestion to wear an extra layer of clothing. Isn't that filter is a bit too thick?" A master shouldn't possess such a strong bias towards his disciple. Shen Ming chuckled softly, his tone laced with a subtle hint of pride. "That is simply because he has not encountered the right person. After meeting me, he has transformed. He has become even more endearing." He paused, shifting the conversation with a hint of grievance in his voice. Yet sometimes he could be quite obstinate. Once he sets his mind on something, it's as if nothing can sway him. For instance, today, despite not being fully recovered, he insisted on going out to attend to some matter, and no amount of persuasion could dissuade him. This statement deftly highlighted Lin Fan's stubbornness while painting Shen Ming as a concerned partner, subtly redirecting the topic back to Lin Fan's hasty exit earlier. Upon hearing this, Qinzhou frowned again. Another trip out? What could possibly be more important than his health? No. When he returns, I must have a serious talk with him. Such a wonderful partner, albeit male. It is a pity he cannot bear children. Nonetheless, he is still the one my disciple cherishes, and I am rather supportive of that. Internally, Shen Ming felt a surge of pride, though he maintained a worried expression. "Master Qin, please do not chastise him. He is only doing this for our future. I am genuinely concerned about his health." This sentiment was heartfelt. He truly worried for Lin Fan's well-being, believing that health was the foundation of all endeavors. If Lin Fan did not cherish his own body, that would be unacceptable. He completely overlooked Lin Fan's robust constitution, which was remarkably resilient. Jingzhou also failed to notice, as their conversation turned to a mutual understanding. Shen Ming's strategic retreat had effectively ignited Jingzhou's protective instincts. Jingzhou patted his chest in assurance, "Rest assured, with me around, if he dares to harm himself again, I will be the first to hold him accountable. If he ever disobeys you, just let me know, and I shall deal with him." How could he say such a thing? This was precisely the affirmation Shen Ming sought. He immediately revealed a touched expression, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Thank you, Master Qin. With your words, I feel much more at ease." He giggled joyfully. "From now on, Lin Fan, you shall be under my supervision." Ha ha ha. Chapter 56. Regarding Shen Ming's affection during a conversation with his subordinates, Lin Fan could not help but feel a sudden chill. However, he brushed it aside and spoke in a grave tone. "Have you found anything?" His subordinate, somewhat helpless, replied, "Not yet, my lord, but please do not rush us. We will uncover the information." Lin Fan's expression darkened. "Hurry up, or be wary of your salaries." His subordinate, alarmed, exclaimed, "I assure you, we will complete the task. After all, we still need our wages." They were all earning a meager income, and Lin Fan was their superior. They were bound to follow his directives. The life of a worker is indeed fraught with hardships. After confirming with them once more, Lin Fan promptly hung up the phone and hurried into the room, ready to discuss the next steps with Shen Ming. As soon as he entered, Jingzhou regarded him as one would a scoundrel. With a cold snort, he turned gently to Shen Ming and said, "I shall take my leave now. Lin Fan is in your hands. Since he is your apprentice, do ensure to bring a proper gift next time we meet." He also readily passed Shen Ming the bowl intended for Lin Fan. If Lin Fan failed to cherish his apprentice, he would. How could such a wonderful person as Shen Ming be taken for granted? Lin Fan would surely face his wrath. Though Shen Ming's earlier words had not entirely captured Jingzhou's heart, they had certainly made an impression. Lin Fan was taken aback by this unexpected sequence of events, momentarily frozen in place. Shen Ming approached him with concern, asking, "Lin Fan, are you all right?" Lin Fan lifted his gaze and was unprepared for the sight of such a beautiful face, rendering him momentarily speechless. How stunning! No matter how many times he glanced back, he would always be awestruck. His ears flushed crimson, and he ignored Shen Ming. In this situation, Shen Ming should have noticed his embarrassment and offered him an escape. Yet, alas, things did not unfold as he had anticipated. Shen Ming seemed entirely unconcerned with Jingzhou's presence. His tone was laced with a sweetness that resembled a playful affection. Lin Fan felt his ears grow even redder. Jingzhou, perplexed, glanced between Lin Fan and Shen Ming. Puzzled by the situation, "Is something amiss here? Why does Lin Fan appear so bashful?" "You too," Jingzhou exclaimed, astonished as a thought struck him. "Does this mean he does not wish to provide a betrothal gift, but rather a dowry?" This revelation left him feeling dizzy. Shen Ming expressed his concern. "Qin Lao?" Jingzhou waved his hand dismissively, still in shock. He longed to inquire of the online community about his disciple, who seemed to stray from the expected path. What should he do? Meanwhile, the comment section was abuzz with excitement. "Wow, isn't this something only found in special episodes? Official, I adore you." What has caused their interactions to become so intimate? A cunning green tea schemer paired with a sunny boy. What a delightful pairing. I'm all in. I cannot resist. Just moments ago, was it not an action-packed episode? How has it suddenly transformed into a romance? Enough, Shen Ming. Was Lin Fan's angle just now calculated by you? What are you all doing? How did Master Qin become the proverbial third wheel? It seems more fitting to label it a romantic tale. Perhaps the Dragon King descends the mountain to encounter true love. I wholeheartedly agree. If they wish to pursue their affections, let them. But why do you all seem to accept this so swiftly? I too am reluctant. Yet the meal has been served to me, and it would be impolite not to partake in its delightful aroma. Amidst the barrage of comments, Lin Fan decisively sent his master, this unwelcome presence, away. However, it was not entirely against his will. Master Qin himself wished to depart and called Lin Fan over before leaving. Lin Fan, bewildered, gazed at him with innocent eyes. Jingzhou pulled him to the doorway and, with a degree of solemnity, inquired, "What precisely is your relationship with her? The last time we met, you were merely friends, and now you've transformed into lovers? Could you provide a clearer answer?" At that moment, Lin Fan felt somewhat dazed, furrowing his brow as he replied, "What do you mean? We are simply on those terms." Jingzhou, with a hint of urgency, pressed, "What I mean is, are you two actually dating?" "Dating? Him and Shen Ming?" Upon hearing those words, Lin Fan froze, and his entire face flushed with warmth. Stammering, he exclaimed, "Who? Who is dating him? Master, please do not speak nonsense." Jingzhou, appearing to possess prior knowledge, expressed his frustration. "You are of an age where you should have experienced several relationships. My oversight has led to this, one involving a top-tier enchantress. What if they were to part ways in the future? How would Lin Fan cope with such a situation?" Jingzhou held unwavering confidence in his ability to discern character. Shen Ming had consistently misled him, painting himself as a victim. Yet, it was clear that he was no victim at all, but rather a wolf disguised in sheep's clothing. In terms of emotional intelligence and character, Shen Ming was practically unparalleled among his peers, second only to Lin Fan. Once one has tasted the finest, they cannot settle for less. This fundamental flaw in human nature was evident to him. If his young disciple had been exposed to the best, how could he possibly be interested in the wildflowers outside? Moreover, the way Shen Ming looked at Lin Fan suggested an unwavering determination to possess him. Unthinkable. Yet, it appeared that Lin Fan genuinely harbored feelings for him. How could he dissuade his disciple from pursuing such an individual? His mind was in turmoil, flitting from one thought to another, and the image of Lin Fan being utterly devoted to Shen Ming made him instinctively rub his forehead. Unbeknownst to Lin Fan, his master's thoughts were racing in directions unknown to him, as he was solely stunned by the prospect of becoming Shen Ming's boyfriend. He was to become Shen Ming's boyfriend? How did the master discern this? No, how did his master's mind operate? This was nothing short of genius. He had nearly forgotten amidst his busy schedule that he still needed to confess his feelings to Shen Ming. Shen Ming was the one he loved. So why had he been so vigilant in observing Shen Ming's actions? Was it out of concern for his safety? Of course, it was because he cared for him. If he didn't love him, would he pay such close attention? Grateful for his master's guidance, Lin Fan bowed respectfully. This individual is not merely his mentor, but also his emotional guide. He must not be offended. Jingzhou gazed at his words, a question mark seemingly materializing above his head. What was he saying? Why could he not comprehend? How could he possibly become an assistant? What had he understood? Jingzhou queried in confusion. Lin Fan wore an expression that conveyed a sense of mastery, his bright eyes sparkling with excitement as he declared, "Master, I plan to confess my feelings to Shen Ming in a few days, no, in a week." Jingzhou, how could he not comprehend this? What did it mean to confess to Shen Ming? Hadn't Shen Ming already confessed to him? If that were the case, were they not already mutually affectionate and thus together? No, that couldn't be right. Lin Fan, believing he had reached enlightenment, earnestly stated, "As practitioners of martial arts, we must follow the path dictated by our hearts. I like him, and I intend to confess. This is the path of my heart, and it is right." Jingzhou sighed, "Forget it. As long as my disciple is happy, he would prepare a dowry, tidy up, and see his disciple off in a marriage." Chapter 57 Bullet Screen 666. You two are really not even pretending anymore. Not only Jingzhou, but the bullet screen that appeared in the air also paused for a moment before beginning to scroll wildly. Wait, hold on. I seem to be a bit lost on this plot point. What on earth is happening? It appears that the mentor has given the protagonist a hint, and the protagonist has realized he likes the former antagonist, preparing to directly confess his feelings. Can it really unfold this way? The ellipsis seems to be going out of control. This doesn't seem quite right. Author, please come out and clarify. You better provide us readers with an explanation. Otherwise, the blades won't show mercy. Damn it. I'm going to open an account for the author. When the time comes, I'll post it in the comment section. And let us agree to bet on the author together. 11100086 come, send 3 flowers, Please entangle me immediately. Come, come, come. Send 3 dog heads. Just consider it payment. Please entangle me immediately. 666. The 2 above are entertaining. Has anyone reached out to you? No, shrug. The author seems to want to emulate those female-oriented writers, doesn't he? If that's truly the case, he might as well change the title and name entirely, transforming it into a dual male lead novel. Just think about it. After all, the character designs in this novel have already collapsed. Changing the character designs is merely a stopgap measure. Sooner or later, this novel will fall apart. In fact, incorporating a bit of memoir is not out of the question. The protagonist of any novel has a tragic backstory. Introducing a memoir might intend to take a bittersweet route, right? Wouldn't that be delightful? Abandoned since childhood, finally rescued by the master, only for his biological mother to stir up trouble, adding to his trauma. After growing up, at the tender age of 15 or 16, his beloved senior sister sacrifices herself, and on the day of her funeral, he is unable to shed a tear. Truly, the greatest sorrow is a heart that has died. Isn't this yet another tragic character? For those of us who love reading heartbreaking tales, could we not be spared from this? Heart-wrenching tales are wonderful, truly delightful. Don't mention the protagonist's family dying. I am now eagerly anticipating who will perish next. You devil. In fact, we could approach it this way. Unbeknownst to the protagonist, his master could be captured and transformed into the ultimate antagonist's subordinate. Perhaps the master could undergo a change of face or be disfigured, then stand in opposition to the protagonist during his journey of leveling up and battling foes. In a state of ignorance, the protagonist would unwittingly slay his own master, only for the final villain to reveal that the master he had been searching for, who had gone missing, was indeed the one he had killed along the way. This revelation might propel the protagonist into a state of existential turmoil. Ordinary bystanders might say, "If you don't want us to live, just say so." Given Lin Fan's character, it seems unlikely that he would implicate innocent people. Thus, let us introduce the treachery of human hearts. He saves a group of people only to discover that some of their parents have perished. Consumed by resentment, they might blame him for their loss, claiming that had he arrived sooner, their parents would still be alive, joining forces with the villain to berate him. That would indeed be an entertaining twist. Grateful residents might exclaim, "We are truly thankful to you," gritting their teeth, having traversed all the tropes of sweet and tormenting narratives. One must wonder if this couple can still endure. The celestial beings above engage in conversation that is incomprehensible, swiftly dismissed. I am merely contemplating that their progression seems rather rapid. Might this pose a challenge to their relationship? What a swift romance! Such velocity rivals that of a rocket. Surely, they too experience love at first sight, with one harboring affection in silence while the other remains oblivious, traversing a 3-color narrative path that has paved their way. I find myself rather eager to see how Shen Ming would react if he were to discover that he and Lin Fan were childhood sweethearts. The barrage of comments has been intense, evolving from initial dissatisfaction with the premise to eventual acceptance, and finally to the delightful realization that it is indeed captivating. The law of delightful surprises is truly formidable. Lin Fan cheerfully sends off his master, proclaiming that he would never overly concern himself with Shen Ming. What a jest! "My dear, I am coming," with glee. But hold on. This marks his first foray into romance, albeit a prelude, and he must treat it with the seriousness it deserves. Shen Ming, with his esteemed status, would certainly not be without admirers. He imagines that he must remain magnanimous. However, he finds it difficult to maintain that magnanimity. He has witnessed others proclaiming their affections for Shen Ming, with many expressing their admiration in videos from his university. Naturally, all were rejected with a smile. The thought lifts his spirits. One less competitor is always a boon. Yet, he must act swiftly. He is certain that Shen Ming harbors feelings for him. The mutual affection is the simplest matter to resolve. With a heart racing with anticipation, Lin Fan turns to seek out Shen Ming. He glances at himself, clad in a simple white t-shirt paired with crisply clean jeans, and with his hair neatly styled, he maintains his usual pristine appearance. Taking a deep breath, he flings open the door and rushes out. Just as he reaches the staircase, he collides with a solid chest. The faint scent of cedar lingers in the air, familiar enough to quicken his heart. "Where are you rushing off to?" Shen Ming's voice carries a hint of amusement as he looks down at Lin Fan, who nearly tumbles into his embrace. "Are you offering a warm welcome?" A hint of amusement flickered across Lin Fan's face as a blush swiftly crept from his cheeks to the very roots of his ears. Instinctively, he took a step back, his gaze wandering, stammering, "No, I wasn't going anywhere, just browsing." Browsing? Yes. He would saunter beside him, and in the future, when they went shopping, he would simply meander alongside him. Yes, indeed. Shen Ming arched an eyebrow, his gaze lingering on Lin Fan for a fleeting moment, the mirth in his eyes deepening. "Oh? Is that so? I was under the impression you were searching for me." "No, not at all." Caught off guard, Lin Fan hurriedly waved his hands, his face reddening further. "I was just taking a stroll." Shen Ming chuckled softly, refraining from teasing him further. He stepped aside to clear the path. "Well, enjoy your browsing. I need to go purchase a few things." What could possibly require young Master Shen to make the purchase himself? Lin Fan chuckled, covering his mouth. "Wait," Lin Fan blurted out, immediately feeling a tad abrupt. Scratching his head, he softly inquired, What are you going to buy? Do you need me to accompany you?" In his mind, he calculated that this presented a splendid opportunity for solitude, one that must not be squandered. Shen Ming, upon noticing the hopeful glimmer in his eyes, momentarily paused before nodding. "Sure, I could use someone to help carry the items." Elated, Lin Fan felt a surge of joy within, while externally, he maintained a facade of composure, striving to appear less exuberant. "Then let us be on our way." Following Shen Ming, Lin Fan admired the tall silhouette ahead, unable to suppress a smile that tugged at the corners of his lips. Shen Ming, leading the way, noticed Lin Fan dutifully keeping pace, a slight smirk gracing his lips. The first step toward creating an opportunity for solitude was a success. The two walked side by side along the sunlit street, dappled sunlight filtering through the leaves, casting playful shadows on the ground. Shen Ming maintained a deliberate half-step behind Lin Fan, feigning obedience while his mind was abuzz with schemes. He intentionally slowed his pace, waiting for Lin Fan to glance back at him, thus enabling a seamless opportunity for further conversation. Although he appeared focused ahead, his peripheral vision remained keenly aware of the individual beside him. Noticing Shen Ming's deliberate delay, Lin Fan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Masking his expression of feigned exasperation, he played along, halting his steps and turning to ask, "Why have we stopped? Are you tired?" Upon uttering those words, he inwardly chastised himself. What kind of physical stamina did they possess if a mere stroll could tire them out? Indeed, Shen Ming raised an eyebrow. "You seem a bit peckish as well." Conveniently, there's a newly opened dessert shop ahead. "Shall we indulge?" Lin Fan arched an eyebrow, yet feigned restraint. "Sure, that sounds delightful, though I'm not particularly fond of sweets." He mused that Shen Ming must be attempting to win his favor, and he couldn't afford to appear overly eager. Shen Ming chuckled softly, choosing not to expose him, and turned toward the dessert shop. He contemplated that Lin Fan's eyes had practically sparkled at the sight of strawberries earlier. He would surely order a strawberry cake and see how Lin Fan would continue to feign indifference. Speaking of which, did muscular men have an affinity for sweets? This was a query from an exceptional elite. Chapter 58. Lin Fan. The air conditioning in the dessert shop was quite refreshing. Upon pushing the door open, he was greeted by the luscious aroma of cream. Lin Fan's gaze instinctively drifted towards the layers of strawberry cake displayed in the window. The delicate pink fruit nestled within the pristine white cream, instantly lifting his spirits. "Which would you fancy?" Shen Ming inquired, presenting the menu to him, his fingers inadvertently brushing against Lin Fan's hand, causing his heart to race once more. Attempting to feign composure, Lin Fan flipped through the menu, yet his eyes remained fixated on the strawberry cake, his lips stubbornly asserting, "Anything is fine, I'm not picky at all. Ideally, I do prefer a cake." This was Lin Fan's inner craving, stirred by temptation. Shen Ming chuckled softly, promptly closing the menu and addressing the waiter, "Please bring us a signature strawberry cake. And a mango slush." He paused, glancing at Lin Fan. "And you?" Lin Fan's heart was already brimming with joy, although he maintained an appearance of hesitation, dragging his words. Then, I shall have the same. Once the waiter departed, Lin Fan sensed a hint of awkwardness in the atmosphere and sought to initiate a conversation, leading him to ask, "By the way, what shall we have for dinner tonight?" "I'll treat." Upon hearing this, Shen Ming finally revealed his intentions. "Shall we dine together this evening? Since you proposed it, I shall graciously accept." Lin Fan smiled. There is no need to put it that way. His heart softened further at the implication. Yet Shen Ming seemed oblivious to his subtle emotions, reclining in his chair, hands crossed over his lap, leisurely declaring, "That one tea do. We are currently the best of friends. Is dining together not the most fundamental of activities?" Lin Fan paused. The phrase best friends stirring a mixture of delight and disappointment within him. Who aspires to be merely friends? His ambitions soared towards the stars and the sea. Nevertheless, the current state of their relationship was certainly an improvement. As he lost himself in thought, the waiter approached with the cake and slush. The moment the strawberry cake graced the table, Lin Fan's attention was irrevocably captured. Observing Lin Fan's eager expression, Shen Ming could not resist scooping a small piece of cake and presenting it to his lips. Care for a taste? Perhaps it was only in the presence of delectable food that Lin Fan could indulge freely. Instinctively, Lin Fan opened his mouth and took a bite. The sweet cream and fresh strawberries melted in his mouth, flooding him with joy. His eyes sparkled as he looked at Shen Ming, mumbling, "Delicious." Was he trying to be endearing? The sight of a bit of cream smeared at the corner of Lin Fan's mouth, reminiscent of a kitten that had pilfered honey, nearly melted Shen Ming's heart. Unable to resist, he offered him another piece of cake, his voice low and gentle. "Take your time. No one is competing with you." Lin Fan's gaze flitted away, unable to meet Shen Ming's eyes, his cheeks flushed like a ripe apple. He hastily lowered his head, pretending to concentrate on the cake, even as his heart raced in his chest, threatening to leap out. Shen Ming noted the blush creeping up Lin Fan's ears, his amusement deepening. Sipping his slush, he contemplated that the time was ripe for him to advance to the next step. Watching Lin Fan devour nearly half of the cake, his mouth adorned with a ring of cream like a kitten that had sneaked a sip of milk, Shen Ming found his plans thoroughly disrupted by this charming sight. Was it a hint of adorableness? Strangely, this word, which should have emerged from the lips of his romantic companion, was easily conjured up by him instead. Shen Ming set down his smoothie cup, unconsciously rubbing his fingertip against the condensation on its surface. He watched Lin Fan, puffing out his cheeks as he earnestly savored the last strawberry, a tightness forming in his throat. The meticulously crafted plans had been utterly disrupted by the vivid scene before him. "Lin Fan," he began, his voice softer than usual, tinged with an unrecognized huskiness. "You have cream on your mouth." Lin Fan instinctively extended his tongue, attempting to lick away the cream at the corner of his lips. Just as his tongue emerged, it was caught by Shen Ming's gaze. That fleeting pink against his fair skin brushed lightly against Shen Ming's heart like a feather. Without waiting for Lin Fan to wipe it away himself, he reached out. His fingertip, carrying a hint of coolness, gently touched the corner of Lin Fan's mouth. "Here." His voice was barely above a whisper, almost brushing against Lin Fan's ear. Lin Fan's body stiffened abruptly. The warm sensation emanating from the corner of his mouth, infused with the faint scent of cedar from Shen Ming, enveloped him in an instant. He could even perceive the delicate texture of Shen Ming's fingertip and the almost imperceptible pressure that seemed to graze his lips. Lin Fan's heart fluttered ever so slightly. He suddenly raised his head, locking eyes with Shen Ming's deep gaze. Those eyes, often appearing somewhat distant, were now so close, reflecting his own image along with a tenderness he had never encountered before, rich and overwhelming. "You." Lin Fan opened his mouth, his voice barely above a whisper, as if afraid to disturb the moment. Shen Ming's fingers did not withdraw immediately. Instead, he applied a gentle pressure, carefully wiping away the cream. His gaze lingered on Lin Fan's moist lips for a fleeting moment, his Adam's apple bobbing slightly. All done, he retracted his hand, bringing the fingertip, now smeared with cream, casually to his own mouth, giving it a gentle suck. The action was executed with such naturalness and intimacy. Lin Fan's face flushed crimson, his ears burning with heat. He hurriedly lowered his head, his heart racing violently in his chest, as if attempting to break free from its bony prison. The air was thick with the sweet scent of cream, mingling with Shen Ming's essence, creating a dizzying sweetness. Shen Ming observed Lin Fan's lower head, a deeper smile flickering in his eyes, his fingertips still harboring the warmth of Lin Fan's skin and the sweetness of the cream. The atmosphere was steeped in a delicate tension, enveloping the two like a silken web. Meanwhile, the distant barrage of comments erupted. OMG! That looked just now. Shen Ming, are you about to kiss him? Oh, I'm dying. He actually wiped it with his hand and sucked it. Even though my ship is blushing amidst a sea of chaos, nothing can deter my desire to watch. Lin Fan's face is blood red, so innocent. I adore it. Shen Ming is too skilled. This entire sequence flows so seamlessly. Clearly, it has been meticulously planned. My breath is caught. For a moment, I thought they were going to kiss. Author, keep pushing forward. I'm going insane. The atmosphere, the tension, more exhilarating than a direct kiss. Who understands this? That finger-sucking gesture from Shen Ming. I am utterly captivated. Lin Fan, what is he doing? What is he doing? Blushing and breathless. Don't speak for Lin Fan. He must be overjoyed inside. Did you not see how he nearly buried his face in the cake? The next moment. Quickly. I want to see Shen Ming pin Lin Fan against the wall and kiss him. The anticipation is palpable. This slow, teasing ambiguity is the most intoxicating. Did I wander into the wrong scene? Where have all the once dominant protagonists gone? If this is the wrong set, please turn left. Thank you. Such politeness above. Oh my. My heart races like a child witnessing a miracle. Goodness. Even as an older lady, my heart pounds. The tension is too real. Shen Ming, this man, could have simply spoken, yet he insists on this teasing approach. So skilled at seduction. Lin Fan, this boy, is simply too innocent. His face is crimson. I feel anxious for him. This is how a period of ambiguity should be. No cliched misunderstandings, only heart flutters and tentative advances, utterly sweet. Watching them, I am reminded of my own first love, that delicate mix of caution and joy. Shen Ming's gaze is so tender. He must genuinely like Lin Fan. Even the way he wipes the cream is filled with affection. Lin Fan, lift your head and look at him. Don't just blush. Be a little more proactive. I would truly appreciate it. This couple is so delightful. I'm already envisioning their life together. Don't rush them. This gradual build-up is what truly captivates. I would happily watch their flirtation unfold for 100 episodes. Shen Ming. Seeing these comments, his expression remains neutral, yet internally he is blushing fiercely. His head feels like a steam engine, releasing warmth. This fellow is simply shy, but internally he cannot help but feel a surge of delight. The entire world is cheering for him. He is indeed fortunate. Chapter 59. Can you guess what the title is? Lin Fan felt his cheeks burning, as if he could fry an egg on them. He hastily scooped a large spoonful of cake into his mouth, attempting to mask his fluster with sweetness. However, the cloying sweetness of the cake could not quell the sharp, sudden pang in his heart. Here it comes again. He recalled the last time, on a similar afternoon filled with the scent of cream. His mother, too, would blush and have a racing heart over trivial matters, while his father chuckled and ruffled his hair, saying, "Why are you always so easily embarrassed, like a little girl?" His mother would playfully retort, "No way. I'm a mother now, so I must be more composed." His father would laugh heartily. The smile of the person before him now is sweeter than today's strawberry cake, and his eyes shine brighter than the crystal chandeliers in shop windows. In his memories of his parents, there is a moment when his father, holding a blurry piece of paper, gritted his teeth and pushed him into his master's arms, saying, "Go, get far away. Never come back." Since then, Lin Fan vowed to himself that he would no longer have parents and that he must take care of himself. Shen Ming seemed to sense his sudden stiffness, the smile on his face fading slightly, and he asked with concern, "What's wrong? Is the cake not good?" Lin Fan suddenly regained his senses, meeting Shen Ming's concerned gaze, causing his heart to tighten. He quickly shook his head, swallowing the cake in his mouth. His voice tinged with a barely perceptible hint of disappointment. "No, it's delicious, truly delightful, though it's a bit overwhelming." He picked up the mango smoothie on the table and took a deep sip. The icy liquid slid down his throat, slightly alleviating the heat in his cheeks, yet making the pang of discomfort more pronounced. Shen Ming observed his somewhat hurried movements, a subtle furrow appearing on his brow. He refrained from pressing further, quietly taking his spoon and delicately scooping strawberries from his cake. The air around them seemed to lose some of its ambiguity, reduced to the soft sound of spoon against plate and Lin Fan's slightly hurried breaths. Lin Fan dared not glance at Shen Ming, lowering his head and pretending to focus intently on his smoothie, yet his peripheral vision repeatedly swept over Shen Ming's profile. His outline was distinctly defined, the jawline taut, lending him an air of seriousness. A sudden wave of panic washed over Lin Fan. Did Shen Ming sense something? Did he find it peculiar? Regret began to creep in. Why'd he blushed earlier? Why'd he acted so awkwardly? Perhaps, as Shen Ming suggested, being the best of friends was the safest and least hurtful distance. Yet, a small voice within him stubbornly cried out, I do not wish to remain merely friends. Shen Ming set down his spoon, his gaze falling upon Lin Fan's tightly clasped smoothie cup. The knuckles of his hands were turning pale from the pressure, and the condensation on the cup had been significantly wiped away. He could see Lin Fan was frightened. Was it the fear of their recent intimacy, or of what might come next? A wave of bittersweet emotion surged within Shen Ming. The next step he had meticulously planned suddenly seemed unappealing upon witnessing Lin Fan's momentarily pale complexion. He did not want to frighten him, nor did he wish to see that expression of unease. Lin Fan, Shen Ming's voice was soft, as if afraid to disturb something fragile. If you feel uncomfortable, we can head back. Lin Fan raised his head, his eyes slightly reddening. He met Shen Ming's genuine concern, and the old scar in his heart felt as if it had been gently nudged, bringing both pain and warmth. He parted his lips to say, I'm fine, but the words transformed into a choked declaration. Shen Ming, we're the best of friends. I will not give up on you. He still bore the weight of avenging his parents and could not draw anyone else into his turmoil, not even his master or Shen Ming. Perhaps it was best to postpone such thoughts for another time. Upon uttering these words, Lin Fan felt as though a piece of his heart had been hollowed out, making even breathing a struggle. He dared not look at Shen Ming's expression, instead focusing intently on the nearly finished plate of strawberry cake before him. The strawberries remained vibrantly red, the cream still pristine white, yet he could no longer discern a hint of sweetness. The atmosphere grew suddenly still. Shen Ming gazed at the top of Lin Fan's bowed head and his slightly trembling shoulders, his heart gripped by an invisible hand, aching to the point where he could hardly breathe. He remained silent for an extended period, long enough for Lin Fan to believe he would become angry and turn away. Long enough that tears were on the verge of cascading down his cheeks when he finally heard Shen Ming's voice, calm yet tinged with a barely discernible rasp. Utter. Very well. I will not forsake you. As long as it is your wish, I shall acquiesce. Please, do not endure such anguish any longer. Shen Ming's voice was as tranquil as a still lake, devoid of any discernible emotion. Yet, Lin Fan's heart felt as if it had been struck by those words, plummeting to the depths. He understood that Shen Ming comprehended. The phrase best friend had erected an invisible barrier, one he had unwittingly built between them. He yearned to articulate something, perhaps to clarify that there was no misunderstanding or that he did not mean it in that way. But the words failed to escape his lips. His throat felt constricted, causing him discomfort. He found himself in a state of confusion. Was this truly what he desired? Shen Ming rose, retrieving his coat from the back of the chair, and said, Shall we return? I will accompany you. His tone was natural, as if the suffocating silence had never transpired. Yet, Lin Fan sensed that something had irrevocably changed. As they exited the dessert shop, the evening breeze, carrying a hint of chill, caressed Lin Fan's face, rousing him from his stupor. He trailed behind Shen Ming, observing his erect yet somewhat solitary silhouette, his heart a tumult of emotions. He recognized his own selfishness. He craved the warmth Shen Ming provided, but, burdened by shadows of the past and the weight of responsibility, dare not take a step further. He even hesitated to reveal to Shen Ming the heavy secrets concealed behind the words, I will not abandon you. Shen Ming did not drive, but chose to walk alongside Lin Fan leisurely down the street. The streetlights illuminated one by one, casting elongated shadows of the two, at times overlapping, at times diverging. Lin Fan, Shen Ming spoke suddenly, breaking the silence. You need not feel pressured. Lin Fan was taken aback and looked up at him. In the glow of the street lamp, Shen Ming's profile appeared softened. He gazed ahead, his voice gentle. I've said before, I respect all your decisions. Whether as friends or something more, as long as you remain by my side, that is sufficient. Lin Fan's eyes instantly glistened with unshed tears. He averted his gaze, not wishing Shen Ming to witness his reddened eyes, his voice trembling with barely contained emotion. Shen Ming, I am sorry. Fool, why utter apologies? Shen Ming halted, turning to face him, gently ruffling his hair in a natural and tender manner. We are best friends, are we not? Between friends, there is no need for apologies. The phrase best friend once again pierced Lin Fan's heart like a needle. He gazed into Shen Ming's eyes, filled with understanding and tenderness, and felt an unsettling ache within. Suddenly, he looked down, avoiding Shen Ming's gaze, and quietly murmured, "Let us go." With that, he almost fled, hastily stepping into the corridor. It was not until he closed the door to his home that he could no longer contain himself, sliding down against the door until he sat on the floor, tears flowing silently down his cheeks. Outside, Shen Ming remained rooted in place, not departing immediately. He slowly raised his hand, gazing at his palm. There lingers the soft touch of Lin Fan's hair and the warmth from where he had brushed against his lips moments ago. He sensed Lin Fan's fear and evasion. It was rather troublesome, yet he remained unhurried. A flicker of determination crossed Shen Ming's eyes. He retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Who is this? Hello, it's me. I wish to discuss how one might help a loved one emerge from the shadows. After hanging up, Shen Ming glanced at the window, shrouded in darkness. He did not leave. Instead, he stood quietly beneath the streetlight, resembling a guardian statue. Lin Fan, you do not need to bear this burden alone. I am aware of all your suffering, though I struggle to voice it. Regarding your past, I will assist you in uncovering the truth. As for your future, I shall accompany you along the way, even if I am merely your best friend for now. Chapter 60. Seeing your sister Ming Yu on the evening of the 7th day. Lin Fan had just concluded his training, sweat saturating his attire and clinging uncomfortably to his skin, dragging his weary body towards the dormitory. He could not shake the suffocating farewell with Shen Ming from a few nights prior. As he turned into a secluded path behind the training hall, a faint, nearly imperceptible sound of footsteps emerged from behind him. Instantly, Lin Fan's nerves tensed, his right hand instinctively reaching for the short blade usually secured at his waist. Years of training had instilled in him a vigilant instinct, particularly in such desolate places. Good reflexes, a cool female voice resonated from not far behind him, her tone soft yet imbued with an undeniable clarity. Lin Fan swiftly turned, assuming a defensive posture. Under the streetlight stood a woman clad in a simple black ensemble. Her long hair tied back, revealing a smooth, full forehead. Most striking were her eyes, beautiful, elongated, with thick lashes, yet her pupils appeared veiled in a faint mist, devoid of focus. She was blind. Gazing at him, she suddenly smiled and donned a pair of sunglasses from her pocket. The formidable aura she exuded was more daunting than that of any sighted expert. Lin Fan felt an unsettling illusion that every pore of his being was laid bare before her. "Who are you?" he inquired in a low voice, tinged with barely perceptible tension. The woman did not respond immediately, merely tilting her head slightly, as if gauging his position and state through sound. After a few seconds, she spoke slowly. "Lin Fan, my master sent me to fetch you. I am Ming Yu, your senior sister." "Senior sister?" Lin Fan was taken aback. He was aware that his master had once taken a female disciple, endowed with extraordinary talent, who had mysteriously departed from the sect years ago, leaving no trace. He had never anticipated encountering her in such a manner. "Did my master seek me? Is there something amiss?" His wariness remained intact. The woman before him exuded an aura he found perilously dangerous. Her presence was steady, her footsteps assured, even more reserved than that of his master. Ming Yu remained still, softly affirming, "Concerning your parents, your master has uncovered new leads." He declared, "Only I can take you to meet someone. Your parents matter." Those 4 words struck Lin Fan's heart like a thunderclap. He clenched his fists, his knuckles turning pale, and his voice, tinged with excitement, became somewhat hoarse. "Really? Have you found someone related to that incident from years ago?" Mingyu nodded slightly, her expression remaining inscrutable. "We'll discuss the details on the way. Now come with me." As she spoke, she stepped forward with precision, moving 2 paces towards Lin Fan before sidestepping to clear the path, signaling him to follow. Her movements were fluid and natural, betraying no trace of the clumsiness one might expect from a blind person. Lin Fan observed her, filled with curiosity and astonishment. This senior sister was even more enigmatic and formidable than he had imagined. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his excitement and unease, nodding towards Mingyu. "All right, I will follow you, no matter what awaited him ahead." As long as he could uncover the truth behind his parents' untimely demise, he feared nothing, even if this senior sister seemed more perilous than the truth itself. Mingyu seemed to sense his resolve, a faint, nearly imperceptible smile gracing her lips. She turned and walked towards the end of the narrow path, her steps unhurried, as if neither the night nor the darkness could hinder her. Lin Fan followed closely behind, his gaze fixed on her upright silhouette. He had a premonition that her appearance would completely upend his life, perhaps even thrust him into a perilous abyss. Yet, there was no turning back. For the sake of his parents and the truth, he would press on, even if it meant traversing a path fraught with danger. As Lin Fan followed Mingyu, an unsettling feeling grew within him. This was not a route to meet someone in the know. It clearly led towards the desolate outskirts of the city, to a forsaken burial ground. The trees surrounding them twisted grotesquely, resembling clawing specters, and the wind whistled eerily through the branches. Lin Fan swallowed hard and could not help but inquire, "Senior sister, are we going to meet Yama?" "Surely. My parents' clues cannot be down there." Mingyu did not halt her pace, nor did she glance back as she replied tersely, "Stop the nonsense. You will understand once we arrive." Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from behind, accompanied by the breathless call of his senior brother, Lin Fan. "Wait up!" Lin Fan turned abruptly, spotting Ning, dressed in casual attire, his hair disheveled, clearly having run over. "Ning, how did you get here?" Lin Fan asked, astonished. Ning appeared somewhat exasperated. "Brother, I've been circling around you for so long, and you just noticed me?" Lin Fan chuckled. "Is that so?" Then he noticed Mingyu and instinctively positioned himself protectively in front of Lin Fan. "Who are you? Why are you taking Lin Fan to such a place?" Finally, Mingyu halted, turning her head slightly, her eyes behind the sunglasses seemingly fixed on Ning. "So you are the second disciple my master mentioned?" She emphasized the word second with a slight weight. Ning was about to respond when Lin Fan quickly interjected, "Ning, this is my senior sister Mingyu. The master sent her to help me find clues." "Clues? Wait, he is our senior sister?" Ning Wu furrowed her brow, surveying Mingyu from head to toe. How could she guide the way being blind? What if she fell into a ditch? "Perhaps I should drive you both?" Mingyu's lips twitched slightly, and before she could respond, she suddenly moved. Lin Fan felt a flash before his eyes, and in the next moment, he saw Mingyu standing several meters away beside a large tree, holding a freshly plucked leaf in her hand. "I may be blind, but my hearing is 100 times sharper than your sight. Besides, I won't fall into a ditch." It's certain individuals who fail to pay attention while walking that should be cautious of such a fate. Ning Wu was momentarily taken aback. Just as she was about to retort, they heard Lin Fan exclaim as he slipped and began to roll down the slope. "Lin Fan!" Both Ning Wu and Mingyu cried out in alarm. With a swift motion, Mingyu dashed to the edge of the slope, quicker than Ning Wu, and accurately grasped Lin Fan's wrist, effortlessly pulling him back up. The entire sequence was fluid and seamless, leaving Ning Wu in stunned silence. Lin Fan dusted himself off, awkwardly scratching his head. "That was just an accident." Mingyu released his wrist, her tone still frosty. "Pay better attention while walking. If you fall again, I may not come to your rescue." Despite her words, she reached out to smooth Lin Fan's crumpled collar. Ning Wu stepped forward, relieved to see Lin Fan unharmed, and regarded Mingyu with newfound admiration. "Senior sister, I was rude earlier. Your skills are truly remarkable. Ming did not respond, but turned to continue onward. Let us go. If we don't hurry, we'll miss our chance. Lin Fan and Ning Wu exchanged a glance and hurried to catch up. Ning Wu leaned closer to Lin Fan, whispering, "Our senior sister seems really cool, though a bit aloof. But her skills are undeniably impressive." Lin Fan nodded, thinking to himself, "Impressive? She's nothing short of extraordinary." As the narrative reached this point, the comments section erupted with excitement. High energy warning ahead. The blind senior sister is stunning. Huh, Lin Fan, were you doing that on purpose? Just admit you want a senior sister to hold your hand. Ning Wu, I suspect I am superfluous. Is the senior sister's hearing radar? Her positioning is too precise. The blind girl trope is so captivating. Absolutely love it. Yes, yes. It would be even better if she had white hair. Wait, will this setting involve any danger? Surely not. Chapter 61. A cave encounter. The three traversed the desolate burial grounds in silence, the crunch of gravel and dry twigs echoing sharply in the stillness of the night. Suddenly, Mingyu halted, tilting her head slightly, as if attuned to something. "They're coming," she whispered. As her words faded, a faint rustle of fabric slicing through the air emerged from the thicket ahead. Lin Fan and Ning Wu immediately tensed, adopting defensive stances. A spectral figure clad in white emerged, landing soundlessly on the ground. He appeared to be in his 20s, adorned in a pristine white robe. His strikingly handsome face bearing an almost otherworldly allure, permanently graced with a mysterious half-smile. His gaze swept over the three individuals, ultimately resting upon Mingyu, with a tone laced with flippancy. "Ah, is that not the little blind girl? After all these years, you have certainly become more intriguing." Mingyu's expression darkened in an instant. The atmosphere around her seemingly chilled. "Bai Ming, spare me the chatter. We're the people I seek. No need to rush." Bai Ming leisurely waved his finger. "The master instructed you to bring two little ones. I must see their capabilities first, or else why should I part with the clues?" Lin Fan stepped forward, speaking in a grave tone. "What do you intend to do?" Bai Ming chuckled. "It is quite simple. If the two of you can withstand 3 of my strikes, I shall return your companions. What say you, dare you wager?" Ning Wu was about to agree when Mingyu restrained him. She shook her head and turned to Bai Ming. "They are still young. If a fight is necessary, I shall contend with you." "You?" Bai Ming raised an eyebrow. "Little blind girl, are you certain? You could not best me back then. After all these years, do you think you can triumph now?" Mingyu remained silent, slowly removing her sunglasses. Under the moonlight, her unfocused eyes appeared hauntingly vacant, yet exuded an unsettling chill. 3 strikes, she reiterated. "Should you fail to withstand my 3 strikes, you will return the individuals and vow never to appear before us again." Bai Ming's smile faltered, taken aback by her audacity. After a few seconds, he erupted into laughter. "Very well. I am eager to see what skills you, little blind girl, have acquired over the years." No sooner had he spoken than his figure darted forward. His speed was astonishing, transforming into a white blur as he lunged at Mingyu. Lin Fan and Ning Wu watched in horror, wishing to intervene, but a mere glance from Mingyu halted them. Standing firm, she remained utterly still, seemingly oblivious to Bai Ming's impending assault. Just as his hand was about to make contact with her shoulder, she suddenly sidestepped, her right hand forming a palm, striking towards Bai Ming's chest with the swiftness of lightning. A crisp sound resounded as Bai Ming was sent flying, crashing heavily against a tree, spitting out a mouthful of blood. "First strike," Mingyu stated calmly, her tone devoid of any tremor. Bai Ming clutched his chest, incredulous as he stared at Mingyu. "Impossible. How could you be this strong?" Struggling to rise, his gaze hardened. "I underestimated you. Receive my second strike." This time, Bai Ming held nothing back, exuding a fierce aura as the wind from his palm howled, replete with an acrid scent as he attacked Mingyu once more. Yet, she remained motionless, her ears slightly twitching, seemingly attuned to each of Bai Ming's movements. Just as the force of his palm approached her, she abruptly spun, her left toe tapping the ground, her body whirling like a gyroscope, as her right hand traced an elegant arc. With a resounding crash, Bai Ming's assault was effortlessly neutralized. and he was once again thrust away by a tremendous force, this time crashing down harder, unable to rise for a considerable time. Second strike, Mingyu proclaimed, halting her spin, still firmly planted in place, as if nothing had transpired. Bai Ming lay on the ground, his face ashen, his eyes filled with terror as he gazed at Mingyu. He understood that he was no longer a match for her. I concede, he uttered with great difficulty. The clues are within the cave behind the woods. You may seek them out yourselves. Mingyu paid him no heed and turned to Lin Fan and Ning Wu, saying, let us proceed. Lin Fan and Ning Wu stood in stunned silence, absorbing the scene before them, until Mingyu took a few steps forward, prompting them to hastily follow. Upon reaching the rear of the woods, they indeed discovered a concealed cave. The entrance was obscured by tangled weeds, rendering it nearly invisible to the untrained eye. Senior sister. Lin Fan furrowed his brow, surveying the ominous darkness ahead. Mingyu raised an eyebrow and remarked, Junior brother, are you afraid? Just as Lin Fan was about to respond, Ning Vuet climate in panic. Oh, what on earth is that? As a healer of considerable repute, Ning Wu had limited combat experience, and, having mostly engaged with other medical practitioners, had never encountered such terrifying sights. This was his first confrontation with fear, which was entirely understandable. Second brother. Lin Fan looked at him in exasperation as he clutched Lin Fan's arm, retreating behind him. Observing the two's hesitance, Mingyu felt a mix of disappointment and determination. Suddenly, her grayish-white eyes sparkled with an idea. She took out her phone and began to operate it. Lin Fan watched her with admiration, unable to suppress his thoughts. Senior sister, aren't you unable to see? Mingyu shot him a glance and replied, I may be unable to see, but my memory is intact. Just wait. Soon you will both dare to enter. Lin Fan appeared perplexed, his expression reflecting his confusion. Mingyu opened a music app and began searching for a song. After a brief moment, an exhilarating melody erupted around them. Listen, the horn of a new journey has sounded. The strong army's goal beckons ahead. If the nation is to be strong, we must take on the responsibility. The battle flag is inscribed with iron-blooded glory. Soldiers, heed the party's command, capable of winning battles. With excellent conduct, unafraid of strong enemies, daring to engage. For the nation, we shall prevail on the battlefield. Lin Fan stood in astonishment listening to the song, suddenly sensing that the magnetic field around them seemed to intensify. Senior sister, your enlightenment is remarkable, he exclaimed in shock. Mingyu raised an eyebrow and cheerfully replied, It's nothing. I merely heard from the elders that playing patriotic songs can strengthen the magnetic field, especially since my life has been fraught with challenges. Ning Vu, impressed, remarked, after this song, I feel a surge of strength within my body. Mingyu cast a glance at them and stepped into the cave first, with Lin Fan and Ning Wu closely following. The cave was shrouded in darkness, the air thick with a damp atmosphere. The cave's natural acoustics amplified the fervent song, echoing throughout the cavern. After walking for about 10 meters, a glimmer of light appeared ahead. The trio quickened their pace and arrived at the illuminated area, where they beheld a middle-aged man bound to a stone pillar, his hair streaked with gray, his face marred with scars, and looking exceedingly haggard. In an unexpected moment, a middle-aged man heard the national anthem ringing in his ears, momentarily believing he had dreamt of joining the party. However, upon lifting his gaze, he was taken aback to see 3 individuals standing before him. When his eyes fell upon Lin Fan, a flicker of recognition illuminated his murky eyes. You're Lin Fan? Lin Fan was momentarily stunned. You know me? The middle-aged man, brimming with excitement, replied, I am a subordinate of your father. My name is Zhao Kuan. When your parents met with misfortune, I was fortunate enough to escape. Yet I have been relentlessly pursued by them and have hidden here for several years. A subordinate of his parents. Lin Fan's heart raced as he swiftly approached, eager to untie the ropes binding Zhao Kuan. Uncle Zhao, please tell me, what transpired back then? Just then, an urgent sound of footsteps echoed from outside the cave, accompanied by Bai Ming's frantic shouts. Mingyu, Lin Fan, hurry, they are coming. I can only buy you a little time. Mingyu's expression shifted. This is bad. It's the people hunting Uncle Zhao. We must leave at once. Before she could finish, A resounding crash echoed as a multitude of stones fell from the cave's ceiling, obstructing the entrance. I have sealed the entrance. It will buy you a few minutes. Bai Ming's voice came from outside, tinged with breathlessness. Quickly find another way out. Remember, trust no one. Lin Fan gazed at the blocked entrance, and then at Zhao Kun. Bound to the stone pillar, his heart a mixture of astonishment and doubt. Senior sister, Bai Ming. Mingyu, while hastily untying Zhao Kun, spoke solemnly. He is aiding us. He left the organization years ago because he uncovered secrets he should not have, and was then pursued by those individuals, necessitating his concealment. There is no time for this discussion. We must leave immediately. As soon as Zhao Kun was freed, he weakly stated, I know of a secret passage that leads out of here. Follow me. The three exchanged glances and immediately followed Zhao Kun deeper into the cave. Behind them, the sounds of Bai Ming fighting and the anguished shouts of others could be faintly heard. Lin Fan gripped the short blade at his waist tightly, his emotions in turmoil. He had not anticipated that the seemingly frivolous yet dangerous Bai Ming would come to their aid at such a critical moment. Meanwhile, Senior Sister Mingyu appeared to possess many secrets unknown to him. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his uncertainties and hastened to keep pace with the others. Would Bai Ming still be alive? Chapter 62. Senior Sister. A smile Lin Fan could not help but glance back toward the cave entrance, which had succumbed to silence. Even the sounds of the struggle having faded. Do not look back, move quickly. Mingyu's voice pierced through the air, cold as ice, snapping him back to reality. Since Bai Ming had dared to act, he surely had his own plans. Their singular focus now was survival and uncovering the truth. This would be the best tribute to him. Lin Fan gritted his teeth, retracting his gaze and clenching his fists. He understood Mingyu's wisdom, yet the inexplicable worry gnawed at him. Zhao Kun led them through the dark cavern, winding through the shadows as the ground grew increasingly slippery and the scent of blood intensified. We're almost there. Zhao Kun's voice trembled, betraying either excitement or fear. As they turned a corner, a narrow passage indeed appeared ahead, barely wide enough for a single person to traverse. Scattered at the entrance were several long-decayed skeletons, which caused Ning Wu a wave of nausea, nearly prompting him to retch. Lin Fan furrowed his brow, recognizing these bones as remnants of the craftsman's silence during the cave's construction. Zhao Kun sighed, confessing that he stumbled upon this secret path by mere chance. Mingyu stepped forward, her hand brushing against the walls of the passage as she listened intently to the sounds within. In a measured tone, she declared, There is no danger inside. We may proceed. Ning Wu, you shall walk in the center, while Lin Fan will bring up the rear. Understood. The two replied in unison. Ning Wu swallowed hard, cautiously entering the passage, moving sluggishly. Mingyu frowned in impatience and kicked him lightly. If you are truly afraid, I could always play you another rendition of Unity is Strength. Ning Wu retorted, Senior Sister, are you a distinguished disciple or a party member? Yet, he dared not linger, scuttling forward like a worm before standing to check his surroundings. Mingyu, casting a resigned glance, followed suit, while Lin Fan remained vigilant at the back, keenly observing their surroundings. The passage was both narrow and lengthy. After traversing for over half an hour, a glimmer of light finally emerged ahead. We are almost there, Diao Gun exclaimed excitedly. The trio quickened their pace, emerging from the passage into a dense forest where moonlight filtered through the leaves, casting silvery patches on the ground. Are we safe now? Ningwu inquired breathlessly. Mingyu did not respond immediately. Instead, she closed her eyes, intently listening to the sound around them. After a moment, she opened her eyes and shook her head. Not yet. They will soon discover our escape from this place. We must leave this forest post-haste. Just then, Zhao Kun suddenly collapsed to the ground with a thud, his face paling instantly. Uncle Zhao, Lin Fan exclaimed, rushing to kneel beside him. What happened? Zhao Kun clutched his chest, struggling to speak. I have been afflicted by their slow-acting poison. For years, I have relied on a certain herb in the cave to sustain my life, but after running for so long, the poison has taken effect. Ning Wu immediately knelt and grasped Zhao Kun's wrist, taking his pulse. After a moment, his expression grew grave, The toxin has permeated his internal organs. The situation is critical. We must detoxify him immediately. Lin Fan, in a frenzy, exclaimed, "But we are in the forest. Where can we find antidotal herbs?" Mingyu surveyed their surroundings, her gaze falling upon a nearby spot. It appears there is a soul recovery herb over there, which can temporarily suppress the toxin within him. Lin Fan, go and retrieve it. Following Mingyu's direction, Lin Fan spotted a uniquely shaped small plant glowing faintly in the distance. He dashed over and carefully plucked the soul recovery herb. Ning Wu took the herb, swiftly using his small knife to chop it into pieces. He then produced a small vial from his medicine kit, pouring in some clean water to create a paste, which he administered to Zhao Kun. After a while, Zhao Kun's complexion improved slightly, and his breathing steadied considerably. For the time being, there is no immediate crisis, yet this is merely a temporary respite. Ning Wu stowed away the medical kit and declared, "We must swiftly find a secure location where I can prepare the antidote for him." Mingyu nodded in agreement, stating, "I am aware of an abandoned temple nearby. We can seek refuge there for now." The three of them supported Zhao Kun as they ventured toward the dilapidated temple. The forest was eerily silent, save for the sound of their footsteps and breaths. After approximately an hour of walking, a worn-down temple emerged before them. The entrance had long succumbed to decay, and the courtyard was overrun with weeds, suggesting it had been forsaken for quite some time. "This is it," Mingyu remarked. Upon entering the temple, they were met with disarray and dust covering every surface. Lin Fan located a relatively clean room and assisted Zhao Kun onto the bed. Meanwhile, Ning Wu began to search the area for items suitable for kindling. He needed to boil water to concoct the medicine for Zhao Kun. Mingyu stood at the doorway, gazing into the pitch-black forest, her expression complex. She understood that this was merely a temporary refuge on their flight, with greater dangers lying ahead. Suddenly, a faint sound of footsteps echoed from outside the temple. Mingyu's demeanor shifted to one of alertness. She signaled Lin Fan and Ning Wu in the room to be silent, then cautiously approached the entrance, straining to listen. The footsteps grew increasingly closer, and it seemed there were several individuals. "They are pursuing us," Mingyu whispered. Lin Fan immediately grasped the short knife at his waist, while Ning Wu set aside his belongings, anxiously watching the doorway. Zhao Kun, lying on the bed, weakly urged, "You all must flee. Do not concern yourselves with me. Uncle Zhao, we will not abandon you." Lin Fan replied resolutely. Mingyu took a deep breath and said, "Lin Fan, you must protect Uncle Zhao and Ning Wu. I will confront them." "Senior sister, that is not feasible. There are too many of them," Lin Fan exclaimed urgently. "There is no time." Mingyu's gaze hardened with determination. "Remember, no matter what transpires, do not venture out. I will find a way to divert them. You should escape through the back door and follow the map I provided to find someone named Old Ghost in Qingfeng Village. He will assist you." With that, Mingyu dashed out of the room before Lin Fan could utter another word. "Senior sister," Lin Fan shouted, attempting to pursue her, but was restrained by Ning Wu. "Do not go." Ning Wu shook his head. "The senior sister is doing this for our sake. We cannot betray her intentions. Let us hasten through the back door." Lin Fan watched the direction in which Mingyu had vanished, his eyes welling with tears. He understood that Ning Wu spoke the truth, yet he could not bear to abandon his senior sister like this. "But there are no buts," Ning Wu interrupted. "We must survive to uncover the truth and avenge our senior sister." Zhao Kun, equally weak, added, "Lin Fan, heed Ning Wu's words and depart quickly. I will be all right. I can endure." Lin Fan clenched his teeth, wiped his tears, and nodded. "Very well. We shall go, but we will certainly return to rescue our senior sister and Uncle Zhao." He helped Zhao Kun to his feet, while Ning Wu grasped the medical kit, and the trio made their way toward the back door of the temple. Upon reaching the back door, the sounds of combat echoed from the front yard, accompanied by the furious reprimands directed at Mingyu. "Mingyu, do you think you can escape? Surrender willingly." The urgency in Lin Fan's heart surged as he clenched his fists, his nails digging deeply into his palms. He restrained the impulse to rush out, supporting Zhao Kun, and together with Ning Wu, they stealthily slipped through the back door, vanishing into the shadowy embrace of the forest. In the front yard, Ming Yu stood resolutely, wielding a long sword against a group of over 10 masked figures clad in black. Her white attire was stained with crimson in several places, yet her gaze remained cold and unwavering. "Who sent you?" she inquired icily. The leader of the black-clad assailants sneered. "Who we are is of little consequence. What matters is that you must perish here today, and neither Lin Fan nor Zhao Kuan will escape." A mocking smile curled at the corners of Ming Yu's lips. "Is that so? Then let us see if you possess the capability to achieve that." Before her words could fade, she charged forward with her sword drawn, igniting a fierce battle once more in the silent woods. Chapter 62. The dual Ming Yu's sword flashed like a silver lightning bolt, carving elegant yet lethal arcs under the moonlight. The leader, evidently a formidable opponent, wielded a curved blade, effortlessly parrying Ming Yu's strikes. The clash of their weapons resonated sharply through the tranquil forest, a testament to their ferocity. As expected of a prominent disciple from a prestigious sect, "You certainly have some skill," the black-clad man taunted, "but alas, today you are destined to fall here." Ming Yu remained silent, intensifying her assault. She understood the urgency of a swift resolution, hoping to buy more time for Lin Fan and the others. Nevertheless, the sheer number of adversaries, each possessing remarkable prowess, began to overwhelm her. Despite her formidable skills, the onslaught of numerous foes gradually turned the tide against her. Fresh wounds adorned her arms and shoulders, blood streaming down, staining the ground with crimson upon the grass. "Huh, is that all you've got?" One of the assailants cackled, swinging his large blade toward Ming Yu's back. Alarm surged within her as she realized she could not evade in time. Just then, a shadow sprang forth from the side, positioning itself protectively in front of her. With a resounding clang, the assailant's blade was deflected, sending the shadow reeling back. As Ming Yu focused her gaze, she beheld a middle-aged man clad in worn clothing, wielding an iron rod. "Who are you?" the leader of the black-clad men queried, his tone laced with suspicion. The middle-aged man disregarded him, turning to Ming Yu instead. "Are you unharmed, child?" Shaking her head, Ming Yu expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, elder, for your timely intervention." The man smiled softly, replying, "I merely intervened in the face of injustice. These individuals do not appear to be of good character, so I lent you a hand." The leader's expression darkened as he retorted, "Since you wish to meddle, then you shall meet your demise as well. Brothers, advance." The remaining black-clad assailants immediately surrounded the middle-aged man and Ming Yu, preparing for the impending confrontation. The middle-aged man brandished an iron rod and addressed Ming Yu. "Miss, you should take a moment to rest. Allow me to handle these ruffians." Ming Yu was aware of the man's exceptional skills, yet the sheer number of adversaries compelled her not to remain idle. Taking a deep breath, she grasped her long sword once more and declared, "Senior, let us fight side by side." The man nodded in agreement, responding, "Very well." They exchanged a resolute glance and simultaneously charged at the cloaked figures. The man's iron rod whirled with formidable force. Each strike was mighty enough to send any assailant crashing to the ground upon contact. Meanwhile, Ming Yu moved with agility, her sword striking like a viper, targeting the vital points of her foes. The tide of battle shifted dramatically, and the black-clad assailants found themselves overwhelmed. Cries of distress echoing in the air. Realizing the dire situation, the leader of the attackers called out, "Retreat." The remaining henchmen, sensing impending doom, turned and fled. As the middle-aged man prepared to pursue them, Ming Yu intervened, saying, "Senior, do not chase after them. They surely have backup. We should leave this place first." He nodded in agreement, replying, "You speak wisely. By the way, my name is Zhou Tai, a resident of this area." "And you, miss?" "I am Ming Yu," she replied. "I am deeply grateful for your timely assistance. Your kindness is beyond words." Zhou Tai waved his hand dismissively, stating it was but a trivial effort. "May I ask, how did you find yourself entangled with these individuals?" he inquired. Ming Yu offered a rueful smile, saying, "It is a long story. We have a friend who has been poisoned and urgently requires treatment. Might you assist us in finding a safe refuge?" Zhou Tai pondered briefly before responding. "I know of a secluded cave where I used to rest while hunting. It should be quite secure. Allow me to guide you there." Mingyu's face lit up with joy, exclaiming, "That would be wonderful. Thank you, senior." Zhou Tai nodded, saying, "Follow me." Supporting her injured body, Mingyu trailed behind Zhou Tai towards the cave. Within, they discovered an assortment of medicinal herbs. After Zhou Tai prepared them, he placed the concoction before Mingyu. However, her attention was suddenly drawn to another object. "Is that a gun?" she inquired, her previously composed demeanor stiffening. The reality of the situation struck her. When faced with the truth, fear is inevitable. Although she possessed formidable martial prowess as a senior disciple, her current condition rendered her nearly defenseless. "What is this?" she asked, her expression frozen. The man replied nonchalantly, "It's a gun." Taking a deep breath, she responded gravely, "Are you not aware that firearms are prohibited in Huaxia?" "I have not used it against any Huaxia person." Mingyu felt a surge of disbelief as the earlier banter resurfaced, reminiscent of the antics of Lin Fan and Zhao Kuan as they fled. Now, the atmosphere was filled with a different kind of amusement. Momentarily at a loss for words, she regarded the carefree middle-aged man before glancing at the glinting weapon, her lips twitching in response. Zhou Tai flashed a grin and tossed the gun back into a wooden crate in the corner, closing the lid, and assured her, "Rest assured, I am well aware of what I am doing. I have concealed this item for several years, known only to myself." After speaking, he gestured towards the herbal concoction simmering beside him, saying, "Your injury is severe. You must drink the medicine swiftly. Merely this small amount is insufficient. This remedy is crafted from various herbs gathered from the mountains, highly effective for treating external wounds." Mingyu nodded, no longer fixating on the matter of the firearm, and raised the remaining bowl of medicine, consuming it in one gulp. The bitterness of the potion did not elicit even a frown from her. After she finished the medicine, Zhou Tai procured some clean strips of cloth to tend her wounds. "By the way, you mentioned your friend has been poisoned?" he inquired while bandaging her. "Indeed." Mingyu's expression grew grave at the mention of Lin Fan and Zhao Kuan. "A relative of mine has been afflicted by slow-acting poison, and the situation is dire. My junior is currently devising an antidote for him. We had initially planned to seek refuge in an abandoned Taoist temple, but upon our arrival, we found ourselves pursued." Zhou Tai paused in his rapping, asking, "Who were the pursuers?" "They did not seem like ordinary gangsters." "I do not know who they are." Mingyu shook her head. "They were clad in black and masked, striking ruthlessly, seemingly intent on us." Zhou Tai furrowed his brow, pondering, "That is indeed peculiar. Although this area is remote, such incidents are rare. What kind of powerful figure have you entangled yourselves with?" Mingyu forced a bitter smile. "We are unclear ourselves. We merely sought to investigate a past event, never anticipating such turmoil." At that moment, faint footsteps echoed from outside the cave, signaling that someone was approaching. Zhou Tai's expression turned alert. He motioned for Mingyu to be silent before stealthily moving to the cave entrance to peer through a crevice. After a brief interval, he withdrew his head and whispered, "It is those individuals in black. They have tracked us down, likely numbering 5 or 6. Mingyu's heart leapt in her throat, and she struggled to rise, but Zhou Tai restrained her. "Do not move. Your injury is not yet healed, and venturing outside would be futile." His tone was steady. "Allow me to handle this." He then advanced to the corner, opened a wooden chest, retrieved the firearm once more, and checked it thoroughly before loading several bullets. Mingyu could not help but think that indeed, drawing forth the truth was far more expedient. Zhou Tai approached the cave's entrance, listened intently to the sounds outside, and instructed Mingyu, "Stay here. Regardless of the noise you hear, do not emerge." Mingyu nodded, her fists clenched tightly. Although her concern for Zhou Tai's safety was profound, she understood her inability to assist, resigning herself to waiting. Zhou Tai took a deep breath, suddenly thrusting open the cave door and darting outside. A resounding bang echoed outside the cave, causing dust to fall from the ceiling. Mingyu's heart tightened. She covered her ears, her face betraying her anxiety. She was left in the dark about the events unfolding beyond, anxiously awaiting the outcome. After a while, the sounds outside faded, restoring a heavy silence. Mingyu's heart raced, her throat constricted with anxiety. She yearned to venture outside, Yet the admonitions from Zhou Tai held her back from acting impulsively. Just as she stood in indecision, the cave entrance was pushed open, and Zhou Tai entered, a light smile gracing his face. "It's taken care of," he announced, clapping his hands. Those rascals ran off in fright. Mingyu gazed at him in astonishment. "Senior, you weren't hurt, were you?" "I'm fine," Zhou Tai chuckled, sheathing his weapon. "They were no match for me." A single shot sent them fleeing in terror. A wave of relief washed over Mingyu, her gratitude for Zhou Tai swelling within her. Chapter 63. The escaped Lin Fan carried Zhao Kuan on his back, stumbling through the dense forest. Zhao Kuan's body grew heavier, his breaths increasingly shallow, each jolt eliciting painful groans. Lin Fan's heart felt as though gripped by an invisible hand, sweat mingling with rain, or perhaps tears, obscuring his vision. "Hold on, Uncle Zhao," he yelled through gritted teeth, his voice hoarse from exertion. "Senior Mingyu will surely be all right. We'll find a safe place soon." Yet, despite his words, a pervasive gloom enveloped his thoughts. He had lost track of time, his legs felt as if weighed down by lead, and his lungs burned with pain. This was dire. He had believed that with his strength, he could run indefinitely without fatigue, but after the battle, he felt utterly drained, as if all his energy had been siphoned away, leaving him as vulnerable as an ordinary man. Though he sensed that the pursuers had fallen behind, an unsettling feeling of being watched lingered, pricking at the nape of his neck. Suddenly, his foot slipped, and he fell heavily to the ground, flinging Zhao Kuan from his back. Ignoring the pain coursing through his body, he scrambled to help Zhao Kuan. "Uncle Zhao, are you all right?" Lin Fan called urgently, his fingers trembling as they sought Zhao Kuan's breath. There was still a pulse, albeit faint. Zhao Kuan's face was ashen, his lips devoid of color. His already poisoned body had reached its limit after this ordeal. Lin Fan's heart sank. He knew that if they continued to run, it wouldn't just be Zhao Kuan who couldn't endure. He too was nearing his breaking point. Surveying his surroundings, he spotted a colossal ancient tree nearby, its sturdy trunk and dense foliage providing a semblance of shelter. Beneath it, a modest hollow appeared to beckon. A surge of hope ignited within Lin Fan as he mustered his remaining strength to drag Zhao Kuan to the tree hollow. The hollow was larger than he had anticipated, barely accommodating 2 individuals. He carefully placed Zhao Kuan inside, then squeezed in beside him, camouflaging the entrance with nearby twigs and brush. Once this was accomplished, Lin Fan collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Outside the hollow, the rustle of leaves in the wind was distinctly audible, punctuated by the occasional call of unknown birds. He clutched Zhao Kuan's icy hand tightly, anxiety flooding his heart. What should he do now? "It is all my fault," he murmured softly. "If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have become like this, and senior sister wouldn't have to face those men in black alone." Although he understood that these events were mere accidents, he could not shake the feeling that they were ultimately a consequence of his own actions. His heart was tormented by guilt. Just then, footsteps echoed outside the tree hollow, growing ever closer. Lin Fan's heart leaped into his throat. He held his breath, shrinking deeper into the hollow, pressing firmly on Zhao Kuan's mouth, terrified that he might make even the slightest sound. The footsteps halted before the hollow, followed by a rough voice. "I clearly saw them running this way. Where could they have gone? Could they be hiding?" A second voice replied, "With so many trees around, searching here would be quite troublesome." "What are you afraid of?" The elder brother said, "If they are alive, we will see them. If they are dead, we will see their bodies. Search thoroughly." Lin Fan's heart raced. He felt his pulse pounding furiously, almost breaking through his chest. He clung tightly to Zhao Kuan, closing his eyes and praying that they would not discover the hollow. The footsteps meandered around, occasionally accompanied by the sound of snapped branches. Lin Fan's palms were slick with cold sweat, his body trembling slightly from the tension. After an indeterminate time, the coarse voice resounded again. "Forget it. They might have run far away. Let's return and report to the elder brother. Then send someone back to search." "All right." The footsteps gradually receded, eventually fading into the depths of the dense forest. At last, Lin Fan exhaled a sigh of relief. Collapsing to the ground, his back soaked with cold sweat, he released his grip on Zhao Kuan's mouth, only to find that Zhao Kuan's complexion had grown even more pallid. Zhao Kuan, Hold on, Lin Fan urged, wiping the sweat from his brow, his gaze resolute once more. I will save you, and I will definitely find senior sister. He knew that this was not a sustainable situation. He needed to devise a plan to alleviate Zhao Kuen's poison and locate Mingyu, his senior sister. He pulled out a small cloth pouch from his robe, containing herbs he had gathered from the apothecary. These herbs were identified from the medical texts left by his master, though he was uncertain if they would temporarily mitigate Zhao Kuen's toxicity. Carefully, he took out a few sprigs of the herbs, chewed them into a paste, and applied it to Zhao Kuen's lips, hoping he could swallow some. Having completed this, Lin Fan leaned against the cold trunk of the tree, contemplating his next move. He was unaware of whether senior brother Zhou Tai and senior sister Mingyu were safe, nor did he know when those men in black would pursue them again. Just as despair began to set in, a familiar voice suddenly called from outside the hollow, imbued with urgency and concern. Lin Fan? Uncle Zhao, are you in there? It was the voice of senior sister Mingyu. Lin Fan's heart surged with joy as he swiftly pushed aside the withered branches and weeds at the entrance, rushing out. There stood senior sister Mingyu, supporting a middle-aged man in tattered clothing, her face etched with worry. Though her body bore several wounds and her complexion was somewhat pale, her eyes shone brightly. Senior sister, Lin Fan exclaimed, filled with excitement as he hurried towards her. Mingyu gazed upon Lin Fan and Zhao Kuen, who had emerged from the tree hollow, finally exhaling a sigh of relief, a faint smile gracing her visage. How wonderful, you are safe. Lin Fan, nodding slightly, and inquired, is this the friend you mentioned who was poisoned? Indeed, Senior Zhou, Mingyu responded, then introduced Lin Fan. Lin Fan, this is Senior Zhou Tai, who just rescued me. Lin Fan immediately bowed to Zhou Tai, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Senior, for your timely assistance. It was but a trifling effort. Zhou Tai waved his hand dismissively, his gaze shifting to Zhao Kuen, frowning slightly. This young man's poisoning is severe. We must act swiftly to remedy it. I know of a cave nearby that contains some herbs I have gathered, which may prove useful. That is splendid. Lin Fan exclaimed with delight. Senior, let us hasten. Zhou Tai nodded, saying, follow me. Lin Fan hoisted Zhao Kuen onto his back, while Mingyu supported him from the side, and they proceeded towards the cave as indicated by Zhou Tai. Along the way, Lin Fan recounted the events that had transpired. Initially, they had dashed through the jungle, perplexed by the peculiar magnetic field that seemed to drain his strength, rendering him incapable of utilizing his powers. With a furrowed brow, Lin Fan said, Senior Ning went up the mountain to gather herbs, but he has yet to return. I'm quite worried about him. How is it now? He could not help but ask. Zhao Kuen was the only one privy to the whereabouts of his parents. It was imperative to save him. Zhou Tai felt Zhao Kuen's pulse and remarked, the poison in him has lessened somewhat. Did you administer some herbs to him? Lin Fan nodded. You possess medical knowledge as well. The youth of today are truly remarkable. Zhou Tai remarked with a hint of admiration. Soon, they arrived at the concealed cave, its entrance obscured by underbrush and branches. Had it not been for Zhou Tai's guidance, they would never have discovered it. Once inside, Zhou Tai promptly retrieved some herbs from a corner and began to prepare them. Lin Fan laid Zhao Kuen down carefully, meticulously examining his condition. Senior, can these herbs cure Zhao Kuen? Lin Fan asked with concern. While grinding the herbs, Zhou Tai replied, these will only temporarily alleviate his toxicity. To effect a complete cure, we shall need more precious materials. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan grew anxious. Money is no object, nor are the herbs. I am willing to pay any price to save him. Zhou Tai nodded, smiling. Rest assured, I know an old physician who may have a solution. At dawn tomorrow, I shall lead you to him. Thank you, Senior. Both Lin Fan and Mingyu replied in unison. Zhou Tai chuckled softly, saying, very well, the medicine is prepared. Quickly apply it to this brother. Lin Fan promptly took the medicine, carefully applying it to Zhao Kuen's wounds, then brewed a bowl of medicinal soup, following Zhou Tai's instructions, and fed it to Zhao Kuen. After completing these tasks, they all exhaled a sigh of relief. The cave was enveloped in silence, punctuated only by the crackling of the fire. Lin Fan gazed at Zhao Kuen, who lay on the ground. and then turned his attention to his companion, senior sister Mingyu, and the venerable Zhou Tai, who was resting nearby, feeling an overwhelming sense of gratitude. He understood that had it not been for the intervention of Senior Zhou, their escape today would have been exceedingly difficult. Thank you both sincerely, Lin Fan expressed with heartfelt earnestness. Mingyu smiled gently and replied, "We are but fellow disciples. There is no need for such formalities. It is you, Senior Zhou, to whom we owe our lives." Zhou Tai waved his hand dismissively and said, "We are all wanderers of the martial world. It is only natural to assist those in need. Now, you must be weary. Rest up, for we have a journey ahead of us tomorrow." Lin Fan and Mingyu nodded in agreement, leaning against the cave's wall, closing their eyes to rest. Though their bodies were fatigued, their hearts felt considerably more at ease. Chapter 64. Homecoming Ning Wu had finally been found. When they located him, he was clinging to a tree, gazing despondently at the pit below. Mingyu remarked, at times, "It is truly hard for me to accept that he is my junior." Lin Fan added, "Ning, can you possibly be any more unreliable?" As the group returned to the city, dawn was just breaking. Lin Fan drove a scratched SUV, speeding down the empty streets. Mingyu, seated in the passenger seat, appeared pale, pressing a tissue to the wound on her forehead. In the back seat, Zhou Tai rested with his eyes closed, as if the recent chase had merely been a routine morning exercise. "Let's head to the first municipal hospital." Zhou Tai suddenly broke the silence. "Zhao Kuin's poisoning cannot be delayed. The head of the emergency department is an old friend of mine." Lin Fan nodded, deftly maneuvering the steering wheel as they turned into the hospital's emergency entrance. The medical staff, already alerted, quickly surrounded them, using a stretcher to transport the unconscious Zhao Kun into the resuscitation room. Family members waited anxiously outside. A nurse blocked Lin Fan from entering. Mingyu gently tugged at his arm. "Do not worry. With Senior Zhou here, we are in good hands. Let's tend to our wounds first." Her forehead continued to bleed, and her white clothing had become stained. Zhou Tai seated himself on a chair at the entrance of the emergency room, pulled out his phone, and dialed a number. "Old Chun, it's me. Reserve a VIP room. And also send the vial of detoxifier I gave you last time to the resuscitation room." After ending the call, he reassured Lin Fan and Mingyu, "Rest assured, Old Chun is an expert in this field. With my medicine, Zhao Kun will not perish just yet." Lin Fan exhaled in relief, finally becoming aware of the aches throughout his body. After he and Mingyu treated their respective wounds, they returned to the entrance of the resuscitation room, where Ning Wu arrived in haste, carrying a thermos. Upon seeing Lin Fan, he urgently inquired, "How is it? Uncle Zhao is all right, isn't he? I was out in the suburbs gathering herbs yesterday and had no signal. I rushed over as soon as I saw the news. He is still being resuscitated." Lin Fan patted his shoulder. "Thank you for your efforts, Ningwu." The group anxiously awaited in the corridor. It was not until noon that the lights in the resuscitation room finally dimmed. Dr. Chun, clad in a white coat, emerged, removing his mask to say, "Fortunately, we have managed to control the toxicity. However, the patient's condition is quite precarious, and he will need to remain under observation. Moreover, the toxins within him are quite peculiar. Conventional antidotes yield limited efficacy, while Zhou medicine played a pivotal role." "Thank you, Lao Chen." Zhou Tai rose to his feet. Zhao Kun was transferred to the VIP ward. He remained in a state of unconsciousness, his complexion still pale, yet his breathing had significantly stabilized. Lin Fan sat beside the bed, observing the intravenous fluid drip down, his heart awash with mixed emotions. "It's all my fault," he murmured. "If it weren't for my quest to uncover the truth about my parents, none of this would have entangled everyone." "Don't speak such foolishness," Mingyu replied, handing him a bottle of water. "We are friends, are we not? Furthermore, those men in black, having dared to lay hands upon us, would inevitably come for us regardless of your involvement." Zhou Tai leaned against the wall, smoking a cigarette, and remarked, "Indeed, these individuals likely belong to the Shadow Pavilion. In my youth, I had dealings with them. They are ruthless and possess formidable backing. Their targeting of you may not simply stem from your parents' affairs." Lin Fan furrowed his brow. "Shadow Pavilion?" He seemed to grasp its essence. a transnational criminal organization engaged in smuggling, assassination, and illicit experimentation. It encompasses a vast array of wrongdoing. Zhou Tai flicked the ash from a cigarette. I suspect they hold a keen interest in your parents' research findings. Who are my parents? Lin Fan spoke with a calm demeanor. The madness of last night's pursuit, combined with this information, had nearly overwhelmed him. At that moment, the ward door swung open, and a man clad in a black suit entered. He produced his identification. Mr. Lin, Miss Ming, Mr. Zhou, I am Officer Li from the Municipal Criminal Investigation Team. Regarding the attack you experienced in the suburbs last night, we would like to request your assistance in the investigation. Lin Fan glanced at Ming Yu and Zhou Tai, then nodded. Very well, we shall accompany you. In the interrogation room, Officer Li regarded the trio with a serious tone, based on the scene investigation. The assailants employed military-grade weaponry, and no useful clues were left behind. Can you recall any features or characteristics of these individuals? Lin Fan shook his head. They were all masked, and their voices have been altered. However, they seem to possess an intimate knowledge of my movements. We suspect this might be linked to recent attacks on researchers, Officer Li stated. Lin Fan's heart sank. Are you suggesting that these incidents are the work of the Shadow Pavilion? It cannot be confirmed yet, but the likelihood is substantial. Officer Li responded. We have established a task force and hope for your cooperation in our investigation. As they exited the police station, darkness had descended upon the city. Lin Fan gazed at the twinkling lights, his heart heavy with burden. He was on the verge of uncovering the truth about his parents, leaving him in a state of turmoil. What shall we do next? Ming Yu inquired. Zhou Tai looked at him. If you wish to uncover the whereabouts of your parents and the machinations of the Shadow Pavilion, relying solely on the police will not suffice. I can assist you in contacting some old acquaintances to form a specialized team. Lin Fan took a deep breath, his gaze resolute. Very well. No matter the cost, I shall seek the truth, avenge my parents, and ensure that no more innocents suffer harm. This nefarious organization ought not to exist. I shall inevitably bring about its downfall. At that moment, his phone rang. A strange number appeared on the screen. He answered, and a chilling voice echoed through the receiver. Lin Fan. If you wish to save Zhao Kuan, come to the abandoned steel mill tomorrow night at 8. Come alone, and do not alert the authorities. Otherwise, prepare to receive a corpse. The call ended abruptly. Lin Fan gripped his phone tightly, his knuckles turning pale. Ming Yu and Zhou Tai noticed his distress. What's wrong? They inquired. Lin Fan gritted his teeth and replied, They want me to go to the abandoned steel mill tomorrow night, or they will kill Zhao Kuan. Zhou Tai furrowed his brow. This is a trap. I am aware, Lin Fan responded, but I must go. Zhao Kuan cannot come to harm. Ming Yu grasped his hand. I will accompany you. No, Lin Fan shook his head. It is too dangerous. You must stay here and monitor the hospital situation. Also, contact Captain Li for covert assistance. Zhou Tai nodded. Very well. We shall be on standby outside, ready to act at a moment's notice. Lin Fan gazed at them, his heart swelling with gratitude. Yet simultaneously, he felt a heavy weight in his chest, as if he had forgotten something crucial. Oh no, I forgot about the person I secretly admire. He went to be angry. Will he? Chapter 65. The melancholy of young Master Lin Fan smacked his thigh, his face instantly paling. Oh no, I forgot about Shen Ming. His panicked tone startled Ming Yu and Zhou Tai. Who is Shen Ming? Zhou Tai asked, puzzled. He's a friend. Lin Fan exclaimed, anxiously pacing in circles, his words tumbling over one another. I left in such a hurry yesterday, intending to deliver some documents to him, but then all this chaos occurred and my phone died. He must think something has happened to me. He had no intention of revealing Shen Ming's identity to them, yet he wanted them to be aware of his existence. Frustrated, he smacked his forehead. The thought of Shen Ming possibly waiting anxiously for him, perhaps even overthinking due to his silence, made Lin Fan's heart ache as if it were being clawed by a cat. He certainly did not want to leave a poor impression on his secret crush, let alone cause him worry. Here, use my phone, Ming Yu immediately offered, handing over her device. Call him with this and explain. Lin Fan took the phone, his fingers trembling slightly, and quickly dialed the well-known number. After several rings, the call was answered, and Shen Ming's voice came through, slightly hoarse yet still cool. Hello? Shen Ming. It's me, Lin Fan. Lin Fan's voice instinctively softened, tinged with an imperceptible blend of eagerness and anxiety. I'm so sorry. I had a little accident yesterday, and my phone died, so I couldn't reach you. I must have worried you. There was a moment of silence on the other end, and just as Lin Fan feared Shen Ming was upset, the latter spoke again, his tone inscrutable. Are you all right? Oh no, that tone. I'm fine. Just a minor injury that has already been tended to. Lin Fan hurriedly reassured him, fearing Shen Ming might not believe him. I'll come by to explain everything in person, all right? No need. Shen Ming spoke softly. I am at the first municipal hospital. Lin Fan paused in surprise. The first municipal hospital? How come you're here? You are also at the first municipal hospital, Shen Ming asserted confidently. I came to visit a patient and happened to see you entering with the police. Shen Ming's voice remained calm. Since you are fine, there is no rush regarding the documents. Prioritize your own matters first. Lin Fan's heart leapt into his throat. Did Shen Ming see him with the police and know that he was injured? Would he think of him as a burden? This is a disaster. No, Shen Ming. Let me explain. I am waiting for you in the garden downstairs of the inpatient department. Shen Ming interrupted him and hung up the phone. Lin Fan held the phone, feeling his palms slick with sweat. What did he say? Ming Yu asked with concern. He is waiting for me in the hospital garden. Lin Fan took a deep breath, straightened his somewhat disheveled clothes. I must hurry. I can't keep him waiting too long. He turned to Zhou Tai. Senior Zhou, I leave Zhao Shu to you. I will return swiftly. Go, be careful. Zhou Tai waved his hand, a knowing smile in his eyes. Young man, don't be too anxious. What brother can be this nervous? Lin Fan blushed, turning swiftly to run towards the garden downstairs of the inpatient department. His mind was racing with thoughts about how to explain things to Shen Ming, needing to clarify the situation without making it seem trivial, and most importantly, he must conceal his anxiety and hidden affection from Shen Ming. The garden was tranquil. Under the street lamp, Shen Ming stood alone by the flower bed, his figure appearing somewhat slender. Dressed casually in a simple white shirt and jeans, he held a thermos. Upon seeing Lin Fan approaching, he slightly lifted his head. It was the first time he had dressed so casually. Lin Fan slowed his pace, his heart racing, and stood before Shen Ming, feeling awkward as he scratched his head. Shen Ming, I'm sorry for keeping you waiting. Shen Ming looked at the bandage on his forehead, his gaze shifting slightly as he handed over the thermos. I just bought some hot milk. Have a sip. Lin Fan was taken aback, accepting the thermos, which felt warm to the touch. A wave of warmth spreading from his palm to his heart. He looked up at Shen Ming, meeting his clear gaze, devoid of anger, instead filled with concern. Gazing into his crystalline eyes, Lin Fan instinctively lowered his head, missing the fleeting shadow of melancholy that flickered in Shen Ming's eyes. Thank you, Shen Ming. Lin Fan's voice trembled slightly, as all his anxiety and worry seemed to dissipate in that moment. What exactly happened yesterday? Shen Ming inquired softly, his gaze resting on Lin Fan's wound. This injury looks painful. Did you encounter danger? Lin Fan steadied himself and recounted the events from discovering Zhao Kuan's abduction, the chase in the suburbs, to the emergency rescue at the hospital, emphasizing the key points to Shen Ming. Of course, he refrained from elaborating on the matters concerning Ing Gu and his parents, fearing it might alarm Shen Ming. Shen Ming listened quietly, without interruption, and only spoke after Lin Fan finished. Be careful in the future. I will. Lin Fan nodded vigorously, feeling a warmth in his heart. By the way, you mentioned you were here to see a patient who is unwell. My grandfather is hospitalized for a checkup, but it's nothing serious, Shen Ming replied. I saw you with the police earlier and thought something had happened to you. I was just about to call you when I received your call. Lin Fan's heart skipped a beat, realizing that Shen Ming was concerned for him. He looked at Shen Ming and mustered his courage to say, I swear I will never ignore you again. Regardless of the circumstances, let us ensure everything is all right first. No need for that. I trust you. Shen Ming shook his head. You just gone through so much. Take a good rest. We can discuss other matters whenever you feel ready. He paused, adding, if you need any assistance, feel free to reach out to me. Lin Fan gazed into Shen Ming's sincere eyes, feeling a sweetness in his heart akin to honey. He nodded emphatically, saying, all right, thank you, Shen Ming. Just then, Lin Fan's phone rang. It was a call from Zhou Tai. Lin Fan, hurry back. Zhao Kun has woken up. Upon hearing this news, Lin Fan was momentarily elated, instinctively lifting his foot to leave, only to have his hand grasped by Shen Ming. Shen Ming had been suppressing his anger and finally erupted upon seeing Lin Fan leave without consulting him. His tone was calm, but tinged with irritation. Lin Fan, did I ever say I wanted you to go? Shen Ming stated evenly. Lin Fan was taken aback, although Shen Ming's grip was not overly forceful. The whiteness of his knuckles betrayed his tension. Lin Fan gazed at Shen Ming's flawless, yet icy visage, momentarily lost in thought. Even in anger, he remained strikingly beautiful. Shen Ming, evidently aware of Lin Fan's admiration for his looks, leaned in slightly. His tone bore an edge of inquiry. Where were you yesterday? Although I dislike meddling in your affairs, you were injured so severely, and yet you just glanced at me and left? Did you not inquire about anything? Lin Fan bit his lip and replied in a flustered manner, I didn't. Shen Ming released him, remarking coolly, of course, we have no real connection. Merely a mutually beneficial arrangement. But have you not crossed the line? First, you injure yourself, and then you treat me like I'm invisible. Lin Fan's heart raced at the words, mutually beneficial. Who said we were merely using each other? He opened his mouth to retort, to explain, but found himself unable to utter a single word, his throat constricted. He looked at Shen Ming's frigid expression. The concern that had recently filled his eyes, now replaced with detachment and indifference, as if the earlier kindness had been nothing more than an illusion. Indeed, their relationship seemed to be aptly described as one of mutual utility. Initially, it had been to resolve the accommodation issue, followed by his own unilateral approach and infatuation. Perhaps Shen Ming had never regarded him as a true friend. With a voice dry and hoarse, Lin Fan murmured, I'm sorry, I failed to consider your feelings. Zhao Kun has awakened. He is an important witness, and I must go to him. He almost fled in a panic, daring not to meet Shen Ming's gaze, turning instead to dash towards the hospital building. The thermos cup remained clutched in his hand, the warmth of the milk still radiating. Yet his heart had turned as cold as ice. Shen Ming stood rooted to the spot, watching Lin Fan's frantic silhouette vanish through the building's entrance. His tightly clenched fists gradually relaxed, the knuckles whitening from the pressure. The icy demeanor on his face shattered in an instant, replaced by a subtle hint of regret and grievance. Oh, it seemed he had caused a mess. Fool, he muttered under his breath, the tone tinged with a bitterness he was oblivious to. When did I ever say I would blame you? Well, perhaps there was a slight ache in his heart. He was merely frustrated that Lin Fan did not cherish himself, that he consistently prioritized others' affairs above his own, and that he rushed off without uttering a single word of concern for his well-being. Yet, the words that hovered on the tip of his tongue transformed into the most hurtful form. He couldn't help but ponder whether he should take a moment to reflect on how to proceed. Shen Ming irritably raked his fingers through his hair, turned, and kicked a nearby stone, watching it roll into the flower bed before sullenly striding away in the opposite direction. Meanwhile, as Lin Fan burst into the ward, the police were already present. Although Zhao Kun appeared frail, his mind was alert, intermittently describing the kidnapper's characteristics to the officers. Lin Fan stifled the sorrow and pain within him, approaching Zhou Tai and softly inquiring, "What's the status?" "He just woke up and is still providing details," Zhou Tai replied, patting Lin Fan's shoulder, noticing the unusual pallor on his face. "What's wrong? Did you have a quarrel with your friend?" Lin Fan managed a wry smile and shook his head. "It's nothing, just a minor misunderstanding." He did not wish to elaborate, directing his gaze toward Zhao Kun on the hospital bed, forcing himself to concentrate on the case. However, Shen Ming's words about mutual needs pierced his heart like a thorn, an unsettling thought he could not dismiss. As he stood in the corner of the ward, listening to Zhao Kun's account, his thoughts drifted far away. He replayed every detail from their earlier encounter in the garden. Shen Ming's tenderness as he offered the milk, the coldness in his questioning, and that hurtful remark about mutual benefit. Perhaps Shen Ming was correct. What existed between them was indeed merely a transaction of mutual needs. He ought not to indulge in excessive expectations, nor should he allow a single statement to so deeply disturb his peace of mind. After all, he He had been renowned in the world for quite some time, and though often teased for his impulsiveness, this was his first substantial lesson. Just as he endeavored to rationalize his thoughts, his phone screen illuminated with a new message. The sender, Shen Ming. Do not waste the milk. No matter how angry Shen Ming was, he still needed to drink it. Lin Fan stared at the text message, frozen for a good 10 seconds. Gripping his phone, a tumult of emotions swirled within him. On one hand, the sting from the phrase, "each takes what they need," lingered. Yet on the other, this unexpected message offered a glimmer of hope. He hesitated, tapping the screen lightly, deleting and retyping before ultimately settling on a single word. Okay. Setting down his phone, he took a deep breath, steeling himself. Regardless of the circumstances, he needed to resolve the immediate matters at hand. As for the complexities between him and Shen Ming, time would be required to untangle them. However, unbeknownst to him, in the garden beneath the inpatient building, Shen Ming was gazing at the solitary OK on his phone screen. His brow furrowed. The courage to send the message seemed to have dissipated the moment he pressed send. Truthfully, he regretted sending it. He was an exceedingly proud person, and showing vulnerability felt akin to a disgrace. Frustrated, he shoved his phone back into his pocket and turned towards the inpatient building. He reassured himself that his concern for Lin Fan's empty stomach, which could adversely affect his wounds, was purely out of worry, nothing more. Yet he alone understood that upon receiving Lin Fan's response, his previously restless heart inexplicably found solace. From Shen Ming's perspective, he stood in the shadow of the inpatient building, his fingertips unconsciously caressing the cold exterior of his phone. The fragile OK on the screen resembled a faint light, enough to momentarily ease his taut nerves. How absurd! What was I truly anticipating? A lengthy explanation or a cautious apology? Earlier in the garden, observing the bandage on Lin Fan's forehead and his eyes, which sparkled with anxiety, he found himself overwhelmed with anger. He was upset that Lin Fan had injured himself, that his focus was solely on the patient, and that he hadn't even bothered to inquire about him before turning to leave. All he wanted was for Lin Fan to stay with him a little longer, even if it was merely standing in silence. Yet, when the words nearly escaped his lips, they transformed into the most hurtful expression. Each takes what they need. Shen Ming, you truly are a coward. Internally tumultuous, yet outwardly feigning indifference. I'm acutely aware of my own shortcomings. Ever since our paths crossed in this rebirth, my gaze has unconsciously followed him. When he smiles, it feels as if the sun shines a little brighter. When he is troubled, I cannot help but wish to alleviate his burdens. I despise this uncontrollable sensation, which is why I envelop myself in coldness and detachment. I believe that this would maintain distance, yet I failed to realize that a simple gesture of concern or an inadvertent closeness could dismantle my defenses. Earlier, when I handed him the milk, I was so anxious that my palms were sweaty. I feared his rejection, worried he might discern my true feelings. Yet he accepted it and even expressed gratitude. In that fleeting moment, I almost believed our relationship could advance further. Alas, it was still ruined by him. The mobile screen dimmed, reflecting his somewhat disheveled face. He took a deep breath, suppressing the tumultuous emotions within. Well, at least he had replied to his message. At least he hadn't completely ignored him. Shen Ming, you must remain composed. Take it slow. Don't frighten him. He turned and made his way towards his grandfather's hospital room. His steps were lighter than before, and the chaotic corner of his heart seemed to radiate a hint of warmth, sparked by that one positive word. Chapter 67. Grandfather Shen Ming. Upon returning to his grandfather's hospital room, the elderly man was resting against the headboard with his eyes closed. Hearing the movement, he slowly opened his eyes, his murky gaze resting on him with a hint of inquiry. Had you quarreled with your friend? The old man's voice, gravelly with age, was nonetheless remarkably perceptive. Shen Ming paused momentarily before casually pulling over a chair to sit down, picking up an apple from the table to peel. No, it's just a trivial matter. The incident with Lin Fan was well known. The old man had no reason to be unaware, yet he had never once intervened. Young people, the elder sighed, don't bottle up your troubles, nor should you prick others with sharp words. That young friend of yours seems like a good lad. If you truly care, don't maintain an air of superiority. Shen Ming's hand faltered slightly as he peeled the apple, causing the skin to break off in a segment. He remained silent, continuing to focus on his task, though his ears subtly flushed with embarrassment. His grandfather rarely meddled in his personal affairs, and today's words clearly indicated that he had perceived something. "Grandfather, please rest well and don't worry about my matters." He diverted the conversation, slicing the peeled apple into small pieces and offering them to the elderly man. The old man did not take them, merely observing him. "I've lived a lifetime. What haven't I seen? If you like someone, pursue them boldly, without hesitation. When I courted your grandmother, I was far braver than you. It matters not if they are male. After all, our Shen family is flourishing, and you can always find a successor later." "Grandfather!" Shen Ming exclaimed, a bit flustered, his tone growing heavier. The elder chuckled, no longer teasing him, and accepted the fruit fork, spearing a piece of apple and placing it in his mouth. "All right, I won't press you further. By the way, that young friend of yours asked about you repeatedly when he brought me back, wondering if you were upset." "Huh, you're quite fortunate, aren't you?" Shen Ming's heart raced, nearly dropping the fork from his hand. He looked up at his grandfather, his eyes filled with incredulity. The elder, pleased with his reaction, smiled. "See? He cares for you too. Stop overthinking and take the initiative." Shen Ming fell silent, yet within him, it felt as though a stone had been cast into a pond, creating ripples of realization. So, Lin Fan was also concerned about whether he was angry. Did that previous compliment carry more weight than mere polite acknowledgement? He stood up. "Grandfather, I'll step out for a moment." Without waiting for the elder's response, he briskly exited the hospital room, pulling out his phone. His fingers hesitated on the screen for a long while, ultimately refraining from dialing the number. He feared being too impulsive and saying something wrong. Perhaps it was best to wait a little longer. He told himself this. Yet he couldn't resist walking towards Zhao Kuan's hospital room. He dared not approach too closely, merely standing at the corner of the corridor, observing the comings and goings at the ward's entrance, hoping to catch sight of that familiar figure. Inside the room, Lin Fan was engrossed in his phone, repeatedly reading the text message from Shen Ming that admonished him not to waste the milk. The police had completed their statements and departed. While Zhao Kuan had succumbed to slumber, Zhou Tai patted his shoulder, suggesting, "If you are truly worried about your friend, perhaps you should go speak with him? You appear so distracted. You are of little help in this state. Hurry along. Your forlorn expression is quite alarming." Lin Fan managed a wry smile. "Never mind. I shall wait until he has calmed down." He indeed wished to seek out Shen Ming, but was at a loss for words. Should he apologize or offer an explanation? He feared that once he opened his mouth, he might only exacerbate the situation. Just then, his stomach audibly protested, reminding him that he had not eaten anything since morning. The insulated cup in his hand still warm, its milk untouched. He unscrewed the lid and took a sip. The warm liquid slid down his throat, soothing his cold stomach and somewhat pacifying his tumultuous thoughts. After finishing the milk, he stored the thermos away and said to Zhou Tai, "I'll go downstairs to fetch something to eat, and I'll bring you a portion as well." Zhou Tai nodded. "All right," returned promptly. As Lin Fan exited the ward, he descended the corridor at a leisurely pace. Upon reaching the lobby on the first floor, he instinctively glanced towards the garden, only to unexpectedly spot a familiar silhouette. Shen Ming stood at the edge of the flower bed, his back turned to Lin Fan, engrossed in something on his phone. Sunlight streamed over him, outlining his tall figure. Yet he appeared somewhat solitary. Lin Fan's heart skipped a beat, and his steps faltered. He hesitated, unsure whether to approach. In such a moment, he found himself wavering. Was he not a man after all? Just then, Shen Ming seemed to sense something amiss and abruptly turned around. Their eyes met, and each could distinctly hear the rapid beating of their own hearts. A flicker of surprise crossed Shen Ming's gaze before his usual cool demeanor returned, though the tips of his ears betrayed a hint of crimson. He parted his lips, intending to speak, yet found himself at a loss for words. Lin Fan regarded him, and the thorn that had pierced his heart, born of mutual need, seemed to soften in that instant. Taking a deep breath, he approached Shen Ming. "What brings you here?" Lin Fan initiated the conversation, his voice somewhat hoarse. Shen Ming tucked away his phone, hands buried in his pockets, feigning composure as he replied, "Just getting some fresh air." "And you?" "Well, I'm off to buy something to eat." Lin Fan indicated the doorway, I hope you're no longer upset. Shen Ming paused in silence before shaking his head. No, not at all. I didn't mean it the way it sounded earlier. It was concern, mixed with a bit of anger. Lin Fan blinked in surprise, warmth flooding through him. He looked at Shen Ming, the corners of his mouth involuntarily curving upward. I understand. I was too hasty earlier and failed to explain myself properly. That's all right. Shen Ming's expression softened slightly. How is Zhao Cohen faring? Having awakened, the police had completed their statement-taking. Lin Fan shared that the doctor had assured him he was not seriously injured, merely in need of ample rest. That's reassuring. Shen Ming nodded. Then, as if recalling something, he reached into his pocket and handed Lin Fan an object. Here you go. Upon receiving it, Lin Fan discovered it was a piece of chocolate, simply wrapped and from a brand he particularly enjoyed. I just bought it at the convenience store downstairs. Shen Ming's tone was somewhat awkward. I noticed you hadn't eaten anything. Thought you might want a little something. Lin Fan gazed at the chocolate in his hand, feeling a warmth spread within him. He raised his gaze to meet Shen Ming's eyes, and this time, he did not shy away, but instead offered a gentle smile. Thank you, Shen Ming. Though the chocolate was modest in value, the sentiment was what truly mattered. Shen Ming's heart skipped a beat as he beheld Lin Fan smile. His ears flushing crimson. He turned his face away, pretending to admire the scenery. No need to thank me. Memories of his grandfather's earnest advice surfaced, causing him a moment of embarrassment, yet also illuminating his thoughts. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a soft glow upon the two, while the air was tinged with a subtle awkwardness, yet infused with an almost imperceptible sweetness. Lin Fan unwrapped the chocolate and took a bite, the sugary flavor blossoming in his mouth. He glanced at Shen Ming beside him and suddenly realized that perhaps their relationship was not merely one of mutual convenience as he had previously believed. There might be potential for something deeper. Chapter 68. Shen Ming. Finally reconciled out of the corner of his eye, Shen Ming noticed Lin Fan savoring the chocolate, and the weight of anxiety in his heart lightened considerably. Clearing his throat, he awkwardly initiated conversation. You stayed in the ward for quite some time, didn't you? Yes. I accompanied Zhao Kuan while he gave his statement and left only after he fell asleep. Lin Fan mumbled through a mouthful of chocolate. By the way, how is your grandfather? Same as ever, always worrying. Shen Ming's tone softened at the mention of his grandfather, though he added somewhat awkwardly, he asked about you. This thought brought Shen Ming a sense of joy. After all, he was still the favored grandchild. What did he ask me? Lin Fan inquired with curiosity. Oh, nothing much. Just that you were a good kid. Shen Ming's ears reddened once more, and he hastily changed the subject. Aren't you going to buy something to eat? I could join you. I'm feeling a bit hungry myself. Wait, something seems off. Lin Fan pondered their relationship, questioning whether it was truly as uncomplicated as it appeared. Could it be that his family is so open-minded? Despite Shen Ming's elevated status, had he truly taken a family heir apparent without concern? Lin Fan paused for a moment, then nodded in agreement. All right then, let us grab something to eat first. The two walked side by side out of the hospital, meandering along the path. The sun shone pleasantly, a gentle breeze caressed them, and occasionally, a few leaves fluttered by, creating a serene and harmonious atmosphere. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Fan spoke up. About what I said this morning at the police station, please don't take it to heart. That wasn't my intention. I was just a bit anxious. As he uttered these words, a twinge of regret washed over him. Did it seem like he was showing weakness? Shen Ming glanced at him, meeting his apologetic gaze. His heartbeat quickened once more as he softly uttered, I understand. Upon reflection, I realized that my words had not been particularly pleasant. In truth, he later comprehended that Lin Fan's agitation stemmed from concern for Zhao Cohen. He ought not to have treated him with such a frigid demeanor, nor should he have interrogated him first. Lin Fan exhaled in relief and smiled. So does this mean we have reconciled? Indeed, Shen Ming nodded, an involuntary smile gracing his lips. As the two walked in silence for a while, Lin Fan suddenly recalled something. He retrieved the now empty thermos from his pocket and presented it to Shen Ming, saying, I drank the milk. Thank you. I suppose this makes you a house husband. Shen Ming, upon seeing the familiar thermos, felt his ears flush crimson. No, it's nothing. Just don't let it go to waste. To his surprise, he found Lin Fan quite obedient. When he had sent that message, he felt quite anxious, fearing Lin Fan might refuse to drink it or think he was being meddlesome. Now, seeing Lin Fan mention it specifically, he felt an inexplicable joy. At that moment, Lin Fan's phone rang. It was Zhou Tai calling. Hello, Thai. Yes. I'll return immediately. I've already purchased the items. After hanging up, Lin Fan turned to Shen Ming and said, Zhou Tai is urging me to return. He said Zhao Kun has awakened and wishes for water. Then you should hurry back, Shen Ming replied. I'll give you the things. But I want to go upstairs so as not to disturb their rest. Lin Fan nodded, accepting the breakfast bag from Shen Ming. All right, I'll head up then. Yes, Shen Ming said, his gaze lingering on him with a hint of reluctance, yet he nodded in agreement. As Lin Fan turned to enter the hospital, he couldn't help but glance back after a few steps. Shen Ming remained standing in place, watching him, bathed in the gentle embrace of sunlight. Lin Fan's heart skipped a beat. He smiled at Shen Ming and waved before hastily making his way into the hospital. Shen Ming watched Lin Fan's figure vanish at the hospital entrance before withdrawing his gaze. He touched his warm ears, unable to conceal the smile that lingered on his lips. He took out his phone, hesitated for a moment, and sent Lin Fan a text. Feel free to call me if you need anything. Within seconds, his phone vibrated with Lin Fan's reply. All right, don't tire yourself too much. Take care to rest. Shen Ming read the message, feeling sweetness spread within him. He tucked his phone away and turned towards his grandfather's ward. Perhaps his grandfather was right. One should take the initiative if they hold affection. He did not wish to miss another opportunity with Lin Fan. Meanwhile, in the ward, Lin Fan looked at the text from Shen Ming, unable to suppress a smile. Zhou Tai leaned in and teased, Wow, you look like a fool smiling like that. Have you reconciled with your friend? Lin Fan tucked his phone away and shot him a glare. What are you talking about? We were never at odds. All right, no quarrel, Zhou Tai chuckled, adding, But honestly, when you were gone for that brief moment, it was as if your soul had taken flight. You must have seen your friend, right? Lin Fan remained silent, merely handing Zhou Tai a portion of the breakfast. Just eat yours. You talk too much. Zhou Tai accepted the breakfast with a chuckle, choosing not to tease Lin Fan any further. As Lin Fan bit into his bun, his thoughts wandered back to the scene he had shared with Shen Ming downstairs. He felt the warmth in his pocket from the remaining half of a chocolate bar. Perhaps he had been overthinking things from the very beginning. Shen Ming's feelings towards him might indeed be different. With this realization, he found no reason to remain indecisive. He resolved that once Zhao Kun felt better, he would seize the opportunity to have a heartfelt conversation with Shen Ming. He no longer wished to linger in ambiguity. He yearned to understand Shen Ming's true sentiments towards him. Meanwhile, when Shen Ming returned to his grandfather's hospital room, the elder was propped up against the headboard, wearing a bemused expression. So, did the young friend arrive? The old man inquired, a hint of playful mockery in his voice. Shen Ming felt his ears redden as he settled beside the bed, retorting, Grandfather, did you eavesdrop on my conversation? When had the old man become so inquisitive? I did not eavesdrop. Your voice was simply too loud, the elder chuckled. Given your cheerful demeanor, it seems you've reconciled? Shen Ming merely nodded in response. That's splendid, his grandfather declared with satisfaction. Young people should communicate openly. It's better than bottling up feelings like a closed gourd. Understood, grandfather, Shen Ming replied. Please rest well. I'll fetch you a glass of water. He stood to pour a glass and handed it to his grandfather. The elder took a sip and added, By the way, I had the nurse prepare some soup for you. It's in the thermos, so remember to drink it later. Thank you, grandfather. Shen Ming felt a surge of warmth. Despite his serious demeanor, his grandfather had always been kind to him. Don't be so formal with me, the elder remarked. Let me tell you, young friend is a good child. You must cherish this opportunity. Don't let it slip away, or you may find yourself regretting it later. I understand, Shen Ming replied earnestly. I will not let him go. He had made up his mind. Once his grandfather's health improved, he would formally pursue Lin Fan. He wished to dispel any misunderstandings and cease his fruitless musings. He wanted Lin Fan to know that his feelings were far more profound than mere amusement. Chapter 69. True Love? In the days that followed, Shen Ming found himself shuttling between the hospital and the office. After completing his work during the day, he would rush to the hospital, sometimes bringing soup for his grandfather, and other times fruit and snacks for Lin Fan and Zhao Kun. His intentions were as clear as day to those around him. Though Lin Fan said nothing, his heart was as transparent as glass. Each time Shen Ming visited, he would concoct various excuses to linger longer, either to check on Zhao Kuan's recovery or to update his grandfather on company matters, all while his gaze would inevitably drift towards Lin Fan. Sighing, Lin Fan felt a touch of frustration. Was it possible that Shen Ming was genuinely trying to win him over, slowly but surely? If that was the case, the pace was rather slow. That afternoon, Shen Ming arrived once more, carrying a thermos. Zhao Kuan, feeling significantly better, was propped up against the headboard, engrossed in his phone. With Zhou Tai absent, only the three of them remained in the room. Mr. Shun has returned, Zhao Kuan noted. Zhao Kuan greeted with a smile, his gaze flitting between Shen Ming and Lin Fan, carrying a hint of understanding. Ah, the youthful infatuation. Shen Ming nodded, placing the thermos on the table. I had someone stew some rib soup for you, to help replenish your strength. As he opened the thermos, an enticing aroma wafted into the air. The ribs were rich in color and flavor, enhanced with precious medicinal herbs that Shen Ming had specifically added. Lin Fan approached to help serve the soup, his fingers inadvertently brushing against Shen Ming's. Both paused momentarily before quickly retracting their hands, their ears flushing in unison. Thank you, Lin Fan murmured, accepting the bowl, unable to meet Shen Ming's eyes. Shen Ming served Zhao Kuan a bowl as well, then sat at the edge of the bed, engaging in casual conversation with Zhao Kuan. When the topic turned to Zhao Kuan's case, Shen Ming remarked, "There's been progress with the police. They have apprehended several suspects, and the truth will likely emerge soon." That's reassuring. Zhao Kuan sighed in relief, grateful for Shen Ming's assistance. "It's the least I could do," Shen Ming replied, glancing at Lin Fan. "Don't worry too much. Take good care of yourself, and don't overexert." As Lin Fan sipped his soup, he paused at this remark, lifting his head to smile at Shen Ming. "I understand. And you should too. Don't exhaust yourself running around." He believed Shen Ming was human, not a machine, and that neglecting rest could lead to health issues. Shen Ming felt a soft pang in his heart at Lin Fan's smile, as if something had brushed against him. He wanted to say something, but his mother's call interrupted him. "I need to head back for a while." Shen Ming stood, reluctantly stating, "Take your time with the soup. If you need more, I can send some over." "All right, go ahead," Lin Fan nodded. As Shen Ming reached the door, he glanced back at Lin Fan before turning to leave. The room fell into a tranquil silence, and Zhao Kuan regarded Lin Fan with a smile. "Lin Fan, Shen Ming is truly kind to you." Lin Fan's face flushed, feigning irritation. "Don't say that. We are merely friends." "Friends?" "Diao kun diaklet." Friends don't deliver soup daily and keep their eyes glued to you, do they? "Diao kun disit." I can see the way Shen Ming looks at you. It's not ordinary. Lin Fan's heart skipped a beat, yet he retorted, "You're overthinking it." He is just a good person. Despite his words, Lin Fan's heart was in turmoil. He recalled Shen Ming's various gestures over the past few days, the tenderness in his gaze and their accidental touches causing his heart to race. He fished out his phone, hesitated, but ultimately refrained from messaging Shen Ming. He was uncertain about what he was hoping for and what he feared. Upon returning to the company, Shen Ming struggled to settle his mind amid his tasks. His thoughts were consumed by Lin Fan's recent smile and the serene profile he bore while drinking the soup. He retrieved his phone, scrolling through their chat history, and couldn't he help but smile at their previous exchanges. After much contemplation, he finally composed a text. "After work, would you like to grab dinner together?" Once sent, Shen Ming's heart hung in suspense, fearing Lin Fan's rejection. A few minutes later, Lin Fan's phone vibrated with a message from Shen Ming. "Sure, you choose the location." Upon reading the text, Shen Ming felt an exhilarating rush that nearly propelled him from his seat. He promptly replied, "All right, I will pick you up tonight." Shen Ming concluded his work half an hour early and personally drove to the hospital to collect Lin Fan. He had deliberately changed into a casual outfit and had placed a bottle of the juice Lin Fan had casually praised during their previous encounter in the car. Upon arriving at the hospital, he sent Lin Fan a text. Before long, he spotted Lin Fan emerging. The setting sun elongated his shadow, and dressed in a simple t-shirt and jeans, he appeared to possess a youthful vigor that was more pronounced than usual. "This is it," Shen Ming announced, honking the horn. Lin Fan's eyes brightened upon seeing him, and he briskly approached, opening the door to take a seat in the front passenger seat. Have you been waiting long? Not all, I just arrived. Come on, I know you too well. Indeed, you know me best. Shen Ming handed over the juice, saying, "This is for you." Thank you. Lin Fan accepted the drink, twisted the cap, and took a sip, feeling a gentle warmth spread through him. The car moved steadily, and Shen Ming chose a quiet private dining establishment for their meal. Once they entered the private room and ordered their dishes, a moment of subtly charged silence enveloped them. Shen Ming broke the silence first, asking, "How is Zhao Kun recovering? After all this time, is that all you have to say?" "He's doing quite well. The doctor said he could get out of bed tomorrow," Lin Fan responded. "That is good to hear." Shen Ming nodded, then inquired further. "Has the police asked you to provide any statements regarding the case?" "Not for now. Zhou is following up." Lin Fan paused, looking at Shen Ming. "I truly appreciate your help. Without your assistance, I don't know how long Zhao Kun's case would have been delayed. There's no need for formality between us." Shen Ming gazed at him, his eyes soft enough to evoke a sense of warmth. "As I mentioned, you can always reach out to me if you need anything." Lin Fan's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly averted his gaze, lowering his head to sip the juice, though his ears subtly flushed. At that moment, the server arrived with their dishes, interrupting the unspoken tension between them. Shen Ming naturally served Lin Fan a piece of fish, saying, "Try this. It's their signature dish." "Thank you." Lin Fan accepted the piece and tasted it, finding it delightful. As they dined, their conversation flowed from work to personal lives, gradually warming the atmosphere. Lin Fan observed that although Shen Ming projected a cool demeanor, he was remarkably attentive. He remembered Lin Fan's aversion to cilantro, meticulously deboned the fish before serving, and even discreetly refilled Lin Fan's water glass when it was empty. Such thoughtfulness was truly delightful. After finishing their meal, Shen Ming drove Lin Fan back to his residence near the hospital. The car came to a stop downstairs, and neither of them exited immediately, as if savoring this final moment of solitude together. "Thank you for dinner. It was delicious." Lin Fan broke the silence. "I'm glad you enjoyed it," Shen Ming replied, his gaze tinged with reluctance. "Go on, get some rest." "All right, drive safely." Lin Fan opened the car door but paused, as if recalling something, and turned back to smile at Shen Ming. "By the way, he suddenly felt a bit shy, saying." Shen Ming was momentarily taken aback. Then a gentle smile graced his lips. "What is it?" Lin Fan shook his head and replied, "It's nothing." Shen Ming chuckled. "Well, you can actually call me even when there's nothing to say." Upon hearing this, Lin Fan felt a sweet warmth in his heart, nodded, and turned to enter the hallway. Shen Ming remained in the car, watching Lin Fan's figure disappear at the staircase before starting the engine. He pulled out his phone and scrolled through their chat history, a smile creeping onto his face at the last message that suggested they should hang out. He composed a text but hesitated to send it, repeatedly gazing at Lin Fan's name on the screen. Ultimately, he settled for a simple good night. A few seconds later, his phone vibrated with Lin Fan's reply, "Good night," accompanied by a moon emoji. Shen Ming smiled at the message, set his phone aside, and drove off. He understood that some matters should not be rushed. Taking it slow often adds a richer flavor, and he possessed ample patience to wait for Lin Fan to gradually approach him. However, given Lin Fan's nature, he might very well be speeding towards him. Chapter 70. Almost breaking through the paper window as Lin Fan returned home and closed the door, his tense body finally relaxed. He leaned against the door, touching his flushed cheeks, his heart still racing. Shen Ming's gaze was so tender that it left him somewhat bewildered. The attentiveness Shen Ming displayed during dinner, his unwavering support in moments of hesitation, each detail felt like a feather, gently caressing the tips of his heart, sending delightful shivers through him. He settled on the couch, picked up his phone, and gazed at the goodnight message from Shen Ming, along with his own moon emoji reply, unable to suppress a smile. Earlier, he had intended to ask Shen Ming if he was free over the weekend, wanting to invite him out. Yet, as the words reached his lips, he hesitated, fearing it might seem too forward, and swallowed them back. To his surprise, Shen Ming's comment about being able to call him, even when there was nothing going on, made Lin Fan's heart swell with sweetness. After a moment's hesitation, He opened the chat window, his fingers dancing over the keyboard, typing and deleting again. Finally, taking a deep breath, he sent a message. By the way, are you free this weekend? I'd like to go out. Once sent, Lin Fan felt his heart rise into his throat, gripping his phone tightly, his eyes eagerly fixed on the screen, terrified of missing Shen Ming's response. He had previously mentioned wanting to go out, but had not received a definitive answer. Time ticked by, each second stretching like an eternity. Lin Fan began to spiral into anxious thoughts. Was Shen Ming busy? Did he not want to go? Did he think Lin Fan was being too eager? Just as he was about to give up, his phone vibrated. Lin Fan quickly unlocked the screen and saw Shen Ming's reply. I'm free. Where do you want to go? Followed by a smiling emoji. Lin Fan's anxious heart finally settled, and he joyfully leaped off the couch, spinning around the living room before regaining his composure. He replied, I haven't made up my mind yet. You decide. I am open to anything. All right, I shall make arrangements. I will pick you up this weekend. After putting down his phone, Lin Fan reclined on the sofa, gazing at the ceiling, a smile permanently etched on his lips, refusing to fade. He felt as if he were walking on air, his entire being light and buoyant. He recalled Zhao Kuen's words, noting that the way he looked at Shen Ming was anything but ordinary. That gaze was not akin to that of a friend. It was more akin to that of someone enamored. Though he had previously denied it, he could no longer deceive himself. It seemed he truly harbored feelings for Shen Ming. At that moment, a sense of confusion washed over him. He had only known Shen Ming for less than 2 months. Being someone who held a strong sense of time, he believed that without a foundation built over time, feelings could not solidify. This sensation was unfamiliar, yet delightful. Despite his reservations, he eagerly anticipated the arrival of the weekend, longing for the moments spent with Shen Ming. A simple fast food meal could turn out to be rather enjoyable. The next day, Lin Fan visited Zhao Kun at the hospital, his cheerful demeanor impossible to conceal. Upon seeing Lin Fan's expression, Zhao Kun knew something good was afoot. So, did you have a pleasant date with Mr. Shen? Zhao Kun teased. Lin Fan's cheeks flushed, rolling his eyes as he replied, What date? We merely had a meal together. A meal that brings you such joy? Zhao Kun was skeptical. Come on, confess. Has there been some progress? After a moment of hesitation, Lin Fan decided to share his plans for the weekend outing with Shen Ming. I told you so. Zhao Kun clapped his hands. Mr. Shen is interested in you, and you have feelings for him too. Isn't that wonderful? Stop hesitating and seize the opportunity. Lin Fan scratched his head, feeling somewhat bashful. I'm just a bit nervous. Nervous about what? Just treat it like going out with a regular friend. Zhao Kun reassured him. Mr. Shen is a good person. I feel quite at ease with you two together. With Zhao Kun's encouragement, Lin Fan felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. He began to look forward to the weekend with increasing excitement, even rummaging through his wardrobe, contemplating what to wear. He even considered purchasing a few new outfits. Time flew by, and soon the weekend arrived. On Saturday morning, Lin Fan woke up early, freshened up, donned a pristine white t-shirt and a pair of jeans, and took care to style his hair. Looking at his reflection in the mirror, he took a deep breath and motivated himself. Just then his phone rang. It was Shen Ming calling. Lin Fan, I'm downstairs. Shen Ming's voice came through the phone, laced with a hint of warmth. All right, I'll be down shortly. Lin Fan hung up, grabbed his jacket, and rushed downstairs. Outside, Shen Ming leaned against a sleek black car, dressed in a light blue shirt with the sleeves rolled up, revealing his toned arms. Sunlight cascaded upon him, accentuating his tall figure, making him look exceptionally handsome. Upon seeing Lin Fan emerge, Shen Ming's eyes lit up, and he approached with a smile. Are you ready? Let us set off. Yes, I'm ready. Lin Fan nodded, his heart inexplicably quickening. Shen Ming opened the car door. Gesturing invitingly, please get in. Lin Fan settled into the passenger seat, and Shen Ming handed him a bottle of milk and a sandwich. You haven't had breakfast, have you? I got this for you. Thank you. That was very thoughtful of you, Lin Fan replied, warmth blossoming within him. The car glided smoothly along the road as Shen Ming engaged Lin Fan in conversation. He shared that he would take Lin Fan to a place replete with mountains and water, where the air was fresh and conducive to relaxation. Leaning against the seat, Lin Fan gazed out at the swiftly passing scenery, absorbing Shen Ming's gentle voice, his heart brimming with happiness. He felt that the moments spent with Shen Ming were truly delightful. About an hour later, the car came to a halt at the entrance of a scenic area. The surroundings were picturesque, with lush greenery and a refreshing earthy aroma filling the air. "We've arrived. Let us go inside," Shen Ming announced as he parked the car. The two purchased tickets and entered the park, slowly ascending the mountain path while admiring the landscape. Vibrant wildflowers adorned the sides of the trail, and the occasional chirping of birds added to the atmosphere. "It's quite beautiful," Lin Fan exhaled, genuinely impressed. "Indeed, it's my first time here as well," Shen Ming replied with a smile. "A friend recommended this place, and I thought it would be nice to bring you here." In truth, Shen Ming had meticulously researched several locations beforehand, ultimately selecting this one, knowing Lin Fan cherished tranquil and scenic spots. Eventually, they reached a viewing platform that offered a panoramic view of the entire area. The distant peaks undulated gracefully, shrouded in mist, resembling a splendid landscape painting. "Look over there. The scenery is even more stunning," Shen Ming pointed out. Lin Fan followed his gaze and beheld a serene lake, its crystal-clear waters shimmering under the sunlight. "It's truly beautiful," he murmured, captivated. Shen Ming observed the profile of Lin Fan, sunlight casting a golden halo around his face, rendering him particularly gentle in appearance. His heart raced uncontrollably as he summoned the courage to gently grasp Lin Fan's hand. Initially stiffening in surprise, Lin Fan soon relaxed, reciprocating Shen Ming's hold with a soft squeeze. Their hands intertwined, they remained silent, simply absorbing the distant beauty before them. The warmth of the sun and the gentle breeze enveloped them, the air infused with a sweet essence. After a moment, Shen Ming spoke softly, "Lin Fan." Lin Fan's heart skipped a beat as he turned to meet Shen Ming's gaze. Suddenly, tension gripped him. Shen Ming's eyes radiated sincerity and tenderness, tinged with a hint of nervousness. Lin Fan gazed back, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. "What is it?" he asked gently. Shen Ming instinctively tried to smile, yet found himself unable to do so. Holding his hand, Lin Fan felt the rhythm of Shen Ming's heartbeat, the warmth emanating from him, filling his heart with a profound sense of safety and joy. It was a strangely delightful sensation, one he embraced wholeheartedly. The two individuals fell into a silence, as a gentle breeze brushed against their hair, allowing them to listen to the melodious chirping of birds. They lingered on the observation deck for quite some time before reluctantly parting ways. Their exploration of the scenic area continued, filled with shared laughter, photographs, and the delightful taste of local delicacies, culminating in a joyful afternoon. As evening fell, Shen Ming escorted Lin Fan home. The car halted beneath the building, yet neither of them made an immediate move to exit. "I had a wonderful time today. Let us arrange to meet again," Lin Fan remarked, gazing at Shen Ming. "I enjoyed it as well," Shen Ming replied, taking Lin Fan's hand. "Lin Fan, shall we make every day this joyful from now on?" "Yes," Lin Fan nodded, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Shen Ming, captivated by Lin Fan's gaze, leaned closer. Lin Fan appeared somewhat anxious, his eyes narrowing as he pondered something. "You should head in now. Get some rest," Shen Ming gently suggested. Was that all? A tinge of disappointment flickered within him. "All right, let us go," Lin Fan said, opening the car door and stepping out. He turned back to offer Shen Ming a smile before entering the building. Shen Ming then drove to park the car elsewhere. Sitting in his vehicle, Shen Ming watched Lin Fan's figure disappear at the stairwell before starting the engine. He touched his lips, a smile lingering on his face, his heart feeling as sweet as honey. Upon returning home, the moment Lin Fan closed the door, he could no longer contain his smile. Leaning against the door, his hand instinctively rested on his chest, feeling the rapid beating of his heart. Shen Ming's warmth, infused with a faint scent of soap, lingered nearby. He could vividly recall the warmth of Shen Ming's breath as it brushed past his ear, although the anticipated intimacy did not materialize. The words "shall we make every day this joyful" resonated more deeply than any physical closeness could. He moved to the sofa, picked up his phone, and began to scroll through the photos taken with Shen Ming that day. In the images, Shen Ming's smile radiated warmth, and Lin Fan found his own lips curving upward, joy evident in his eyes. Recalling Zhao Kuan's words, any lingering uncertainty within him dissipated. Just then, his phone vibrated, displaying the name Chun Mo. Lin Fan smiled dimmed slightly. After a moment's hesitation, he answered the call. "Hello, Chun Mo. Lin Fan. It's me," came Chen Mo's slightly hoarse voice. "How have you been? I've had some new ideas regarding the project we discussed last time and would like to chat." Chen Mo was Lin Fan's work partner, and they had collaborated on several projects, establishing a familiar friendship. However, Chen Mo's demeanor was often serious, and they rarely interacted outside of work. "I'm doing well," Lin Fan replied, his tone neutral. "We can discuss the project tomorrow at the office. I'm a bit tired today." "All right, see you tomorrow." Chen Mo's voice lacked emotion. Yet Lin Fan sensed that he had more to say. After ending the call with Chun Mo, Lin Fan promptly redirected his attention back to the screen of his phone, eagerly anticipating a message from Shen Ming. Indeed, within moments, a message from Shen Ming appeared. "Are you home?" Lin Fan felt a warmth in his heart upon seeing Shen Ming's name on the screen and replied, "Yes, just walked in." Almost instantly, Shen Ming's reply followed. "Are you tired today? Make sure to take a shower and rest." Accompanying the message was a moon emoji, identical to the one Lin Fan had sent him previously. Is my life truly so mundane?" Lin Fan gazed at the moon icon, feeling a comforting warmth wash over him, momentarily pushing Chun Mo's matters aside. He responded, "Not tired. I had a great time today. Why are you being so polite with me?" Shen Ming texted, followed closely by another message. "Lin Fan, there's something I want to tell you." Lin Fan's heart leapt into his throat. He gripped his phone, his fingertips growing slightly cold. Taking a deep breath, he replied, "Go ahead." Time seemed to stand still at that moment, each second stretching into eternity. Lin Fan could even hear the rhythm of his own heartbeat. Just as he was about to inquire further, Shen Ming's message finally arrived. "I checked the weather forecast, and it seems it might rain on the day we plan to go to the beach. Should I postpone our trip by a week?" Lin Fan paused upon reading the message, then burst into laughter. He had expected something momentous, but it was merely for this. The tension in his heart dissipated instantly, along with the gloom that had lingered due to Chun Mo. "Sounds good. I'll follow your lead," he replied, "as long as I am with you. It doesn't matter when we go." After sending the message, he felt that it might have been a touch too straightforward, his cheeks warming slightly. Almost immediately, Shen Ming called. Lin Fan inhaled deeply and answered, observing the vibrant screen. "Lin Fan," Shen Ming's voice resonated with mirth. "I'll remember your words. Let them be remembered." Lin Fan replied, feeling a bit bashful as he scratched his head. "Will we meet in the next few days?" "Of course," Shen Ming affirmed confidently. "I'll pick you up for work tomorrow morning and bring you breakfast." "Great," Lin Fan agreed without a second thought, his heart brimming with sweetness. The two continued to indulge in sweet exchanges over the phone until Shen Ming mentioned he needed to take a shower, reluctantly ending their call. Lin Fan set his phone down, humming a cheerful tune as he stood up and approached the window. He pulled back a corner of the curtain, gazing out into the night. The soft glow of the streetlights bathed the streets in a gentle light, rendering everything so beautiful. He placed a hand over his chest, where his heart still raced, but now it was not from anxiety. Rather, it was filled with a profound sense of happiness. He understood that Shen Ming's feelings for him were as sincere as his own. The greatest happiness in this world is to know that the one you cherish also cares for you. Just then, his phone vibrated again. Lin Fan assumed it was another message from Shen Ming, but upon checking, he found it was a WeChat message from Chun Mo. "Lin Fan, may I come to the office early tomorrow morning? I wish to discuss the project matters with you in person." Why is he everywhere? Lin Fan's smile faded slightly. He glanced at Chun Mo's message, feeling a twinge of hesitation. He sensed that Chun Mo seemed troubled, but his mind was entirely occupied with thoughts of Shen Ming, leaving him little inclination to ponder work-related matters, let alone Chun Mo's vague words. After some contemplation, he replied, "I might arrive at the office early tomorrow. We could discuss it then." Once he sent the message, he tossed his phone aside, choosing not to dwell on Chun Mo's concerns any further. At this moment, he yearned only for the anticipation of meeting Shen Ming the next day, envisioning their shared commute and breakfast together. After completing his evening routine, he lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. His mind was filled with images of the day spent with Shen Ming, along with Shen Ming's gentle smile and melodious voice. Time passed, and gradually he began to feel drowsy, just before drifting into slumber. One thought resonated in his heart: how wonderful it was to have Shen Ming by his side. The following morning, Lin Fan awoke quite early. A glance at his phone revealed it was only 5:30. His health was always robust, and after exercising for nearly an hour, he returned to bed for a brief rest. Shen Ming had promised to pick him up at 7:30, leaving him with an hour to spare. He quickly leaped out of bed, freshened up, and began to meticulously select his attire for the day. Typically, he would simply throw on a t-shirt and jeans, but today was different. He wanted Shen Ming to see him at his most handsome. After much deliberation, he finally chose a crisp white shirt and a pair of khaki chinos, presenting a clean and refreshing appearance. He was immensely satisfied. Once dressed, he adjusted his hairstyle in front of the mirror until he felt content. Just then, the doorbell rang. Lin Fan's heart leaped with joy, knowing Shen Ming had arrived. He hastily walked to the door, took a deep breath, and opened it. Standing at the door was Shen Ming, clad in a light blue shirt paired with black trousers, exuding a casual yet striking charm. In his hands, he held 2 bags of breakfast, adorned with a gentle smile. "Good morning, Lin Fan," Shen Ming greeted, handing over the breakfast. "Hurry and eat while it's hot. I bought your favorite soy milk and buns." Lin Fan accepted the breakfast, feeling warmth enveloping him. "Thank you, Shen Ming. Please come in and have a seat." "No, it's getting late. We should eat quickly and head to the office to avoid being late," Shen Ming replied with a smile. He intended to first introduce Lin Fan to a few people to prevent any unintentional collisions. Having devoured a multitude of male-oriented novels, he discovered that most antagonists face their downfall due to clashes with the protagonists. Now that he was with Lin Fan, he felt the need to keep a watchful eye on those around him. "All right," Lin Fan nodded and welcomed Shen Ming into the house. The two sat together at the dining table, enjoying breakfast. Shen Ming continuously served Lin Fan dumplings, occasionally wiping the sauce from the corners of his mouth with a natural and affectionate gesture. This portrayal of a devoted husband and father surpassed any pretense by 100-fold. Lin Fan felt cherished and pampered, a sweet warmth enveloping his heart. While savoring his meal, he stole glances at Shen Ming, feeling as though he could never gaze upon him enough. After finishing breakfast, they tidied up and stepped out of the house together. Shen Ming's car was parked downstairs. He opened the passenger door with a gentlemanly flourish, inviting Lin Fan to enter. Once inside, Lin Fan fastened his seatbelt. Shen Ming started the engine, and the vehicle glided slowly out of the community. Along the way, he played some soothing music, and they engaged in light-hearted conversation, the atmosphere relaxed and joyful. Lin Fan gazed out at the swiftly passing scenery and then at Shen Ming, who was intently focused on driving, his heart brimming with happiness. He thought to himself that this morning, this companionship, was the life he had always desired. As they neared the company, Shen Ming suddenly spoke. "Lin Fan, how about we catch a movie this weekend? There's a newly released romance that has received positive reviews." "Sound great." Lin Fan immediately agreed, feeling that as long as he was with Shen Ming, he would enjoy anything. Shen Ming turned to him, smiling gently, his eyes radiating warmth. Then it settled. They soon arrived at the company's entrance, exited the car, and walked into the building together. Upon entering the lobby, Lin Fan spotted a familiar figure. Chen Mo stood by the elevator, seemingly waiting for someone. When he noticed Lin Fan and Shen Ming approaching, his expression momentarily froze, then shifted to something more complex. Lin Fan felt a sudden jolt of anxiety. He hadn't anticipated Chen Mo's early arrival. Shen Ming also noticed Chen Mo and discreetly grasped Lin Fan's hand, nodding at Chen Mo as a form of greeting. Seeing their entwined hands, Chen Mo's complexion paled. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but ultimately swallowed his words, merely nodding at them before turning to enter the elevator. Lin Fan watched Chen Mo's retreating figure, a sense of unease settling within him. He sensed that Chen Mo's emotions were askew, yet he was uncertain how to respond. Shen Ming, attuned to Lin Fan's tension, gently patted his hand and whispered, "Don't worry, I'm here for you." Lin Fan turned to meet Shen Ming's gentle gaze, feeling considerably reassured. He nodded in acknowledgement. When the elevator arrived, they stepped inside together. The atmosphere was somewhat hushed, with only the two of them present. Shen Ming looked at Lin Fan and suddenly said, "No matter what happens, I will always be by your side." Lin Fan felt a warmth spread through him and nodded emphatically. "I know, Shen Ming. I feel the same." As the elevator doors opened, they exited together, heading towards their respective offices. Lin Fan settled at his desk, but found it impossible to concentrate. In his mind, the expression of Shen Ming lingered, accompanied by the complexity of his gaze. He was aware that Shen Ming was concealing something from him. Yet, he felt an overwhelming desire to set such thoughts aside, focusing instead on his work and anticipating the weekend rendezvous with Shen Ming. Just then, a knock resonated at the office door. Lin Fan looked up to find Shen Ming standing at the threshold. "Lin Fan, do you have a moment? I would like to discuss the project with you." Shen Ming's voice was somewhat subdued. After a brief hesitation, Lin Fan nodded. "Come in." Shen Ming entered the office and closed the door behind him. He approached Lin Fan's desk and remained silent for a long while before finally uttering, "Lin Fan, I sought you out not solely for the project." Lin Fan gazed at Shen Ming, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. "What is it then?" Shen Ming inhaled deeply, but ultimately said nothing. Chapter 72. Shen Ming's silence. Shen Ming's fingertips curled at his sides, his knuckles turning pale from the tension. His gaze fell upon a cup of steaming soy milk on Lin Fan's desk. The convenience store logo emblazoned on it, identical to that of the breakfast bag Shen Ming had carried that morning. Even the creases at the seal appearing as if torn by the same hand. His Adam's apple bobbed beneath his pallid skin. The words he had nearly voiced retreating into silence, leading him to vaguely gesture towards the documents spread across the table. "Let us first discuss the project. Concerning the client's requirements for the medical equipment, I have formulated a new collaboration plan, reducing the subsequent maintenance costs by 5%. Lin Fan reached for the folder, and as his fingertips brushed against the paper, he distinctly sensed the lingering coolness and slight tremor in Shen Ming's hand as he passed the documents. What was causing his agitation? He opened the folder, his eyes scanning the densely packed data tables, yet his mind felt enveloped in a thin haze. The complex expression Shen Ming had displayed at the elevator, the whitened knuckles as he gripped the documents, and the gentle touch of Shen Ming's fingers as he wiped the sauce from the corner of his mouth, all intertwined in a whirl of thoughts. Shen Ming, speaking softly beside him about the adjusted profit model, emphasized the phase payment structure, but Lin Fan could only hear the thunderous rhythm of his heart in his chest, inexplicably aligning with the soft melodies that played during Shen Ming's drive. I'm supposed to be working. How can I think of this? Therefore, I believe we can introduce a third-party supervisor to avoid any liability disputes later on. What do you think?" Shen Ming's voice suddenly halted in his ears, jolting Lin Fan back to reality. He instinctively murmured a response, his gaze lingering on the second page, where Shen Ming had lightly sketched with a pencil. A subconscious doodle born from indecision. This perfunctory reply caused Shen Ming's shoulders to slouch further. He lowered his gaze to Lin Fan's shirt collar, a crisp new white shirt, impeccably pressed without a wrinkle, contrasting starkly with Lin Fan's usual habit of donning a t-shirt and heading out. Sunlight filtered through the blinds, casting a mosaic of light upon Lin Fan's face, revealing a delicate, vibrant smile in his eyes that Shen Ming had never before witnessed, lively and soft, akin to the budding willow branches of spring, gently brushing against the heart, yet radiating a warmth that did not belong to him. He ground his teeth, resolutely avoiding looking at him. The office fell into an unexpected silence, with only the faint sound of air from the air conditioning vent occasionally stirring the sticky notes on the desk. Shen Ming's breath quickened slightly as he clenched his fist, ultimately unable to resist speaking up, his voice barely above a whisper, as if afraid to disturb something. "Mr. Lin, when did you and Mr. Shen begin your relationship?" "At the last auction, it was he who took you home, wasn't it?" Lin Fan's hand froze mid-motion, confusion flickering across his face, the fountain pen leaving a long ink mark on the paper. When he looked up, His gaze met Chun Mo's reddened eyes, which were usually weary but now brimmed with emotions he could not decipher: frustration, grievance, and a hint of timid supplication. Something in his heart seemed to nudge him gently, urging an explanation, yet he found himself at a loss for words. His feelings for Shen Ming had never been a sudden impulse. They were the umbrella Shen Ming had brought him during a torrential downpour, the warm milk secretly left on his desk during late nights, the countless moments of companionship that just happened to align, and the warmth that had blossomed naturally. These delicate gestures of affection required no deliberate validation before others. Yet faced with Chun Mo's blunt inquiry, Lin Fan found it difficult to utter a word of refusal, as if saying anything more would inflict harm upon the emotions of the person before him. Just as Lin Fan was about to respond, the office door was gently pushed open without any warning. Shen Ming stood at the entrance, holding a blue-covered meeting summary, his gaze immediately settling on Lin Fan, his eyes softening in warmth until they flicked to Chun Mo, whereupon his demeanor became slightly restrained. He nodded slightly, his tone unmistakably protective. "Lin Fan, there is a cross-departmental coordination meeting at 10 this morning regarding the budget approval for my project. I need you to attend." As for him, he cast a calm glance at Chun Mo. Chun Mo's body visibly stiffened, as if struck by the words. Without waiting for Lin Fan's response, he hastily stood up, grabbing the folder from the desk, his fingertips pressing so hard against the edges that they began to bend. "I won't disturb you any longer. We can discuss the project another day." His steps were hurried as he turned, the sound of his leather shoes softly echoing against the floor. Just as he reached the door, he paused for half a second. Lin Fan thought he might turn back to say something, instinctively lifting his gaze. But all he saw was Chun Mo's straightened back, followed by his quiet words. "Lin Fan, you must be happy." The words were spoken softly, like feathers scattered by the wind. Had the office not been so tranquil, they would have been nearly inaudible. The door clicked shut, and in that instant, Shen Ming quickly approached Lin Fan, ruffling his hair, his fingers brushing lightly over the top of his head, radiating familiar warmth. "Don't think about it. The meeting starts in 10 minutes, and if I don't leave now, I'll be late." Lin Fan looked up at him, contemplating whether Shen Ming had sensed his thoughts all along, whether he had listened outside the door for a long time. Yet, as the tenderness in Shen Ming's eyes held his gaze, he swallowed the words back down. Shen Ming seemed to have seen through his thoughts, reaching out to take his hand, his fingertips gently resting in the palm. The pressure light, yet sufficient to instill a sense of comfort. Whatever he wished to articulate would not alter our bond, would it? His tone was remarkably relaxed. Lin Fan nodded vigorously, following Shen Ming out of the office. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows in the corridor, casting a warm golden hue upon the floor, their intertwined hands perfectly positioned within this radiant glow. Shen Ming's hand bore prominent veins, while Lin Fan's fingers were delicate. The way their fingertips interlocked felt as if they were destined to be together. The two walked in unspoken understanding, and even though their relationship had yet to be defined, they had already fallen into a love that transcended the world around them. Lin Fan turned to gaze at Shen Ming's profile. The sunlight created a gentle shadow on his eyelashes, accentuating the elegance of his nose. Suddenly, clarity dawned upon him. Instead of pondering the unspoken words of Chun Mo, or becoming entangled in emotions without resolution, he found himself wanting to cherish the person before him. He treasured the warm buns Shen Ming had offered in the morning, the soothing music in the car, every dawn and dusk spent walking alongside Shen Ming, and this tender warmth that nestled in his heart. As they approached the conference room, Shen Ming abruptly halted, turning to Lin Fan, and gently adjusted the collar of his shirt, his fingertips brushing lightly over Lin Fan's collarbone. "Do not worry about Shen Mo. If he truly has your best interests at heart, he will come to understand in due time." Lin Fan met his earnest gaze and suddenly smiled, wrapping his arms around Shen Ming's waist, burying his face in his chest. He could distinctly hear Shen Ming's strong heartbeat, gradually synchronizing with his own. "I'm not worried." Lin Fan's voice was muffled, yet imbued with an unprecedented certainty. "I simply feel that having you here is truly wonderful." Shen Ming softly patted his back, resting his chin atop Lin Fan's head, inhaling the faint scent of shampoo that lingered in his hair, recognizing it as the same brand he used. Indeed, Shen Ming's voice carried a hint of laughter. We shall remain together indefinitely. The call of colleagues from the conference room interrupted, and Shen Ming took Lin Fan's hand as they entered. At the moment the door swung open, sunlight bathed them, enveloping them in a warm halo. Lin Fan lifted his gaze to Shen Ming's profile, quietly contemplating. Perhaps we could go see a movie this weekend. Making sure to select seats in the last row so he could lean against his shoulder, prolonging this happiness just a little longer. Chapter 73. How to Win Him Over. Crying. As the meeting progressed, Lin Fan's phone vibrated softly in his pocket. Seizing a moment during the discussion, he glanced at the screen. It was a message from Shen Ming. Remember to drink the soy milk on the table. It will harm your stomach if it cools. His fingers lingered on the screen as he looked up at Shen Ming, who was intently listening to the technical department's report, swiftly jotting down notes. Upon sensing Lin Fan's gaze, he did not turn around, but subtly raised the hand holding the pen, gently tapping his fingers on the table, as if to silently remind him. Lin Fan couldn't help but smile, discreetly replying beneath the table. Got it, I'll drink it shortly. By the time the meeting concluded, it was nearly noon, and the aroma of the dishes wafting from the cafeteria filled the corridor. Shen Ming had just organized his documents when a colleague from the operations department intercepted him at the door to discuss budgetary matters. Lin Fan, opting not to intrude, stood at a distance with a folder in hand, his gaze inadvertently drawn to Shen Ming. The way he nodded slightly, while speaking and attentively listened to others, exuded a warmth that contrasted with his usual seriousness during meetings. Have you been waiting long? Shen Ming soon approached, naturally taking the folder from Lin Fan's embrace. His fingertips brushed against Lin Fan's hand, and he inquired, Shall we head to the cafeteria or dine out? Let us eat out. Lin Fan recalled the unfinished bun from breakfast, adding, I remember there is a newly opened porridge shop nearby. It smelled delightful when I passed by this morning. The two walked side by side out of the office building, the midday sun somewhat blinding. Shen Ming instinctively leaned closer to Lin Fan, using his shoulder to shield him from the harsh light. As they passed a convenience store, Lin Fan abruptly halted, pointing to a sandwich in the window. The tuna sandwich you bought this morning was delicious. Should we get two for afternoon tea? Shen Ming followed his gaze, a smile deepening in his eyes. All right, and I'll get you a cup of hot soy milk. The one you didn't finish earlier is probably cold by now. He then took Lin Fan's hand and led him into the convenience store. As he picked up the sandwiches from the shelf, he deliberately checked the production date to ensure freshness before placing them in the shopping basket. The porridge shop was not crowded, and the two chose a window seat. When the server brought 2 bowls of lean meat porridge, Shen Ming first picked up a spoon, gently stirring the porridge to test the temperature before pushing it toward Lin Fan. Blow on it before you drink. Be careful, it's hot. Lin Fan lowered his head, sipping the warm porridge, while observing Shen Ming transfer vegetables from his bowl to Lin Fan's. Suddenly, he recalled Chen Mo's reddened eyes from earlier in the office. He set down his spoon and softly remarked, Chen Mo just asked when we started. Upon saying this, he paused, unable to suppress a faint chuckle. Doesn't it feel a bit like reporting? Shen Ming's hand, which was holding the vegetables, hesitated momentarily. He raised his gaze to Lin Fan, his expression devoid of surprise, filled instead with gentleness. How did you respond? Internally, Lin Fan felt a twinge of alertness. I hadn't finished speaking when you came in, he said, brushing his fingers along the rim of his bowl, but I ended up saying that I hope he finds happiness. Shen Ming set down his chopsticks and took Lin Fan's hand from the table, gently caressing his fingers. He is an intelligent person. He will understand. We need not disrupt our rhythm due to someone else's feelings. He paused before adding, if he asks again in the future, we will straightforwardly tell him that our relationship did not begin suddenly, but rather was built upon countless shared breakfasts and moments of serendipity. Lin Fan gazed into his earnest eyes, feeling as though warmed by gentle water, swelling with affection. He nodded vigorously, returning the vegetables back to Shen Ming's bowl. Hurry and eat. The porridge will get cold. As they arrived at the office that afternoon, the front desk phone rang, the voice on the other end brimming with excitement. Mr. Lin, there's a Miss Sheng Yu downstairs looking for you. She says you were childhood friends. Sheng Yu? Lin Fan's grip on the phone faltered slightly. Before he could respond, a yellow figure came rushing towards him. Little girl, it's been ages. Have you been running a marathon? Sheng Yu donned a delicate pale yellow skirt, her enchanting glass-like eyes sparkling at the sight of him. With a bright smile, she sweetly exclaimed, Brother Fan, I've come to find you. As she lifted her gaze, she inadvertently locked eyes with Shen Ming, who was entering the room. The warmth in Sheng Yu's eyes dimmed slightly. Yet her tone remained saccharine as she remarked, Mr. Shen is here as well. It's been quite a while. Her words bore a hint of suppressed irritation. Shen Ming merely nodded, casually approaching Lin Fan to assist him in organizing the scattered documents. His fingertips brushed against Lin Fan's hand, silently conveying a message. Miss Sheng's return is quite timely. We have a departmental dinner tonight. Shall we go together? Absolutely. Sheng Yu readily agreed, though her gaze lingered on the point of contact between their hands. She subtly tightened her grip on her skirt, adding, however, before the dinner, I would like to have a private conversation with Lin Fan, considering we haven't seen each other in years. Before Lin Fan could respond, Shen Ming interjected, I'm afraid that won't be feasible. We have a medical equipment project meeting this afternoon, and Lin Fan must accompany me to review the proposal. He regarded Sheng Yu with a calm demeanor that brooked no opposition, suggesting, you can catch up during dinner. Internally, he scoffed at the notion of competing with her. Sheng Yu's expression faltered, but she refrained from further protest, opting instead to offer Lin Fan a slice of mango cake. Here, have a piece to tide you over. I'll wait for you in the reception area. The meeting extended over 2 hours, and by its conclusion, twilight had settled. Upon exiting the conference room, Lin Fan spotted Sheng Yu seated on the sofa in the reception area, perusing a magazine with a distant gaze. Sorry to keep you waiting, he approached. But before he could speak, Sheng Yu seized his wrist. Lin Fan, what is going on between you and Shen Ming? Her voice was hushed, filled with urgency. I distinctly mentioned to you before that Sheng Yu, Lin Fan gently withdrew his hand, his tone earnest. I understand what you wish to express. But my relationship with Shen Ming, you're just colleagues, right? Sheng Yu interrupted, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. You once claimed to detest individuals like him, asserting it was merely a moment of confusion. Wasn't it? This line of questioning left Lin Fan feeling somewhat awkward. He harbored a strong disdain for such genteel scoundrels, appearing impeccably refined while harboring ulterior motives. Ironically, he found himself ensnared by Shen Ming. Yet, despite this, his resolve remained steadfast. I'm not confused, he stated firmly, looking into her eyes, though his heart ached at her distress. My connection with Shen Ming is serious, not a fleeting whim. Sheng Yu was taken aback, tears cascading down her cheeks. And what about me? We grew up together. I have waited for you for so long. Do you feel nothing at all? Sorry. Lin Fan's voice was soft yet resolute. I have always regarded you as a sister, both in the past and now. At that moment, Shen Ming approached, holding 2 jackets, one for Lin Fan and the other draped casually over his arm. He regarded Sheng Yu, his voice devoid of unnecessary emotion. It's time for the dinner. Let us go. Sheng Yu wiped her tears and abruptly stood, avoiding Lin Fan's gaze as she strode toward the exit. I'm not going. Lin Fan gazed at her retreating figure, ready to pursue her, when Shen Ming grasped her hand, urging her to remain calm. His voice was gentle, suggesting that some matters needed to be pondered independently. Nodding in agreement, Lin Fan followed Shen Ming out of the office. As night deepened, the glow of the streetlights illuminated the two of them. Suddenly, Shen Ming halted, retrieving a small crescent-shaped pendant from his pocket and presenting it to Lin Fan. I spotted this in a jewelry store this morning and thought it would suit you perfectly. The pendant, crafted from silver, shimmered softly in the moonlight. Lin Fan accepted it, her fingertips delicately tracing its contours. How did you know I like crescent shapes? She inquired. You mentioned that Shen Yu would always fight with you for crescent-shaped toys when you were young. I remembered that, Shen Ming replied with a smile, reaching out to fasten the pendant around her neck. But this one is exclusively yours. Lin Fan lowered her gaze to the pendant resting against her chest, momentarily lost in thought. At that moment, her phone chimed with a message from Sheng Yu. I've come to terms with things. I wish you happiness. I will come to the office tomorrow to start my position. We can still be friends, right? She looked up at Shen Ming, her eyes sparkling with joy. Shen Yu has made peace with everything. Shen Ming clasped her hand, their fingers entwined. That's wonderful. Together, they walked toward the parking lot, their shadows elongated by the moonlight. Lin Fan played with the pendant around her neck and suddenly suggested, "Let's invite Shen Yu to dinner this weekend to thank her for the pendant and for her blessings." Shen Ming looked down at her, the moonlight reflecting in his eyes, radiating warmth. "All right, I'll follow your lead." The evening breeze swept by, carrying the coolness of late summer, yet it could not dissipate the warmth of their intertwined hands. The pendant swayed gently against her chest, as if quietly celebrating the happiness that had arrived just in time. Chapter 74. Rivals? No. Unconfessed affection, the chosen restaurant for the weekend, was a private dining establishment by the lake, with the shimmering waves outside. The floor-to-ceiling windows danced in the evening breeze, mingling with the fragrance of lotus leaves that wafted into the room, perfectly counterbalancing the residual warmth of summer. The wooden tables and chairs gleamed with a soft luster, while the walls adorned with delicate ink-wash paintings of lotus flowers infused the air with a soothing, poetic ambience. When Shen Yu arrived, Lin Fan was meticulously wiping her hands with a wet tissue, her fingertips gently gliding over the spaces between her fingers, as if caring for a precious treasure. Opposite her, Shen Ming lightly spun a porcelain teacup with his fingers, his gaze not fixed on the rim of the cup, but rather lingering on Lin Fan's soft hair, his eyes reflecting a tenderness akin to melted honey, perceptible even to those nearby. "Apologies for the delay. There was a bit of traffic," Shen Yu remarked as she pulled out a chair, the legs softly scraping against the floor. She wore a light white dress adorned with delicate pearl buttons at the neckline, her long hair tied back in a simple ponytail, with the ends naturally curling, presenting a more relaxed demeanor than the tension she exhibited at the office that day. Her gaze swept over the crescent pendant resting on Lin Fan's chest, momentarily pausing. The silver pendant glowed softly under the warm yellow light, perfectly nestled against Lin Fan's collarbone, akin to a moon that had been cherished and safeguarded. Then, she smiled, her tone devoid of the previous sharpness, replaced by genuine admiration. "That pendant is quite lovely. It suits you beautifully." Hearing this, Shen Yu found herself momentarily entranced. She reminisced about her childhood, chasing fireflies in the yard with Lin Fan. Back then, Lin Fan would always hand her moon-shaped glass marbles, saying that since her name contained the word moon, they were meant for her. Yet now, the moon pendant resting against his chest was a gift from another. Lin Fan instinctively brushed his fingers against the pendant. The cold metal sent a warmth to his ears. He turned slightly to glance at Shen Ming and softly responded, "Thank you." It was his choice. The way he spoke was natural and affectionate, as if rehearsed countless times. Shen Ming timely slid the gilded menu across the table to Shen Yu, gently pressing his fingertip against its edge, his tone as calm as discussing the weather. "Take a look and see what you like to eat." The signature stir-fried lotus root with beef and the lily and lotus seed porridge are both excellent. The lotus root was freshly harvested from the lake this morning, crisp and tender, perfect for summer. He remembered Lin Fan mentioning that Shen Yu had never favored overly greasy dishes as a child, always picking the fatty pieces out of her bowl, a trait she shared with Lin Fan, who also preferred the leanest cuts of beef. It was no wonder they were childhood sweethearts, their tastes so remarkably similar. Shen Yu took the menu, her fingers gliding over the printed names delicately, turning the pages as if afraid of damaging them. "You can order whatever you like. I have no particular preferences." Yet, her gaze wandered across the menu, finally pausing at the osmanthus cake section, her fingertip lightly tapping on it. "Let's have one of these." In the past, Brother Fan always snatched the one from my bowl, claiming the osmanthus scent was too alluring for him to resist. "I wish to try it again today, to see if it tastes the same as before." At this, Lin Fan couldn't help but laugh, his eyes crinkling with delight, sparkling with a gentle mirth. "You were the one who couldn't finish it, afraid Annie would scold you for wasting food, so you gave it to me. Now it's turned into me stealing yours?" "Not at all," Shen Yu retorted with a raised eyebrow, her tone tinged with playful defiance, yet the sharpness had faded, replaced by the ease of old friends. "That was sharing. You used to steal my candied hawthorns, always biting the biggest one at the top." Sitting nearby, Shen Ming listened as they exchanged stories from their childhood, momentarily pausing his action of spinning his teacup, a shadow crossing his face. He had never heard Lin Fan speak of these details. It was evident that there were so many moments between Lin Fan and Sheng Yu that he had not been a part of. A subtle pang stirred within him, a sense of discomfort, yet seeing Lin Fan's joyful expression subdued any displeasure. He silently resolved to listen more to Lin Fan's tales of the past, to fill the gaps of time he had missed, vowing to replace those lost moments in the days to come. Soon, the dishes were served. The stir-fried lotus root with beef was beautifully arranged on a turquoise plate, the lotus root glistening in a light purple hue, while the beef was enveloped in a shiny sauce. The lily and lotus seed porridge was presented in a white porcelain bowl, the lotus seeds tender and creamy, the lily slices translucent and steaming gently. Sheng Yu lifted the spoon, scooped a spoonful of porridge, gently blew on it before bringing it to her lips, slowly swallowing as the sweet aroma blossomed on her tongue. Suddenly, she set the spoon down, her fingertips softly tracing the rim of the bowl, her voice as gentle as the evening breeze. Actually, after leaving the company that day, I sat by the river alone for quite some time. I used to think that having grown up together, climbing trees and rummaging through bird nests, hiding in rooms to read comics, you would inevitably see me and recognize my feelings for you. But I forgot that emotions are never dictated by shoulds. Growing up together does not necessarily mean we must be together. She let out a few bitter laughs, a fleeting hint of loneliness flickering in her eyes. The person before her was one she had cherished for many years, transforming from a youthful boy in school uniform to a mature gentleman clad in a suit. She had always believed she could wait for him to turn back, yet she was taken aback to find another had already taken her place, standing firmly by his side. When she looked up at Lin Fan, her gaze was as sincere as a clear spring, devoid of the previous resentment and grievance. That day at the company, I saw you standing with Shen Ming. He was helping you organize documents, and when you looked up at him, your eyes sparkled as if stars had fallen within them. I finally understood that this is what it looks like when you're truly happy. I had never seen that expression in your eyes, not even during our wildest moments together. As she spoke, her heart ached with a bittersweet pang, jealousy creeping in like delicate vines, compelling her to clench her fingers tightly, her nails nearly embedding into her palms. Lin Fan paused, his hand holding the spoon faltering, the bottom of the spoon gently tapping against the bowl, producing a soft chime. Something within him felt a gentle jolt, stirring a sense of acidity in his heart. He was aware of Sheng Yu's affections, and it seemed her parents were quite eager to nurture their relationship. To others, they appeared as childhood sweethearts, a match made in heaven. Yet only he understood that matters of the heart are never governed by will. He had often felt guilt for being unable to reciprocate Sheng Yu's feelings, questioning whether his stubbornness had caused him to miss out on such a wonderful person. Those entangled emotions and agonies weighed on him like small stones for a long time. Sheng Yu, I am sorry for making you wait so long. Lin Fan's voice was soft, yet imbued with an unprecedented gravity. I never intended to disregard your feelings. I simply cannot force myself. The one who should apologize is I. Sheng Yu shook her head, lifting her teacup for a sip, the warmth of the tea easing her taut nerves. I was too fixated on my own thoughts, always thinking you should like me, neglecting your feelings, and even uttering some unkind words that put you in a difficult position. That won't happen again. We will remain friends, right? Just like when we were young, occasionally sharing a meal and a chat. Of course. Lin Fan nodded vigorously, a genuine smile illuminating his face, free from the earlier guilt and awkwardness, leaving only relief. We have always been friends. Observing the atmosphere between the two E's, Shen Ming felt as though a long-tangled knot had been unraveled, letting out a quiet sigh of relief as his anxious heart finally found peace. He extended his hand to Lin Fan, delicately placing a piece of evenly sliced beef into his bowl, the meat glistening with sauce, appearing particularly enticing. Hurry and eat. It will taste less delightful when it cools. Did you not mention your fondness for warm dishes? He then picked up the communal chopsticks and served Sheng Yu a piece of osmanthus cake. The delicacy adorned with finely chopped osmanthus flowers, exuding a fragrant aroma. Try this. I heard you have a penchant for sweets. This establishment's cake isn't overly sweet, which should suit your palate. Sheng Yu took a bite of the cake, the sweet fragrance of osmanthus blossoming in her mouth, accompanied by a subtle floral note. Utterly delightful without being cloying. Her eyes, slightly misted, yet the earlier bitterness had dissipated, leaving only warmth. She smiled and remarked, just like before, perfectly sweet. Though this is far superior to the one from that old shop at the alleyway. There's always felt too cloying. The meal unfolded in a relaxed and joyous manner, devoid of the previous tension, replaced instead by the warmth of old friends reuniting. As they prepared to depart, Sheng Yu retrieved a small velvet box from her canvas bag, its pale blue hue elegantly tied with a silver ribbon. She presented the box to Lin Fan, her fingertips gently caressing the ribbon. "This is for you, a token of my blessings. I spotted it while shopping and thought it perfectly suited you, so I purchased it." Lin Fan opened the box to reveal a lining of soft lavender fabric, cradling a pair of petite star earrings. The silver stars were edged with delicate sparkles, shimmering like tiny diamonds under the light, their points finely polished to avoid discomfort against the ear, harmonizing beautifully with the moon pendant resting on his chest, as if they were part of a meticulously designed set. Surprised, he lightly touched the earrings, the cool sensation causing his heart to skip a beat. "I saw this while shopping and thought it complemented your pendant beautifully. After all, the moon pairs perfectly with the stars," Sheng Yu said, her tone playful yet sincere. "Although I have lost, unable to be the one by your side, I still wish for your enduring happiness, just as you are now, with a spark in your eyes." She pondered, perhaps it was time to seek her own destined companion. Defeated by Shen Ming, her initial reaction was shock. She had never envisioned Lin Fan being attracted to men. Her second reaction was anger, a desire to storm into his office and confront him, questioning why he had been blind to her years of patience. Yet, her upbringing and feelings for Lin Fan restrained her. She understood that regardless of the shouting and chaos, what would truly change? It would only add to the troubles and burden Lin Fan. It was better to maintain dignity and wish him happiness. Shen Ming leaned in to glimpse the earrings, a flicker of amusement crossing his eyes. Indeed, the earrings complemented the pendant he had gifted. Sheng Yu had shown thoughtfulness. He took the box from her, gently closing the lid and speaking sincerely. "I will thank him on your behalf. We will cherish this. Whenever he wears the earrings, he will remember your blessings." After bidding farewell to Sheng Yu, the two strolled along the stone path by the lake. The moonlight spilled across the water's surface, resembling a scattering of silver, gently rippling with the waves. The reeds along the shore rustled softly in the evening breeze, occasionally illuminated by fireflies emerging from the grass, trailing tiny lights and drawing tender arcs in the night. Lin Fan toyed with the earring box in his hand, his fingertips repeatedly gliding over the velvety surface. Suddenly, he paused, lifting his gaze to meet Shen Ming's, his eyes reflecting the moonlight like a tranquil pool. "Do you think we will have many more moments like this in the future?" "What kind of moments?" Shen Ming leaned closer, reaching out to tuck the wind-blown strands of Lin Fan's hair behind his ear, his fingertips brushing lightly against Lin Fan's earlobe, carrying a hint of warmth. "Just like this, blessed by friendship, with each other by our side, free from the urgency of the road ahead, unburdened by excessive thoughts, quietly content, yet profoundly grounded." As Lin Fan spoke, he grasped Shen Ming's hand, the familiar warmth coursing through his fingertips, providing him with an extraordinary sense of reassurance. He had always believed that happiness was something grandiose, requiring a tumultuous journey to attain. In his youth, he often spoke of wanting to find a beautiful wife, to protect her, shower her with extravagant gifts, ensuring she saw him at all times, and confronting anyone who dared to trouble her. However, being with Shen Ming revealed to him that happiness could indeed be remarkably simple, merely sharing a meal, taking a stroll together, engaging in conversation. Though they had faced numerous challenges, the reality was far more serene than he had anticipated. "Must we bring this up now?" Shen Ming, catching the earnestness in Lin Fan's eyes, couldn't help but smile softly, his gaze brimming with tenderness. "However, I do enjoy hearing you say these things." He then tightened his grip on Lin Fan's hand, their fingers interlocking. his fingertips gently caressing Lin Fan's knuckles, as if affirming his presence. The moonlight and Lin Fan's silhouette reflected in his eyes, leaving no room for anything else. I believe we will. We will share many meals together. Breakfast of your favorite soy milk buns, lunches of the takeout from downstairs, occasional dinners at quaint private kitchens, and even late-night cravings for instant noodles. We will traverse many paths together, weekend strolls in the park, vacations to distant lands, and even a mundane journey home from work I wish to share with you. We will transform those moments that merely happen to coincide into deliberate companionship, turning casual breakfasts into meals bought solely for you. Little by little, accumulating these small gestures into a reason for our continued journey together. He lowered his head, pressing a gentle kiss on Lin Fan's forehead, the kiss light as a feather, yet imbued with utmost sincerity, tender as the moonlight of the night. Moreover, on every night the moon rises, I shall be by your side. When you gaze at the moon, you need not think of anyone else, for I will accompany you, turning every moonlit night into our cherished memories. Lin Fan raised his eyes, meeting Shen Ming's earnest gaze, listening to his steady heartbeat, feeling the warmth of his palm. The moon pendant on his chest swayed gently, mirroring the star-shaped earrings in his hand, as if resonating with something profound. The evening breeze swept through, carrying the last whispers of summer's tenderness, lifting his clothing and stirring his heart. He smiled and said, "It's good to have clarity. I have come to terms with the matters of the full moon, my feelings, and the path that lies ahead." Regarding the recent kiss, Lin Fan still felt dazed as he touched his forehead, his fingertips seemingly lingering with Shen Ming's warmth, causing his ears to flush once more. His voice was soft, yet imbued with an irrepressible emotion, akin to words long held within, finally finding the opportunity to be spoken. Ming. Shen Ming responded, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon him. In this lifetime, let us remain together forever, shall we? No need for grand gestures or earth-shattering declarations. Just like this moment, being together, always and forever, if you will. Lin Fan's voice held a hint of persuasion, intertwined with a tinge of nervousness, afraid that Shen Ming might perceive him as too eager. Yet, he truly wished to grasp this happiness tightly, never to relinquish it. Shen Ming, upon witnessing Lin Fan's expectant eyes, showed not a shred of hesitation. He leaned forward, gently resting his forehead against Lin Fan's, their noses nearly touching, breaths mingling in the air. All right. The single word was uttered with both conviction and tenderness, akin to a promise for a lifetime, this life, the next. If you are willing, I wish to be with you. The evening breeze continued to blow, the moonlight streamed down, and the fragmented silver upon the lake shimmered, yet the hands of the two remained intertwined, never to part. Chapter 75. Visitors from the Divine Physician Valley. The fragmented moonlight on the stone path swayed gently with the reeds, as Shen Ming's fingertip was just about to brush against the skin of Lin Fan's wrist when a rhythmic sound of footsteps echoed from a distance. It was neither the languid shuffle of tourists nor the soft rustle of leaves stirred by the evening wind. Rather, it was the steady thud of boots striking the bluestone slabs, each step measured with equal distance, as if adhering to some unseen decree. Both turned to glance back, and beneath the old willow tree by the lakeshore stood a figure, clad in simple attire that accentuated a slender frame. The cuffs were intricately embroidered with circles of dark bamboo leaves, the stitches so fine that not a gap was left. In his hand, a wrought tan-woven medicine box bore polished corners, adorned with a bronze bell that remained utterly still, not even a whisper escaping as the fragrant breeze brushed past. When a young man raised his gaze, a chill born from the wilderness reflected in his eyes, sweeping over Lin Fan's chest where a moon pendant hung. Before returning to his face, his voice was as flat as tempered ice. "Young Master Lin, my master has sent me to escort you back to the valley." Lin Fan tightened his grip on Shen Ming's hand, drawing his fingertips inward, knuckles paling in response. He recognized the bamboo leaf pattern all too well. Years ago, when he was carried into the Divine Physician Valley, all the disciples wore similar attire. Even the medicine boys had sleeves adorned with the same motif. Yet, on the day he left, He had distinctly placed the jade token given by the Valley Master beneath his pillow, leaving a message: "I shall never set foot in the Divine Physician Valley again. How could anyone have found their way here? I shall not return." Lin Fan stepped forward, positioning himself slightly in front of Shen Ming. His voice, though not loud, carried an undeniable assertiveness, even diminishing the flush of his ears. "I made my stance clear to the Valley Master. My life was saved by the Divine Physician Valley, but the path ahead I shall tread alone. The Valley's rules do not govern me." Inside the Valley, there were many regulations, most of which were dictated by those with a narrow-minded perspective, not particularly fond of the atmosphere contained within. The young man before him appeared humble, yet the disdain in his eyes was unmistakable. He made no move, merely retrieving a translucent white jade token from the medicine box. The jade pendant bore a conspicuous crack along its edge, a remnant of the time Lin Fan had rescued his senior sister, believing it long lost in the wilderness. To his surprise, it had been meticulously mended with golden thread, the characters inscribed upon it polished to a sheen. His master had said that upon seeing this, he would know it was time to return. The young man extended the jade pendant towards him, yet his gaze swept over the injury at the nape of Lin Fan's neck. "The wound on your neck must have pained you last night, did it not? After the hour of the rat, did you not find even raising your hand a struggle due to the tightness in your meridians?" These words pierced through Lin Fan's hidden fears like a fine needle. The injury at the back of his neck was a sacrifice made to protect Qingmei. The Valley Master had warned that the wound was deep enough to damage his meridians, causing it to recur every autumn. However, he had never confided in Shen Ming about his desire to shield her from his suffering. Yet at this moment, being publicly confronted, Lin Fan remained unfazed, instead sneering as he accepted the jade pendant, his fingertips tracing the crack. "Your master has gone to great lengths, but whether I feel pain or not is my own affair, and I would prefer the Divine Physician Valley to refrain from meddling in my personal matters." No sooner had he spoken than another figure emerged from behind the willow tree, clad in an azure-gray robe, a black jade clasp at his waist, exuding a greater sense of composure than the previous young man. His gaze fell upon the jade pendant in Lin Fan's hand, his tone softer, yet still imbued with the pride characteristic of those from the valley. "Young Master Lin, my master is not here to meddle in your affairs." "Do you know who my master is?" "He is the elder brother of the master of Jingzhou Valley. You ought to address him as Shirwa." Lin Fan, already aware of this fact, let out a faint internal scoff. "Shirwa?" He raised an eyebrow, gripping the jade pendant tighter. The elder brother of Jingzhou was the Valley Master who had saved him. Jingzhou had once mentioned having an elder brother who ventured overseas in search of medicinal herbs. How could he have suddenly returned? Now, the master of the Divine Physician Valley? Doubts brewed in his mind, yet he revealed not a trace of them on his face, taking a step forward to maintain a distance of 3 steps from the two men. "Even if he is my Shirwa, he has no authority over my affairs. When I departed from the Divine Physician Valley years ago, I owed them no debt of gratitude, and I'm under no obligation to follow their arrangements now." At that moment, Shen Ming stepped forward, lightly touching Lin Fan's wrist, signaling him to remain calm. He then turned to the man in the azure robe, his tone steady yet sharp. "Since you both hail from the Divine Physician Valley, you should understand the principle that a physician does not rush. Young Master Lin is unwilling to return. Your insistence seems akin to coercion." The azure-robed man's expression shifted slightly, seemingly taken aback by Shen Ming's words. The earlier young man interjected once more, this time with a more urgent tone. "Mr. Shen, it is not we who are forcing young Master Lin. My master insists that the cold poison within young Master Lin cannot be suppressed any longer. That cold poison was left by Master Qin to save his life, and now only my master can resolve it. Surely, you do not wish for young Master Lin to suffer the torment of meridian spasms every autumn and winter? Cold poison? What cold poison?" Shen Ming's expression changed, concern etched on his face as he glanced at Lin Fan. The mention of cold poison caused Lin Fan's fingers to falter momentarily. He was indeed aware of the cold poison within him. Qinzhou had mentioned it before, explaining that it was a temporary measure to protect his damaged meridians. Yet this poison would deepen with each passing year. He had not anticipated that even Qinzhou's elder brother was privy to this matter. He was exceedingly displeased with the exposure of such vulnerabilities. Nonetheless, he maintained his silence, tucking the jade pendant into his pocket and raising his gaze towards the two individuals before him. I shall reiterate, I will not return to the Valley of Divine Healers. If you truly possess the ability to alleviate the cold poison, then let your master come to see me. The rules of my esteemed valley are stringent, and I, Lin Fan, am resolute. I will not bend the knee to seek assistance for my ailment. I have already accrued enough debt of gratitude. A greater favor would feel akin to a profound enmity. As his words fell, a sudden sound of oars echoed across the lake. A dark wooden pleasure boat approached, its bow adorned with a green gauze lantern bearing the character Qin, casting a gentle glow under the moonlight. The vessel glided smoothly, barely disturbing the water's surface, and soon came to a halt not far from the shore. The cabin door opened, revealing an elderly man clad in a flowing white robe, his hair and beard as white as snow, yet his demeanor was vibrant and spirited. A black jade clasp, akin to that of the man in the green robe, adorned his waist, though this clasp bore shallow engravings, as if worn through years of handling. Fanner, it has been many years. You have certainly grown more resolute. The elder's voice, though not loud, resonated clearly to the shore, imbued with the steady authority of one accustomed to high station. His gaze fell upon Lin Fan and then flicked to Shen Ming, the haughtiness of others absent from his eyes, replaced instead with a complex expression. I understand your resentment towards the Valley of Divine Healers for keeping you back then, but my purpose for seeking you now is not to compel your return. It is for your very life. Lin Fan regarded the elder, a sense of recognition dawning upon him. This must be Jingzhou's senior disciple, his granduncle. Yet, he did not step forward. Instead, he stood taller. Granduncle, I cannot accept such words. My life was once saved by the master of the Qin Valley. The days that followed, I can safeguard myself. If you truly wish me well, you should not come here to confront me, but should rather present some sincerity and explain why you seek me. His words were neither too soft nor too harsh, maintaining propriety without sacrificing his stance. Shen Ming, standing beside him, gently clasped his hand, her eyes reflecting her agreement. She understood that Lin Fan was not one to be easily manipulated. He had merely concealed his brilliance in consideration of others in the past. Yet in truth, who would dare provoke him? Upon hearing this, the elder chuckled softly and gestured for his two disciples to withdraw. Your temperament bears a striking resemblance to that of your master in his youth. I recognize your reluctance to return to the valley, and I do not wish to force you. However, the cold poison within you will become unmanageable in 6 months. At that time, you should not only suffer from excruciating pains in your meridians, but may find it difficult to even lift your hand. I have spent 3 years searching for a remedy. All that is required is your cooperation. Lin Fan furrowed his brow, hesitating to respond immediately. He was aware the elder spoke the truth. The nocturnal pains had become increasingly frequent. However, he was reluctant to owe the Valley of Divine Healers too much. Yet, upon reflection, if he were to falter, it would only burden Shen Ming. Turning to glance at her, he saw trust gleaming in her eyes, as if encouraging him to take the lead. A decision crystallized in his mind. I am willing to review the remedy and to cooperate, but I have 2 conditions. First, I will not return to the Valley of Divine Healers. All treatments must take place in a location of my choosing. Second, the Valley of Divine Healers shall no longer interfere with my life under the pretense of saving my life. My path I shall tread alone, and I alone shall bear the responsibility. Upon hearing this, the elder's eyes flickered with a hint of surprise, quickly replaced by a smile. Well, you truly live up to the reputation of my senior's disciple, possessing remarkable spirit. I shall grant you these 2 conditions. As he spoke, he retrieved a yellowed parchment from his sleeve and handed it to Lin Fan. This is the formula to counteract the cold poison. Examine it first. If you trust me, I shall send someone to fetch you in 3 days. Of course, you may bring Mr. Shen along. Lin Fan accepted the parchment, his fingertips brushing against the coarse paper, and he felt a sudden sense of relief wash over him. He lifted his gaze to the elder, then glanced at Shen Ming, a smile finally gracing his lips. Thank you, Master Uncle. I shall await your arrival in 3 days, but remember, it is I who will be waiting for you, not the other way around." The elder nodded, turning to return to his dwelling. The sound of the oars resumed as the ebony boat gradually drifted away from the lakeshore, the glow of the green gauze lantern fading into the moonlight. The two disciples by the shore also retreated, leaving Lin Fan and Shen Ming standing beneath the willow tree. Shen Ming reached out to adjust Lin Fan's wind-tousled collar, his fingertips brushing against the nape of his neck. "Does it hurt?" Lin Fan shook his head, handing the parchment to Shen Ming and grasping his hand tightly. "It no longer hurts. With you by my side, I fear nothing. But then again, when have I ever been afraid?" Those who often navigate the shadows of both the righteous and the wicked are acutely aware of the value of their own lives. He was not one to overly cherish his own existence. In this life, one must choose paths that benefit oneself. He paused for a moment, then added, "Moreover, I know that even if something were to occur, we could face it together. Whether it be the divine physician valley or the cold poison, nothing can obstruct us." The evening breeze swept through once more, carrying the fragrance of lotus leaves, but this time devoid of its former chill. Leaning against Shen Ming's shoulder, Lin Fan gazed at the fragmented moon reflected on the lake's surface, suddenly feeling an overwhelming sense of security. He did harbor some concerns about whether his past enemies might target Shen Ming due to their connection. Reflecting on this, he could hardly restrain the urge to slap his past self for his arrogance. "Look at you, pretending to be invincible." Regarding the matters of the divine physician valley, he found himself at a loss on how to broach the subject with Shen Ming. Yet, Shen Ming did not inquire, stating that it was Lin Fan's own affair, and he had the right to disclose it or keep it to himself. Chapter 76. Fractured moon beneath the willows, Shen Ming's fingers delicately pinched the yellowed formula, the pads of his fingers repeatedly gliding over the worn edges of the paper, but he did not hasten to unfurl it. Instead, he turned slightly to gaze at Lin Fan, who rested against his shoulder. The moonlight cascaded over Lin Fan's head, transforming the stray, rebellious strands of hair into silvery wisps, softening the typically taut line of his jaw, revealing a hint of youthful innocence, a side of him that emerged only under the cover of night, away from prying eyes. There was a trace of sorrow in his eyes. "Shall I send someone to investigate your enemies?" Shen Ming's voice was barely above a whisper, as if afraid to disperse the moonlit tranquility or to unveil the worry concealed within Lin Fan's gaze. He had long sensed the underlying unease. Lin Fan had recently taken to staring out of the window in a trance during the night, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the wrist of his left hand, a remnant habit from the time he had been wounded by his foes, a lingering ache that returned on rainy days. Lin Fan's shoulders momentarily stiffened, almost imperceptibly, before relaxing once more. He gently nudged his chin against Shen Ming's shoulder, the fabric creating a subtle sound as it brushed against him. "No need," he murmured, his voice muffled in the crook of Shen Ming's neck, tinged with a hint of nasal timbre. "Those individuals were thwarted by me years ago, losing 3 channels of trade and 2 of their leaders. They have long since become like stray dogs, too timid to show their faces again." He paused, then placed his hand over Shen Ming's, feeling the calloused pads of his fingers, a testament to years spent wielding a brush and the occasional swordplay. "As for matters concerning the divine physician valley, it is rather intricate. My revered ancestor vanished unexpectedly years ago, causing quite a stir within the valley. The medicinal fields were left unattended, and even the alchemical furnace on the back mountain lay cold for half a month. It was only when my uncle returned that order was restored. Yet I cannot shake the feeling that my ancestor's disappearance is far more complex than it appears." Shen Ming did not press for further details. Instead, he grasped Lin Fan's hand in return, gently massaging the pale knuckles that bore faint red marks from earlier exertion, resembling delicate, light red moles. "Take your time," he said, gazing at the shimmering crescent moon reflected upon the lake's surface, his tone imbued with a reassuring certainty. "If you wish to investigate your master's affairs, I shall accompany you. I have several former associates in Jiangnan who are quite adept at gathering information. However, if you prefer to avoid those old matters, we can simply focus on alleviating your cold poison and then travel to Jiangnan to witness the peach blossoms in March, the snowfall in December. Or indulge in lychees in Lingnan. Anywhere will suffice. Lin Fan lifted his gaze towards him, the moonlight illuminating Shen Ming's eyes, which sparkled with myriad reflections, even brighter than the broken moonlight on the lake. Suddenly, he smiled, warmth suffusing his features, and reached out to pull Shen Ming closer, resting their foreheads together. Their breaths intertwined, carrying the essence of one another. Lin Fan's garments imbued with the crispness of evening dew, while Shen Ming's sleeves held the gentle warmth of ink. "Mr. Shen, you certainly have a way with words," Lin Fan chuckled, lightly poking Shen Ming's chin with his fingertip. "But I find it quite endearing." The evening breeze, infused with the scent of lotus leaves, swept through, causing the willow branches to sway gently, the shadows dancing upon their shoulders as if performing a silent ballet. Shen Ming's fingers brushed against Lin Fan's ear, the warmth eliciting a reflexive shiver from him. "It's not mere words," Shen Ming replied with a soft laugh, his gaze earnest. "In 3 days, we shall treat your cold poison, and I will remain by your side, never straying even a step away. Once you are well, we will journey to Suzhou. You mentioned that the osmanthus sweet porridge there is the most authentic. I have already made inquiries about the shop's location. And let us not forget the crab road dumplings you've been raving about for days. We can stay at an inn on Pingjiang Road, where we will awaken to the aroma of steaming baskets wafting through the alley," he declared, willing to do anything for him. The mirth in Lin Fan's eyes deepened, and the flush on his ears spread to his cheeks, reminiscent of clouds painted by the evening glow. "All right," he nodded in agreement, suddenly recalling something, and added, "But you must be prepared to queue. I've heard that shop for osmanthus sweet porridge only sells 200 bowls a day. If we arrive too late, we might miss out. Furthermore, refrain from competing with others. Your energy would be better spent queuing. Please do not frighten the vendors again. The last time, you merely furrowed your brow, and the bun seller generously offered us 2 extra meat buns, only to later discover that he thought you were seeking vengeance. Such misunderstandings are inevitable. Shen Ming's reputation in Jingzhou is quite formidable. Whether it is good or ill is of no concern to you." Shen Ming laughed at the remark, the vibrations resonating through their foreheads, emanating a comforting frequency. Acknowledging this, he gently tucked Lin Fan's wind-blown hair behind his ear, his fingertips inadvertently brushing against the lobe, causing Lin Fan to shiver slightly. "I will heed your words. However, do limit your intake of spare ribs to avoid indigestion at night. Last time, you devoured 3 bowls of sweet and sour ribs, and by the latter half of the night, you complained of discomfort, stubbornly insisting you were fine, only to toss and turn until dawn." Lin Fan smiled inwardly, choosing not to elaborate on the matter. It was not so exaggerated, he retorted playfully, yet instinctively nestled closer into Shen Ming's embrace, akin to a cat seeking warmth. "I merely found the blanket excessively thick and warm." Shen Ming chose not to expose him, instead gently patting his back, as though soothing a petulant child. All right, it was indeed the blanket," he continued, following Lin Fan's lead, his gaze drifting to the distant lake where the silhouette of a black wooden boat had long since vanished into the moonlight, leaving behind only faint ripples on the water surface. "By the way, in 3 days, we shall come to fetch you. Shall we bring anything? Your change of clothes, and that book, Compendium of Materia Medica you often read? I will have someone prepare it." "No need to bring too much," Lin Fan replied, shaking his head, his fingers unconsciously stroking Shen Ming's sleeve. "I would prefer the treatment to be at the villa in the west of the city. It is tranquil and close to where we reside, making it convenient for you to visit daily. Also, please refrain from having the kitchen prepare black-bone chicken soup. It is too rich. I would prefer a light vegetable and tofu soup with some dried shrimp for flavor. I have a craving for sweet and sour ribs tonight. The ones you made last time, with the perfect balance of sweetness and sourness. Do not let Aunt Wong prepare them. She always tends to add excessive sugar." He truly found it amusing. Every time he and Shen Ming encountered Aunt Wong, she would smile while secretly adding sugar to the dishes. At that moment, he wished to say, "Aunt Wong, your hints are evident to all." Shen Ming nodded in agreement, committing all these instructions to memory. "I shall prepare them myself, ensuring they're exactly like last time. By the way, regarding the injury on your nape, would you like to apply some ointment? I have a bottle of menthol balm in my study. It is soothing and effective. Just as Lin Fan was about to shake his head in refusal, a familiar dull pain suddenly radiated from his nape, akin to a fine needle gradually piercing through his meridians. He couldn't help but furrow his brow, his fingers tightening around Shen Ming's fabric. Shen Ming immediately sensed his discomfort, gently lifting his collar. In the moonlight, the faint pink scar was distinctly visible, its edges tinged with a slight redness, indicating the onset of a cold toxin. Do not endure in silence. Shen Ming's voice was laced with concern as his fingertips delicately grazed the skin surrounding the scar, his touch as gentle as if handling fragile porcelain. Let us return and apply the medicine, shall we? The wind here is strong, and lingering too long would be detrimental to your injury. Lin Fan nodded, no longer putting on a brave front. Shen Ming supported him in standing upright, casually tucking the prescription into Lin Fan's clothing, allowing it to rest against his heart, where they could feel each other's warmth. Let us go, Shen Ming said, grasping Lin Fan's hand tightly. When we return, I shall brew you some ginger tea to ward off the chill. The two walked side by side, their pace leisurely, treading upon the fragmented moonlight scattered across the flagstone path, leaving behind a trail of faint footprints. Leaning against Shen Ming, Lin Fan could hear the steady rhythm of his heartbeat and sensed the warmth emanating from his palm. The worries regarding the cold poison, the divine healer valley, and their enemies seemed to dissipate in the gentle embrace of the night. Suddenly, he recalled the resoluteness with which he had departed the divine healer valley, believing that he would henceforth walk alone. Little did he anticipate encountering someone willing to traverse mountains and rivers with him, someone who would stand by him through storms. Shen Ming, Lin Fan spoke, his voice soft yet imbued with utmost sincerity. Once I am well, let us venture to the back mountain of the divine healer valley. There's a grove of peach blossoms that blooms splendidly every March. My master used to take me there to practice swordsmanship. Shen Ming turned to him, his eyes alight with mirth. Indeed, let us bring some wine and toast beneath the peach trees as a farewell to the days gone by. Lin Fan nodded, a gentle smile gracing his lips. His gaze was clear, feeling the evening breeze as it brushed lightly against his ears, the coolness stirring his heart. At this moment, he rubbed his wrist, fully surrendering to the allure of tenderness. Chapter 77. The morning light. As the morning light streamed through the intricately carved window, Lin Fan was awakened by the subtle sound from outside the tent. It was not a clamor, but rather the soft rustling of a broom sweeping over the flagstone, mingled with the distant calls of flower vendors, a gentle melody that floated into the room like crushed cotton. He was accustomed to deep slumber, and this instance was no exception. He felt rejuvenated. As he opened his eyes, the light filtering through the curtain seams was bright, imbued with the warmth unique to early summer. Just as he intended to raise his hand to prop himself up, a familiar dull ache coursed through his neck, remnants of the chilly wind from the lakeside the previous night still lingering. As his fingertips grazed the collar of his clothing, the door curtain was gently lifted, allowing a figure wrapped in the morning dew-laden breeze to enter. Shen Ming. Are you awake? Don't move around too much. Shen Ming's voice was softer than usual, cautious not to startle him. As he approached, Lin Fan discerned that he held a blue cloth bag, which appeared to be filled with ointments and bandages. I just asked Aunt Wong in the front yard. She mentioned that your neck was a bit red when you returned last night. She made sure to warm the mint ointment so it wouldn't be cold, Shen Ming explained. Aunt Wong was unaware that it was the cold poison, assuming it to be merely an allergy, and had prepared a feast of delicacies. Lin Fan remained still as Shen Ming settled onto the soft stool beside the bed, deftly lifting the collar of his shirt. When the warmth of the ointment touched his skin, he instinctively recoiled slightly, not from pain, but from the soothing warmth that seeped through his meridians down to his bones, far more comforting than the ginger tea from the night before. What brings you up so early? He turned his head to catch a glimpse of Shen Ming, whose gaze was lowered, casting a gentle shadow beneath his lashes, appearing less formidable than usual. This individual has consistently exhibited a gentle demeanor towards him, particularly during moments of illness, when he is especially meticulous. A visit was made to the Western Villa, where Shen Ming delicately massaged the skin surrounding his scar, his touch as light as if fearing to shatter something fragile. He instructed the steward to prepare the west wing, specifically the room by the lake, recalling that he had mentioned his fondness for the sound of water. A bamboo chair was placed beneath the window, ready for him to bask in the sunlight once he felt better. He paused for a moment before adding, "The medicinal herb garden in the back courtyard has also been tidied up. I had some herbs moved from the apothecary. If you find it dull, you can water them." Lin Fan responded, "Oh, that won't be necessary." He remained silent, merely observing Shen Ming's wrist. Today, he wore a slightly worn, plain long robe, with the sleeves rolled up to his forearms, revealing a wrist speckled with soil, likely from tending to the herb garden. Last night by the lake, Shen Ming had only mentioned that he would ensure the villa was in order, without indicating that he would personally oversee the arrangements or specifically cater to his preferences. How considerate of him. Lost in thought, a voice from outside interrupted. "Mr. Shen, has Mr. Lin awakened? The hot water is ready, and I shall bring it in." There was a hint of mirth in her tone. "Come in," Shen Ming replied, his hands continuing their task until he had evenly applied the medicinal ointment. Only then did he gently wrap a clean gauze around Lin Fan's neck, cautioning, "Avoid water, and I shall assist you with a change later this evening." Aunt Wang entered with a copper basin, placing it on the stand upon noticing Lin Fan sitting up. "Mr. Lin, you appear much better than last night. I was in the kitchen just now and heard from a servant from Jiangnan that there is news regarding the Divine Physician Valley that Mr. Shen inquired about." Shen Ming paused momentarily before returning to his task, adjusting Lin Fan's collar. "No rush. We shall discuss it after you freshen up." He turned to Aunt Wang, instructing, "Fetch that book, Pulse Classics, from my study. If Mr. Lin feels bored, he can peruse a few pages to alleviate his ennui." Lin Fan studied Shen Ming's profile and suddenly recalled last night by the lake when he had clasped his hand, saying, "Take your time, I will accompany you." At that moment, it seemed merely a tender utterance beneath the moonlight, yet now, observing his meticulous and thoughtful demeanor, he realized those words had never been mere platitudes. From the ginger tea of the previous night to the ointment this morning, and the arrangements at the villa, Shen Ming had carefully noted his preferences and concerns. He was not the type to inconvenience others, particularly those he cherished. He hadn't even pursued him yet. After freshening up, Shen Ming retrieved a neatly folded letter from his sleeve and handed it to Lin Fan. "A former associate from Jiangnan mentioned that your master uncle dispatched someone to the back mountain of the Divine Physician Valley last month, not for inquiries, but for excavation." He settled into the chair opposite, lightly tapping his fingers on the table. The specifics of what they are excavating remain unclear. But according to an elderly herbalist from the valley, your ancestral master frequently visited the peach blossom forest at the back mountain before his disappearance. And it seems he may have buried something there. Lin Fan tightened his grip on the letter. The peach blossom forest at the back mountain was a place he often visited with his ancestral master, who frequently remarked on the fertile soil being suitable for planting herbs, but had never mentioned burying anything. The sudden dispatch of his master uncle to dig there, could it possibly relate to his ancestral master's disappearance? Do not overthink it. Shen Ming discerned his thoughts, rising to his side and gently patting his shoulder. "I have already instructed my former associates to investigate further. Once your cold poison has been alleviated, we shall return to the Divine Physician Valley together and surely uncover the truth." He paused, then added with a smile, "By the way, while I visited the other courtyard earlier, I noticed a vendor selling kites shaped like butterflies. If you fancy one, we can go to the lakeside and fly kites once you have recovered." Lin Fan lifted his gaze to Shen Ming, the morning light illuminating his eyes, which sparkled as though filled with starlight. A gentle breeze wafted in from the window, carrying the fragrance of the flowering crabapple outside, mingling with the distant chirping of birds, infusing the air with a comforting warmth. It was a cozy scene, perfectly aligned with his temperament. In the presence of others, he preferred to adopt the guise of a charming rogue or an enigmatic dragon king. Yet, only those close to him knew of his more amiable nature. As long as betrayal was not involved, he could handle even the gravest of disturbances with ease. Lost in thought, Aunt Wang entered with a tray of tea, cheerfully announcing, "Mr. Shen instructed me this morning to procure some mint and even had someone buy a skewer of candied hawthorn for Mr. Lin." claiming the sweet and sour flavor would whet your appetite. I've placed it in the kitchen and will bring it to you shortly. Shen Ming's ears turned slightly red, yet he maintained a facade of nonchalance. I noticed you hardly ate last night, so I thought you might enjoy it. After all, it should stimulate your appetite. Lin Fan regarded him and suddenly smiled. His fingertips brushed against the letter, still warm from Shen Ming's touch, and a gentle warmth enveloped his neck. His heart felt as if it were filled with something soft and buoyant, alleviating even the dull ache from the cold poison. Just as a smile began to form at the corners of his mouth, he suppressed it. He chewed on the hawthorn, allowing its sweet and sour essence to burst on his tongue, but did not speak until he had thoroughly broken down the fruit, swallowing it only after glancing at Shen Ming's fingers, still adorned with sugar. Did you personally tend to the medicinal garden at the western courtyard? Shen Ming paused momentarily, eschewing any circumlocution, leaning against the table while tapping his fingers on its surface. Shall I have the housekeeper send those laborers to do it? What if they sever the roots of the golden thread lily you desire? You would then be left frowning while concocting your medicine. As he spoke, he swiftly took the letter from Lin Fan's hand, folding it neatly and returning it to his sleeve pocket. Do not overthink matters concerning the Divine Physician Valley. Your priority now is to nurture your health and not to dwell on burdensome thoughts. Are you daring enough to express disdain for the candied hawthorn? Lin Fan found himself momentarily bewildered by this unexpected reproach. It felt as if the conversation had taken on a theatrical twist. He refrained from responding, leaning back against the headboard, his shoulders tense. He was not one to engage in soft-spoken exchanges. Even during his time in the Dragon King's palace, he had never complained, enduring his injuries in silence. Now, Shen Ming's firm tone felt more agreeable than gentle admonitions. I'm not a porcelain doll, he scoffed, his gaze landing on the speck of dirt on Shen Ming's wrist, wondering if he had been so careless while tilling the soil as to soil his sleeve without noticing. Shen Ming glanced down at his cuff, dismissively wiping it with indifference. If it gets dirty, it can be washed. That is far better than you being left without medicine to treat your cold poison. He then suddenly leaned closer, pressing his fingers against the nape of Lin Fan's neck through the fabric with a measured pressure. Where the warm jade neck guard, do not constantly think of removing it. Yesterday, I visited the apothecary, where the proprietor warned me that this jade possesses the ability to ward off cold. He threatened that if I dared to remove it secretly, I should not expect him to procure medicinal herbs for me again. Such audacity. His words carried an undeniable firmness reminiscent of Shen Ming's demeanor when he dealt with matters at the Jingzhou prefectural yamen. Lin Fan, amused yet infuriated, merely raised a hand to caress the warm jade resting against his neck, its warmth soothingly enveloping the scar beneath. How thoughtful. He let out a huff, refraining from uttering a word of gratitude, and instead took a hearty sip of the pork rib soup Aunt Wong had just delivered. The radish was perfectly tender, not mushy, aligning perfectly with his taste. How thoughtful. Shen Ming arched an eyebrow and approached the window, pushing it open. A gust of wind swept in, causing the hem of his garment to flutter. Were it not for my concern, you might still be stubbornly confronting your master's disciples on the back mountain, he remarked, casting a glance back at Lin Fan, his tone growing serious. The remnants of Jiangnan are already fixated on the Divine Physician Valley. Should your master dare to meddle with the affairs of the back mountain, rest assured, there are those prepared to handle him. Your sole task now is to restore your health. Do not find yourself at the Divine Physician Valley unable to wield your sword. Lin Fan tightened his grip around the bowl, a flicker of intensity flashing in his eyes. He understood all too well that the disappearance of his master was far from simple. If his master dared to disturb the back mountain, there must be some hidden agenda. Yet, with the cold poison still lingering within him, he could not confront it head-on. I understand, he replied in a low voice, finishing the last sip of soup and placing the bowl on the table. In 3 days, I will go to the other courtyard to treat the cold poison. You need not remain by my side. There are matters in Jingzhou that require your attention. The affairs of Jingzhou are not of greater importance than your well-being, Shen Ming stated decisively, granting Lin Fan no room for rebuttal. I have already instructed my deputy to monitor them. In 3 days, I will be at the other courtyard to oversee your treatment. Should you dare to persist during the process, Do not blame me for binding you to the bed." As he spoke, he produced a small whistle from his pocket and tossed it to Lin Fan. "This is a signal whistle from the underwater dragon palace. Should you feel discomfort during the treatment, blow this, and I shall be nearby." Lin Fan caught the whistle, his fingertips brushing against the cool metallic surface. This whistle was an artifact of the dragon palace, and Shen Ming had retained it. He raised his gaze to Shen Ming, who had already turned to leave, leaving behind a brusque remark. "I will return to the apothecary to verify the medicinal herbs you will require in 3 days. Stay indoors and do not wander." As the curtain fell behind him, Lin Fan allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. He understood Shen Ming's nature. The tougher his exterior, the more he cared within. Even now, though clearly worried about Lin Fan's cold poison, he insisted on a commanding tone, refusing to utter a single soft word. Yet, this aspect of Shen Ming instilled in him a greater sense of security than his gentler moments ever could.